Chapter 2703 Killing the Dragon Woman. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord was even faster than Long Chen. With his Blood Sun activated, he smashed his giant tower toward the Dragon Woman, which then took out and used her Dragon Bone Whip to defend herself despite the suppression of the tower. After the exchange, she coughed up another mouthful of blood as her injuries worsened. As she flew back, the divine light formed around her once more, and Mo Nian's arrow was blocked by it. I have the protection of the Heaven Devastating Bracelet. You must be dreaming if you think you can kill me, roared the Dragon Woman. Just as she spoke, multiple attacks landed, all bouncing off the protective barrier. Only Long Chen split the heavens could break it. Everyone looked at Long Chen, which was completely pale. That last attack left him with less than a tenth of his spiritual yuan, and his spiritual strength had run out. The paleness was the result of overdrafting his spiritual strength. At this moment, the divine light around the Dragon Woman gathered around the karmic luck pearl, squeezing it. It quivered as its energy was forced out. She's rapidly absorbing its energy. Based on this rate, it wouldn't even be half an incense stick's worth of time before all the energy of the karmic luck pearl was absorbed by her. Then she really would be the 6th generation sovereign. Suddenly, a speck of light appeared on her forehead. When that light appeared, the high priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and a few other senior experts turned ashen. It's over. We're too late. She has absorbed the majority of its power. No one can take it away. Taoist Heavenly Feather clenched the Northern Source sword, her expression extremely unwilling. Has the martial heaven continent really met its end? Even if Long Chen was in his peak condition, it's already too late. We can only watch as she becomes the sovereign. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Woman laughed almost crazily. She was about to become the 6th generation sovereign, the ruler of this world. Long Chen, just wait, the first one I'll kill after becoming a sovereign will be you. I'll personally take back the essence blood that you stole from me. It's all that bastard Yun Shang's fault. Otherwise, everything would be under control, cursed Evilmoon. Evilmoon had always felt admiration for Long Chen's control over his energy. If it wasn't for Yun Shang forcing him to unleash all his power, his attack just now would have been enough to kill the Dragon Woman. However, it had been lacking just a bit, allowing her to survive. Hence, now her arrogant appearance made Evilmoon feel extremely irritated, and it blamed Yun Shang for it. Boss Yun Tian, what should we do? Should we join forces and try to kill her? Transmitted Mo Nian. As long as he and Ziyan joined forces and unleashed the power of 2 supreme divine items at once, then adding Yun Tian, Long Chen, and everyone else's attacks, they might be able to kill her. However, before Yun Tian could reply, Long Chen's voice rang out in their minds. Remember to save me in a bit. I'm going to kill her. Without having a chance to react, sacred chanting rang out. Following that, a terrifying heat ignited the world. The Nirvana scripture. The Pill Fairy, who had been indifferent to everything that had occurred, finally revealed a slight emotional flux. At this moment, a giant flame lotus burst into existence, and its terrifying heat made it feel like the world had turned into a furnace. As the lotus rapidly grew, the invisible barrier was heated to the point that cracks appeared in the air. That huge lotus dumbfounded everyone. Was Long Chen not supposed to be out of energy? How could he still unleash such a terrifying move? The truth was that this was only possible due to the final comprehension that the sovereigns had given Long Chen when they had stabbed their swords through his body. What Long Chen was using right now was Sovereign Qing Shu's secret art, one that was capable of borrowing the power of the heavens when the user's power was exhausted. This technique definitely had some side effects, but Long Chen couldn't bother about them right now. Right now, Ziyan's southern sea zither had yet to recognize her as master, while Mo Nian's Central Plains cauldron had been controlled by the divine families for so long that it was in an extremely weak state. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't defeat the Heaven Devastating Bracelet's power. As old opponents, they were definitely aware of each other's power. The reason why the Heaven Devastating Bracelet took action now was because it was sure that these 2 divine items couldn't threaten it. Suddenly, countless flaming stars filled the world. On a closer look, those weren't stars but burning flame runes that were like meteor showers shooting through the air. Complicated to simple, simplicity to one. The Tao is formless, the form of formlessness. Long Chen's chanting suddenly changed. This was Sovereign Ziyang's mnemonic. As if reacting to it, the towering flame lotus suddenly vanished. In that instant, the world twisted as the 10,000 Taos cried out. Long Chen then charged toward the Dragon Woman, unleashing a palm that had a lotus-shaped mark at the heart of the palm. Just a glance at this mark caused people's souls to tremble in pain, as if their souls were lit ablaze. In front of everyone's horrified gaze, Long Chen's palm slammed into the divine light. As a result, the divine light was instantly pierced, and the lotus mark on his palm was unleashed, exploding on the dragon woman's body. The dragon woman let out a terrified cry. However, she was stunned to find that no sound came out. She couldn't make a sound, and she couldn't dodge. She could only watch as Long Chen's palm landed. After that, she didn't sense any pain. Her body simply exploded in an instant, without mist nor blood. Everything about her was gone as if it had never existed, from body to soul. What was gone along with her was the karmic luck pearl. Long Chen's palm continued, and a lotus seal smashed into the sea, creating a giant hole that reached deep into the depths and struck the earth. At this moment, the earth exploded, revealing a giant golden body. The entire martial heaven continent shuddered. That was the heaven devastating bracelet's true body. Long Chen's attack was so terrifying that it dumbfounded everyone. After that attack, his aura suddenly vanished and he fell from the sky. Long Chen was unconscious. At this moment, without knowing whether he was dead or alive, the Aldevil Heavenwalker, the nine-headed lion, Long Aoshan, and Yi Ming all attacked. This was a rare opportunity for them. Chapter 2704 Sovereignless Martial Heaven Continent. The Dragon Emperor beneath Long Chen's feet roared. Its tail whipped toward the four of them. The Dragon Emperor's tail exploded, but Long Aoshan and the others' attacks were also blocked. The Dragon Emperor's power was quite shocking. Seeing that it had ruined their plan, the four of them furiously charged toward Long Chen with their divine items in hand. However, just at that moment, Long Chen's figure vanished and a towering cauldron appeared in front of the four of them. The Central Plains cauldron had sucked Long Chen inside. Yun Tian, Mo Nian, Hu Feng, Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, and the others all appeared around the Central Plains cauldron, preventing their attacks from landing on the Central Plains cauldron. At this moment, Long Chen was in an extremely weak state inside the cauldron. Any attack could cause him fatal wounds. The Dragonblood warriors came charging over. The invisible barrier had been broken by Long Chen, so there was no longer anything blocking them. Rays of light shot out of the world gates, landing on the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the Aldevil Heavenwalker, the Nine-Headed Lion, and Yi Ming. After that, their bodies were sucked inside the gates, vanishing. As for Long Aoshan, one of his ancestral dragons in his manifestation exploded. His body had vanished without a trace along with the Dragon Emperor's claw. It was unknown what secret art he had used to flee. The Dragonblood warriors charged to the front of the Central Plains cauldron, protecting it. They looked around and suddenly found that the Divine Family's experts had also left without a word after Long Aoshan fled. The world gates were still open, but no further attacks came out. Instead, the Nine-Headed Lion's arrogant voice rang out from one of them. Sheep of the Martial Heaven Continent, Long Chen has destroyed the karmic luck pearl. Since the Martial Heaven Continent's karmic luck is scattered, there will be no sovereign for you in this generation. Ha ha ha, the lack of a sovereign means that you are all just sheep to the slaughter. Fuck your mother, even if my boss isn't a sovereign, he can beat you into a dog. Raged Guo Ran. The Nine-Headed Lion was the first one to be beaten away by Long Chen, but he still dared to act arrogant here. Before the Nine-Headed Lion could reply, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's voice rang out. Idiot, you don't know. For us, becoming sovereigns of our worlds is inevitable. The only reason we came here for your karmic luck pearl was to give rise to two sovereigns at once. By gaining the recognition and support of two worlds, we would be unstoppable. However, if the karmic luck pearl is destroyed, then it means that the Martial Heaven Continent cannot give rise to a sovereign. The moment we become sovereigns will be the day when the Martial Heaven Alliance is destroyed. Just pass your final days in terror and despair. The Aldevil Heavenwalker also added, the past invaders had to face sovereigns that protected this world, resulting in failure. Because the Martial Heaven Continent is the core of a star field, despite being broken, it was strong like a dying camel, and the sovereigns that it produced were too powerful. However, we also saw that every sovereign that appeared was weaker than the last. That proved that we would succeed sooner or later. But who would have thought that the Martial Heaven Continent would be so weakened that it is unable to even give rise to a sovereign? You are powerless to resist. When the Devil Race's army invades, all of you here will be killed. Not necessarily. If you wish, I can turn you into puppets of the Death Spirit race. I'll bestow you with undying bodies, ha ha ha, laughed Yi Ming. It was unknown if they were simply trying to scare people, but even the Dragonblood warriors felt a chill. The martial heaven continent no longer had any sovereigns to protect it. But their enemies would inevitably become sovereigns of their own worlds. Although Long Chen was strong enough to dominate those in the same realm, once the enemies became sovereigns, would he still be able to fight them? Even if he could, would he be able to suppress so many of them at the same time? Feelings of despair crept into people's hearts. Even though these words clearly had malicious intentions to whittle down their morale, they couldn't argue against facts. You are underestimating the martial heaven continent. Or rather, you are underestimating the 5 sovereigns. Suddenly, Yun Tian spoke up. He had been silent the entire time, but now his words shook everyone. Yun Tian was the son of sovereign Yun Shang. He was the most mysterious amongst all these experts. Other than Long Chen, he was the one that everyone had the most confidence in. HMPH, underestimate. Do you expect me to overestimate them? Are 5 dead people qualified for such an honor? Sneered the 9-headed lion. That mocking appearance infuriated everyone who worshipped the sovereigns as supreme existences. Yun Tian lightly said, Long Chen is the one that the 5 sovereigns chose, as well as the one that the martial heaven continent chose. To put it succinctly, he is the chosen of the heavens. He wears black clothes, contrary to the sovereigns. What does that indicate? It means that he walks a path different from all the sovereigns. Becoming a sovereign is nothing more than a formality. Long Chen is already a crownless sovereign. Look anywhere within the martial heaven continent and ask if anyone can compete with him. Yun Tian's words sparked hope in people's hearts. Long Chen was the chosen of the heavens, the one that the 5 generations of sovereigns thought highly of. Even if he couldn't become a sovereign, he would still be the 6th generation sovereign in their hearts. The blood fiend devil lord sneered, what a joke. If he is not crowned, he cannot condense a sovereign star. Without a sovereign star, how can he control the 10,000 laws and Taos of the world? How can he refine heaven and earth into tools for his own use? If he cannot refine heaven and earth, how can he control the power of an entire world? If he can't control an entire world like we will be able to, then he is a clawless dragon, a fangless tiger, prey to be consumed. Whether or not it is a joke is something you will know in the future. However, Long Chen's power has proved that before anyone becomes a sovereign, none of you are a match for him. I still remember when I was a child, I asked my father who the strongest person in the world was. His answer was that there does not exist someone who is always the strongest. Some people unleash limitlessly greater power the more they put on their shoulders. Thus, don't think that the sovereigns are always the strongest. Save your big words till after you become a sovereign, and not for when you don't even dare to reveal yourself in front of us. Talking big while hiding behind a door isn't very honorable, said Yun Tian. You're the one talking big. Just wait, on the day I become a sovereign, I will use your blood to dye this world red. Roared the blood fiend devil lord. After that, all the world gates slammed shut, and the world returned to its previous appearance. However, the sky of the martial heaven continent had darkened even more. The darkness shrouded the entire world, preventing people from seeing even a glimmer of light. Chapter 2705 Heavenly Flame Demon Domain. The divine families have shut themselves off. News spread. After Long Aotian fled, the divine families also brought away Feng Fei, Yi Liangchen, and Zhang Wuchen. All of them had retreated to their territory and shut the spatial channels connecting them to the continent. This action also indicated that the divine family's collaboration with the martial heaven continent had come to an end. In fact, the divine families might even be their enemies in the future. However, this news wasn't important. This was all within expectations. The invading armies from the Yin-Yang world, Devil Spirit Mountain, Resentful Death City, and the newly opened Demonic Beast battlefield in the southern Zan region have all retreated. This news was also within expectations. The High Priest and the others all understood why this was happening. Although their enemies hadn't managed to take the karmic luck pearl, their interference had caused it to be destroyed. As the martial heaven continent could no longer give birth to a sovereign, there was no need for them to press the attack at this time. Time was actually on their side now. Each of their worlds would have a sovereign, and they would trample over the continent. High Priest, how is Long Chen? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen's eyes were shut, and his aura was gone without a trace. As even his spiritual fluctuations could not be sensed, Meng Qi and the others were all pale with worry. They watched as the High Priest pressed a hand on Long Chen's forehead. No need to worry. He is in a special recovery state. There is no danger to his life, announced the high priest, allowing everyone to relax. At this moment, the lightning dragons from the lightning domain had retreated. The dragon emperor saw that Long Chen was well protected and left. All the lightning dragons had benefited immensely this time. The energy of the divine lightning in this tribulation was enough for them to ascend to an even higher level. The dragon emperor in particular had absorbed a huge amount of thunder force due to fighting alongside Long Chen. When those 4 swords stabbed through him, it also absorbed a huge amount of lightning. Upon returning to the lightning domain, they would need some time digesting this new energy. Furthermore, this also changed the lightning domain as this divine lightning was unleashed. Due to taking in more divine lightning than they could endure, the dragons unleashed the extra into the lightning domain, storing it there while they slowly absorbed it. As emperor of this domain, all their power was the dragon emperor's, so the dragon emperor forged ahead to another metamorphosis. At this moment, the pill fairy glanced at the slumbering Long Chen and also left with Wan Qing without a word. During the entire process, she had been like a spectator. She hadn't interfered. It was as if the karmic luck pearl and the sovereigns didn't pique her interest. Within Pill Valley's divine palace, there were 2 towering statues. Those were statues of the gods that Pill Valley worshipped, Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite. At this moment, divine runes were quivering at their foreheads, giving off intimidating pressure. Others didn't even dare to look at the statues directly, as if the 2 gods were truly staring back at them. "Why didn't you take action? It was such a good opportunity," shouted Yu Xiaoyun as soon as the Pill Fairy and Wan Qing walked in. Although he was within the palace, he was well aware of everything that had happened in the martial heaven sea ring. If you had attacked earlier, before the heaven devastating bracelet, the dragon woman wouldn't have had a chance to absorb so much karmic luck. With the support of both gods, you would have had at least a 40% chance of becoming the sovereign. Instead, you stood there like a blockhead. "What were you thinking?" roared Yu Xiaoyun furiously. In the face of her father's roaring, the Pill Fairy was completely indifferent. She didn't even look at him. Instead, she walked over to the divine statues and kowtowed. Without looking back, she said, "Remember, you might be my father, but you also are the gods' servant. I am the gods' daughter, so pay attention to your words. This matter is going all according to the gods' arrangements. I do not need to report any of my actions to you." The Pill Fairy was just as cold to her own father as if he was a stranger. Yu Xiaoyun was ashen but helpless to retort. Although he had also been blessed by the gods and advanced to heaven merging, he was not qualified to speak with the gods. That was why whatever the Pill Fairy said was what happened, and he had no right to interfere. He was infuriated that the Pill Fairy had not tried to take the karmic luck pearl, but his sharp words were returned right back at him by her. In front of these 2 divine statues, even if she was his daughter, he couldn't be rash. Her status was completely different. To put it frankly, he was also a servant of the divine daughter. After that, Yu Xiaoyun left and Wan Qing stood behind the Pill Fairy. As the palace descended into silence, the Pill Fairy stared at the 2 divine statues. No one knew what she was thinking. Long Aoshan furiously smashed apart a table beside him. "That Long Chen, if I obtained the karmic luck pearl, I could have condensed 2 immortal flames and become a supreme immortal sprout. Now it's all been ruined by that wretch. Who was in charge of that matter back then? Didn't they say that he was definitely dead?" Only a few core members of the Long family and Long Aoshan's mother were gathered within this hall. They were all gloomy. "Are you all trash? Didn't you all guarantee that he was dead back then? Explain yourselves," demanded Long Aoshan's mother. Everyone present had participated in that matter back then. It had been a huge affair, so they had even killed some of their own people who were implicated in it. However, the person that should have been killed for sure now ended up alive. Not only that, but he had also become the martial heaven continent's strongest expert of the junior generation and an existence acknowledged by all 5 sovereigns. This fact drove Long Aoshan's mother crazy. Talking about that is meaningless now. Long Chen can no longer become sovereign. As long as Aoshan becomes one, Long Chen will sooner or later be killed. The top priority is for Aoshan to become sovereign before the experts from other worlds, otherwise, the Starfield core will be taken by them first. Once it's taken, the efforts of many generations of us will have been wasted. The blame for such a thing is something that none of us can afford to take, said the Long family head. That's right, Aoshan, don't think about all that right now. Everything is going according to plan. First, Go to the heavenly flame demon domain to become sovereign. That's the foundation that we've been preparing for 60,000 years. You have to be the first to become sovereign. Then you can unite the martial heaven continent and defeat the experts from other worlds. There is still a chance for us. Even if we can't have a double sovereign, just the core of the star field is enough for you. With it, upon ascending to the divine world, you will be treated like a king, said Long Aoshan's mother. Fine. First I'll become sovereign, then I'll kill Long Chen. Long Aoshan clenched his fists, killing intent blazing within his insidious eyes. Chapter 2706 Taking Out Capital. On the Martial Heaven continent, the peak experts of the continent were gathered in the Martial Heaven Alliance's palace. The High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, the Music Master, Ku Jianying, the Old Man, Li Tianxuan, and other living fossils that had been hidden on the continent were all present. These experts weren't born in the Great Era. In order to survive to such a time, they had sealed themselves, which extended their lifespan but resulted in their combat power dropping. Amongst these experts was an old-timer that hadn't participated in any of the Martial Heaven continent's issues for a long time. It was the Huayan sect master, Ma Ruyun. He had also come today. The air was heavy, and no one spoke for a long time. Eventually, it was the old man who said, "Why do you all look so miserable? Isn't it just a fight? We'll just go all out. Even if we can't win, killing one means you go even, and killing two means that you've profited. No one in this world lives forever. What are you afraid of? When the battle starts, I, Wu Guangyuan, will be the first to charge out. Aya, why are you pinching me?" Ku Jianying had glared at the old man several times throughout his speech, but he didn't even notice, causing her to pinch him. Your bravery is commendable. However, you have no sons or daughters. You don't know what we're feeling. At our age, dying is just dying. But what about our descendants? There are babies that have yet to realize how beautiful this world is. They will also be destroyed if we lose. If we can increase our chance of them surviving by even the slightest, it's worth it. Just bravery isn't enough, sighed a mid-heaven merging elder. At their age, they had long since seen the changes of the world and gotten tired of it. But they still had ties to this world. Even if they didn't mind their own deaths, they still cared about the life and death of their descendants. The reason why Ku Jianying was so angry was because the old man had essentially insulted all of them as cowards afraid of dying, as if he was the only one with the courage to fight. I never would have thought that the heaven devastating bracelet was simply in slumber for so many years. I thought that it was destroyed in that battle back then. Furthermore, it seems that its aura is greater than that of the 4 supreme divine items we have, and the Eastern Wasteland Bell is still missing. It truly is worrisome. The Eastern Wasteland Bell is the leader of the 5 supreme divine items, the only one capable of facing the heaven-devastating bracelet's attack directly back then. Moreover, we are surrounded by enemies both from the outside and inside. The karmic luck pearl has now been destroyed as well. To break out of our current predicament, even though it might be discouraging to say it, it is truly, truly difficult, said another elder. That elder's words might be suspected to be destabilizing everyone's morale, but he was correct. The current Martial Heaven continent was under attack from the Aldevil Heavenwalker, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the 9-headed lion, and Yi Ming, who represented an entire world of their own. They would all become sovereigns of their worlds. Furthermore, their worlds were completely unified. In other words, their path to sovereignty was completely smooth. In the past, every time a great tribulation descended, the continent would have a sovereign to push back the invading experts, protecting the continent. However, this time, the karmic luck pearl was destroyed, so this generation would not have a sovereign. How would they stop the invading experts then? To use the old man's words, in front of absolute power, any trick was meaningless. These words once more proved their unchanging truth. Sect Master Li, do you have any ideas? People looked to Li Tianxuan. He had been the Alliance's brain this entire time. Everyone was extremely convinced by his intelligence. Li Tianxuan spread his hands with a faint smile. No, then why are you smiling? Asked the old man. Li Tianxuan laughed, surprisingly at ease. I don't have any plans, but that doesn't mean that Long Chen doesn't. With him on our side, it'll be fine. Long Chen hadn't died in this tribulation, and this fact made Li Tianxuan's confidence in Long Chen rise to a new level. The current Li Tianxuan couldn't even form a desire to use his brain against these invaders. How do you know that Long Chen has a plan? Asked the old man. Don't ask me. In any case, I'm extremely confident in Long Chen. This confidence comes from the 5 sovereigns who have entrusted the continent to Long Chen. I feel like there is absolutely no need for any of us to worry so much. The heaven-devastating bracelet was forcibly activated and gave the karmic luck to the dragon woman, but even with the heaven-devastating bracelet's protection, she was still killed by Long Chen. I feel like that already proves it. At this most critical juncture, the only one capable of flipping heaven and earth is Long Chen. Thus, rather than feeling so anxious here, it would be better to go comfort your descendants. Successive generations have placed their faith in the sovereigns, entrusting their lives to them. Why were they capable of doing so, but we aren't capable of fully trusting Long Chen? Is it simply because he isn't a sovereign? Asked Li Tianxuan. Everyone could only stare at him. His words were very reasonable. If they couldn't believe in Long Chen, then they could come up with their own solutions. If not, why not sincerely trust Long Chen? Even the 5 sovereigns trusted him. What was there to question? I feel like little Li is right. They are this era's main characters. What does it have to do with us? We can just do what Long Chen wants us to do, said the old man. The high priest shook his head. It also can't be put like that. We can entrust our hopes to Long Chen, but that doesn't mean we can stop caring about anything. After all, Long Chen is young and doesn't care about many details. We have to prepare everything in advance to support him better. Now that they've all advanced to heaven merging, it would be best for them to advance through this realm as quickly as possible. We cannot care about unstable foundations, as every single level that they can advance is another bit of hope. We have to prepare things for our children. All the foundations that everyone has built up can be taken out to support our talented descendants. Now isn't the time to be stingy. We must do our utmost to use everything we have before the next battle begins. Once it starts, Long Chen and the others will be the main force. But if they don't have enough assistance, this battle will still be lost. Every bit of power is important and will affect the final outcome. Understood. Everyone nodded. Whether or not the continent would survive would depend on the next battle. Being selfish and hiding any wealth at this time was purely courting death. Amongst these experts were powerful chiefs of their own ancient powers. They normally weren't even under the administration of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but they had been gathered here by the Alliance to discuss things. As for other powers belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance, the orders had long since been passed down. The high priest suddenly turned to Ma Ruyun. In the next battle, is the Huayan sect planning on bringing out their capital? Ma Ruyun smiled and profoundly said, Senior, don't worry, we have long since prepared our money. Chapter 2707 Pill Formulas. Money. What money? Asked the old man. However, the high priest and Ma Ruyun didn't reply, nor did they mention this topic again. After a while, Hu Jianying finally managed to have the old man restrain his curiosity and not pursue this topic. The high priest solemnly said, the Martial Heaven continent was just ravaged by a large battle. The dragon woman has been killed, along with most of the sea demon race. All that remains is the sea demon emperor. He activated the heaven-devastating bracelet by sacrificing a great deal of his longevity and his realm. It is probably difficult for him to even stabilize at the late heaven-merging realm. However, that doesn't mean that we can relax our vigilance. We must send people to keep an eye on him. If we find him, then he must be killed immediately to remove this scourge. Hu Jianying nodded. Junior has sent people to keep an eye out. If we notice anything from the sea demon race, we will immediately report it to Senior. The high priest turned to the music master. Is the southern sea zither still not acknowledging a master? The music master shook her head. I don't know why, but the southern sea zither refuses to communicate with Ziyan. Although Ziyan can use a portion of its power, the southern sea zither still seems to be in slumber. It is truly inexplicable. What of the northern source sword? Asked the high priest. Taoist Heavenly Feather said, Ziqiu finally managed to link up with the northern source sword after advancing to heaven merging. She went into seclusion yesterday in order to formally begin the process. The high priest seemed to talk to himself. The western desert axe brought wild to who knows where in order to recover as quickly as possible. The central plains cauldron has accepted Mo Nian but doesn't seem to like him too much. It might choose a different master at any time. Meanwhile, the northern source sword still needs some time to finish the process of acknowledging a master. Based on the battle back then, the southern sea zither should have taken the least damage, so it should be the first to recover and accept a master. Why does it still refuse? Is it waiting for a better master? Everyone looked at the music master, who shook her head. The southern sea zither once roamed the world under the identity of the 7-string sea suppressing zither. No one knows the reason for that. When the southern sea zither formed a connection with Xian, it told Xian that its true name was the 7-string sea suppressing zither and not the southern sea zither. Although the southern sea zither has been in the elusive music immortal palace this entire time, we must still treat it reverently. We can't ask it questions it doesn't wish to answer. If it doesn't wish to acknowledge a master, it must have its own reasons. The high priest didn't pursue that topic. He said, 4 of the supreme divine items have appeared. Only the eastern wasteland bell refuses to appear. If it does appear, then even though our enemies are powerful, we should have a high chance of victory with all 5 supreme divine items gathered. Right now, that depends on the eastern wasteland bell. But where is the eastern wasteland bell? There hasn't been the slightest news of it after so many years, said someone helplessly. The high priest said, once the other 4 supreme divine items accept masters, they can join forces to sense its direction. Right now, we're only missing Xian. Seeing everyone looking toward her, the music master hastily said, I will definitely urge on Xian. No matter the price, she must master the southern sea zither. After a bit more discussion about the battle plan, everyone left. Now all that remained were 4 people, the high priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, the old man, and Ku Jianying. She is not speaking the truth, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. The old man and Ku Jianying were startled. They guessed who she was referring to. While everyone was leaving, Taoist Heavenly Feather had only been staring at the music master. The high priest nodded. The elusive music immortal palace's history stretches back all the way to the immortal era. With that kind of long inheritance, they can be considered one of the most important members of the martial heaven continent. However, they have remained indifferent this entire time. Before this, it was still reasonable to say that they transcended the mortal world and disdained involving themselves in petty affairs. But for their attitude to remain the same even now is thought-provoking. The elusive music immortal palace seemed to be not the least bit concerned about the martial heaven continent. It was as if they didn't care about its life or death. Even if their mastery of the music Tao meant breaking free from the mortal world of dust, this kind of indifference was not right. Do you think that it is the elusive music immortal palace that did something to the southern sea zither, resulting in it not acknowledging a master? Probed Taoist Heavenly Feather. That is not very likely. The high priest shook his head. The southern sea zither has preserved the most power out of the 4 supreme divine items so far. The elusive music immortal palace should not be able to interfere in that manner. Then why is it still waiting? Asked Taoist Heavenly Feather helplessly. If it continued to wait, then they wouldn't be able to find the eastern wasteland bell, and their survival chances in the upcoming fall would sharply decline. Perhaps only the southern sea zither knows the reason. Find a chance to tell Long Chen to be on guard against the music master, said the high priest. Could it be? The old man and Ku Jianying's hearts pounded. Was there really a problem with the music master? Don't harm others, but be on guard against others trying to harm you. Taking note of her isn't a bad thing. The 2 of you will be busy during this time because the entire martial heaven continent's powers depend on you. As I have to return and pay my respects to the wine god, I won't be able to help you during this time. Everything will be up to you, said the high priest. The old man and Ku Jianying hastily sent the high priest off. Once he left, Taoist Heavenly Feather also departed. With a battle imminent, she also had to prepare. While the old man and Ku Jianying were busy at work, Long Chen remained in slumber. In this slumber, he had countless dreams. There were countless scenes of sovereign Yun Shang, Qing Shu, Mo Li, Han Wei, and Ziyang. Scenes of their youth, scenes of their journey, scenes of them becoming sovereigns and protecting the continent. There were also many bloody scenes. In just a short 3 days, he had seen countless images. They were random, not linking up. However, these were the experiences of the sovereigns. The 5 sovereigns had a somewhat similar past as him. They had all met various misfortunes in their youth and had tasted the bitterness of life. Also, they had advanced through a path of their enemies' corpses. The only difference was that when they reached the very peak of the cultivation world, their light radiated so brightly that they won over all others on the continent, causing all the races of the continent to swear allegiance to them. As for Long Chen, no matter how his light blazed, he still ended up with countless enemies. No one submitted to him, so he could only kill and kill with no rest. Sovereigns are sovereigns. Even if they were harmed 99 times, they would still give the others another chance. They used their own magnanimity to embrace this world, and they still believed in the beauty of this world. Long Chen suddenly smiled, awakening from his slumber. He seemed to understand what the sovereigns felt. Oh, what's this? Pill formulas. Long Chen suddenly noticed that more things had appeared in his spiritual memories. He immediately sat up, causing Meng Qi and the others who were guarding by his side to cry out. Chapter 2708 Heaven Merging Pill. I've made you worry. Seeing Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others guarding his side worriedly, Long Chen felt a burst of emotions. It's fine as long as you're awake. Do you feel anything off? Meng Qi sent her spiritual strength into Long Chen's body, trying to detect any abnormalities. Before waking up, his spiritual strength and spiritual yuan had been extremely weak, almost non-existent. His killing blow on the dragon woman had borrowed the power of the heavens. However, Long Chen was not approved by the heavenly Taos. Hence, it was not borrowing but forcibly snatching, resulting in the heavenly Tao's cursing him. Fortunately, this heavenly Tao curse was unable to pervade deep into his body, and it was slowly ground away by Long Chen's energy. After it was wiped out, his body began to recover like normal. Even so, his current spiritual strength and spiritual yuan were only recovering drop by drop. I'm fine. I used one of the sovereign's techniques. The side effects aren't that huge, said Long Chen. It really was dangerous. You have to rest this time. Keep an eye on your body to make sure no serious side effects will pop up in the form of hidden wounds. You can't be careless, said Meng Qi. During the tribulation, Long Chen had fought consecutive battles, accumulating countless wounds. His battle against the sovereigns in particular had been desperate. Long Chen smiled comfortingly. I'm fine. The sovereigns were actually carving their own martial Taos and divine abilities into me during the battle. They wouldn't truly harm me. Then you've learned all the sovereigns' techniques. Tang Wan was delighted by this. Her eyes began to shine. Long Chen reached out and intimately pinched Tang Wan's nose. Don't set your sights on the sovereigns' techniques. Why not? Said Tang Wan disappointedly. The sovereigns created their own unique techniques that are only suited for themselves. These unique techniques were made for them, and so others can't use them. The technique that I used to borrow energy from the heavens is one of the few ones I can use, and I had to modify it a bit to make it usable for me. Long Chen had had a similar thought to Tang Wan, but these techniques had extremely harsh requirements to use. It could be said that all the sovereigns had blazed unique paths for themselves, and those paths were only traversable by them. Hence, others didn't have the power to imitate them. This was why the sovereigns hadn't left behind their inheritances. Their accomplishments could not be imitated by others. If they tried, all that awaited them was death. However, while the techniques themselves couldn't be used by Long Chen, he could gain enlightenment from them. His world extermination flame lotus was created by himself, and it was also a technique that he couldn't transmit to others. If he recorded the technique on paper and passed it down, who knew how many people would die trying to use it? Passing it down would only harm them. What a pity. I really thought that the 5 sovereigns have left their inheritances to you so that you could continue their legacy. That way, even if you don't become a sovereign, you can still fight the Blood Fiend Devil Lord and the others once they become sovereigns, sighed Tang Wan. They can also become sovereigns. How? Asked Long Chen. Meng Qi explained the final words that the Blood Fiend Devil Lord and the others had said before leaving. After hearing that, Long Chen's expression grew grave. So they are also people chosen by their worlds, destined to become sovereigns. But since the martial heaven continent is the core of the star field, the levels of karmic luck are different. That is why their previous invasions have all ended in failure. It wasn't that they didn't have enough numbers, but that they didn't have any experts capable of matching the sovereigns of the martial heaven continent. Long Chen, don't overthink it. Even if they become sovereigns, we will still be able to fight them. After all, the martial heaven continent also has plenty of powerful experts. There are seniors like the High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the Music Master. The martial heaven continent is our home territory. Our chances of victory are still very high, said Meng Qi, not wanting Long Chen to feel too much pressure. That's right, you still have us. We'll protect you. Now that you're awake, I'll refine the divine bone. I'll also merge my spirit bone, spirit blood, and spirit root. Then I'll kill that bastard Long Aotian. Tang Wan clenched her fist furiously. All of them detested Long Aotian to the max. I'll ask Boss Wan to protect little brother in the future. Long Chen nodded solemnly. Having just woken up, Long Chen's face was still pale. The others decided to leave so that he could properly rest. Once they were gone, Long Chen checked his body, confirming that other than being in a weak state, there were no problems. He was pleasantly surprised. The sovereigns were practically gods. They were even capable of coming up with a technique to steal the power of the heavens. These techniques were stronger than those so-called divine arts. It was no wonder that when Long Chen asked Sovereign Yunsheng whether the sovereigns were stronger than gods, Sovereign Yunsheng merely smiled and did not reply. However, the latter's expression clearly showed that he felt disdain for those so-called gods. Long Chen's battle against the sovereigns allowed him to fully comprehend just how great the sovereigns were. Even though his level of power was also extremely high, he was still lacking compared to them when they were alive. That distance was truly great. The sovereigns hadn't been trying to kill him during his tribulation. If that was their actual goal, he would probably be nothing more than dust right now. The sovereigns have displayed all their life's comprehension to me. They must have some deeper meaning. They knew that I wouldn't be able to cultivate those techniques but still transmitted them. What are they trying to tell me? The sovereigns were wise and farsighted. Every single action of theirs contained deeper meaning. They definitely wouldn't do something meaningless. However, every single one of their techniques was amazing. Researching a single one would take a huge amount of time and effort. By the time he went through all of them, it would have been centuries, and the martial heaven continent would have been destroyed. In other words, what the sovereigns intended was not for him to cultivate or improve these techniques. I can't figure it out. I'll think about it later. Let's see if I awaken the 7th star's pill formula. If I can condense the 7th star, I'll still be able to wipe them out even if I can't become sovereign. Long Chen shut his eyes. After an incense stick's worth of time, his expression grew ugly. He didn't find the 7th star's pill formula in his memories. If there's no pill formula, does that mean that I haven't reached the threshold for cultivating the 7th star? Long Chen was a bit bewildered. Long Chen once more scanned his memories and didn't find the 7th star's pill formula. However, he suddenly noticed another pill formula that made him jump up. Heaven Merging Pill. Chapter 2709 Not to be Eaten. 13th Tier Medicinal Pill, Heaven Merging Pill. I'm saved. Long Chen cried out in excitement. The Heaven Merging Pill could help him rapidly increase his realm. If he rose all the way to the 12th heaven stage, so what if the Blood Fiend Devil Lord and the others became sovereigns? Couldn't he still beat them? Wisteria Phoenix Gallbladder Fruit, Earthbone Dragon Saliva Incense, Crouching Dragon Star Soul Grass, Peak Earth 8 Bitter Root. I have this one, and this one. Long Chen checked the pill formula and found that many of the ingredients were only at the 12th tier. Only a few of them were extremely rare ingredients. Some of those rare ingredients were things he already had, but he simply hadn't known what to do with them. The Earthbone Dragon Saliva Incense was actually a type of vegetation that grew like coral inside the 10,000 dragon nest, and it had its own spirituality. Long Chen had obtained it in the Starfield Divine World but hadn't known its use. Only now did he find out that after slicing it open, a liquid light-colored glass would flow out. That was the main ingredient for the Heaven Merging Pill. I actually have them all. Can it be that the blessing of the 5 sovereigns has caused my luck to take a better turn? Seeing that he perfectly had all the ingredients, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't recall such a lucky thing having occurred to him before. Things never went this smoothly, so he felt a bit strange about this. Refining pills. He took out the Moon and Star Refining Furnace, but then the Demon Moon Furnace also popped out. Big brother Long Chen, you're so biased. Why won't you use me? Demanded Ling Er. Ling Er, don't fuss. First, watch what we do. The senior furnace will go first with its greater experience. Learn what you can, and then the two of you can refine together, said Long Chen. Ling Er needed to refine pills in order to strengthen herself. Meanwhile, the Moon and Star Refining Furnace had also recovered to around 60 to 70% after refining pills all this time. Its capabilities stunned even Long Chen. The Moon and Star Refining Furnace was excellent for refining pills, and it was already warming up as soon as he mentioned the Heaven Merging Pills. Furthermore, the heat was at the perfect level. Clearly, the Moon and Star Refining Furnace had ever refined the Heaven Merging Pill. However, since it hadn't fully recovered, its memories were incomplete, so it was acting instinctively. Despite that, it would allow Long Chen to grasp this pill refinement as quickly as possible. At this moment, One medicinal ingredient after another was refined into powder inside the pill furnace. All the essence was locked inside the powder, and not a trace of it escaped. If the fire requirements are so high right at the start, it will probably be insanely difficult when the pill condenses. Long Chen was excited but also prepared. Based on his past experience, when starting off to refine the ingredients, they could usually be purified with around 30% of the maximum flame intensity. 50% was for the merging of the refined powders. However, they were already starting off with 70% of the maximum heat capacity. It had to be known that when the pill condensed, the greater the intensity of the heat, the more difficult it would be to control. The slightest carelessness and the pill would be turned to ash. This was Long Chen's first time refining such a difficult pill. Fortunately, the Moon and Star refining furnace had some experience with it. With its cooperation, they were making astonishing progress. When all the medicinal ingredients were refined, Long Chen increased the intensity of the flame. Even when he was at 80% power, it was not enough. Hence, he slowly increased the fire until it reached 90%. However, the Moon and Star refining furnace was still requiring more as the flame was not strong enough. After that, Long Chen took a deep breath and unleashed the maximum flame intensity he could muster. In that instant, he became wreathed in flames. With his attention concentrated entirely on the furnace, he didn't notice that the room he was in was starting to melt. Because of it, an alarm started to ring out. Hearing it, Meng Qi and the others rushed in. Long Chen's room had melted, and fire-red lava was spreading on the ground. Long Chen is refining pills. He's at a critical juncture, so he can't be disturbed. Everyone should get back, said Meng Qi. They were currently in the cultivation rooms of the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters. There were formations protecting this place. However, those formations were incinerated like paper in front of Long Chen's flames. Seeing the commotion spreading, Meng Qi and the others could only alert everyone and have them retreat. "What is that little fellow doing?" demanded Ku Jianying when she rushed over. She was vexed. Was he planning on burning down their headquarters? It's too bad big sister Ziqiu isn't here. She might be able to stop the flames from spreading, said Tang Wan. Suddenly, an explosion came from Long Chen's pill furnace, and heavenly Tao energy flowed over, forming a giant whirlpool around the Moon and Star refining furnace. The pill condensed. The flames suddenly retracted. There was a giant hole in the ground and a burning smell in the air now. Everyone rushed over through the intense heat. "Boss, what pill did you refine?" asked Guo Ran. With his understanding of Long Chen, he was sure it was something good. "Heaven merging pill," said Long Chen. At this moment, startled cries rang out. There was actually a medicinal pill for advancing in the heaven merging realm. Was it real? "Boss, give me one. I'm willing to be test subject number 1 for everyone," exclaimed Guo Ran. After that, the pill furnace's lid popped open. Inside, there were no medicinal pills and only some ashy dregs. "That's..." Guo Ran stared. "A failure." Long Chen shrugged helplessly. "You little brat, you destroyed the entire training room for a failure," demanded Ku Jianying. "You shouldn't blame a child when they fail. Say some encouraging words, all right," said the old man. Ku Jianying felt that she had gone a bit overboard, and so for the first time she didn't retort to the old man. "Hee, it actually wasn't a complete failure. Even these pill dregs are very useful. Furthermore, I've found that the heaven merging pill is not to be consumed by ordinary people," said Long Chen. Although it was a failure, he was excited. The Moon and Star refining furnace had told him that the medicinal formula he was using was identical to the one that it remembered, but the method of refining it was different. That was what resulted in the failure. But this failure now told him what he had to do. "Boss, you wouldn't be leaving us these dregs to eat, right?" probed Guo Ran. "This thing can't be eaten. If you eat it, you'll very likely die," said Long Chen. "What?" Guo Ran jumped, tossing aside the pill dregs in his hand. Chapter 2710 The Strange Heaven Merging Pill. This heaven merging pill of mine is different from other heaven merging pills. It has merged with my world energy. If others consume it, they will be rejected by that world energy, resulting in their astral space shattering. In the worst case, they'll die, explained Long Chen. It was the same pill formula but a different refining method. Long Chen's heaven merging pill had his mark in it, so only he could consume it. Its effect was strong enough that even the pill dregs could kill someone. If someone was eating the complete pill, its medicinal energy would cause their astral space to instantly explode, killing them without a doubt. Long Chen also hadn't expected this. When the pill condensed, all his 108,000 astral spaces sent energy into the pill furnace. Due to too many unexpected factors appearing, the refinement ended up in failure. Other people couldn't possibly contain the power of his astral spaces. Every single one of his astral spaces was both its own unique entity yet also connected to the others. If it was possible to inject the power of one's astral space into another person's, the imbalance of power could easily cause death for them. But each person's astral space was their own world, one that only their divine sense could enter, so other people couldn't possibly attack them. However, if you were to take the initiative to draw someone else's astral energy into your body, then that would be no different than suicide. What are you talking about? Tell us, what is this thing? Demanded Tang Wan impatiently. These pill dregs can be diluted into medicinal water. You've all absorbed the 10,000 dragon essence blood, so you understand, hinted Long Chen. No, I don't. Meng Qi and the others were still befuddled. Long Chen explained, once the medicinal dregs are diluted, they won't be so violent. You'll be able to handle absorbing their power. Although it's a failure, it still has the power of the heaven-merging realm. You can still absorb it just like consuming a pill. Furthermore, it has my world energy inside it. My guess is that after someone absorbs it, their astral world will also change. But the details will require a test subject. Guo Ran, I believe that you volunteered. Come over here. Guo Ran instantly turned green, but Long Chen didn't give him a chance to escape. When Long Chen found a small lake, he tossed the medicinal dregs inside, and the lake immediately began to boil. Countless bubbles surged out, and many of those bubbles even contained heavenly Dao runes that exploded. Boss, I feel like, Aiya. Guo Ran didn't even get to finish speaking before Long Chen tossed him in. Water splashed, and Guo Ran vanished beneath the water. However, after falling in, nothing else happened, and there were no signs of him trying to swim up. When they looked, they saw that he had sunk to the bottom of the lake and was gesturing at them, seemingly asking for help. At first, they thought that he was just joking, until his face turned purple. A dozen Dragonblood warriors also entered, only to plummet like stones in the water. After Long Chen waved his hand, Guo Ran and the others came flying out of the water. Guo Ran coughed hard, like a drowning person who had reached the shore. Boss, what was that? As soon as we enter the water, our cultivation base is sealed. We were no different than ordinary non-cultivators, said a Dragonblood warrior. The other Dragonblood warriors that had entered the water nodded. As soon as they entered the water, their cultivation techniques, their battle skills, their status as Empyreans, and their heavenly Dao energy were all stripped away. They felt like they were about to drown. That doesn't sound right. What about the power of your dragon blood? Asked Long Chen. It was impossible to sense any of it. It was all stripped away, answered that Dragonblood warrior. Long Chen suddenly grabbed Bao Buping and tossed him into the lake. Bao Buping cursed, Long Chen, you rogue. Bao Buping immediately jumped out as soon as he fell in. He was soaked and was about to continue cursing when he said, I feel fine. Guo Ran and the others were dumbfounded. Why was Bao Buping completely fine? No, my astral space. Bao Buping suddenly noticed a slight change in his astral space. He wasn't sure what the change was though. My astral space has gotten bigger. Suddenly exclaimed a Dragonblood warrior. Mine's also bigger, said another Dragonblood warrior. The others who had jumped in also noticed this slight change. An astral space was the core of a cultivator. Upon reaching the Life Star realm, its foundation was formed, and unless you encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity, it was difficult to increase its size past a certain extent. However, just that brief soak in the lake had allowed their astral spaces to grow. That was absolutely shocking. Long Chen was silent for a moment. This heaven-merging pill of mine is very odd. It has most likely absorbed too many energies during the refinement. Even I'm not clear on it. You were suppressed by the water because it has heavenly Dao energy in it, as well as my world energy and true dragon energy. On the other hand, Bao Buping doesn't train in the dragon blood body tempering art, so he isn't as suppressed as you guys. Other than the heavenly Dao suppression, he can still use his cultivation technique and such. Either way, my world energy can cause your astral spaces to grow. The water now has the power of heaven merging, so you can absorb it to increase your cultivation bases and grow your astral spaces. Although this refinement counts as a failure in the end, it's extremely beneficial to us. Everyone was delighted to hear this, and quite a few of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were impatient to start. However, just as they were talking, the bubbles in the water faded. It returned to calm. The medicinal energy has run out. A trash pill was only able to maintain the effects for a very short time. But I'll be refining more. I'll trouble the Alliance head to find some more suitable places for all the disciples to cultivate, said Long Chen. Only then did Ku Jianying recover from her shock. She had heard of the heaven-merging pill, but those stories never mentioned such a heaven-defying effect. Since this was the case, she no longer wanted to blame Long Chen and quickly made some arrangements. After all, they had to find some baths for people to train. They had to separate the men and women, and it would be best if the different powers had separate places. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Wan I'll need your help to refine pills this time. Long Chen turned to them. Due to his previous failure, his spiritual strength was low. However, with their assistance, he would definitely succeed. Chapter 2711 Once more changing it. Long Chen, didn't you want to refine pills? Why have you brought us fishing? If the Alliance head learns of this, she's going to scold you, teased Meng Qi. Long Chen had brought Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Dong Mingyu, and Yu Xiaochen with him to a lake with nice scenery. He then took out his fishing gear and used some fruit as bait. Meng Qi and the others found it both startling and funny, not knowing what he was thinking. They all sat on a boulder, with Long Chen resting his head on Meng Qi's leg. At this moment, his eyes were half closed as he leisurely accepted the peeled grape that Meng Qi gave him, not forgetting to kiss her hand, which caused her to rap his head. You always act like a rogue. Always acting upright is too tiring. I need to relax every now and then. It's been a long time since I've soaked in the come out to play. Long Chen changed his sentence midway. There was no longer any sunlight to soak in. Now, darkness shrouded the heavens. Even the fish in the water were rather listless, and the wild beasts in the mountains hid in their caves most of the time. Fortunately, fishing wasn't necessarily about the fish. Just the activity relaxed a person. At this moment, Long Chen felt weary both mentally and physically. He had rarely felt such a feeling ever since coming into the cultivation world. That was a feeling of helplessness. There were too many things waiting for him to handle. It felt like he had countless burdens to carry and was collapsing under that weight. Long Chen, it's been hard on you. Meng Qi gently stroked Long Chen's cheek. She and the others were all worried for him. Long Chen had the weight of the 5 sovereigns' trust on him, including the future of the uncountable lives on the continent. They couldn't imagine what it would feel like to have such pressure on them. Hee, it's all right. As long as you're by my side, I feel like my heart is steady. I don't have faith in any gods. You are all my faith. You give me limitless power. Don't worry, this is just a little breather. I, Long Chen, will stand at the peak of this world. Once this tribulation is over, how about we have a proper marriage ceremony? I'll definitely hold the grandest wedding for you. The entire world will give us their blessings, said Long Chen. Despite all of them having given their hearts to him eternally, they still blushed when he brought up this topic. As the biggest, why don't you answer for all of you? Long Chen smiled and held Meng Qi's hand. All of them called Meng Qi big sister. On the Martial Heaven continent, this kind of seniority was considered very important. Since Meng Qi was the one who had an arranged marriage agreement with Long Chen from the start, all of them called her big sister. In the secular world, the expression 3 wives, 4 concubines usually referred to one principal wife, 2 ordinary wives, and 4 concubines. The principal wife was also called the first wife, the primary wife, and the head wife, while the ordinary wives were sometimes called side wives. As for the concubines, there was even less that needed to be said. Their position was very low. Although the cultivation world didn't have as many formalities, there was still some importance on this kind of seniority. Based on Meng Qi's kindness and honesty, all of them were willing to respect her as the first. Calling her the biggest naturally had some teasing note to it, causing Meng Qi to redden. If she opened her mouth and accepted, that would be recognizing that she was the principal wife. How could such a thing be recklessly decided? Don't mess around, rebuked Meng Qi. I'm being serious, said Long Chen. Meng Qi righteously said, then let me ask you, what about Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu? Furthermore, a wedding requires the blessing of the father and mother. You haven't even found our father and mother. How can we have a wedding? Meng Qi felt that it wasn't suitable to call them his father and mother, but when she said our father and mother, she also felt awkward since they hadn't gone through that formality yet, causing her to redden further. Hearing that, Long Chen fell silent. Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu were in the netherworld. Furthermore, the two of them had become his women. A wedding couldn't possibly be lacking them. Moreover, Meng Qi was right about his parents. If he didn't know about them, then that would have been one thing. But if they were still alive, it would be completely unfilial of him to hold a wedding without them present. Long Chen helplessly said, I know, you want to give us that status. But we really don't care. As long as we're with you, that alone is better than anything else, said Meng Qi. Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yu Xiaochen, and Dong Mingyu also nodded. Long Chen was extremely moved. Every single one of them was like a heavenly fairy, while he was who he was. He didn't know how he had gained their love, so he didn't know what to say. Big brother Long Chen, you can tell us anything. Even if we can't help you, at least we can share the burden if you want. Maybe we can do some small things. Dong Mingyu held Long Chen's hand. Before this, other than Meng Qi, none of them knew that Long Chen had had his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone taken as a child. Nor did they know about his past, which was even worse than being bullied in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Long Chen kept many of his problems inside of him, suffering on his own while he smiled on the outside. That made them all feel aggrieved. They had been tricked by his outside appearance, not knowing just how weary his heart was. That's right, we're all your wives. What can't you tell us? Said Chu Yao. Long Chen nodded. There's not that much. My thoughts are just a bit chaotic right now, as there are many things to do. With you by my side, I feel free to be myself. You know how to talk. First you praise us, and then you don't actually tell us anything, said Tang Wan dissatisfied with this response. All right, there are a number of things I have to do. First, I have to refine pills. Not just the heaven-merging pills, but other very important pills as well, which will take a large amount of time. Second, I need to think of a way to find the Eastern Wasteland bell. But the fragment of it that I have is unable to sense it. If it doesn't return in time for the next battle, we will be at an immense disadvantage. Third, the 5 sovereigns have transmitted all their techniques to me. As I use them to corroborate my own techniques, I noticed that perhaps I've cultivated my 9-star hegemon body art incorrectly. I might need to change my cultivation path again. Chapter 2712 Clone. Change it again. Didn't you already change it before? Asked Meng Qi. Last time, in order to forcibly gain more power, Long Chen had changed the proper cultivation path of the 9-star hegemon body art. That had been so dangerous that it had almost cost him his life. If he changed it again, wouldn't it be just as dangerous? If something happened to him, then there really would be no hope left for this world. Long Chen nodded. Last time, I broke the proper sequence of the 9-star hegemon body art's cultivation path, causing it to deviate from its original path. When I condensed the 6-star battle armor, it was based on the image in my dreams of all 9 stars gathering. I didn't overthink it and just placed the 6 stars based on that arrangement. Although I succeeded, I could vaguely tell that something was off, but not what exactly. Using the sovereigns' techniques as a reference, I understand. This current arrangement of the 6 stars is the simplest, lowest, and most useless arrangement. When I fought against the sovereigns, I thought to myself, why was I so weak? I'm the 9-star heir, and I've had countless hints indicating to me just how terrifying this cultivation technique is. But when I asked myself honestly, I didn't think that I would be a match for the sovereigns in a 1-against-1. That doesn't make sense. Now I understand that I have a divine blade, but I'm fighting with the scabbard. That's why I'm so weak. These words would definitely make the experts like the Blood Fiend Devil Lord cough up blood if they heard them. Someone who had blocked the attacks of all 5 sovereigns described himself as weak. Did that leave any room for others to live? Meng Qi and the others didn't have much of an understanding of the 9-star hegemon body art. Its origins were unclear, and Long Chen didn't dare to explain the full story to them for fear of karma. Even changing an ordinary cultivation technique is extremely difficult and dangerous, let alone yours, said Meng Qi anxiously. I know, it's fine, promised Long Chen. I've figured out the rough shape. With the experience from the sovereigns, it became clear and simple to me. I even suspect that the sovereigns were intentionally drawing my attention to this. However, even with the base figured out, I still need to slowly figure out the details. Long Chen sighed here, while Meng Qi and the others exchanged a helpless glance. Whether it was refining pills, looking for the Eastern Wasteland bell, or changing the 9-star hegemon body art, they could only listen to his troubles. They had no way of helping him. The martial heaven continent is surrounded by trouble, and time is incomparably precious. I wish I could clone myself. Wait, clones. Long Chen suddenly jumped up, his eyes brightening. Ha ha ha, I've thought of it. Thought of what? Asked Meng Qi and the others. I can condense some clones of myself to help me handle things. Long Chen suddenly excitedly hugged Meng Qi and gave her a kiss, following up with Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yu Xiaochen, and Dong Mingyu. They blushed, but seeing him as excited as a child, they also grew excited. However, Meng Qi said, condensing clones isn't so simple. A mistake can cause your realm to drop. Most clones were condensed at lower realms. By the heaven-merging realm, it was extremely rare. Most stopped by the life-star realm, as the risks were too great beyond that. No need to worry. Sovereign Qing Shu has a cloning art that I can use as a reference. It has no side effects. Long Chen suddenly formed hand seals and instantly transformed into two. Ha ha ha, it's done. Both Long Chens laughed like mirror images. That's just a projection clone. Meng Qi and the others didn't understand. Was such a clone useful at all? Don't be impatient. Long Chen smiled. Evilmoon, Ling Little Heaven. Evilmoon, the demon moon furnace, and the heaven-flipping seal appeared and then merged into his clone. The clone frowned. Long Chen, what are you doing? That voice was Evilmoon's. However, the clone suddenly cutely bounced and said, wow, this is fun. Seeing his clone put its chin on both its hands with that kind of expression made Long Chen hastily say, don't have me act cute like that. Meng Qi and the others had never seen Long Chen act in such a way, so they laughed. Evilmoon, you control the clone, said Long Chen, seeing himself act like that was not good. Nope, I refuse. This leather bag is ugly, declined Evilmoon directly. Haha, this body is fine. Little Heaven is the best and won't fight with me over it, said Ling This clone of Long Chen's began to hop around excitedly, which made Meng Qi and the others roll on the ground in laughter. Little Heaven was reserved and didn't like talking, while Evilmoon disdained having to control a clone. Ling you can control this clone, but you have to remember, you are me in the view of outsiders. Don't cause them to see through your identity, warned Long Chen. Understood. So when there aren't outsiders, I can act as I please. The clone giggled, raising Long Chen's goosebumps. A bad premonition rose in his heart. As expected, the clone ran over to Meng Qi, giggling, sisters, today is a happy day. I'll dance for you, Iya. Long Chen grabbed his clone by the neck, dragging it back. For the first time in his life, he felt an urge to choke himself. Stop messing around. Meng Qi and the others were still laughing. It was their first time seeing Long Chen's face go through so many expressions. Seeing Long Chen angry, Ling stuck out her tongue, causing Meng Qi and the others to almost faint. Heavens! Long Chen covered his face, weeping without tears. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other options, he would destroy this new clone of his. Big brother, don't get angry. I was just teasing you, said Ling pulling on his hand. That's enough. I don't like holding a man's hands, even if it's my own, said Long Chen. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and said, let's prepare to start refining the heaven-merging pills. Chapter 2713 Heaven-Merging Demon Pill. The moon and star refining furnace shuddered, and Meng Qi's forehead was glistening with sweat. Her spiritual strength had dropped a full 60% in order to finish this final step. After that, the lid slowly opened and 9 glistening medicinal pills were reflected in everyone's eyes. Meng Qi and the others cheered. They had refined 9 high-grade heaven-merging pills with pill rings. Succeeding in the very first attempt delighted the women. At this moment, Long Chen picked one up and closely examined it. He nodded. As expected, this pill can be consumed. Long Chen, why are the pills that we refine even better than the ones that you refined? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen's clone was currently being controlled by Ling and as an item spirit, her spiritual strength was limited. That was why Meng Qi was supporting the refinement with her spiritual strength. They succeeded on the first try with Ling controlling things, but Long Chen had ended up failing in his first attempt. That was curious to them. That is because the clone that Ling is controlling doesn't have my astral energy. There is no additional energy for the pill to absorb, thus there is no world energy causing it to be inedible, said Long Chen. This clone's essence, qi, and spirit were controlled by Evilmoon, Little Heaven, and Ling Er. However, the clone had no astral spaces. Without the energy of his astral spaces entering the pill, it was easier to refine. Meng Qi, you rest. In a bit, you and Chu Yao can try to work together. This time, we'll aim to refine a top-grade pill, said Long Chen. An hour later, another furnace of pills was finished. However, this time the sky rumbled and lightning tribulation clouds appeared. The appearance of a top-grade pill resulted in the jealousy of the heavens. Long Chen completely ignored this pill tribulation. He opened the lid, and 9 beams of light shot out into the tribulation clouds. What a wild power! It actually attacked the pill tribulation. Meng Qi and the others were startled. Top-grade pills had a certain level of spirituality and were normally afraid of heavenly tribulation. However, this furnace of pills actually transformed into swords stabbing into the heavens. At this moment, lightning was crashing down, but it was shattered by the swords. Even the tribulation clouds were broken. Not good, they're running, cried out Meng Qi and the others. The tribulation was unable to stop these pills. Most top-grade pills would be destroyed during tribulation, and even if they survived, they would be normally exhausted. But these pills had destroyed the tribulation clouds and ran. All of a sudden, a lightning dragon appeared and devoured the 9 swords. The dragon then vanished, and 9 pills appeared in Long Chen's hand. Those pills all emitted a majestic aura. They were translucent. Inside, it was possible to see mountains and rivers, flowers and birds. It was like they contained an entire world, with light and spiritual qi flowing within them. Top-grade tribulation pills. Just like that, Yu Xiaochen covered her mouth, completely shocked. A top-grade pill was extremely rare. Some alchemists could spend a lifetime without refining one. Any top-grade pills that were refined were viewed as treasures to be passed down. They rarely were allowed to undergo tribulation, but Long Chen could refine 9 top-grade tribulation pills just like that. Would eating them allow us to rapidly increase our realm? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen shook his head. The high-grade heaven-merging pills can be consumed, but these top-grade tribulation pills contain too much of the will of the heavenly Taos. If not controlled properly, they might explode in your body. Hence, they should instead be placed in formations that extract their energy bit by bit for others to absorb. Even so, their effect is dozens of times greater than the high-grade pills. Then let's refine some more. We can take turns resting and refining. We can also call Cloud and Lu Ruyan over, said Tang Wan excitedly. No, they've just advanced. Their cultivation path is different from ours, so we shouldn't disturb them at this important time. We'll take turns with just us, said Long Chen. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Dong Mingyu, and Yu Xiaochen took turns supporting Ling with their spiritual strength. Meanwhile, Ling focused on controlling Long Chen's clone and refining the pills with the moon and star refining furnace. The reason that she needed to control Long Chen's clone to refine the heaven-merging pill was because it required a certain conduit to heaven and earth. Long Chen's clone provided that conduit, and that was what allowed the pill to contain more energy from the heavenly Taos. This also meant that the heaven-merging pill was one of the few pills that the moon and star refining furnace and Ling were unable to refine completely on their own. Meng Qi and the others refined 5 furnaces of pills before they needed a break. Now, it was Long Chen's turn. However, this time, Long Chen used the demon moon furnace. He said to Ling I will be the main force, while you assist me. Focus on controlling the furnace. If you are unable to split your attention, leave the clone to Evilmoon to control. After saying that, Long Chen focused on himself completely. This time, he was refining a demonic pill. Although its medicinal energy was terrifying, there were many unsure factors that could make him fail the refinement. At this moment, the pill furnace rumbled. Long Chen's flame energy burned to its fullest as the pill condensed, and his spiritual strength was fully unleashed. At the same time, his clone's spiritual strength also aided the refinement. The pill furnace then rumbled intensely. Even the heavens and the earth quivered with every shake of the furnace. The distant mountains began to collapse. Suddenly, cracks spread in the ground, covering this entire area. The demon moon furnace shuddered so intensely it was like some weapon was attacking its walls on the inside. Damn, these pills really are ruthless. It hurts, exclaimed Ling The refinement was complete. 9 pills were striking the furnace like shooting stars, trying to break free. Release one of them, said Long Chen. When it appeared, the void darkened as lightning crashed down. Black qi gushed out of the pill, and it transformed into human shape. The human form it took was actually Long Chen. However, this Long Chen's eyes were red, and it emitted a demonic aura. Surprisingly, this figure ignored the lightning in the sky and chose to immediately strike Long Chen. Long Chen received its punch with his fist. As a result, the ground beneath his feet exploded. Just at that moment, the pill sent a foot kicking toward his crotch with lightning speed. Long Chen hastily raised his own leg to block. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed and his hand shot up toward his ear. Chapter 2714 Long Chen's Unease. A hand stopped just 3 inches from Long Chen's face. Seeing this scene, Meng Qi and the others covered their mouths in shock, filled with disbelief. That was clearly Long Chen's divine face-slapping art, a silent and ephemeral attack. Long Chen himself was almost struck by it. Long Chen furiously pulled down that hand, smashing it into the ground. As a result, that Long Chen exploded, transforming into a medicinal pill. "Get them all out here," barked Long Chen. The demon moon furnace opened and 8 medicinal pills flew out. Before they even manifested their shape, Long Chen's fist landed, blasting apart the runes surrounding them. After that, all the medicinal pills were grabbed and tossed into his primal chaos space. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky vanished. With the medicinal pills gone from this world, the tribulation also vanished. Right now, Meng Qi and the others came forward curiously. Long Chen took out the heaven-merging pills once more. They were as black as charcoal, but specks of light flowed within them like countless stars. These heaven-merging pills gave off an extremely sinister feeling, completely different from the heaven-merging pills that they had previously refined. This medicinal pill's pill spirit is incredible. If Long Chen refined a few thousand, wouldn't that be an army? Tang Wan smacked her lips. That pill had fought exactly like Long Chen just now. Although its aura was weaker, it possessed a portion of his power and combat experience. That was enough to give it incredible power. The face-slapping art in particular had almost struck Long Chen. Anyone else would probably have no chance of dodging. Long Chen shook his head. These demonic pills can't be controlled like that. Tang Wan was disappointed. That was truly a pity. She was already envisioning an army of pills commanded by Long Chen. The reason demon pills were called so was due to how nefarious they were. There were many inexplicable things about them. Let alone them, even Ling the item spirit of the demon moon furnace, was unable to fully explain the abilities of demon pills. Demon pills contained a different kind of power in this universe, one that others couldn't explain. Not even the pill sovereign's memories had information on that. The only thing that could be said was that this power was demonic. Long Chen then looked at the demonic pills in his hand. These pills are like a mirror reflecting all the energies inside my body. Flame energy, thunder force, the power of my astral spaces. I can even vaguely feel the auras of my divine ring and 6-star battle armor. Other than the primal chaos space, all my secrets are within it. This was truly shocking. Even during his heavenly tribulation, the heavenly Taos had been unable to replicate most of his abilities. But these demonic pills had managed to do so. These demonic pills had not just absorbed his own energy but also the energy of this world, in addition to an unclear demonic energy. It could be said that these pills were made based on his body. To others, it was a pill of destruction that would kill anyone who consumed them. At this moment, Long Chen, Meng Qi, and the others began to crazily refine pills. After 3 furnaces of demonic pills, he tried refining a giant pill. The result was that the giant pill actually came out to fight him, and its power was shocking. It reflected practically all his techniques, even the Azure Dragon battle armor. However, it didn't have true blood qi backing it, so its power couldn't compare to Long Chen. It was still defeated and transformed into a large medicinal pill. 6-colored light flowed over it, just like Long Chen's divine ring. This divine ring had 6 stars shining within it just like when Long Chen summoned it. However, while it was able to imitate the divine ring and 6-star battle armor, it was unable to use that kind of power. Despite that, the power of this pill still made Meng Qi and the others jump. When this giant pill transformed into Long Chen, the red light in its eyes was extremely frightening. It was like a devil king. Long Chen and the giant pill fought an intense battle. The pill was extremely vicious, exchanging ruthless blows just to injure Long Chen. If it weren't for Long Chen having an absolute advantage in terms of power, he really might have been wounded. This giant demonic pill seemed to contain an entire star. It was like the explosive power of an entire world was compressed inside, ready to erupt at any moment. After beating it, Long Chen rested, while Meng Qi and the others continued refining pills. As for Long Chen, he was examining the giant pill. The starry light of the giant pill illuminated Long Chen's face. It was like a mirror. Looking at himself inside of the demonic pill, Long Chen felt a chill. A sense of fear slowly crept over his heart. The self that he saw within the demonic pill looked completely foreign. It was like the souls of millions of devils condensed into his shape. Just a glance at this version of himself could cause someone to want to die. Who are you? Looking at himself in the giant demonic pill, Long Chen clenched his fist. Through this refinement, it felt like he saw another soul within his body. It was an extremely sinister, bloodthirsty, and violent soul. It was like all the evil of the world was condensed inside of it. The moment Long Chen spoke to the demonic pill spoke back to him, saying the same words. It was a mirror seemingly reflecting his inner heart, and it didn't give him any answer. Long Chen finally sighed and closed his eyes. For some reason, just staring at this version of himself made him feel exhausted. Was it the pill sovereign's will? No, the pill sovereign's will was arrogant but not evil. A heart devil? No, a heart devil reflected the most important part of someone, making it consume the rest of a person's mind. Just what was it? Long Chen vaguely felt uneasy. In this world, the most frightening thing was the unknown. He vaguely sensed that there was something within him. Although it had never influenced him, it still made him feel afraid. In order to not worry Meng Qi and the others, he didn't mention this to them. But as time passed, he realized something. Even though he always tried to avoid wrapping them in his karma, in truth, from the moment they met, they were already within his karma. That was why he was now comfortable enough to share these things with them, even the name of the 9-star hegemon body art and some of what he knew about it. If it comforted them, he was comfortable telling them these things. He had a feeling that telling them wasn't a bad thing. Long Chen, news has come from the Alliance. The Yin-Yang world has launched an attack. Suddenly, Tang Wan-er ran over anxiously. Chapter 2715 The Sinister Play. So quickly, Long Chen was startled. This was currently the time when everyone was resting and focusing entirely on increasing their realm. At this moment, time was in the invaders' favor, and it had only been a few days, so why would they launch an attack? Tang Wan-er reported, the Alliance sent word that the Yin-Yang world launched a sudden attack with 100,000 heaven-merging experts. They caught us off guard, and by the time we gathered our forces, they retreated. However, then Devil Spirit Mountain attacked. There is also the demon race from the ancient battlefield and the undying race of resentful Death City. They all launched sudden attacks and pulled back just as we prepared to strike back. Long Chen nodded. The undying race, the blood race, the devil race, and the demon race really are prudent. Even with such an advantage over us, they are still doing everything they can to increase their odds. They're disturbing us so that we can't properly cultivate. They had launched sneak attacks, but they were nothing more than disturbances. At the same time, they could also probe the real situation of the continent. Their sneak attacks killed over 10,000 of our heaven-merging experts. That's not a good omen. Those bastards are all hateful. Tang Wan-er clenched her teeth furiously. War is simply like that. Any and all methods are used, and there are no rules to speak of. For victory, anything goes, and that is the correct path. Long Chen smiled and comforted Tang Wan-er. Even after all these years, she still had a child's temper. Battle was not a game. How are you still smiling? Tang Wan-er glared at him. What else should I do? Cry. If crying could win a battle, I don't mind crying until the heavens are flooded. Long Chen became serious. Alright, did the report say anything about the power of these sneak attacks? What level have they reached? Tang Wan-er said, the Alliance's news said that their main force was composed of newly advanced heaven-merging experts. The senior heaven-merging experts were just in charge of directing the troops. However, these new heaven-merging experts have reached the mid-realm, somewhere between the 4th heaven stage and the 5th heaven stage. So high, Long Chen was startled. It had only been a bit more than 10 days since the tribulation. How had they reached the mid-heaven-merging realm? Even with the Dragonblood warriors focusing on cultivation and the assistance of medicinal pills, Ji Yu-yang and the others had only reached the 2nd heaven stage. There were also some sects that had disciples forcibly raise their realms regardless of risks to their foundations. However, even so, only over 500 people on the entire continent had reached the 3rd heaven stage. Those people had sacrificed their foundations in order to increase their cultivation speed. But even so, their enemies had advanced to the mid-heaven merging realm. That speed truly caused despair. Exactly, it's crazy. Their sneak attacks didn't cause too many casualties for the continent, but it's a serious blow to the continent's morale, said Tang Wan. The fact that Long Chen had destroyed the karmic luck pearl, resulting in the continent no longer being able to produce a sovereign, was already a heavy stone on people's hearts. But now, adding on the enemy's terrifying cultivation speed, they couldn't see the slightest hope. No matter how they cultivated with their lives on the line, it was meaningless. The difference was too great. This is most likely intentional. They want our confidence to collapse, so I would guess that they created these troops just for this attack. With such rapid cultivation, it's no longer a matter of their foundations growing unsteady. Their cultivation bases are essentially set in stone. They will never advance again. Each world sacrificed 100,000 people just to shake our confidence. Hehe, they have some guts, said Long Chen. He refused to believe that there was a way to allow someone who had just advanced to heaven merging to reach the 4th or 5th heaven stage without some kind of price. The Zan Master is of the same opinion. He said that this is mental warfare, and they definitely won't stop with just this. As they shake our confidence, they also disturb our cultivation, forcing us to be too nervous to cultivate properly, said Tang Wan. Long Chen smiled. The Zan Master is correct. Did he say how we should counter them? He did not. Long Chen was somewhat speechless. Alright, then I guess he left this problem to me. However, thinking about it, he supposed that this was the correct call. He was currently the hope of the martial heaven continent. If he was the one to settle this problem, it would raise the continent's morale much more, and he would shatter their enemies' mental warfare. Then what should we do? Asked Tang Wan. What else? We'll strike back. We must have the initiative in our hands, or we'll slowly be suffocated to death. Have the Dragonblood Legion go out and split into 4 to attack the 4 worlds. Have them work with Mo Nian and Ziyan. Wild also came back yesterday, and Ziqiu has come out of seclusion. Every group will have a supreme divine item protecting them, said Long Chen. Will that work? What if they fall into our enemy's trap? Furthermore, if they encounter someone like the High Priest, they'll be in danger. Tang Wan was not at ease with such a plan. In truth, their sneak attacks are entirely unnecessary. We're already weaker than them. They have experts that need to become sovereigns, and that requires gathering the power of an entire world. By sneak attacking us, they've ended up reminding me what we should be doing. We will strike their worlds, disturbing the laws of their worlds so that the Aldevil Heavenwalker, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, and the others are unable to become sovereigns as quickly. That will win us precious time. If they don't become sovereigns, they won't dare to enter the martial heaven continent, said Long Chen. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the Aldevil Heavenwalker, Yi Ming, and the 9-headed lion had all been defeated by Long Chen. If they wanted vengeance, they had to become sovereigns first. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to find trouble for Long Chen again, or they would be purely courting death. Then what about us refining pills? Asked Tang Wan. If they weren't here refining pills, the Dragonblood Legion would have their cultivation speed slowed down greatly. We'll be refining pills here as usual. We don't need to bother with them. Didn't I already say that Mo Nian will be there? He can direct everyone. We'll just come over if they need us, said Long Chen. You're not going? Asked Tang Wan, surprised. No, I want to focus entirely on refining pills. Once there are enough, I need to go look for the Eastern Wasteland Bell, said Long Chen. Long Chen then called over Meng Qi and the others. He had them stop with their refinement of the ordinary heaven merging pills because they already had enough to last the Dragonblood Legion a long time. Instead, they helped him refine demonic pills. Once he had enough, he would go out in search of the Eastern Wasteland Bell, leaving his clone to refine the ordinary heaven merging pills with Meng Qi and the others. Just as they were refining the demonic heaven merging pills as quickly as possible, the Dragonblood Legion received his orders and began to mobilize. Chapter 2716 Striking Back. After the Dragonblood Legion was assembled, Mo Nian, Ziyan, Wild, and Yi Ziqiu split them up into 4 groups and led them off to their own targets. Mo Nian brought the first group to Resentful Death City. In order to display the Mo family's might, he specifically brought 10,000 of the Mo family's elite disciples, the strongest warriors. They were all hand-picked by Mo Nian. He had decided to also train his own legion like Long Chen. However, the Mo family's legion was composed of master archers with overwhelming offensive power while lacking defensive power. With the Dragonblood warriors, they now had people skilled in both close and long-range battle. If Ku Jianying didn't harshly warn Mo Nian not to mess around, he might even have the urge to lead these people in destroying resentful Death City. The second group was Li Qi's corps, led by Yi Ziqiu. Their target was the devil race of Devil Spirit Mountain. The third group was Song Mingyuan's corps, led by Wild. In order to be safe, Sha Chen and Guo Ran joined this group. While Wild's power was terrifying, he was like a child. This group specifically chose to target the ancient battlefield, because that place was filled with the demon race. In other words, food for Wild. Wild had just returned, but his body was now covered in strange marks. He had two horns shining on top of his head, and his blood chi was like fire, twisting the void around him. They still didn't know where the Western Desert Axe had brought Wild, but now that he was back, his aura had become much fiercer. He truly did appear like a monster. Fortunately, while his aura was frightening, his character was still the same. Furthermore, the Western Desert Axe on his back had recovered a great deal. Most of the rust on it was gone, revealing its divine luster. Even upon returning, Wild's mouth never paused. He was constantly picking out things from a fur sack on his chest and tossing them into his mouth. Those things were fist-sized corpses of 13th rank beasts. Wild was actually treating them as snacks. Furthermore, it seemed like he would never be full. The fourth group was Yu Zifeng's corps, and Ziyan and Yu Zifeng led it together. Yu Zifeng had also just returned. After the tribulation, he had gone to the Heavenly Sword Gate to pay respects to his master, the old sect master of the Xuantian Monastery, Ling Yunzi. That trip had taken 10 days. Upon returning, the ordinary sword he usually used was gone, replaced with an ancient, fearful sword. Although it had never come out of its sheath, it gave a feeling that if it ever did, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. With that sword, Yu Zifeng's entire aura became colder. However, since he rarely spoke, no one asked him what had happened. As a sword cultivator, his offensive power was incomparable. Moreover, with Ziyan's support, there was definitely no problem with their group. In order to be absolutely safe, it wasn't just the Dragonblood Legion who was mobilized. Yi Lingshan, Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, and Examen Tianshang also joined the four groups. As soon as they were gathered, they flew off in 4 different directions, going toward resentful Death City, Devil Spirit Mountain, the ancient battlefield, and the Yin-Yang world. When Mo Nian arrived in resentful Death City, he immediately encountered a group of the Undying Race's experts. After their first sneak attack, they were in the midst of preparing for a second assault. They were playing tactics, thinking that the Martial Heaven continent would definitely not expect a second assault right after the first one. They were planning on consecutive attacks to wipe out the Martial Heaven continent's morale. As a result, they were still in the midst of a speech to raise their own morale when Mo Nian arrived. "Ha, we arrived at the right time." Mo Nian gave the order, and the Mo family's disciples, bows curved like crescent moons. Arrows rained down like lightning on the Undying Race's experts. This group of the Undying Race had just returned, and now they found that the Martial Heaven continent had caught their tail. For a moment, chaos reigned in their midst. After the wave of arrows, Ji Yuyong led the Dragonblood warriors charging forward. While they were only at the early heaven merging realm, they still slaughtered these mid-heaven merging experts before them. "Don't crush them, keep their heads intact," shouted Mo Nian. The Dragonblood warriors were too fierce, and their attacks destroyed these experts' very existence. Long Chen said that he wanted their heads as compensation to the Martial Heaven continent. If they were destroyed, then there would be no proof. However, it was useless. These Undying experts were unable to block a single swing of the Dragonblood warriors' swords. "It's no good," shouted Ji Yuyong. The Dragonblood warriors had started off by absorbing the pill dregs of Long Chen's first refinement. Due to it containing his world energy, their astral spaces grew once more. Later on, Long Chen refined demonic pills, and their energy was absorbed by the warriors through formations, resulting in their astral spaces growing as their realm increased. Their astral spaces were now twice as large as before. A heaven merging expert merged heavenly Tao energy with the world energy in their astral spaces. With that world energy as a foundation, the power they could unleash multiplied. Hence, there was no longer any way for them to control themselves. They couldn't keep the heads of the enemies intact. Fine, then work hard. I'll just have to use a photographic jade as proof. Mo family disciples, hear my orders. Use the life-ending arrows. Don't let a single enemy escape. Hearing that, the Mo family's disciples took out black arrows with countless barbs. Every barb had a blood-colored rune on it. Those blood-colored runes contained their life energy. Once those runes pierced into an enemy's body, they would automatically detonate. They could also detonate with the will of their master. Once it exploded, a curse rune would be born, one that instantly sucked away the life of an expert. This was a secret art that Mo Nian had found in an ancient tomb. He had specially made these arrows afterward. The Dragonblood warriors were like tigers descended upon a group of sheep. Those 100,000 undying experts were quickly slaughtered. In just 4 breaths' time, they were fleeing in all directions. By fleeing, they became live targets for the Mo family's disciples. Arrows pierced through their undying bodies, their protective divine light unable to stop the arrows. Those who were pierced by the arrows died without being able to make a sound. They simply fell limply to the ground. Mo Nian suddenly glanced at the core of resentful Death City and waved his hand. Everyone rapidly fell back. You think you can run now? Keep dreaming. A giant hand crashed down from the sky, shattering space, enveloping every Dragonblood warrior and disciple of the Mo family. Chapter 2717 Beat out your bull ball. The central plains cauldron appeared above Mo Nian's head and unleashed a ray of divine light that shattered the large hand. That brief delay was all it took for the Dragonblood warriors and the Mo family's disciples to flee back to the martial heaven continent. Mo Nian suddenly raised the heaven-seizing sun-hunting bow. A ray of light shot out through the sky of resentful Death City. The light exploded above the city like a beautiful firework, illuminating the world. Countless furious roars suddenly rang out from within resentful Death City. Countless experts in seclusion were startled awake by this arrow. Mo Nian's attack had caused the laws of this world to become chaotic, forcing these experts in seclusion to wake up from their cultivation state. The human race's Mo Nian is here. Continue what you were doing. I'll be back later. Mo Nian's voice resounded throughout resentful Death City, but he himself was hiding within the central plains cauldron and flying back to the martial heaven continent. Perfect. Mo Nian and Ji Yuyong high-fived when he returned. The two of them laughed at the success of this sneak attack. They stood guard outside of the entrance to the corrupt god cemetery. According to the high priest, the worlds had not fully linked up, so old monsters from those worlds would be suppressed if they set foot onto the continent, resulting in them not daring to do so. Otherwise, if they were to face the high priest or Taoist heavenly feather, they wouldn't even have a chance to run. Bastard human race, none of you will be able to cultivate like this either. Shouted the undying race's experts. How laughable. You were the ones who wanted to play. We're just accompanying you. What? You don't like playing this way? Mo Nian eyed those experts disdainfully. Stop spouting crap and fight. Ji Yuyong was even more direct, pointing his spear right at them. Resentful Death City was now fully linked to the corrupt god cemetery, so the corrupt god cemetery could already be considered the outer region of resentful Death City. Furthermore, resentful Death City was not the same as when Long Chen had seen it. It was now connected to several other worlds and was even larger. However, no matter how large it grew, it was not fully merged with the martial heaven continent. Those experts on the level of living fossils would be suppressed by the laws of the martial heaven continent. As long as they didn't come, Ji Yuyong and the others had nothing to be afraid of. HMPH, little rabbits, why don't you try coming in again? A dark-faced, almost skeletal elder appeared within the corrupt god cemetery. This was precisely the old monster that had previously fought Sovereign Ziyong. He was an extremely terrifying existence. Old calf, why don't you try coming to our side? Let's see if I can beat some bull balls out of you. Cursed Mo Nian. Bull balls. The elder was first confused, but he quickly realized what Mo Nian meant, and fury filled his eyes. However, he suddenly laughed, ignorant brat, the day that I set foot on the martial heaven continent, you will regret coming to this world. Who do you think you are? Come over right now and let's exchange 300 blows. Mo Nian aimed his bow at the elder. Of course, Mo Nian didn't dare to challenge such a terrifying monster. That was an existence that had even fought against Sovereign Ziyong. The Sovereign Ziyong of that time was not the Sovereign Ziyong that had appeared in Long Chen's heavenly tribulation. It was the true Sovereign Ziyong that stood at the peak of the martial path. In terms of true strength, the current Mo Nian didn't match a single pinky from this old monster. Even if the continent's laws did suppress him when he came over, Mo Nian would still be forced to flee. However, if he really did come, then the High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the others would immediately sense him and take action to slay him. 300 rounds. The elder laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. It had to be known that back then, he had fought Sovereign Ziyang for 3 days and nights before he was defeated. Mo Nian was so unashamed as to say he would fight 300 rounds with him. Do you not have confidence in lasting that long? Then how about 10 exchanges? If you haven't lost in 10 exchanges, I'll let you escape with your dog life. What? You don't dare. Fine, I won't use my hands or feet. I won't use my soul. I won't use magical arts. Do you dare? Provoked Mo Nian. No hands, feet, soul, or magical arts. Then what are you going to use to fight him? Asked Ji Yu Yang. Mo Nian chortled. Just look at how terrified he is. I'll take off my pants and use my life rod, and he'll flee. Suddenly, the void exploded. That old monster was finally provoked and attacked. However, the instant he entered the martial heaven continent, Mo Nian and the others were shocked to find that the world was frozen. Some terrifying power froze time and twisted space. Before Mo Nian could even understand what was happening or what kind of power this was, a withered claw reached toward his throat. But just as the claw was about to reach him, the twisted void split open, and cold light slashed out, severing the elder's hand. The elder's expression changed, and he waved his staff with his other hand. The 3 skulls on his staff glowed, forming a brown bridge above his head. The bridge exploded and a sharp sword slashed down, striking his staff. A tempest containing the laws of multiple worlds erupted. Mo Nian, Ji Yu Yang, and the others were sent tumbling back by that tempest. Mo Nian was the closest and ended up hacking up blood, his body cracking. Mo Nian was about to curse the Central Plains Cauldron for not protecting him just now, but then he saw the Central Plains Cauldron grow and block the entrance to the corrupt god cemetery. A sword slashed down from the heavens and cosmos. It seemed to contain countless stars. A sword cultivator. The elder's expression changed once more, and he slammed his hand on the ground, which then wrapped around him like a blanket. As for the 3 skulls on his staff, they changed color, shining golden light on the earth around him. The earth instantly solidified, becoming a giant shield of immortal metal. What kind of technique is this? Mo Nian and the others were stunned. This was no illusion. He had really turned dirt into immortal metal. Was there really such a heaven-defying ability in this world? At this moment, the sword slashed onto the giant shield. Shockingly, this immortal metal was like tofu in front of the sword and was cleanly cut in 2. The sword light then struck the elder. The elder seemed to have been expecting this and was murmuring some kind of incantation. His staff then grew larger, blocking the sword. Boom! The elder coughed up blood, which instantly transformed into black chi. After that, the elder snorted and waved his staff once more. A hole opened in the void, and he jumped in. However, just at this moment, a giant cauldron came flying out of the hole that he made, knocking him out. The elder had just flown out when a sword slashed down. The elder was slashed apart. Chapter 2718 Gui Si. Mo Nian and the others were shocked. That terrifying monster was killed. Mo Nian had managed to provoke him into charging onto the martial heaven continent. After that, the Central Plains Cauldron blocked his exit, trapping him here. Gui Si, will remember this enmity. I will definitely kill you when I descend upon the martial heaven continent once more. Even though his body was destroyed, his voice still rang out. The staff in his hand suddenly shrank until it was a tiny needle, which then pierced through the void and vanished without a trace. He's still not dead. Mo Nian and the others were even more shocked. That was absolutely crazy. He could still flee in this state. The divine sword in the sky also vanished once the elder fled. After that, the Central Plains Cauldron floated over to Mo Nian. That fellow might have fled, but his Yuan spirit is injured. He'll need to recuperate, so you won't need to worry about him temporarily. Haha, so you mean I can go in whenever I want now? Mo Nian's eyes immediately lit up. This terrifying elder had been injured, and the Central Plains Cauldron would be enough to deal with the other experts. This meant that Mo Nian would be able to cause as much trouble as he wanted. Up to you, but don't randomly use my power unless you need to. I need to recuperate as well, said the Central Plains Cauldron. It vanished. Haha, senior, don't worry. Mo Nian, am not someone who doesn't know my limits. Mo Nian laughed and suddenly furiously shouted toward the corrupt god cemetery. What are you looking at? Everyone, listen up, slaughter them. The corrupt god cemetery had quite a few experts of the undying race who had chased Mo Nian and the others. However, after personally seeing their terrifying ancestor be beaten and flee, they were absolutely stunned. In that days, arrows rained down on them. These experts were the elders of the undying race, with cultivation bases mostly in the early and mid-heaven merging realm. They had mostly come just as a show of power. In truth, the undying race had not used their true main forces to chase Mo Nian and the others, because although the younger generation of his people had been startled away, Guisi had ordered them to focus on their cultivation and not chase. Although they had been startled awake from their meditative states, as long as they didn't move, they would be able to slowly enter that state again with some time. However, if they were to fight and have their blood get heated, their souls shaken, it would take far longer to calm themselves back down. At the very least, it would be a few days, maybe even 10 days before they could enter a meditative state that would benefit their cultivation. That was why Guisi was the one to chase them away. It was to avoid having those disciples be affected. As for the elders, their true trump cards were naturally not to be exposed so easily. That was why it was simply one peak elder leading a bunch of extras. Now that the peak elder was injured and had fled, those extras met a calamity. The Dragonblood warriors chased them down all the way to resentful Death City, slaughtering tens of thousands of experts. Once they were forced back, Mo Nian didn't continue chasing them. Quitting while they were ahead, he returned to the martial heaven continent. Upon returning, they started resting, and the elders of the martial heaven continent took charge of guarding this channel. Their purpose was mostly to give a warning to the main forces. No one was hoping for them to be able to stop the undying race's army. How did the other groups do? Asked Mo Nian. Ji Yu Yong laughed delightedly. Things went even smoother for them. They didn't encounter any old monsters like us. After killing the sneak attackers, they returned. It mostly went as expected. These four worlds definitely have some secret means of communication. It turns out that the other sneak attackers were also gathering at the same time as the group at Resentful Death City. The sneak attacks of Resentful Death City, Devil Spirit Mountain, the Ancient Battlefield, and the Yin-Yang world were too orderly. They were perfectly timed and couldn't possibly be coincidences. Furthermore, they were all preparing for the second wave at the same time. That basically confirmed that they were capable of communicating with each other. However, Wild's group went further than the others, so Wild gained quite a bit of food. He charged all the way to the core of the ancient battlefield, and the report says that the Western Desert Axe unleashed its power to slay over 10 of their late heaven merging experts. As for mid-heaven merging experts and below, there's no way to count how many were killed. Wild's food sack is now full, said Ji Yu Yong excitedly. Wild had become the master of the Western Desert Axe, and the latter needed an ocean's worth of blood chi to recover. As for Wild, he needed powerful meat to grow. Their cooperation was practically a match made in heaven. The Western Desert Axe's recovery speed was amazing. It could even benefit from using its power to slaughter the demonic beasts. Alright, based on the original plan, we'll rest for 7 days and then launch another sneak attack, disturbing the flow of their world so that they can't properly cultivate, said Mo Nian. The Dragonblood Legion focused on cultivating. With the heaven merging pills refined by Meng Qi and the others, their cultivation speed was extremely fast. Within the formation, they didn't need to enter a meditative state as they were directly absorbing energy from the pills. As a result, Mo Nian and the Mo family's legion benefited immensely from cultivating with them and borrowing the power of the medicinal pills. The only regretful thing to Mo Nian was that he and the other disciples of the Mo family were unable to absorb the heaven merging pills specifically refined by Long Chen. They didn't have dragon blood power or the correct cultivation technique. Forcibly absorbing it would injure them, making it not worth it. On the other hand, the Dragonblood warriors' astral spaces had continued growing thanks to Long Chen's medicinal pills, all the way to the point that they were 3 times larger than they originally were. They reached their limit around there. However, their astral spaces were already very large compared to an ordinary person. Having them grow 3 times made their future potential limitless. 7 days later, as planned, Mo Nian launched another sneak attack. However, the instant they arrived, a huge number of enemies swarmed them. This place was being guarded by late heaven merging experts, and it seemed that they were intent on preventing Mo Nian and the others from entering resentful Death City through the corrupt god cemetery. Fortunately, with the help of the Central Plains Cauldron, Mo Nian managed to break through their defenses, charging into resentful Death City and unleashing a single arrow. That arrow had a formation carved into it by Mo Nian, and it exploded like a firework, instantly throwing the laws of heaven and earth into chaos. Although it was almost immediately fixed, that instant startled all the experts awake from their meditative states. After unleashing that one arrow, Mo Nian led the Dragonblood warriors and the Mo family's disciples away once more, infuriating the Undying Race's experts. Mo Nian's last arrow had disturbed them, causing people to take 2 or 3 days to once more enter their meditative state. Some weaker people took 5 or 6 days. Some of them had just entered their meditative states when they were awoken, driving them crazy. It was like someone with insomnia who had just fallen asleep was suddenly awoken by a cannon firing beside their ear. This fury resulted in them being even more difficult to calm down and enter the meditative state once more. The Undying Race's experts were infuriated. They strengthened their defenses, making sure to catch Mo Nian and the others the next time they dared to attack. As a result, this time, Mo Nian didn't wait for 7 days. Instead, he returned on the very next day. Chapter 2719 Using Numbers. This time, Mo Nian led his group not into resentful Death City, but simply to the corrupt god cemetery. There, the Mo family's disciples unleashed a torrent of arrows, and after killing a few of their guards, they ran. Mo Nian had caught them off guard. They had thought that he would wait until everyone was in their meditative states again before trying to disturb them again. However, he acted contrary to the ordinary, launching a sneak attack the very next day and simply running after killing a few people. Despite the damage being insignificant, it infuriated the Undying Race. For the next few days, Mo Nian continued to attack unpredictably. Sometimes it would just be 2 or 3 days between attacks, sometimes it was 6 or 7 days. But every now and then, he would attack multiple times in one day. Every time, he would merely launch some attacks and then run, so the Undying Race was unable to touch a single hair on his head. There was not a single casualty amongst the Dragonblood warriors and the Mo family's disciples. Although they didn't gain much with each attack, their enemies were unable to stop them. Their numbers were slowly ground away, infuriating the Undying Race. They also tried to sneak attack the Martial Heaven continent, but with Mo Nian and the others guarding the channel, they were completely blocked. If they wanted to get through, they would have to get past the Dragonblood warriors with the Mo family's disciples unleashing a rain of arrows behind them. If they wanted to charge through, they would have to pay a heavy price. But then what? What if Mo Nian then used the Central Plains cauldron to seal the way back? They would be trapped on the Martial Heaven continent. Even their ancestor had been killed once, but for them, if they were killed, there would be no going back. Are you even thinking about your own cultivation? Roared one of the Undying Race's experts. It had been almost a month. Resentful Death City had been tormented by Mo Nian's random attacks, causing their core forces to be woken out of their meditative state time and time again, slowing down their cultivation speed. Just one group of the Dragonblood Legion and the Mo family's Legion was holding them up. Although it looked like everyone was suffering together, in truth, the Martial Heaven continent did not just have the Dragonblood Legion. Behind them were countless disciples focused on their cultivation, with no one disturbing them. That was a large threat to the invaders. We want to cultivate too, but you won't let us. What else can we do? Mo Nian shrugged helplessly. How about starting now? We have a temporary ceasefire, said one of the Undying Race's experts, finally submitting. How will that ceasefire be enforced? You shameless fellows will attack us whenever you want. How can we possibly trust you? Sneered Mo Nian. We can swear on the Undying Spirit not to invade the Martial Heaven continent within the next half year. How's that? Mo Nian was sneering inside. Were the Undying Race's experts all so stupid? So they would only attack after half a year. Perhaps this half-a-year timeline was extremely important to the Undying Race. This expert had inadvertently revealed a secret to them without even realizing it. All right, then we'll have a ceasefire for half a year. We'll meet in half a year, said Mo Nian. That's no good. You have to swear an oath, demanded the Undying expert. This fellow before him appeared particularly shameless to him. All right, using the name of the Martial Heaven continent's #1 expert of the junior generation, Long Chen, I swear. If we betray this oath, Long Chen will be struck by 5-colored lightning, swore Mo Nian. That serious appearance of his almost caused Ji Yuyong and the others to burst into laughter. 5-colored lightning, that was an appetizer when Long Chen went through his tribulations. When had he ever cared about it? However, the Undying Race didn't understand that. They also had 5 colored lightning tribulations, and they were a sure death heavenly punishment from the heavenly Taos for those that didn't respect it. Seeing him swear such a solemn oath, the undying experts retreated. They could finally relax. However, half a month later, Mo Nian broke this oath, launching an attack once more. Due to the enemies relaxing their guard, Mo Nian managed to sneak into the core of resentful Death City again. However, he was shocked to find that there was a gigantic tower there now. It had 9 levels, and each level was filled with countless disciples cultivating. There was a sea of experts around the tower. Just those experts on the outside numbered in the millions and millions. Mo Nian was stunned to see such a sight. How did this generation of undying race have so many powerful experts? Seeing the terrifying scene, Mo Nian prepared to unleash one of his ultimate techniques in order to kill as many of them as he could. However, his aura leaked at that moment, and he was locked onto by multiple powerful experts. Hence, Mo Nian only had time to unleash one heaven-shaking arrow to disturb the laws of the heavenly Taos, forcing these people out of their cultivation state. Yi Ming appeared from the top of the tower. He was the first to attack Mo Nian. When Mo Nian saw him, he jumped in shock. Yi Ming had advanced to the 7th heaven stage. As for Mo Nian, even with the support of Long Chen's medicinal pills, he had only reached the 3rd heaven stage. He was only at the early stage, while Yi Ming had advanced to the late stage of heaven merging. Mo Nian instantly connected this result with the giant tower and the undying disciples inside the tower. Yi Ming's quick cultivation speed had to be related to these millions of disciples. At the same time, Mo Nian understood why the undying race had said that they only needed half a year. At this rate, Yi Ming would easily become a sovereign before half a year. They had gathered the power of an entire world just to support one person. Yi Ming's aura towered over Mo Nian's, and with a wave of the hand, black chi filled the sky. Someone who lost to Long Chen isn't qualified to challenge Daddy Mo. Mo Nian snorted, and the central plane's cauldron above his head unleashed a ray of light. As a result, the void was torn open, and he immediately fled. At this moment, explosions rang throughout resentful Death City. The Dragonblood Legion and the Mo family's disciples had also snuck in, placing Guo Ran's bombs around the outer edges of the city. Mo Nian had snuck into the core on his own, and the disturbance he made immediately caused them all to flee. Once they fled, those bombs suddenly exploded. The detonation of hundreds of bombs caused all of resentful Death City to shake. Even space became so unstable that even heaven-merging experts didn't dare to tear through the void for fear of being sucked into a wild chaotic stream of space. Bastard! I'll kill him, raged Yi Ming. Mo Nian had caused them repeated trouble. If it weren't for him, he would perhaps have reached the 8th heaven stage. However, just as he was about to move, he was grabbed by a withered hand. Gui Si appeared. Don't let such petty matters interfere with what's important, barked Gui Si. Yi Ming's expression sank. After that, he suppressed his fury and returned to the top of the tower to cultivate. However, he really was furious and unable to enter his meditative state for a while. Gui Si turned to one of the undying race's elders. Since it's been exposed, gather 3 million disciples to defend the channel. Even if their lives are forfeit, these people cannot be allowed to continue to interfere. So what if these people kill them? How many can they really kill? The Martial Heaven Continent's dying struggle won't last much longer. Gui Si looked in the direction of the Martial Heaven Continent. He then sneered and turned away. However, when he turned away, a bloody wound appeared on his mouth. That was the scar of a sword. Chapter 2720 Deadlock. They want to use numbers against us. How ruthless. Mo Nian tried barging through the corrupt god cemetery 3 times, only to be forced back thrice as well. He didn't even have a chance to enter resentful Death City. They've sacrificed a portion of their troops to allow the others to cultivate peacefully. The undying race really is ruthless. Ji Yu Yang nodded. Not only are they ruthless, but they also have the capital to do so. With just our numbers, killing a few million experts through sneak attacks while also being on guard against that old monster will take forever. Mo Nian felt trapped. Long Chen had said that the sneak attacks had to be focused on absolute safety as a priority. He didn't want to see any losses amongst them, but if they didn't take any risks, every sneak attack would only kill a few thousand to 10,000 of the undying race's experts. 10 million experts of the undying race were enough to stall them. We have to disturb them somehow. Resentful Death City is focused entirely on allowing Yi Ming to advance as quickly as possible. His cultivation speed is astonishing. Once he becomes sovereign, the martial heaven continent will be in trouble. Although it might not reach the point where he can dominate the continent, he would be able to deal grievous damage with sneak attacks, said Mo Nian gloomily. Once Yi Ming became sovereign, on his own, he would be able to constantly launch sneak attacks, grinding away all the experts of the martial heaven continent. From then on, they would never have a moment of peace. If that happened, they would be unable to continue disturbing the other worlds, allowing the invaders to focus entirely on cultivation. Then the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the Nine-Headed Lion, the Aldevil Heavenwalker, and the others would become sovereigns as well. Senior, this relates to the life and death of the martial heaven continent. You have to help me out this time. I must charge into resentful Death City and interrupt them. With no other options, Mo Nian could only beg the Central Plains Cauldron for aid. It had the power to do so, but it was still in the midst of recovering, and using its power so recklessly would extend the time it needed to recover. The Central Plains Cauldron said, "No need to rush. Your helpers have come." A group of people appeared just as it spoke. Their leader was a giant with a giant axe on his back. Every step of his caused the world to shake. Mo Nian was delighted to see Wild, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the rest of their group. He asked, "Why are you here?" Guo Ran laughed, "Everything is under boss's control." He knew they would play this kind of game, sacrificing some cannon fodder to protect the rest of their troops. According to boss, we should gather our power, attack them, and then run. Ziyan and Yu Zifeng arrived with their group just at that moment. Yi Zichou's group was right on their tail. Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, Examen Tianshang, Yi Lingshan, and the others had also arrived. Since all four supreme divine items were present, Mo Nian instantly became arrogant again. "Brothers, kill them." The Dragonblood Legion was gathered and they charged into the corrupt god cemetery. An old monster immediately attacked them. However, with a slash of Yi Zichou's sword, ice and snow blew through the world, and that old monster's hand instantly froze solid. That old fellow hastily retreated. The current Northern Source Sword had recognized Yi Zichou as its master. Unlike Mo Nian, Yi Zichou was a perfect match for the Northern Source Sword, as both had ice attributes. Yi Zichou could use her own ice energy to invoke the power of the Northern Source Sword, so it didn't deplete the Northern Source Sword's core energy. Even this old fellow of the Undying race suffered immensely under its blow. Mixed with shock and anger, he was about to counterattack when a giant axe smashed down from the sky. The elder coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the distance. He was almost cut in two. With him gone, a giant opening appeared in their defenses. Mo Nian and the others were like a sharp arrow piercing through their midst, charging into resentful Death City. Without wasting a breath, Mo Nian unleashed a heaven-shaking arrow, throwing the laws of the world into chaos, interrupting their cultivation once more. "We're done, leave." After accomplishing this task, they didn't wait for a response and immediately retreated. Their group then did the same to Devil Spirit Mountain. After shaking the laws there, they rushed to the ancient battlefield and then the Yin-Yang world. Their goal wasn't to kill. It was only to interrupt the invaders and make sure that they couldn't peacefully cultivate. In any case, they had 4 supreme divine items on hand. Even if they encountered terrifying enemies, they could still retreat unscathed. Those 4 worlds were all infuriated. They tried to kill Mo Nian and the others multiple times, but the 4 supreme divine items were simply too powerful. With their power, they always managed to escape. Furthermore, as they worked together, their cooperation improved and their strikes became even more precise. The 4 worlds were tormented endlessly, infuriating them. They naturally did the same thing and launched attacks on the Martial Heaven continent in order to shake the laws of the world. However, the Martial Heaven continent was the core of a star field. Even if it was already badly damaged, it still wasn't something there worlds could compare to. Their attacks were only able to shake a small part of the continent, not even a tenth of the entire Martial Heaven continent. It was essentially meaningless. Moreover, they had to pay a price for this conduct. When they entered the Martial Heaven continent, the formations that Sha Chen had set up made it easy for them to enter but hard to leave. Illusion formations, soul bewitching formations, heart devil formations, and others made it so that they were unable to find their way back. Other than some fish that slipped through the net, the rest were slaughtered. The 4 worlds had sacrificed quite a few people but had not achieved their goal. They gradually became truly dumbfounded. Only now did they realize just how foolish it had been to disturb the Martial Heaven continent. They had essentially shot themselves in the foot. Helplessly, they could only try to cultivate in this disruptive state. But like this, any dreams of rapidly advancing were extinguished. The only thing that comforted them was that the ones harassing them were the apex experts of the martial heaven continent. If they were constantly attacking, then they also didn't have time to cultivate. Both sides were sacrificing. They settled with this kind of result. However, what they didn't know was that with the medicinal pills that Long Chen, Meng Qi, and the others were refining, the martial heaven continent's experts didn't need to enter a meditative state to cultivate effectively. They fought as they absorbed medicinal energy. Although it did impact their cultivation speed, it made sure that their foundations were incomparably solid. As Mo Nian led the Dragonblood Legion against the invading worlds and drew them into a stalemate, Long Chen spent 2 full months refining medicinal pills. On this day, the final furnace of pills was finished. After that, Long Chen told Meng Qi and the others to continue with their refinement. Leaving his clone and Ling behind, he then set off on his own. Chapter 2721 Wall of Ascension. After 2 months, Long Chen had refined hundreds of giant pills, and the ordinary pills he had refined numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others had poured their spiritual strength into Ling in order to help him refine pills. During this period, they had not cultivated at all. The pills that they had previously refined had essentially been used up by the Dragonblood Legion and the Mo family's disciples. If they didn't send more, the others would have to stop absorbing medicinal pills. However, with Long Chen gone, they didn't need to refine so crazily. 1 furnace of pills would be enough for the Dragonblood Legion to absorb for a day. Other than refining pills, they also started focusing on their own cultivation. Tang Wan in particular hadn't even had time to refine the divine bone. As Meng Qi and the others started focusing on their cultivation while still refining some pills, Long Chen entered the Yin-Yang world along with the Dragonblood Legion. However, he was disguised and snuck in. The giant egg in that canyon had vanished. Long Chen then killed one of the blood race's chiefs and gathered one of his memories from a soul search. It was a memory of a giant egg on an altar. That was the egg that Little Snow was in. Countless experts of the blood race were surrounding it, seemingly nourishing it with their bloodline power. This was the only useful image he saw, but it was enough. He was sure that Little Snow was fine. Those experts were all kneeling toward the egg with no malice. After that, he retreated out of the Yin-Yang world and discussed things with Mo Nian and the others. They concluded that they would continue as they were. In any case, they had an unending stream of medicinal pills. They could use those to cultivate while they delayed their enemies from cultivating. Time was extremely important to the martial heaven continent. They had to hinder the Aldevil Heavenwalker, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, Yi Ming, the 9-headed lion, and the others from becoming sovereigns. Mo Nian told Long Chen not to worry about them. They had 4 supreme divine items, so there was no danger to them, nor were they being reckless. They used medicinal pills to cultivate, and then when the time was right, they would take a stroll throughout the other worlds. Their enemies seemed to have admitted defeat. As long as Mo Nian and the others didn't charge into the depths, the invaders simply allowed them to disturb the laws of the world. They no longer bothered facing them directly. Instead, they simply accepted that everyone's cultivation speed would be slowed. In the end, they still had an absolute advantage, so there was no need to bother with Mo Nian and the others. When Long Chen asked about Yun Tian, he found that no one knew where he was. It was as if he had vanished. On the other hand, Hu Feng had told them that he was in seclusion. His gambling Heavenly Dao inheritance was different from other inheritances, and he needed to enter peaceful seclusion. When the final battle came, he would come out. Yun Tian was gone without a trace. It was unknown if he was in seclusion or doing something else. After learning this, Long Chen said a few words to Mo Nian and then left to see the high priest in the Wine God Palace. The high priest was still the same tranquil, composed elder as before. It seemed the prospect of impending doom didn't bother him. The high priest is quite refined, praised Long Chen. Refined? No. The high priest shook his head. This is intoxication, an intoxication that cannot be extricated from. Come, sit. Long Chen slowly sat before the high priest. The high priest took out a small jug of wine and poured a cup for Long Chen, pushing it toward him. Your cultivation base hasn't changed at all. It seems that you've been busy, said the high priest. Long Chen took a sip of the wine and instantly felt a wave of relaxation go through his body. Heavenly Dao energy blossomed within his chest. It was as if this one sip of wine contained all of heaven and earth, giving endless enlightenment. After exclaiming in admiration over the wine, Long Chen said, "Yes, disciple has been busy refining pills. However, honing a blade is not a waste of time. I've come to ask Senior some questions. Do you know any secrets regarding the Eastern Wasteland Bell? I am currently searching for it, but I have no leads." Long Chen was a bit vexed. He had taken out the fragment of the Eastern Wasteland Bell to see if he could use it, but he was unable to cause any reaction to come out of it. He had even asked the Central Plains Cauldron and the Western Desert Axe, but neither of them had any methods. They were also unable to sense the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen had a kind of bad feeling when it came to the heaven-devastating bracelet below the martial heaven sea ring. Although the sea demon race had mostly been wiped out, the heaven-devastating bracelet remained a tumor on the continent. The Central Plains Cauldron had told him that the heaven-devastating bracelet was also recovering. Even if the four supreme divine items joined forces, they might not be able to destroy the heaven-devastating bracelet. Furthermore, even if they could, they themselves would be too badly damaged to help with the rest of the Dark Era. Without them, the martial heaven continent would have no divine items to stop their enemies' world divine items. With no other options, Long Chen came to the high priest. The high priest sipped his wine. After that, he slowly put down the cup and looked at Long Chen. "I don't know that much about the martial heaven continent, especially the 5 supreme divine items. The reason I fully support you is because the wine god sent down an edict ordering the wine god palace to do everything to help you." "Then does that mean that the wine god can help us?" asked Long Chen. "You still don't understand. The gods are not on the same spatial plane as us. They are on a higher plane, unable to descend to our world. This world can only be ascended from but not descended to. Just sending down a simple edict requires paying a huge price, as the wall of ascension blocks all things coming from a higher plane. If a god wished to descend to the mortal world, it would either destroy the mortal world, or the god would be suppressed by the wall of ascension. As the core of a star field, it is even more difficult for a god to send an edict here. The chances of success definitely do not exceed 10%. The wall of ascension, it will even suppress gods." "How is that possible?" asked Long Chen. "The wall of ascension can be passed through from our side, but then there is no coming back. The gods might send down hundreds or thousands of messages, but only 1 or 2 will pass through the wall of ascension. Those messages are all extremely weak and can only be received by their divine statues. We can receive those messages, but we don't have the means to transmit information back to the gods. Of course, there are differences among gods. Some are stronger and some are weaker. Perhaps the stronger gods can do so. For example, Pill Valley's Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite. That is why you must be careful of Pill Valley's xianxia. Perhaps she has the ability to call a god to possess her body." The high priest's expression suddenly became serious. Even he felt a sense of danger when it came to xianxia. Chapter 2722 No Belief. "How much do you know about Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite?" asked Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely curious about these 2 gods. Why was it that he felt such dislike for these 2 gods? No, it should be called a kind of hatred instead. He wasn't sure if this hatred came from the Pill Sovereign memories or the 9-star hegemon body art. Or perhaps it came from himself. What anyone knows about Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite comes from Pill Valley's inheritance. According to Pill Valley's sacred texts, Lord Brahma created the Tao of the Pill Flame, while Fallen Daynite created the Tao of Forging Furnaces. One is a master of all flames, cultivating pill refining arts. One is a master of forging, creating pill furnaces and pill cauldrons. With one refiner and one forger, they are called the masters of the Pill Tao. Without them, there would be no Pill Tao, said the high priest. What absolute crap. Those words came out of Long Chen's mouth before he even thought about it. He hastily apologized. "Sorry, I wasn't talking about you but the crap in Pill Valley's sacred texts." The high priest simply smiled faintly, looking at him with interest. "It seems that you have your own opinion. Let me hear it." "I wouldn't call it an opinion. These 2 fellows are simply shameless. They couldn't possibly be the masters of the Pill Tao," said Long Chen scornfully. "And why is that?" asked the high priest. "This is just like the philosophical question that perplexes people. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Let's avoid wondering whether it was the chicken or the egg for now. It is impossible for either to appear without some cause. There had to be something that existed before them, or there would be no chicken or egg. That existence is the ancestor of all Taos, the source of all things. Just ask yourself, Where do gods come from? They didn't jump out of a rock. Cough, I'm referring to those two fellows, not the wine god. Long Chen once more apologized as he felt such words were a kind of offense to someone with such devotion to a god. However, the high priest brushed him off, indicating for him to go on. The source of all things, which existed before gods, is primal chaos. The heavenly Tao's evolved, manifesting all life, giving rise to spirits and intelligence. Although I don't know the true source of the pill Tao, it is impossible for someone to be born knowing how to refine pills or forge items. The most primitive form of the pill Tao was most likely boiling food. There was a flame and a pot. The fire burned and the stove heated up. Later on, it began to evolve. The flames began to be classified, and the pot began to evolve into countless shapes, cauldrons, furnaces, stoves, etc. In the earliest stages, they were used to boil things. Although I don't know how exactly the pill Tao came to be, it definitely was not created by the two of them. And how can you be so sure of that? Asked the high priest. Long Chen confidently said, first, any expert who is capable of comprehending the pill Tao must be someone with great intellect. Such a person knows that they are standing on the shoulders of countless ancestors who developed the pill Tao to its current state. Even if they were to admit that they are the earliest ancestor of the pill Tao, they would not be so arrogant to say that without them, there would be no pill Tao. That is because even without them, the pill Tao would still be developed. For Lord Brahma and fallen Danite to claim themselves to be the masters of the pill Tao, that without them there would be no pill Tao, is absolute nonsense. Those are definitely not the words of someone with the intellect required to create the pill Tao. That has some logic behind it. Then what is the second reason? The second reason is even more obvious. One controlled fire, one created furnaces. What the hell does that have to do with the pill Tao? If I were to make a comparison, one chopped wood for burning, and one made a stove. Then the two of them met each other. Could they possibly instantly create a way to make delicious food and call themselves the chef god? Perhaps only those fools in Pill Valley would believe such nonsense. As for me, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Those two are definitely scammers, said Long Chen. At first, the high priest was simply smiling and rather indifferent. However, when he heard this second point, he was finally moved. Due to being a follower of a god, he had never had any doubts toward gods. He fully believed everything about the wine god. However, this analysis and tear down of Lord Brahma and fallen Danite truly made him feel suspicious. That was because the wine god palace also had some sacred texts. The wine god had tasted all the grains of life, climbed the myriad mountains, and overlooked the seas and rivers of the world, all in search of the natural Tao. In the end, the wine god happened to be enlightened in a farmer's house and began trying the Tao of making wine. The wine god had never claimed himself to be the ancestor of the wine Tao. The wine Tao did not exist because of the wine god. It was the wine god who existed because of the wine Tao. The wine god said that he could become the wine god because of the guidance of the heavenly Taos. It was fate. As for those that had given him his enlightenment, he called them his masters. Just as Long Chen said, he knew that he stood on the shoulders of those that came before him and had respect and gratitude for them. I don't know why, but the first time I saw the statues of Lord Brahma and fallen Danite, I felt particularly disgusted with them. I even peed on their statues, said Long Chen. The high priest was astonished. He had not thought that Long Chen would dare to do such a blasphemous thing. Whether you are right or wrong, Lord Brahma and fallen Danite truly possess terrifying power as gods. Perhaps in the entire martial heaven continent, only Pill Valley possesses the power to reach through the wall of ascension and absorb the power of their gods to support themselves. That is the most terrifying thing. The high priest had said that the wine god could not send his power to support the martial heaven continent, but Pill Valley was capable of it. That indicated that there were differences even amongst gods. Disciple understands. I will be careful, said Long Chen. Of the martial heaven continent's god inheritances, the killing god's inheritance is still present but has been suppressed by you to the point that it does not dare to appear again. As for the corrupt god's inheritance, it has completely vanished, said the high priest. Yi Ming has thrown himself to the undying race, so the entire corrupt path has been offered as a sacrifice to the undying race. That was a plot that the undying race set into motion ages ago by the time of Yi Ming's previous life. Yi Ming's death eyes were the seed. In his current life, he stole the entire inheritance of the corrupt god. As a result, the corrupt god's doctrine has ended on the continent. Long Chen's heart jumped. The undying race was truly vicious. They had actually devoured the inheritance of the corrupt god. No wonder the corrupt path's disciples had never appeared after resentful Death City was opened. So they had all been sacrificed. When it comes to the Eastern Wasteland Bell, you'll need to rely on yourself. I know of nothing that can help you. But you don't need to be impatient. The Eastern Wasteland Bell is the leader of the 5 supreme divine items. Its very life is deeply connected to the martial heaven continent. It should appear, comforted the high priest. Suddenly, a light sound came from a jade plate on Long Chen's waist. Startled, he checked it and hastily bid farewell to the high priest. After that, he rushed to the elusive music immortal palace. It was Ziyan who had sent him a request for aid. Chapter 2723 Zither Soul. Upon arriving at the elusive music immortal palace, Long Chen saw that all its experts were gathered in its main palace. Ziyan immediately welcomed him, introducing him to some of the elusive music immortal palace's experts other than the music master. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that there were thousands of senior experts from the elusive music immortal palace, all in the mid-heaven merging realm and above. There were even quite a few late-heaven merging experts. Ziyan gave particular introductions to some experts that could be classified as living fossils, existences with even greater seniority than the music master. Due to the transcendent position of the elusive music immortal palace, they had no need for that many experts standing guard. As a result, successive generations of experts had sealed themselves, all to come out at this moment. These living fossils didn't reveal much emotion to Long Chen, but he could see a touch of coldness in their eyes. Long Chen's expression also wasn't very good in response. Were they putting on airs in front of him? If it weren't for giving Ziyan face, he would definitely have left at that moment. He felt like there was something wrong with these people's heads. Ziyan noticed his reaction and stealthily transmitted to him some information to explain the cause of their coldness. In the past, the masters of the elusive music immortal palace had to retain their pure bodies. This did not just refer to physically but also spiritually. While Ziyan had never done anything with Long Chen, her heart had long since been bound to Long Chen. That was already a violation of their ancestral teachings. Although the music master had said that these times were not normal and they couldn't ask too much of Ziyan, some of those old-timers were stubborn and did not accept such reasoning. Due to this, the music master had even gone directly against some old-timers, turning hostile just to suppress this matter. Naturally, those old-timers wouldn't give Long Chen a smile upon seeing him. Thinking about this, Long Chen sighed. In the beginning, Ziyan had thought that he was her devil star, and the elusive music immortal palace had forced her to try killing him. It was all for the position of palace master. Although he could understand things, the malice deep in these people's eyes seemed off to Long Chen. Long Chen, I have finally found the reason why the Southern Sea Zither refuses to acknowledge a master, said Ziyan directly to redirect things. Really, Long Chen was delighted to hear that. Of the 4 supreme divine items that they had, only the Southern Sea Zither had failed to acknowledge a master. If it did, Ziyan would naturally get stronger, and the power of the 4 divine items combined would be unimaginable. Yes, really, in the ancient battle back then, the Southern Sea Zither lost one of its Zither souls, so it is no longer complete. Just yesterday, I entered the ancient battlefield and sensed a strange fluctuation from the Southern Sea Zither. I reported this to the music master, and the music master. The music master stood. Let me explain it. The Southern Sea Zither lost one of its Zither souls, so it cannot acknowledge a master. That Zither soul is in the depths of the ancient battlefield. However, we are unclear about where exactly in the ancient battlefield it is. We can only let Ziyan go into the ancient battlefield with the Southern Sea Zither to search for it. As long as we find the Zither soul, the Southern Sea Zither will fully recover, and acknowledging a master will be simple. However, the problem is how to enter so deep into the ancient battlefield and take the Zither soul without the demonic beast race noticing. A forceful attack is definitely no good, so we can only sneak in. And since it must be done stealthily, we can't use numbers. Ziyan wanted to go in by herself, but we felt it to be too dangerous. There need to be at least 2 people to look after each other. Ziyan didn't wish to bother you, but we forced her. If she has no one to accompany her, we will not allow her to take such a risk. After all, she is the hope of the entire elusive music immortal palace and the hope of the martial heaven continent. She cannot be lost. Long Chen nodded. Of course, I will be the second person. I'll accompany her. Then you should go quickly to avoid anything unexpected arising, said an old crone suddenly. Long Chen glanced at her. She had a sharp chin and faint eyebrows. There was an indescribable expression in her eyes. In Long Chen's words, this was no good egg. He didn't know if it was because they had been buried in the earth for too long, but these old-timers all had ill expressions, making Long Chen feel uncomfortable. The junior generation of the elusive music immortal palace were all beautiful and refined, charming and graceful. Just looking at them made people relax. But these old experts lacked that refinement. This matter is extremely important. We cannot be sloppy. We'll need to come up with a plan first, said Long Chen. Of course he couldn't enter just like this. He had just finished refining pills and had yet to use them to advance. At the very least, he needed a few days to increase his realm a bit. For the two of them to sneak into the ancient battlefield, the heart of the demonic beast race, was incredibly dangerous. One mistake and they would leave their lives there, so Long Chen naturally had to make his preparations. Senior, it seems that you're very impatient, asked Long Chen, staring at the old crone. Upon hearing this, her expression darkened and she barked, how can I not be impatient? This relates to, shut up. The music master's expression sank. Shut your mouth. The old crone fell silent. It seemed that her seniority was extremely high though, so she turned and left. Once she was gone, the music master turned to Long Chen. My apologies. Elder Song has always been very dissatisfied with Xian's matter. I will apologize on her behalf to you. It's fine. Junior can understand, but some things cannot be solved by rushing. They must be taken step by step. We no longer have the slightest leeway, so we cannot be careless, said Long Chen. I understand. Elder Song is being unreasonable. It's just that she's been sealed for too long, and perhaps well, anyway, I hope you can understand. The music master pointed to her head, indicating that the old crone's head was perhaps no longer flexible, hoping that Long Chen wouldn't be the same way. Long Chen naturally didn't quibble with her over this matter. The music master arranged a palace for Long Chen to rest for a few days, but Long Chen declined. He then found an excuse to leave, saying that he needed to make a plan. They had to maintain their current deadlock. After that, he left with Xian. All those old experts of yours want to kill me. Once they found a secluded place, Long Chen suddenly came to a stop and turned to Xian. What? No, although they don't like you, they shouldn't want to kill you. Are you overthinking things? Xian was extremely startled. Chapter 2724 Sentient Shoehorns. Long Chen shook his head. It might be hard to hear, but I'm not going to skirt around it. I'm unable to understand why your senior experts all look like shoehorns that gain sentience. They all look like they have a permanent scowl on their donkey faces. If they weren't with you, I really would have trouble believing they also came from the elusive music immortal palace. What do you mean, sentient shoehorns? That really is rude. Xian glared at Long Chen. Although they look fierce, that's because they've fought against invaders several times. They've killed so many of them that they accumulated darker auras. If they used the music Dao to suppress those auras, it would suppress their realms as well. That's why they chose to seal themselves. Is that really true? Asked Long Chen. How could it not be? Would I trick you? Xian was starting to grow angry. Well, I really dislike them. Even if it is to protect the martial heaven continent, I don't like it. I'm not going back to the elusive music immortal palace. My temper's not good, and I don't want to embarrass you, said Long Chen. Long Chen had gotten enough of the elusive music immortal palace with this one visit. If it weren't for Xian, he wouldn't have visited them at all. I know, I don't like them either. When they speak, they always seem peculiar. It's not comfortable, but they're my elders, so I'm not in a good spot to contradict them. Once the dark era is over, I will leave the elusive music immortal palace, said Xian. Why, where will you go? Asked Long Chen. Xian blushed and glared at him. Why, do you think the world isn't big enough for me to find a home? Long Chen almost slapped himself. He really had been stupid lately. Xian was clearly saying that she would join him, and he just had to ask such a question. Alright, let's not talk about that, said Xian. You said you need to prepare. Prepare what? You've reached the 5th heaven stage so quickly. Long Chen suddenly noticed that Xian's aura was strangely heavy. Xian smiled. The foundation that the elusive music immortal palace has been building for tens of thousands of years has all been thrown my way. How can my cultivation speed not be fast? Due to cultivating the music Dao, the past ancestors transmitted their life's energy into the heavenly music stone just before their deaths. Although that heavenly music stone cannot allow me to advance, being enveloped by it all day makes my bottlenecks very easy to break through. My seniors already paved the path for me just for this tribulation. Although Xian had been fighting with the Dragonblood Legion against their enemies during this time, it wasn't every day. Normally, she would participate in one sneak attack and then rest for a few days. During those few days, she would immerse herself in the elusive Music Immortal Palace's heavenly music stone. That was why her rate of advancement was terrifyingly fast. Is such a rapid advancement really alright for you? Asked Long Chen. Although Xian's aura was powerful, they also were not as stable as they should be. That was the result of such a rapid advancement. At this rate, when she reached the 9th heaven stage, her foundation would definitely show serious signs of being unstable. That was not a good thing. If it was someone else, then fine. After all, with a battle for the continent at hand, they couldn't care too much about such things. But this was Xian, one of the pillars of the martial heaven continent. She still had a long way to go. During his visit to the Wine God Palace, Long Chen had learned more about the heaven-merging realm. There were still the early, mid, and late stages for the 1st to 3rd heaven stages, the 4th to 6th heaven stages, and the 7th to 9th heaven stages. Moreover, there were further heaven stages within his realm. The 10th heaven stage was called the Venerate realm, the realm that the divine family's Lord Venerate was in. The 11th heaven stage was the Saint realm, the level of that Lord Saint. That realm was currently the peak of this world. The 12th heaven stage was the Emperor realm. 3.5 people in the martial heaven continent had reached this realm, the Peng Emperor, the Blood Emperor, and the Corrupt Emperor. As for the stone race's xianxia, although his cultivation base was at the very pinnacle of the Saint realm, in the end, he could only count as a half-step emperor. Thus the Stone Emperor's name was self-proclaimed. As for the 13th heaven stage, that was the Sovereign realm, the ultimate limit of this mortal world. Throughout all of history, only 5 people had reached this realm, the realm where they looked down upon the world of mortal dust. When Long Chen heard this explanation from the high priest, he was deeply shaken. If the 13th heaven stage of the heaven-merging realm was the Sovereign realm, didn't that mean that he didn't need any karmic luck? He would still be able to reach this realm because the 9-star hegemon body art had 13 heaven stages in every realm. After hearing that, Long Chen grew much more at ease. Who cared about the world's karmic luck turning him into a sovereign? He didn't need that, he could just cultivate normally. This was also why Long Chen felt that it was not good for Xian's aura to already show some bad signs at the 5th heaven stage. If this continued, her cultivation base would solidify around the 9th heaven stage. If that happened, it would not be worth it. Xian smiled. The music master and the others also told me this. But have you forgotten about the southern sea zither? As long as I become its master, this problem will be gone instantly. Don't worry about me, but as for you, Long Chen's cultivation base was still at the 1st heaven stage because he had been refining pills this entire time. When he had tried to cultivate, he was startled to find that his body was no longer able to absorb heavenly Tao energy. That was because as soon as the heavenly Tao energy entered his body, it was erased by the power of his 108,000 astral spaces. He had then tried to consume some demonic heaven-merging pills and was comforted to find that its effect was truly amazing. He could cultivate through pills. That was why Long Chen hadn't wasted any time while refining pills. That's why I need a few days. Protect me while I increase my realm, said Long Chen. Right here, why not in the elusive Music Immortal Palace? Asked Xian. Those old fellows are really dislikable. If I went into seclusion there, it might give me a heart devil, joked Long Chen. Bah, don't talk nonsense, said Xian. He was practically jinxing himself by saying that. Long Chen laughed and then set up a few formations prepared by Sha Chen. This would prevent anyone from peeping. With Xian to protect him, Long Chen took out a demonic heaven-merging pill. He was about to stuff it into his mouth when Evilmoon suddenly spoke. Long Chen, think carefully about this. These pills are very evil. Whether it's a blessing or calamity, no one can say. Chapter 2725 The Terror of Demonic Pills. Dragonbone Evilmoon, its name already had the word evil in it. In truth, it was truly a dark and sinister existence. Before Sovereign Yunshang refined it into a weapon, it was unknown how many lifeforms it had killed. Its life was focused on cultivation, and its cultivation was done through slaughter. The dark evil dragon race was an evil existence, and precisely due to that, they were also very sensitive to other things of similar nature. Evilmoon had not brought up anything before about Long Chen refining and consuming demonic pills. However, this time, it had a bad feeling toward these demonic heaven-merging pills. It had told him not to refine these demonic pills and instead use the moon and star refining furnace to refine the normal pill. Although the effect was a bit lacking, it was much steadier. However, in the end, Long Chen was still using demonic pills with large, unknown side effects, so Evilmoon couldn't help warning him one last time. I know, but I have no other choice. Long Chen shook his head. No one in this world had any choices any longer. In order to raise his cultivation base, Long Chen couldn't bother with side effects. It was unknown how many geniuses were sacrificing their futures just to increase their cultivation bases as high as possible for the upcoming battle. Their futures were sacrificed, and he was no exception. Hearing this, Evilmoon sighed and didn't say anything else. Then Long Chen popped a demonic pill into his mouth. At this moment, Long Chen sat lotus-style in the air. His body rumbled as if terrifying experts were fighting. The space around Long Chen began to explode, spreading large fluctuations that distorted the laws of heaven and earth. Xian was shocked to see this and took out the southern sea zither to prevent anyone from possibly disturbing him at this critical moment. As Long Chen began digesting the power of the demonic pill, shadows that looked like tentacles appeared around him, connecting him to the void. Those dark shadows possessed a frightening evil energy. It was as if they were roots squirming into the heavens. Xian covered her mouth at the sight of those countless black tentacles. She had never seen Long Chen in such a state. Suddenly, the southern sea zither spoke to her. A demonic pill possesses nefarious energy. It is something that exists outside laws. No one can say whether or not such power is good or bad, but one thing is certain, with this power, Long Chen's cultivation speed will be astonishing. It's just that, Senior, what is it? Asked Xian. It's just that this world doesn't have so many shortcuts. If you walk a shortcut, you might have to pay an immense price. However, none of you have any other paths to choose from. If you don't rapidly advance, once the other world's birth sovereigns, the martial heaven continent will be destroyed, said the southern sea zither. Just at that moment, a terrifying aura exploded. Xian jumped, and a wave of divine light came from the southern sea zither, wrapping around her. However, a huge force blasted this defense apart, sending her flying. So fast, in just a short moment, with just 3 pills, Long Chen had advanced to the second heaven stage. Long Chen is using the quickest, most violent way of advancing. This will waste a bit of the medicinal energy and force his body through a backlash. Most likely, only someone with a powerful physical body like him would be capable of doing such a thing. Someone else's body would have exploded, said the southern sea zither, its divine light seemingly seeing through Long Chen. It's for me, otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a rush. Xian suddenly felt uneasy. She didn't know if this would affect Long Chen's future. If a problem occurred in his future because of such rapid advancement, she would feel guilty for a lifetime. Xian, I have a question for you. If Long Chen suddenly tricks you, what will you do? Asked the southern sea zither out of nowhere. Trick me? Why would he do that? He doesn't do that, said Xian. I'm asking you if he tricks you, will you hate him? Will you kill him? Senior, why would you suddenly ask me such a thing? Asked Xian. First answer my question, said the southern sea zither sternly. If he has to trick me, then fine. He is my life's fated devil star. I chose him. That means that I've abandoned all defenses toward him, I've entrusted my life to him. No matter what he does to me, I won't hate him. Even if he raises his blade and kills me, I won't hate him. I will believe in him with my full heart, said Xian. At this moment, more and more black tentacles were stretching out of Long Chen's back and reaching into the heavens. Long Chen seemed like a devil king absorbing the energy of the world. However, his expression was still calm. That determined face gave her a sense of safety, as if even if the heavens collapsed, Long Chen would hold them up. Love is a double-sided mirror. You both invest in each other and gain from each other. You love him deeply, and he loves you deeply. I'm at ease like this, said the southern sea zither, seemingly talking to itself but also giving vague directions. Before Xian could reply, another explosion rocked this land. At this moment, Long Chen's aura explosively rose to the third heaven stage. It had been less than an incense stick's worth of time. The tentacles shuddered, tearing through the void, slicing apart the laws of the heavenly Taos. At the same time, an ear-piercing screech rang out. Why is Long Chen's cultivation art so different from everyone else's? Does he cultivate entirely based on medicinal pills? Does he have to merge with the heavenly Taos? Exclaimed Ziyan. The Southern Sea Zither said, the energy inside his body is rejected by the heavenly Taos, and there's no way to mix them. This cultivation technique does not belong to the martial heaven continent. He was previously able to absorb the energy of the heavenly Taos, but now his power is too great, resulting in a fierce expulsion between the two. Long Chen's power cannot suppress the laws of the martial heaven continent, and the laws of the martial heaven continent are unable to suppress him either. Long Chen's cultivation technique automatically resists them. As his realm increases, the rejection grows as well, so the resulting phenomenon also grows more terrifying. Just as it said, as Long Chen continued consuming medicinal pills, the spatial fluctuations erupting around him grew more intense. After 2 hours, another explosion rocked the land, and the laws began to explode. Long Chen advanced to the 4th heaven stage. Upon reaching the 4th heaven stage, he finished eating this batch of medicinal pills and began to eat giant pills. When the first giant pill entered his stomach, the black tentacles sharply increased. They looked like a fiend brandishing its limbs, attempting to escape some kind of binding. That sight made Ziyan's heart shudder. The only thing that comforted her was that no matter how frightening the phenomenon Long Chen was causing, his expression was completely unperturbed. Finally, after 3 days, Long Chen's aura exploded, causing the stars to shake. He had advanced all the way to the 7th heaven stage of heaven merging. After that, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and then suddenly punched the air. Chapter 2726 Changing the 9 Stars. The void shuddered slightly, startling Ziyan. Long Chen's attack shouldn't only cause such a tiny disturbance. Suddenly, the void exploded, and a giant vortex of raging heavenly Tao energy appeared, not dissipating for a long time. Heaven merging oneself into the heavenly Taos like a tiger in the forest, like a dragon in the sea. But unfortunately, I am unable to merge into this world. Hehe, but that's alright. As long as I myself have enough power, why would I need to merge with something else? Long Chen clenched his fist, feeling endless power within his body. As his cultivation base advanced, the 108,000 stars in his body began to evolve, manifesting their own Taos and laws. Every star was its own world, creating its own heavenly Tao. It was their power that merged within his body. As his power grew, he grew more incompatible with the energy of the martial heaven continent's heavenly Taos. That punch he had unleashed just now was to test whether or not he could merge with the power of the heavenly Taos. He found that his power was rejected, but that was within expectations. After reaching the 7th heaven stage, the 108,000 stars in his body hadn't grown bigger, but they had transformed. They were developing, thrumming with life. He could sense earth, water, fire, and wind energies within every star. Although they were still at a very weak level, he could definitely sense them. Earth, water, fire, and wind were said to be the 4 major elements upon which the world was built. With them present, it meant that every star had its own life and would continue to develop on its own. With their own life, they also had an unending stream of energy. As they grew stronger, Long Chen also grew stronger, and he would no longer need to rely on the power of the martial heaven continent. Long Chen, you advanced so quickly, will that? Ziyan looked at Long Chen worriedly. Long Chen's aura was incredibly heavy. He still couldn't control his new power. It's fine, I've thought about my path. Now that I've finished advancing, I need to get accustomed to it. I'll need to stabilize my aura, or I won't be able to sneak into the ancient battlefield, said Long Chen. His aura was constantly leaking, and it was like a lantern in the night sky. He would probably be sensed the instant he entered the ancient battlefield. Long Chen suddenly summoned his divine ring. 6 stars revolved within it, and his 6-star battle armor appeared. After that, Long Chen formed hand seals, and the space behind him shuddered intensely. As the 6 stars in his divine ring quivered, the land exploded. What are you doing? Shouted Evilmoon. Long Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, frightening Ziyan. She didn't understand what Long Chen was doing. Why had he summoned the 6-star battle armor? And why would he cough up blood? You're crazy. You want to change their orbit? Shouted Evilmoon. The 6 stars quivered as they gradually left their original positions. The 9-star hegemon body art is an incredibly terrifying technique. But it's weak now. Something must be wrong with how I cultivated it. After all, I had no guidance with its cultivation, so I might have done something wrong. Just like with the heaven-splitting divine sect, they needed the guidance of the heaven-splitting divine tablet in order to train in the true ninth form of split the heavens. With one wrong step, every step afterward is wrong, leading me further and further away from the original path. Now that I'm already so far off, no one knows what my future path will look like. Thus, I should cultivate according to my own heart. This 9-star hegemon body art will henceforth belong to me. It will be controlled by me. Long Chen once more coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he gritted his teeth and continued trying to control the 6 stars. The power of his 108,000 astral spaces flowed out, forming a strange connection with the 6 stars. Only the power of these astral spaces was capable of moving the 6 stars. At this moment, Long Chen's body was shaking. In front of Ziyan's shocked gaze, the 6 stars gradually left their original locations. Originally, they were connected into a 6-sided star. This 6-sided star was then broken. 3 stars moved forward, and 3 stars moved back. Long Chen's eyes were closed tightly. Today, he was taking a huge risk. This was the result of countless studies and analyses that he had conducted based on the techniques of the 5 sovereigns. That led him to a moment of enlightenment. The sovereigns had all walked their own paths, so he had to walk his own path as well. If the sovereigns were capable of it, then he had to be capable as well. The 3 stars at the front shuddered. They were the Feng Fu star, the Life Fate star, and the Divine Gate star. Right now, the Feng Fu star unleashed a ray of divine light at the Life Fate star. The Life Fate star then received this light and emitted it at the Divine Gate star, which then sent the light back to the Feng Fu star. The 3 stars formed their own triangle, an endless loop of their power. The Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. This is the true Grand Tao. It applies to all things. Long Chen finally smiled. This was also the law that the sovereigns complied with. It was something that could be vaguely sensed at the base of countless techniques. The sovereigns had based their techniques around this, and now Long Chen had done the same. The 3 stars at the back did the same thing. The Alioth star, the Enlightenment Palace star, and the Nethergate star formed their own triangle of divine light. The 6 stars had now been broken out of their 6-sided shape into 2 triangles. You actually succeeded. Evilmoon's voice quivered. This new 9-star hegemon body art coincided with the principles of the heavenly Taos. It was incomparably marvelous, perhaps even more so than the dark evil dragon race's inherited divine abilities. It's thanks to the sovereigns. Without their enlightenment, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Before this, 3 colors of the 6-color divine ring flowed forward, and 3 flowed back. However, the positions of the 6 stars didn't change. As a result, there was no way for the power of all 6 stars to perfectly merge. That's why I'm sure that I cultivated it wrong. Only when all their power is fully merged can they unleash their full power. That is the power that the 9-star hegemon body art should originally have, said Long Chen. Suddenly, the 2 triangles began to spin within his divine ring. One spun clockwise, and the other spun counterclockwise. At that moment, the world became silent, as if all sound had vanished. An indescribable power seemed to freeze all the laws of the entire world. The critical moment comes now. Success or failure depends on this. Long Chen clenched his teeth, and suddenly the 2 triangles superimposed. In that instant, all color vanished from heaven and earth. Chapter 2727 Failure. When the 2 triangles pressed against each other, the divine ring suddenly crumbled. After that, the world darkened and berserk power engulfed the heavens. The next moment, fragments of spacetime flew through the air, and a massive black hole appeared. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew out like a shooting star. Ziyan cried out and shot after him. Long Chen's body crashed through countless mountains before he smashed into a solid cliff. Cracks spread throughout the cliff, and Long Chen's body was stuck inside. By the time Ziyan reached him, he was already unconscious. His clothes had been destroyed, and his body was covered in countless cracks like porcelain on the verge of exploding. Ziyan reached out to pull him out of the cliff and help him heal when Evilmoon's voice rang out. You can't touch him, he almost died. If you move him, it will worsen his injuries. Then what am I supposed to do? Ziyan began to panic. Long Chen's current state was extremely alarming. His aura was almost imperceptibly weak. Just now, things had been going well. Why had it suddenly ended in failure? It had come suddenly, without any warning. Long Chen's skeleton has shattered, and his meridians have exploded. His current position is the best for his recovery. Don't worry, his life won't end here. However, he might need some time to recover and probably won't be able to immediately enter the ancient battlefield with you to search for the zither soul, said Evilmoon. Hearing that Long Chen's life wasn't in danger, Ziyan sighed with relief. Long Chen's current appearance was truly worrisome. Ziyan then protected Long Chen in his critical state. 7 days later, her jade plate flashed. A message came, asking her when she would go search for the zither soul. Ziyan ignored it. When it began to repeatedly flash, Ziyan directly turned it off. With Long Chen in this state, she was in no mood to care about the zither soul. It was a full 10 days before Long Chen woke up. As soon as he did, sharp pain tore at him, causing him to let out a pained groan. It was too painful. It wasn't just his flesh that was torn apart, even his bones were crushed. It was as if his soul had been torn apart. Ziyan hastily sent her spiritual strength into his body to help nourish his soul. Only now did she find that his soul was incredibly damaged. Anyone else's soul would have dissipated from such an injury. Seeing him wake up made her happy, but it also tore at her heart to see him in such pain. Without realizing it, 2 streams of tears fell. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you worry, said Long Chen. Ziyan shook her head. It was my fault. I shouldn't have asked you for help. I can do it myself. Ziyan blamed herself for this. Due to how dangerous their mission was this time, Long Chen had taken the risk to change his cultivation technique, almost losing his life. Foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Even if you hadn't come to find me, I would still have to do this. It has nothing to do with you, said Long Chen. With Ziyan's help, the pain in his soul gradually lifted. As he began to recover, he checked his body. His astral spaces were cracked now. Fortunately, the cores were still intact, and they were in the process of recovering. As for his 6 stars, they were all unharmed. Why did this happen? Long Chen sighed. This was the result of his thousands of calculations and deductions. It couldn't be wrong. He had based it on the experience of the 5 sovereign, so it was definitely possible. Then why wouldn't it work? Was it his bad luck? There was definitely nothing wrong with your calculations. Every step was perfectly in harmony with the Grand Tao. But it still failed in the end. There must be some detail you're overlooking, said Evilmoon. Even Evilmoon felt that the failure this time was inconceivable. Long Chen had been sure of his plan. Everything had been going smoothly, only to suddenly fail at the end. If there really was something wrong with the process, then there should have been something off in the middle. But it only occurred at the very end. However, it wasn't likely that such a thing was a result of his bad luck. Success was success, and failure was failure. If it failed the first time, it would definitely fail the second time if nothing was changed. There had to be a reason that Long Chen was unaware of. With his soul and astral spaces recovering, it was just 3 days before they were healed. However, his body was still a mess. He needed to reconnect his bones and meridians, and only then could he start circulating his life energy to heal. This injury took him a full month to heal. During this month, Mo Nian and the others were busy interrupting their enemies and cultivating themselves. The medicinal pills allowed them to grow stronger with each passing day, and their experts had broken through to the 5th heaven stage. It was a shocking speed. However, the day before Long Chen fully recovered, a piece of bad news came from Mo Nian's side. Mo Nian had led their army into resentful Death City and encountered Yi Ming. Yi Ming had advanced to the 9th heaven stage, and Mo Nian's disruption had interrupted in the middle of his attempt to advance to the 10th heaven stage, the Venerate realm. Just as he was about to succeed, Mo Nian interrupted him, infuriating him and causing him to charge onto the martial heaven continent. If it hadn't been for the protection of the Central Plains Cauldron, Mo Nian would have been killed. Fortunately, Wild was powerful enough to exchange several blows with Yi Ming. They both ended up injured, and Yi Ming retreated in the end. Yi Ming's rate of growth caused people to despair. At that rate, it wouldn't be long before he became sovereign. This piece of news shook Long Chen's heart. His own cultivation speed could be called cheating, but it was even more exaggerated when it came to Yi Ming. He was constantly advancing, and there was practically no logic to speak of. Such rapid advancement can only be done through devouring power. Yi Ming can control dark energy. Or perhaps he sacrificed all the experts of the corrupt path. He schemed so deeply just for this day, said Evilmoon. A human like Yi Ming had actually managed to gain control over dark energy. He was truly ruthlessly ambitious. Let's ignore that for now. I've fully recovered. Let's go to the ancient battlefield and bring back the zither soul. We can talk more once the southern sea zither acknowledges a master. Long Chen rose. However, just as he was about to leave with Ziyan, the void suddenly shuddered. Ziyan and Long Chen were surrounded by a group of people. Chapter 2728 Punitive Forces. Ziyan, what are you doing? Why did you block us out? The ones to come were the elusive Music Immortal Palace's music master and a group of their old experts. Amongst them was an old crone who barked at Ziyan. The music master's expression was also ugly. During this time, in order to protect Long Chen, Ziyan had used the Southern Sea Zither's power to completely lock down this area, making it impossible for anyone to sense them. Now that Long Chen was fully recovered, her barrier was retracted, and the elusive Music Immortal Palace's people finally found them and rushed over. Long Chen frowned. He felt increasing distaste for these old-timers. Do we need to report everything to you? Don't you think you're bothering us enough? Snorted Long Chen. Shut up, you little. Before the old crone even finished speaking, Long Chen had appeared in front of her and slapped her wrinkled, spotted, shoehorn-looking face. That late heaven-merging expert was sent flying, her jaw shattered. Long Chen. Ziyan cried out. Long Chen's temper was far too violent. That was an ancestral expert he had just struck. The rest of the elusive Music Immortal Palace's experts were enraged. For them to scold Ziyan was the business of the elusive Music Immortal Palace, yet Long Chen had injured the speaker, ignoring the rest of them. An ancient flute appeared in one of their hands, but just at that moment, Evelmoon pressed against her head. With just a thought, she would lose her life. Long Chen, stop. Ziyan hastily grabbed Long Chen, afraid he really would kill her. When he got angry, he never thought about the consequences. Ziyan is a disciple of your elusive Music Immortal Palace, but she is also my woman. I hope you can be more courteous and not shout at her, or it will make me feel very displeased, said Long Chen icily. If it was the music master teaching Ziyan a lesson, then perhaps that would be fine. But every one of these experts acted as if they were above Ziyan and allowed to bully her, infuriating Long Chen. Of two ninth heaven stage heaven merging experts, one was slapped by Long Chen, while the other had her life in his hands. Everyone, including the music master, was startled. Only now did they sense that Long Chen had advanced to the seventh heaven stage. His aura was vast like a sea. Long Chen. Ziyan held Long Chen's arm with a pleading expression. Considering how long she had known him, she knew that he was acting this way because of her. He didn't care about other opinions of him, but he wouldn't allow someone to bully those that he cared about, especially not one of his women whom he viewed as even more important than his own life. They were his reverse scale. Touching them would invoke his wrath. Ziyan was also moved by Long Chen's declaration. Although her heart had long since belonged to him, up until now, Long Chen's own feelings had not been explicit. For Long Chen to say those words in front of everyone made it clear that Ziyan also had a spot in his heart. With Ziyan pulling on him, Long Chen pulled back Evelmoon. However, the old crone's expression was extremely ugly. Back in her time, she had been someone who called the wind and rain, someone whose existence shook the entire world. Who had dared to go against her? However, now she was defeated in a single move by a junior. No, it couldn't even count as a move. She had simply been directly suppressed. With a cold snort, she turned and left. She clearly didn't have the face to remain here. The other one who Long Chen had slapped glared at Long Chen, seemingly wanting to speak. However, when Long Chen turned to look at her, she felt like a death god was staring at her. All her vicious words were swallowed back down. Ziyan, we were worried about you. You vanished without a word. We were worried sick for many days, sighed the music master. I understand. This matter was too urgent. Long Chen, said Ziyan. I was in seclusion and couldn't be disturbed. I had Evelmoon set up a grand formation to block out all connections to the outside world, said Long Chen. In truth, the moment he had woken up, he had told Ziyan not to tell the elusive Music Immortal Palace where they were. For some reason, he felt intense dislike for them, and he could sense killing intent from them. Who knew what they would do if they learned that he was in a critically injured state? Seeing Long Chen place the blame on himself, the music master wasn't in a position to press that topic. She said, this matter can end here. It's fine as long as you're both alright. After all, you are the hope for the martial heaven continent's future. Nothing can happen to you. Long Chen, you've advanced to the seventh heaven stage. Your power has greatly increased. This is a good thing. The chances of reclaiming the zither soul have increased. However, don't blame me for being an old person and saying too much. Let me just say that even though your power has risen greatly, you must still be cautious. Music Master, don't worry, we are preparing to go to the ancient battlefield. We've made ample preparations, said Ziyan. The Music Master nodded and gently brushed back some of Ziyan's hair. All right then, with Long Chen and you working together, I'm not worried. However, safety is number one. If things get dangerous, don't push it. Retreat and we will think of some other way. As long as people are still alive, there is still hope, understood? Disciple understands. We will definitely succeed, said Ziyan, a bit emotional. The Music Master had made no small effort in raising her these past few years. Her matter with Long Chen had also changed for the better thanks to the Music Master. The latter's endorsement of their relationship had caused her to fight with the other senior members of the elusive Music Immortal Palace many times. That was why Ziyan was extremely grateful to the Music Master, as well as filled with guilt. All she hoped for was for this tribulation to pass. When the time came, she hoped another outstanding heir to the elusive Music Immortal Palace would arise, and then she would be able to leave without any guilt. After saying goodbye to the Music Master, Long Chen and Ziyan snuck into the ancient battlefield. As soon as they entered, Long Chen staggered, almost falling. Chapter 2729 surrounded once more. Long Chen, what is it? Are your wounds not healed? Asked Ziyan worriedly. Long Chen shook his head. However, his gaze darted around, as sharp as a blade. I suddenly felt some heart palpitations, as if great danger was about to descend. Evilmoon, are you sure no one is watching us? This had never occurred before. As soon as he entered the ancient battlefield, he had a bad feeling, but he was unable to say what exactly the problem was. If someone had set their sights on him, the 9-star hegemon body art would have sensed it. But that feeling hadn't appeared. I've used one of the dragon race's secret arts to conceal both your auras. Furthermore, the demonic beast race's spiritual strength isn't strong. If they were to notice you, you would immediately be able to tell. For your reaction to be so strong, is it perhaps due to this battlefield? Is there some secret hidden within this battlefield that you've sensed? Said Evilmoon. It was confident in its secret art. Tricking the demonic beast race was not an issue. Furthermore, it also had confidence in Long Chen's cultivation technique. Its sharp senses would be able to tell if anyone had set their sights on him. After a while, that feeling slowly faded. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Long Chen uncomfortably smiled. It seemed it really was some sequelae from his injuries. After that, he and Ziyan stealthily went deeper into the ancient battlefield. About 2 hours after they entered, Mo Nian led a raid on the ancient battlefield, disturbing the laws of the heavenly Taos for an instant before leaving. The demonic beast seemed to have grown numb to these assaults. They didn't even bother chasing Mo Nian away. They practically invited him to come and go. As long as Mo Nian and the others didn't charge into the core region, they ignored them. Once they were gone, Long Chen and Ziyan entered, taking advantage of the brief chaos. It was extremely easy. Long Chen, the zither soul is located in the northwestern area. If we go to it directly, we'll cut through the core of the demonic beast race, so we have to go around. Although I can sense the zither soul, I still can't tell its exact location. We'll have to go slowly, transmitted Ziyan. Long Chen nodded. Sovereign Han Wei was the previous master of the southern sea zither. In her era, she had suppressed this place, so perhaps the loss of the zither soul was related to her. The two of them carefully went around. 3 days later, they finally reached the back area of the ancient battlefield, which was littered with frightening, dried-up bones. It could be seen just how intense the battle back then had been. Most of those skeletons were complete, and a mysterious vibration still came from their bodies. Ziyan said that it was the result of being killed by the music Tao. Even after tens of thousands of years, this brand remained and would continue to tear away at these corpses. Of the 5 sovereigns, Sovereign Han Wei was the most decisive killer, the most warlike. For these bones to remain intact with such a brand meant that they had to have at least reached the Venerate realm. The area that they passed through had mountains of these corpses. Long Chen felt a chill. Just how many experts had Sovereign Han Wei killed back then? After another couple of hours, they arrived at a giant mountain of bones. Strange sounds began to ring in their ears when they got closer to the mountain. It was like the crying of souls. Long Chen, the zither soul is inside that bone mountain. Long Chen, what is it? Ziyan suddenly noticed that Long Chen's expression had changed. It was a bit frightening. Stars were revolving in his eyes. The sense of danger has returned, and it's a danger that I've never encountered before. The 9-star hegemon body art seems to sense that the zither soul is suppressing something. If we take it, that terrifying thing will be unleashed. Long Chen's expression was grave. The sense of danger that had just popped up made his hair stand on end. That could only mean that he was in extreme danger. The two of them then climbed the mountain and found a deep hole at the center of the mountain. At the bottom of it was a huge skull, which was too big to even tell from what lifeform it originated. It was floating there at the center of the hole. Music Dao had condensed into an illusory image of the southern sea zither above it. What do we do? Ziyan's expression changed. If they took the zither soul, would this skull come back to life? Long Chen also didn't know what to do. If they took the zither soul, it would release this terrifying beast. Long Chen slowly approached it. Suddenly, Evilmoon said, "This is the skull of a void beast. It's been dead for many years. Furthermore, this is the skull of one that has just been born." Just recently born. Long Chen jumped. It was so big after just being born. Void beasts wander the cosmos, and a matured void beast can devour a star in one gulp. However, a void beast couldn't possibly come to such a low-level plane. It's most likely some floating corpse in the cosmos that fell here. The curious thing is that the zither soul doesn't seem to be suppressing it. It's already dead. This zither soul seems to be taking its energy to nourish itself, said Evilmoon suspiciously. It's not suppressing it. Long Chen's heart suddenly thumped and he instantly understood. He grabbed Ziyan and slashed the void. Run, it's a trap. The void exploded. Long Chen charged through the crack with Ziyan, only to be forced out by some terrifying power. Ha ha ha, now that you've come, don't even think about leaving. Laughter suddenly rang through the air, and Ziyan's expression changed. That was the voice of the 9-headed lion. As the void twisted, one figure after another appeared. The demonic beast race, the blood race, the undying race, and the devil race's experts had completely surrounded them. Ziyan even saw experts from the divine families. The 9-headed lion, the blood fiend devil lord, Yi Ming, the Aldeval Heavenwalker, and Long Aoshan had all come. Moreover, countless experts of the various races had formed a 3-layer blockade around them, trapping Long Chen and Ziyan like birds in a cage. How can this be? Ziyan was pale. This was clearly a trap. Ziyan, I bet you never imagined this. Suddenly, a voice that struck Ziyan like a bolt of lightning rang out. She turned to look at that figure, not daring to believe her eyes. Chapter 2730 Trick and Hatred. Amongst the crowd came a group of women. They were the experts of the elusive music Immortal Palace, and the one leading them was the music master. The current music master had lost any of her previous kind and gentle air. She was like an entirely different person. The ruthlessness in her expression could not be hidden. Impossible, impossible, you're fake, you must be imposters. Ziyan was as pale as paper. Tears streamed down her eyes. She had fallen into a nightmare. She had to wake up, but she was powerless to do so. That was because everything before her was real. The warm, motherly music master that had protected and defended her had torn off her mask, becoming a devil. How could she accept that? Long Chen looked at Ziyan. There was not even a hint of reproach in his eyes, only pain for her. Now he understood why he felt such dislike for the music master and the others. They wanted to kill him but hadn't made a direct move in that regard. Instead, they used Ziyan's trust in them and the zither soul as bait to bring them here. As long as they didn't directly harm him and instead focused on Ziyan as the crux of their plans, the senses of the 9-star hegemon body art could be muddled. Long Chen had even thought that he was overly suspicious. Now it seemed that he was still too naive, or perhaps it should be said that he had been too confident in the 9-star hegemon body art's sense of danger. Because of it, he had fallen into this trap. Ha ha ha, what a pitiful child. You had no idea. Do you know why the Southern Sea Zither never acknowledged you as master? It's because it is controlled by us. Its main soul is under our control. What you have in your hands is nothing more than a husk, said the old crone that Long Chen had previously slapped. Why did you use me? If you wanted to kill me, just kill me. Why use me? Ziyan let out a hysterical cry filled with resentment and hatred. Due to her, Long Chen was going to die here. She had implicated him. She hated herself. In all her life, Ziyan had never hated anyone. However, now she hated the elusive Music Immortal Palace's people to the core. She wanted to kill them all. The music master snorted. That's your own fault. Who are you blaming? The elusive Music Immortal Palace exists on the martial heaven continent to eliminate threats. As for you, you are a tool for finding those threats, as well as eliminating them. That is your destiny. When you realized Long Chen was your devil star, you should have killed him. But you let him off repeatedly, missing the best time to kill him. We were in seclusion back then, and when we learned what happened, Long Chen was already grown. We couldn't directly kill him. That's why we had to use you to set up this trap and lure him here. If you had simply abided by the rules back then and killed Long Chen when you met him, none of this would have happened. Hearing this, Long Chen and Ziyan instantly understood. It seemed that Ziyan only existed as a tool for the elusive Music Immortal Palace, a tool to get rid of Long Chen. The elusive Music Immortal Palace could predict this future, so they had allowed Ziyan to roam the world. When she encountered Long Chen while he was still weak, she was to kill him. Why do you have to kill Long Chen? He is the ultimate hope of the martial heaven continent. If you kill him, the martial heaven continent will be doomed. Countless lives will perish. Is your conscience all right with that? Sobbed Ziyan. Ha ha ha. All the experts laughed. The old crone that Long Chen had slapped sneered, you really are an idiot. We're all standing here. Do you still not understand? Our goal has always been to destroy the martial heaven continent. That is the mission of the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Today, Long Chen will definitely die. As for you, your end won't be much better. You will be turned into a puppet, a killing machine for the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Countless people in the martial heaven continent will be killed by you, ha ha ha. I'll kill you. Ziyan suddenly seemed to go insane. She suddenly charged out with the southern sea zither. Startled, Long Chen was about to chase after her when a message from the southern sea zither rang out in his mind. He was already too late. As Ziyan smashed toward that old crone, the 7 strings of the southern sea zither raged. This was an attack containing all of Ziyan's life, as well as all her hatred. You won't be killing anyone today. Obediently become a puppet. The music master suddenly formed a hand seal. The zither soul down below flew out, condensing into a string in her hand. The southern sea zither trembled. As a result of the impact, Ziyan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her face turned white. Her beautiful eyes had lost all their light. All of a sudden, she was grabbed by the old crone, but she didn't react at all, as if she had no soul. Do you dare to move? The old crone suddenly grabbed Ziyan's neck, shouting at Long Chen, if you dare to come over, I'll kill this little slut. If you dare to touch even a single hair of hers, I'll make you regret being born in this world. Long Chen's voice was icy. His killing intent had practically condensed into a solid form. You're threatening me. I really don't believe that. The old crone suddenly reached out to slap Ziyan's face, but before her hand landed, she was struck by a slap from the music master. The music master shouted, have you grown muddled with age? What are you doing at this time? The music master grabbed the listless Ziyan. Without even looking at Long Chen, she said to the others, the mission of the elusive Music Immortal Palace is complete. The rest is up to you. At this moment, the music master left with the experts of the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Long Chen wanted to chase, but he was surrounded by countless experts. Even at this time, you're still thinking of others. You should think more about yourself. Death is going to be a luxury for you. Long Aoshan stepped forward from amongst the divine families, barring Long Chen's path. At this moment, Long Aoshan's eyes were filled with a harsh light. His hatred for Long Chen was taller than the mountain, deeper than the sea. The battle during the previous tribulation had humiliated him, and his father had even been killed by Long Chen. Hence, upon seeing Long Chen again, his killing intent instantly ignited. I will personally cut off your head today, shouted Long Aoshan. His 9 dragons devour the heavens diagram quivered, and his spear pierced toward Long Chen. Chapter 2731 Sovereign Crown. In front of a 9th heaven stage Long Aoshan, Long Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His divine ring and 6-star battle armor appeared. As a result, Long Chen and Long Aoshan were both blown back. It was just a probing blow, but it caused the bone mountain to crumble. You've advanced to the 7th heaven stage. It seems that you've been cultivating with your life on the line. How regretful that no matter how hard you try, you'll be nothing more than a side character. Long Aoshan sneered. Just at that moment, an indistinct crown appeared on his head. When that crown manifested, the feeling of the entire world changed. Long Aoshin's aura rose by several times, and a sovereign pressure appeared. Do you see this? I've condensed the sovereign crown, a mark of being a sovereign. Although it's not yet complete, it's enough for me to command heaven and earth. As for you, you are an ant crawling beneath my feet. Long Aoshin walked through the air, every step causing the void to rumble. Moreover, flowers of the Grand Tao appeared, trailing behind him. He was like the ruler of this world. Long Chen coldly said, so what if you've condensed a sovereign crown? It's still not enough in front of me. Let alone this embryonic form, even if you were truly a sovereign, you would still be a dog in front of me. Sovereign suppression, Long Aoshin furiously shouted, slamming his hand down. Cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks possessed the power of the laws of the heavenly Taos, which then froze the space around Long Chen. Long Aoshin was using the power of an entire world to suppress Long Chen. The moment he used this power, space began to fold on itself, stacking over and over. The concept of time and space was distorted. Instead, chaos reigned. Just as Long Chen was caught in a chaotic stream of space-time, Long Aoshin's spear stabbed toward his stomach. He hated Long Chen, to the point that he didn't want the latter to die so quickly. He wanted to first cripple Long Chen's cultivation base. Within this sovereign domain, Long Chen was like a prisoner trapped in a prison. He had lost his connection to the outside world's power. To any Empyrean, this was an absolute suppression with no way to escape. However, that was not the case for Long Chen. Upon reaching the seventh heaven stage, his power source was not the outside world but his 108,000 stars. With a thunderous roar, Long Chen shattered Long Aoshin's sovereign domain. Evilmoon hacked into his spear like a bolt of black lightning. Even the power of a sovereign is unable to bind him. How is that possible? Yi Ming, the nine-headed lion, the blood fiend devil lord, and the Aldeval heavenwalker were stunned. The four of them had all reached the peak of the ninth heaven stage, having condensed the embryonic sovereign crown. That meant that they had also condensed the power of an entire world. It could be said that their sovereign suppression was a peerless counter to any technique in lifeform. They had tested it themselves. Other than against venerate experts that had a certain resistance, those at the ninth heaven stage and below could only obediently be suppressed. However, it was actually ineffective against Long Chen, which stunned them. He was practically a monster. There was no way to judge him with common sense. As Evilmoon slashed into the dragon spear, Long Chen's arm trembled. The current Long Aoshin had the sovereign crown and the support of an entire world's energy and laws, so his power had surpassed the level that a normal person could comprehend. As for Long Aoshin, he almost coughed up blood. He was barely able to keep a hold of his spear. He was shocked that he couldn't suppress Long Chen. While Long Chen's right arm quivered, his left hand wasn't blocked by anything. It swung out, and a lightning rune appeared in his palm the instant he struck Long Aoshin's face. That was Lei Linger's power. As a result, Long Aoshin's face exploded, and he shot back amongst the divine families. Startled, the divine families reached out to catch Long Aoshin. Just at that moment, Long Chen slashed Evilmoon. His scales turned half black and his blood chi soared. His saber was like a river of stars slashing down. A crescent moon fang was unleashed out of Evilmoon, flying toward Long Aoshin. As a result, all of the divine family's experts caught in its line were annihilated. Block it! Hundreds of experts on the level of venerates from the divine families attacked. Rays of divine light flew out. As those rays of divine light exploded along with the saber image, all these venerates coughed up blood, horrified. Even their combined power still resulted in them being injured. They had just received Long Chen's attack when another heaven-rending saber slashed toward Long Aoshin. It was as if it would not stop until Long Aoshin was dead. There was practically no pause between the two attacks. Long Aoshin was still in the midst of recovering. If it weren't for the divine family's experts helping him receive the first attack, he would have died. The divine family's experts were now injured and forced back, unable to help him receive the second attack. Hence, with a furious roar, Long Aoshin blocked with his spear. Long Aoshin coughed up blood, tumbling back. Long Chen's power came from his 108,000 stars and so it contained 108,000 different sets of laws. Because of it, Long Aoshin was temporarily unable to recover with his heavenly Tao energy. Even the sovereign crown was unable to suppress Long Chen's power. Just at this moment, Long Chen's third blow fell, stunning everyone. They were well aware of Long Chen's split the heavens. He had used it last time. But back then, every usage had exhausted him. This time, Long Chen had unleashed it 3 times without pause, stunning Long Aotian. In his current state, there was no way he could receive such an attack. He was still off balance and injured from the last one. However, this blow of Long Chen's didn't contain any locking power. Without even thinking about it, Long Aotian dodged to the side. The Divine Family's experts also dodged almost instinctively. As this shocking blow passed by all of them, the laws of heaven and earth were sliced apart by it. A giant hole now appeared in their perfect cage. Not good. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. However, it was too late. Long Chen had rushed out of the opening created by the 9th form of Split the Heavens. Just as he escaped their encirclement, a golden hand fell from the sky, slamming into Long Chen's body. As a result, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and was forced back. A dozen elders appeared in the void. One of them looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Just give up. You can't escape. As long as you abandon your hatred, the doors of the divine families will be open to you. Lord Saint, how is that acceptable? Long Chen must die, roared Long Aotian. Chapter 2732 Captured. Those elders did not just belong to one power. Some of them were from the blood race, the demonic beast race, the undying race, and the devil race. Every single one of them was terrifyingly powerful. However, amongst them was an even more terrifying expert who vaguely had the aura of a sovereign. That expert with the sovereign aura was the old monster of the undying race, the one who had fought 3 days and nights against Sovereign Ziyong. However, their leader was not any one of them. Instead, it was the Divine Family's Lord Saint. As soon as he appeared, Long Chen's heart turned cold. A saint was an existence that stood at almost the peak of the current world. For over 10 of them to appear now, even Long Chen felt despair. In order to capture him, it could be said that the various powers had brought out their full forces. They didn't give him any chance of escaping. Their trap was practically seamless, inescapable. The Lord Saint of the Divine Families didn't even glance at Long Aotian when the latter roared angrily. Instead, he looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, you are an amazing genius just like your father. I cannot bear to see you die here. If you swear to hand over all your secrets, I can open this net. Once this tribulation is over, I will send you to the higher plane. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder and coldly looked at the Lord Saint. Don't act so fake. I admit that I've been defeated this time. From your eyes, I can see what you're thinking. You've taken the most valuable thing from me last time, and now you want to take more. Send me to a higher plane once this tribulation is over. Do you think that it is possible? When Long Aotian becomes a true sovereign, will you have the power to make such a promise? Don't keep acting. You are the same as Long Aotian. Do you think I'm a fool to fall for this act? You want my secrets. Keep dreaming. Perhaps you can take my life, but you won't be able to take what you really want. Long Chen knew that he was caught. Having fallen into their hands, he would definitely be facing a life worse than death. All that was left was one final desperate attempt. In the face of his impending death, Long Chen didn't feel fear, only unresigned. He regretted not fully trusting the sense of danger from the 9-star hegemon body art. If he had thought it over more, perhaps he would have been able to break this trap. Thinking of the doom of the martial heaven continent and everyone who would die, he knew he had to survive. His head rapidly worked as he stared coldly at the Lord Saint. The Lord Saint shook his head. The matter involving your father back then is something I feel great regret for. It was a mistake. How can I allow this mistake to occur again? Promise to hand over your secrets, and I will have everyone within the Divine Family swear not to make things hard on you. What about my brothers, my wives? Asked Long Chen. The Lord Saint shook his head. I can only guarantee your life. As for everyone else, they are all pieces within the tribulation. No one can change their fates. Suddenly, the space in front of Long Chen exploded, and he shot back like a shooting star, entering the crowd once more. He actually threw himself into their net. The Lord Saint's expression changed. By entering the crowd, they couldn't attack him with their full power, or it would affect their allies as well. Stop him. Long Chen's target was Long Aotian. Long Aotian was furious. He was no fool. He saw that Long Chen wanted to take him hostage. Intolerable. Long Aotian roared furiously. He couldn't possibly retreat at this moment. A sovereign had to maintain an undefeatable Dao heart. There was no way he could become a full sovereign without it. However, the result was that his injuries. had yet to heal, and he was unable to block a single blow from Long Chen. He was sent flying. As rumbling rang out, a lightning spear flew out of Long Chen's right hand. Only now did Long Aoshan realize that Long Chen wasn't using him as a hostage. He was trying to drag Long Aoshan down with him. Divine lightning thundered. This spear contained all of Lei Linger's power, and its destructive power blew away the laws of heaven and earth. Even Long Aoshan's sovereign crown vanished. The 9 dragons in Long Aoshan's manifestation grew dim, which indicated that the power of his manifestation had been sealed. In other words, if this attack killed him, there would be no substitute. He would be truly dead. Lei Linger had absorbed the divine lightning of the 5 sovereigns. What laws could possibly restrict her? Her power caused even the Lord Saint's expression to change. The 9-headed lion, the blood fiend devil lord, Yi Ming, and the Aldevil Heavenwalker were capable of helping. If the 4 of them joined forces, they should be able to receive this attack. However, the 4 of them simply stood there, seemingly waiting for Long Chen to kill Long Aoshan first. There was even some delight in their eyes. Suddenly, a jade pendant glowed on Long Aoshan's chest. Following that, a hand reached out. It was the same hand that had smacked Long Chen down. It was the Lord Saint. Long Aoshan had used the power of the jade pendant to have the Lord Saint appear before him. It was actually unaffected by Lei Linger's influence. The lightning spear directly pierced the Lord Saint's hand, continuing all the way to strike his chest. Boom! The clothes on the Lord Saint's chest were blown apart, revealing a thin bony chest. Countless runes flowed across his skin. His skin looked like it was made of gold, but now there was a large hole in his chest. The Lord Saint looked down at the hole and cracks in his chest. Even the Divine Family's golden saint body was broken by you. You deserve to be called Long Zontian's son. If you had reached the 9th heaven stage, this attack might have taken my life. Regretfully, this is your fate. The other saints also attacked at this time, and rays of divine light enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen let out a heaven-shaking roar as he fought back against the suppression of a dozen saints. His skin was torn apart, and blood instantly dyed him red. The old monster of the undying race narrowed his eyes. He slowly raised his staff, and 6 strange rays of light shot out from the eye sockets of the 3 skulls on his staff. Suddenly, the Lord Saint appeared in front of Long Chen, and with a palm to his head, knocked him unconscious. He tossed Long Chen to the Divine Family's experts. He then turned to the Undying Race's elder. What, were you trying to refine Long Chen into a puppet to replace Yi Ming? The old monster silently lowered his staff and indifferently said, "You misunderstand. I was just thinking of helping you suppress Long Chen." Long Chen was captured. After that, the Divine Family's experts bound him with countless chains and took out over 100 trapping formations. Even the Lord Saint would be unable to escape if bound by this many formations. It could be seen just how cautious they were when it came to Long Chen. Wait, where is Long Chen's saber? Suddenly, a cry rang out. Just now, all their focus had been on suppressing Long Chen. No one had noticed that Evilmoon had vanished at some point. Chapter 2733 The Southern Sea Zither's Secret. An explosion came from the pill furnace, startling Meng Qi and the others. The demon moon furnace had actually caused the pills to explode. What happened? Asked Meng Qi, looking at Long Chen's clone. Ling was also startled. Spiritual fluctuations came from Senior Evilmoon, disturbing me. It seems that something has happened. Long Chen's clone had Evilmoon controlling the spirit, while Ling and the heaven-flipping seal controlled the chi and essence. When Long Chen left and brought away Evilmoon, Evilmoon had left a portion of its soul behind to maintain the clone. Right now, the void split open. Evilmoon appeared and merged into the clone. It's not good. Long Chen has fallen for a trap. Within endless darkness, a chilling cold invaded Ziyan's body. This was a prison. The sinister, ear-piercing laugh of devils occasionally rang out here, as if resentful spirits were wailing. That sound possessed a powerful effect on the soul. It could invade a person's mind and draw them into illusions. It could even be used to grow a heart devil. As a music cultivator, Ziyan was even more sensitive to such an attack. She felt 10 times the pain someone else would. However, whether it was the pain of the physical body or the torment of her soul, she didn't care about any of it. Only one thing gnawed at her heart like a viper. Long Chen, I harmed you. Within the darkness, the music master's sinister voice rang out in her mind along with her ruthless expression. She felt hatred. She had become a chess piece used to harm Long Chen. Since they were unable to directly target Long Chen, they used her and Long Chen's trust in her. She wished that she was dead now. With Long Chen in their hands, he was definitely suffering a fate worse than death. Hatred, resentment, unwillingness, killing intent. The devil music crashing down upon her from all directions was clearly attempting to nourish a heart devil within her, gradually erasing her will and turning her into a puppet. What she needed to do was to calm herself. That was the only way to resist the invasion of the heart devil. However, whenever she thought of Long Chen, those negative emotions surged within her. In front of her lay the southern sea zither. Regretfully, it was already under someone else's control. It was like a lifeless log. Senior, did you also encounter something like this? Am I really going to end up becoming their puppet? Will my own hands slaughter the lives of the martial heaven continent? Will I kill my sisters and Long Chen's hot-blooded brothers? Ziyan muttered to herself. Tears once more surfaced in her eyes. She felt like she had fallen into a bottomless hell, powerless to resist. The formations and chains made her unable to even kill herself. Now do you know the evil side of humanity? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Ziyan's mind. Ziyan was startled but ecstatic. Senior, is it you? Is it really you? That voice belonged to the southern sea zither. But that was impossible. The music master had used the zither soul to gain complete control over the southern sea zither. What lay before her should be nothing more than an empty husk. This husk was for her when she became bedeviled. She would then play a song of slaughter, becoming nothing more than a tool. Hence, for the southern sea zither to be able to speak to her, she finally felt a glimmer of hope within this endless darkness. Of course it is me. Answer my question from 20 years ago again. When you encounter evil people, what should you do? Ziyan felt as if she had returned to 20 years ago. When she was but a girl, the southern sea zither had asked her this question. Her answer was that she would turn evil to good, bringing them to the correct path. Now that the southern sea zither brought it back up, she felt that this answer was laughable. Kill them all. Killing intent raged within Ziyan's eyes. She recalled the music master's fake face in her senior's expressions. At this moment, her killing intent exploded like a volcano. In that instant, Ziyan began to transform. Her face grew colder, harder. If Long Chen was present, he would definitely find her resembling sovereign Han Wei. Good. The current you are finally qualified to be my master. I am a slaughter zither. The music of slaughter can only be played by those who can kill resolutely. In that battle of the immortal era, my master betrayed me, almost causing the destruction of the eastern wasteland bell. Ever since then, I carry a disgrace that cannot be washed away. From then onward, I stopped believing in kindness. I only believe in killing. My last master was Han Wei, and you will be the next sovereign Han Wei. Come, join forces with me. We will kill until the world flips, said the southern sea zither. An ancient zither appeared within Ziyan's mind sea. This was the zither soul, and it fully merged with Ziyan. However, this zither soul was not very powerful. Before Ziyan could speak, the southern sea zither explained. My main soul is still under their control. But as long as you do as I teach you, acting like you've become a bedeviled puppet, we will reclaim that main soul when they try to control you. Furthermore, after you become a puppet, they will definitely pour their resources into you to turn you into the strongest killing machine. While becoming a sovereign isn't possible, you will become an emperor. Then we will kill them until their blood turns into a river. Ziyan nodded. Within the darkness, an unprecedented determination shone in her eyes. Long Chen, if you are still alive, I will accompany you in battle. If you are dead, I will kill all our enemies and then join you. Pain racked Long Chen's body. He felt like he had become prey caught in a spider web. Every single bone, every single meridian was hooked. His blood had almost been sucked dry, and he was incomparably weak. Long Chen, I'll give you another chance, one last chance. If you want to live, hand over your secrets. Long Chen barely managed to raise his head. His neck crackled. He didn't know what they had done to him, but just opening his eyes made his eyes burn. His vision was extremely indistinct at first. He found himself in a foreign world, cold and desolate. Stones covered this craggy land, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had been sucked dry. There was no sign of life. Standing in front of him were two people. One was the Lord Saint, while the other the sinister heaven executioner. His slender hands held a delicate bloody blade. He was looking at Long Chen with interest, a smile on his face. I didn't expect that after so many years, I will get to use my blade against your body once more. It truly is an honor. Chapter 2734 Bone Scraping Torture. The Heaven Executioner. Only a few people knew his real name. In the divine families, he was only called the Heaven Executioner. He was officially the manager in charge of the Justice Department, but so much time had passed that people had forgotten this position. The Heaven Executioner had become his name. Long Chen looked at the Heaven Executioner with icy killing intent. Back then, when he was just a baby, someone had cruelly taken his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone. It was this pair of evil hands that had destroyed his family. Only now did Long Chen notice golden threads throughout his entire body, and every thread was connected to his meridians and bones. He was like a puppet being strung along. He had lost his ability to recover. Every trace of blood qi, every trace of spiritual strength was sucked away by those threads, leaving him powerless. Long Chen, you're beaten. You have no chance of turning things around. Just surrender. Your father was even stronger than you back then but was unable to escape these bindings. In the end, he was sent away. You should just give up. You can't escape, and don't even think that someone will come save you. This is the heavens, devastation world. It only has a single connection to other worlds, and that entrance exists in the divine family's ancestral lands. Furthermore, that entrance is a top secret even amongst the divine families. There are definitely less than 10 people aware of it. Even if the Martial Heaven Alliance learns that you're in our hands, they can't do anything, especially since we've closed the channel connecting the Martial Heaven continent to us. They can't get in, but even if they did, they would have to tear down the entire divine families to have a chance of finding the entrance. But do they have that power? The Martial Heaven continent has declined. You should know just how strong we are, said the Lord Saint. Long Chen nodded. It's true. I never expected that the divine families were so powerful. So the so-called Dark Era's battles were a scheme. The divine families were the true spies. No wonder you would always hide whenever the sovereigns appeared, and there are no records of you participating in battles. How unfortunate that I don't have the wisdom of the sovereigns and failed to notice this. Since I'm in your hands, there's nothing to say. I just don't understand, are you attacking the Martial Heaven continent simply for slaughter? The Lord Saint shook his head. That's a secret. Until the final moment, no one can speak of it. Don't bother thinking about it. Even if you did learn this secret from my mouth, what would you do? Are you even capable of reporting it to the Martial Heaven continent? Even if you give us your secrets, all I can do is protect your life. I won't let you go back to the Martial Heaven continent and ruin our plans. Let's get back to the topic. I'm giving you your last chance. Hand over your secrets, and I will let you live. Long Chen laughed. The Lord Saint cocked his head. Is it very funny? Long Chen shook his head. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at my father. I'm laughing at the soft heart he had. He was so soft-hearted that he didn't kill you, not knowing that this person that he had mercy on would have no mercy on his son. Isn't that funny? Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed, his voice full of ridicule. Shut up. The Lord Saint furiously shouted. I've given you your chance, but you refused to accept it. If I didn't pity the two of you, both of you would have been immediately killed. Ha ha. What a joke. My father spared your life back then. This is what he gets in return. You act so noble, but you're just a hypocrite. Just looking at you disgusts me. You wish to know how I cultivated to my current level without my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. You wish to know how a group of normal people like the Dragonblood Legion rose to the peak of the martial path. You want to know why the 5 sovereigns chose me to carry on their legacies. Haha, do you think I'm a fool? You think you have an absolute advantage, but your eyes tell me that you're filled with unease. The Martial Heaven continent still has many secrets that you're unaware of. Any one of those secrets could cause your plans to fail. My guess is that if things do fail, you will face your own inescapable tribulation. And you play such childish games to dredge out my secrets. Keep dreaming, sneered Long Chen. You, the Lord Saint pointed at Long Chen furiously, but his furious gaze contained a trace of worry. He really was uneasy. The sovereigns were connected to the greatest secret of the Martial Heaven continent. Even after so many years, they hadn't managed to pierce that veil. The 5 sovereigns all viewed Long Chen highly. There must be some reason for that. If they killed Long Chen, that secret might be forever lost. The Martial Heaven continent was the core of the star field. Although it was on the verge of destruction, it was not a normal world. Even on the verge of death, any life that was facing demise would unleash all its power at that final moment to fight back. Long Chen very likely knew some of those core secrets. If they could obtain those, their plans would go even smoother. That was why they viewed his secrets as something that they had to obtain. For Long Chen to completely see through his intentions like this embarrassed the Lord Saint. This embarrassment became anger, but he was also powerless. You really refuse to recognize kindness. I'll give you 1 month to think it over. After 1 month, if you still refuse to accept, don't blame me. The Lord Saint snorted coldly and turned around. The Lord Saint clenched a jade pendant. With a special hand seal, a channel appeared in the void. He stepped into that channel and then vanished. 1 month. The Lord Saint truly thinks lowly of me. I won't waste any time. The Heaven Executioner laughed. He suddenly scraped his blade across Long Chen's arm. Long Chen's entire body quivered. Although it was just a light graze of the blade, it made Long Chen feel like he would crumble. Haha, not bad, you don't even make a sound. Hee, I really like this part of you and your father. But I really want to know just what it would take to make someone like you scream. The Heaven Executioner smiled with a kind of perverted excitement. It was as if torturing people was a pleasure to him. The Heaven Executioner cut his blade across Long Chen 1, 2, 3, an uncountable number of times. Long Chen's body constantly spasmed, but he didn't say anything. His icy eyes stared back at the Heaven Executioner. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice like a devil's curse. You should pray to the heavens that you don't land in my hands. Chapter 2735 Humiliation. Don't worry, such a day will never come. No one can protect their secrets in front of me. The Lord Saint gave me 1 month, so we can play slowly. There's no need to rush, hee. The Heaven Executioner's blade suddenly lit up with runes, and he stabbed it into Long Chen's chest. As the sound of it scraping against bone rang out, Long Chen's body twitched violently. The pain made veins pop on his forehead, but he still didn't make a sound. When your spirit bone was taken, it seemed that I wasn't very clean. Let me help you tidy up. The Heaven Executioner smiled eerily and began to drag his blade down. The spirit bone was what connected the spirit and the blood chi, and its location could be said to be the most sensitive spot in the human body. For a blade to stab through there was enough to make a person want to die. Does it hurt? If it hurts, you should scream. That might make you feel better. The Heaven Executioner's words were enticing. They definitely had a powerful effect on someone in unimaginable pain. However, Long Chen knew that once he screamed, his last mental defense would crumble. This was a mental battle. The pain washed over Long Chen's body like a tsunami. He clenched his teeth, not making a sound. Suddenly, his vision darkened as he fainted. Only then did the Heaven Executioner pull back his blade. His smile vanished, replaced with a solemn frown. Long Chen's will was truly terrifying. This one move of his had caused countless people before him to submit. Most people couldn't endure it. Even people with incredibly strong wills were only able to endure a few breaths' time. However, Long Chen had endured for an incense stick's worth of time before directly fainting. There was no opening in his will to exploit. In his entire life, the Heaven Executioner had only failed with this technique on 2 people. One was Long Chen, while the other was Long Chen's father. We can go slowly. We'll continue in 3 days. The Heaven Executioner snorted at the unconscious Long Chen and left. That was because he knew that Long Chen's unconscious state would last 3 days. During these 3 days, he couldn't possibly push Long Chen any further or he would really die. The Lord Saint had specifically given him a month's time to avoid pressing him, so he wouldn't make a mistake due to impatience. If Long Chen did die, there would be no way for them to dredge his secrets out of him. Once the Heaven Executioner left, this desolate world only had a giant net remaining. Long Chen was trapped at the center of this net. What to do? What can I do? How can I escape? Even while unconscious, Long Chen's mind didn't slumber. He was thinking of how he could escape his current predicament. He couldn't die. If he died, everyone in the Dragonblood Legion would unleash a suicidal charge to avenge him. If he died, everyone he cared about would perish as well, and the martial heaven continent would be destroyed. The 5 sovereigns had placed their trust in him. Although he hadn't promised them anything, he could feel that burden on his shoulders. Lei Linger has also been sealed and cannot help me. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at his palm sadly. In order to kill Long Aotian, Lei Linger had unleashed her full power. Long Chen had wanted to destroy his physical body and take his Yuan spirit hostage with that killing blow, but it had been ruined by the Lord Saint. With that one failure, everything fell apart. Due to using up all her energy, Lei Linger had hidden herself in the lightning rune in his palm. However, that rune had been sealed, which cut off his connection to her. The current Long Chen could truly be said to have used up all his trump cards. The only thing that gave him some comfort was that Evilmoon had escaped. It hadn't been captured, so it would definitely transmit this news to the martial heaven continent. If the high priest learned of this, he would definitely do his best to save Long Chen. However, right now, Long Chen was worrying more about Ziyan. This giant scheme's main target had not been him but Ziyan instead. It could be said that her plight was far worse than his. If the positions were switched, if Long Chen made a mistake that caused Ziyan to be captured, he would go crazy. Furthermore, thinking of how she was being tormented by those old witches from the elusive music immortal palace, his killing intent surged. As expected, the 9-star hegemon body art's senses were the most accurate. Bad people were simply bad people. He should have killed them as soon as he saw them. Although I managed to trick that pervert, I need to come up with some way of escaping. What can I possibly do within 3 days? Pondered Long Chen. All his power was being sucked away by this net, as if countless leeches were sucking away his energy. Any trace of power he summoned would be sucked away. He didn't even have the spiritual strength to connect with the primal chaos space. Moreover, he had no way to use the power locked away in his 108,000 stars. Even if he could, it would be useless. The power of his stars would also be sucked away by these countless formations. Long Chen had never been in such a hopeless scenario before, all his paths were blocked shut. He was at his wit's end. Am I supposed to wait to be saved here? Long Chen shook his head. Even if the high priest knew his predicament, the former wouldn't possibly attack the divine families. The martial heaven continent was in imminent peril. Anything could cause the battle to start in advance. Furthermore, he was captured in the ancient battlefield, so how could they know that he was in the divine families? Just as what the Lord Saint said, even knowing would be useless. They couldn't find him here. 3 days quickly passed and the heaven executioner returned, this time with more than 10 different torture tools. However, even his best efforts didn't cause Long Chen to make a sound. In the end, Long Chen fainted once more. This time, the heaven executioner's expression was much darker. Long Chen's will made him feel a bit of fear, shaking his confidence. If this continued, there would be no way for him to open Long Chen's mouth. Another 3 days passed. However, when the heaven executioner finished, his expression was twisted. He had failed once more. All his torture skills were useless. After another few days, he brought 2 additional people. One was Long Aoshan, who only looked at Long Chen. But curiously, he didn't do anything. After staring at Long Chen, he snickered, "Long Chen, hold on. I've advanced to the 10th heaven stage, do you see? I'm already at the Venerate realm, and I'm going to break through to the Saint realm soon. You must be calm and patient during this time. Don't get too emotional, or you might die. Endure until I become a sovereign. I want you to personally witness me killing every person you care about." After saying that, Long Aoshan patted Long Chen's face, laughed, and left. The other person then stepped forward. Looking at him, Long Chen was surprised. It was Yi Qian, the Divine Pill Division's heavenly genius, someone the Pill Doyen viewed highly. He had now reached the 9th heaven stage of heaven merging. Yi Qian came up to Long Chen and sneered, "Long Chen, today I'll repay you for the humiliation you made me endure in the Divine Pill Plaza." Yi Qian suddenly punched Long Chen's chest, causing the latter to cough up a mouthful of blood and faint. "What are you doing?" raged the heaven executioner. He then checked on Long Chen. Fortunately, he hadn't died. Yi Qian clearly hadn't discussed this punch with him beforehand. "Sorry, I simply couldn't endure my hatred," apologized Yi Qian. "You immature fool, scram!" shouted the heaven executioner. If Yi Qian had killed Long Chen just now, all their efforts would have been wasted. Yi Qian apologized and left. When he was about to vanish, he stealthily glanced back at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Chapter 2736 Pill Spirit Flame. Once Yi Qian left, the heaven executioner was worried about Long Chen dying, so he gave Long Chen some medicine. Only then did he gloomily leave. It was unknown whether or not he was going to demand an explanation from the Pill Doyen. Their agreement had been for Long Aoshan and Yi Qian to humiliate Long Chen. That was because they might be able to cause Long Chen to speak out of anger or hatred, causing his mouth to slip. Long Aoshan was in a critical moment, and allowing him to see Long Chen like this could allow him to break free of any mental burdens. As for Yi Qian, he was supposed to humiliate Long Chen, infuriating him and creating an opening in his mental state. However, Yi Qian hadn't done as agreed. He had almost killed Long Chen, and this act infuriated the Heaven Executioner. An hour after the Heaven Executioner left, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was surprised. Why did Yi Qian come to help me? Long Chen noticed that a new flame energy had appeared within his body. This was not a flame seed. Moreover, it was extremely weak that even the Heaven Executioner didn't notice it. This was a pill cultivator's specific pill spirit flame. Furthermore, this flame was extremely rarely seen. Only alchemists could sense its existence. With his punch, Yi Qian had sent the pill spirit flame into Long Chen's body. This was like sending charcoal in snow. At this moment, the pill spirit flame was slowly burning within Long Chen's body, gradually forming a clump of energy. This energy was actually not restricted by the formations trapping him. With it, I have somewhere to store up energy. It will no longer be sucked away. Long Chen was delighted by this. He finally had a chance of survival. Within the Divine Pill Division, in a secret room, Yi Qian was standing before the Pill Doyen, who was sitting. Without opening his eyes, he said, "Is it done?" "Yes, I've done as you instructed. The void spirit flame has been sent into his body." The Heaven Executioner didn't notice, but disciple still doesn't understand, said Yi Qian. The Pill Doyen finally opened his eyes. "Speak. Why are we helping Long Chen? This is betraying the divine families. Although the Divine Pill Division exists outside the laws of the divine families, we are also not permitted to interfere in their matters." However, this time, the Divine Pill Division paid almost no attention to matters outside of refining pills. Now that they had interfered in this matter, Yi Qian was nervous. However, he had still carried out the Pill Doyen's orders. This matter was incredibly dangerous. If the divine families learned of it, he and the Pill Doyen would not have a good ending. Long Chen has graced you with kindness. Without him, you would have gone further and further down the wrong path. Someone who doesn't repay favors is a little person, so this matter has to be repaid. Otherwise, once your realm reaches a higher level, you will slowly find an unbreakable wall in your way. If Long Chen died like this when you had the ability to help him, and you didn't, would you be able to rest at peace? Would that not form a heart devil? Perhaps if you were such an indifferent person inside then it would be fine, but you are kind deep down. By opening this path for him, you have opened a door for yourself, said the Pill Doyen. Yi Qian was startled. He did not feel anything good toward Long Chen, but deep inside, he was grateful to Long Chen. Without his defeat back then, there was no way he would be calmly cultivating right now. Long Chen had changed his attitude toward alchemy, allowing him to advance with leaps and bounds on the Pill Dao. He did have some hatred toward Long Chen, but also gratitude. If Long Chen died, the hatred would naturally vanish. However, just as the Pill Doyen said, perhaps 10 or 100 years from now, he would recall this matter. Would he feel regret and guilt then? Disciple understands. Many thanks for your teachings. Yi Qian bowed, fully convinced. The Pill Doyen's wisdom was something he was a far cry from reaching. The Pill Doyen nodded. Although you like to compete and get a bit jealous of others, your heart still holds kindness. That's the only reason why I would pass my life's teachings to you. Long Chen has ground down your sharpness, returning your sword to its sheath. Your sharpness is now reserved, your future prospects are limitless. You owe Long Chen a huge debt, and that debt must be repaid. As for the laws of the divine families, those are meaningless for us. We are the Divine Pill Division. We only care about refining pills. Haha, Long Chen is also an alchemist, so this can't count as stepping out of line. Yi Qian smiled when the Pill Doyen put it like that. He didn't expect the always impartial Pill Doyen to have such an unreasonable side. That logic was far too forced. However, can a single flame seed really change his fate? Asked Yi Qian. That's not up to us. We've done what we can and should do. Whether he can escape with that is up to him. Like this, you can face Long Chen in the future, and I can face that old wine ghost as well, sighed the Pill Doyen. The Pill Doyen's expression suddenly changed. He said, "Prepare yourself. The Heaven Executioner has come, and he's definitely going to complain. We cannot reveal any openings to him. This person is no good." On the Martial Heaven continent, within the palace of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, Ku Jianying, the old man, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yi Ziqiu, and the others were all gathered. The atmosphere was incomparably tense. "Let me go. I will drag Long Chen back," declared the old man, unable to conceal his anxiousness. This is clearly a trap. Now that Long Chen has been captured, one wrong move and the martial heaven continent will be doomed. Rather than saving Long Chen, we'd drag the lives of the continent down with us. Furthermore, where are you going to go to save him? Do you know where he is? Demanded Ku Jianying angrily. The old man raged, "Anything is better than just waiting here. I'll slaughter the divine families first. With the heaven-splitting divine tablet, I'll be able to fight even against the Lord Saint. Is there any meaning to this foolish bravery? You were like this in your youth, and you still haven't grown up in your old age. We need to think of a way to fix this, not get angry and do something reckless. You're only compounding the problem. When are you going to mature?" Cursed Ku Jianying. "What use does maturity have? Your heart only cares for your martial heaven continent, but my heart cares for my family's children. In my eyes, I've never managed to be a useful father figure. If I stay like this, that won't change for the rest of my life. Go find whoever you like. I'm going to go save my child," cursed the old man. He began to walk out. Ku Jianying was shuddering with rage, and furious tears overflowed from her eyes. "You bastard, how can you say such hurtful things?" Li Tianxuan grabbed the old man, saying, "Calm yourself down. Every single one of us is as worried as you. However, just as the Alliance had said, being reckless will not resolve things. Furthermore, you don't need to worry. I will use my own head to guarantee that Long Chen won't die." Everyone was startled. Why was Li Tianxuan so sure? Just at that moment, another voice rang out. "I will also use my head to guarantee that Long Chen will be fine." A white-robed, middle-aged man with a sword on his back walked into the palace. Seeing him, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yi Ziqiu, and Tang Wan'er all cried out in disbelief. Chapter 2737 Ling Yunzi arrives. His snow-white robes fluttered in the breeze along with his long facial hair, and he gave off a feeling of the immortal Tao. However, his gaze was sharp, so sharp that people didn't dare to look directly at him. Sword light flowed within his eyes. After many years, Ling Yunzi's appearance had changed quite a bit. However, Tang Wan'er and the others still recognized him instantly. Junior Ling Yunzi greets seniors. Ling Yunzi cupped his fists toward everyone. Even the high priest and Taoist Heavenly Feather rose to greet him. Ling Yunzi's aura was ephemeral. They couldn't sense his true cultivation base. However, it was possible to sense the sharp will of the sword Tao. "I've long since heard that a peerless genius has appeared within the Heavenly Sword Gate. As someone who cultivates the Annihilation Sword Tao, partially through his own cultivation and partially through the enlightenment of the heavens, he is a genius that has never appeared throughout all of history. Now that we meet, I see that the rumors are all true." The high priest looked at Ling Yunzi with admiration. It seemed that he could sense how terrifying the latter was. Ling Yunzi smiled humbly. "Senior overpraises me. This junior merely had a lucky encounter. It was all thanks to Long Chen. I'm too ashamed to receive this praise." "You're too courteous. Is Sect Master Heaven Spirit Sword Master well? If I recall correctly, he is my senior. Unfortunately, I've never had a chance to pay my respects to him," said the high priest. This startled Meng Qi and the others. Even Taoist Heavenly Feather with her startling seniority called the high priest senior, yet the high priest called Sect Master Heaven Spirit Sword Master as senior. Just what era was this person from? Master left this mortal world 3 months ago. It's a pity that he was never fated to meet with you, sighed Ling Yunzi. What a shame. If senior was present, doesn't that mean that you are this generation's sword master? The high priest's eyes suddenly widened. Ling Yunzi nodded. Junior is ashamed to say that with my pitiful talent, but I don't dare to betray my master's expectations. I could only thicken my skin and accept this heavy burden. The high priest and Taoist Heavenly Feather were pleasantly surprised. Ling Yunzi had become this generation's heavenly spirit sword master, so they had gained another powerful helper. Stop talking around the point. You said that Long Chen won't die. Is that true? Interrupted the old man. Ling Yunzi nodded. Senior, rest at ease. As long as I am still alive, he won't die. What does that mean? Asked the old man. Ling Yunzi smiled. Forgive this junior for not being able to answer. But I believe that the Zan master understands. Li Tianxuan was startled. So you, Ling Yunzi nodded. So it wasn't just me. There's another. If we are still living well, Long Chen can't possibly die because this is fate. What nonsense are you two mumbling about? Demanded the old man. Let me put it simply. Long Chen won't die. What we should do is focus on advancing as fast as possible because the battle is quickly approaching. Don't mention the fact that Long Chen was captured. Even if the other side leaks this news, we can use Long Chen's clone to fake it, said Ling Yunzi. Sect Master, how did you know that Long Chen was captured? Do you have eyes in the divine families? Asked Tang Wan. After Evilmoon had given them this news, they had not mentioned it to anyone outside of this room. No, the Heavenly Sword Gate is separated from the rest of the world. I have no connection with the divine families. As for how, you will know in the future. I came over specifically for this matter. Do not try to save him. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Other than that, I want to see my apprentice and tell him a few things. Forgive my rudeness. I'll be leaving first, said Ling Yunzi. He bowed to the high priest and the others before taking his leave. Ling Yunzi's arrival gave them a boost in confidence. If both Li Tianxuan and Ling Yunzi were so sure, perhaps there really was no need to worry. Meng Qi and the others also grew a little calmer. In order to not cause panic, Ling controlled Long Chen's clone, making a few appearances throughout the martial heaven continent to prevent rumors from spreading. After that, they began refining pills and cultivating once more. Although they were worried about Long Chen, they had no choice but to focus on this. Since Long Chen's clone was still present, he had to still be alive. If he died, the wisp of soul essence he had used to create the clone would vanish, causing the clone to crumble. In order to not worry others, they locked down this information. Right now, all they could do was trust in Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others refined pills almost crazily. They had Sha Chen set up his strongest formations to absorb the power of these medicinal pills and assist everyone in the Dragonblood Legion in cultivation. Meng Qi knew that after capturing Long Chen, the divine families would do everything in their power to crash down upon the martial heaven continent as fast as possible. Right now, the only thing they could do to prevent such a thing was to advance as quickly as possible. Due to refining at such a crazy speed, they ended up with a large stock. Even the old man, Ku Jianying, and a few other trusted seniors were given some pills to power themselves. This was along with some of the more talented disciples of the martial heaven continent. No one cared what side effects these medicinal pills had. They did everything they could to survive. All Meng Qi and the others could do was refine these pills. As for the rest, they could only wait and see. Long Chen, do you still refuse to say anything? Let me tell you, Long Aoshan already successfully advanced to the Emperor realm yesterday. Did you hear? He's already an emperor. The heaven executioner taunted Long Chen angrily. It had been 20 days, but he had yet to pry open Long Chen's mouth. Moreover, he had used up every form of torture he had in his arsenal. For the first time, the torture skill he had complete confidence in had run into a steelboard. None of his techniques could make Long Chen submit or rattle his will. Long Chen had countless wounds on his body, but no blood flowed out. That was because almost all his blood had bled out. His face was as pale as paper. Long Chen looked at the angry heaven executioner mockingly. So what, does it have anything to do with me? Idiot, do you not know? They will all become sovereigns soon. At that time, everyone you care about will be killed. Do you want to personally witness it? Sneered the heaven executioner. You're the idiot. You've used 100 tricks, and you thought that this would be what rattled me. How naive, laughed Long Chen. The heaven executioner furiously struck Long Chen's stomach, causing him to faint. Fuck, he pisses me off. The heaven executioner furiously left as there was no way for him to create an opening in Long Chen's mind. Even threatening his family didn't work. As his soul was still unshakable, there was no way to read his soul. Long Chen slowly woke up with a sneer on his face. The flame energy has been gathering for so many days. It should be enough to open the primal chaos bead. Success or failure will be decided by this one move. Chapter 2738 The Eastern Wasteland Bell appears. Long Chen closed his eyes. Above his dantian, a cluster of flames in the form of a human slowly formed hand seals. As a result, Long Chen's dantian quivered and a ball of light opened. Using the power of the spirit flame, Long Chen finally managed to restore his connection to the primal chaos bead. With the primal chaos space open, he sighed with relief. With the primal chaos bead, he would be able to shatter the power of the formations binding him. However, he didn't immediately do that. What would be the point? He would still be trapped here. Once the formations were broken, the divine families would definitely sense it. At that time, an army of experts would arrive and he would still be unable to escape. After opening the primal chaos space, surprisingly, the first thing to react was the bronze fragment. That was a fragment of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It began to glow. With a thought, Long Chen summoned the bronze fragment, which began to rapidly flicker. At this moment, space fluctuated according to a certain rhythm as if transmitting something. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared before Long Chen. Upon seeing it, Long Chen cried out in shock. That figure was the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It was no longer as broken down as it was when he had first met it. Although it was just an illusory image before him, its aura was grand and sacred. Eastern Wasteland Bell, what are you doing here? Hee, it really is fate. You came. The Eastern Wasteland Bell laughed with a trace of relief. Senior, save me, said Long Chen excitedly. I'm the one who needs saving. What? Ice water washed over Long Chen. He angrily said, look at what state I'm in. How am I supposed to save you? Long Chen had been tortured to the point where he no longer looked human. Without the slightest energy, he couldn't even save himself, let alone someone else. Don't panic. First listen to my explanation. These bastards concealed my body within 8 hidden worlds. I've been searching for those fragments one by one during these years, but I'm still missing 2 fragments. One is the piece you have in your hand, while the other is sealed at the bottom of this world. There is an eternal azure vine, an immemorial life form absorbing its power there, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. As it spoke, Long Chen's bronze fragment slowly merged into its illusory image and faded into it. The image of the Eastern Wasteland Bell grew more complete. Its aura also grew explosively. Even you, the leader of the 5 supreme divine items, are unable to deal with it. Asked Long Chen in disbelief. Killing it would be simple. But there are 2 thorny problems. If I kill it, the energy of mine that it has been absorbing throughout all these years will be lost. Even if I obtain that fragment, I won't be able to regain all that power. The other problem is that it is protected by formations. If it is killed, it will immediately be sensed. That's why I'm currently pondering how to eliminate it. But now you're here. It really is perfect, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. What can I possibly do against it? Bring out your black soil. I'll make it wither and slowly spit out all my energy. It won't alarm anyone this way. Is that eternal azure vine an idiot? It won't resist. It won't alert anyone, asked Long Chen. No, it does not possess such a spirit. In any case, this method will definitely work. Bring out your black soil, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. At the next moment, the black soil began to fly out, forming a current that flowed into the image of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It emitted a ray of light to absorb all the black soil. That's enough. After an incense stick's worth of time, the Eastern Wasteland Bell cried out excitedly. It sent a rune into Long Chen's body. I still can't save you in this state. If you encounter danger, shatter that rune and I will try to help. However, it would be best if you can stall for some time. If I cannot recover all my power, I won't be able to defeat the heaven-devastating bracelet, instructed the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen nodded. That fragment and the energy that had been absorbed from the eternal azure vine were critically important to the Eastern Wasteland Bell, and thus also to the martial heaven continent's survival. As a result, Long Chen definitely couldn't shatter that rune too early, or it would ruin all the efforts of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. After that, the image of the Eastern Wasteland Bell vanished. Long Chen didn't know in which corner of this world its true body was hiding, but it seemed that the Eastern Wasteland Bell had to have entered just recently, or it would have gone to find him for his black soil long ago. Relying on myself is better than relying on others. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Seeing the Eastern Wasteland Bell had made him think that he was saved, but he hadn't expected that it also had its own troubles. Originally, Long Chen was planning on drawing all the formations binding him into the primal chaos space. He couldn't control it fully, but once foreign power attacked it, it would automatically strike back. He was confident that its power could shatter these formations. However, that would definitely send an alarm through the divine families. If he couldn't escape, it was meaningless. Long Chen decided to wait until the Heaven Executioner returned. Long Chen could capture him when he least expected it and force him to open the spatial gate. The arrival of the Eastern Wasteland Bell forced him to be passive. He had to wait for it to finish. Time passed day by day. The Heaven Executioner always returned every few days to torture him. During this period, Long Chen almost killed him several times, but he still endured. The Heaven Executioner didn't sense the change in Long Chen, but he was growing more and more explosive. Long Chen's unshakable will made him despair. On this day, the Heaven Executioner returned once more. However, he didn't immediately start with his tortures this time. It's the 29th day today. The deadline is tomorrow, and it is your final chance. I'm going to tell you some news that you won't like. Long Aotian has become a sovereign along with the heavenly geniuses of the other worlds. As tomorrow is the day of the assault on the martial heaven continent, its destruction is already set in stone. Everyone related to you will die. Those people that you're close to, especially your women, will definitely find death to be a luxury. The Lord Saint has said that as long as you tell us your secrets, he can spare your women. You don't need to answer me right away. I'll give you 1 day to consider it. If you still don't give me any satisfactory answers when I return tomorrow, I'll execute the death torture on you. The Heaven Executioner left after saying that. Long Chen's expression was gloomy. Was their cultivation speed really so fast? Eastern Wasteland Bell, how much longer? Asked Long Chen. This was no good. They had no more time. Almost. Trust me, we'll make it, answered the Eastern Wasteland Bell. The next day arrived far too quickly. At this moment, the Heaven Executioner glared at Long Chen. The battle has started. There is no longer a use for you. Chapter 2739 Profiting from Disaster. Are you going to speak? Roared the Heaven Executioner. His patience was gone. Long Chen had too many secrets on him. Hence, even now, the divine families refused to give up. However, the only one capable of making Long Chen open his mouth was the Heaven Executioner, and even he had failed. If he had failed, then there was no point in others even trying. As a result, the divine families had given the Heaven Executioner the order to try one final push, and if it still failed, all they could do was kill Long Chen. Although Long Chen was caught and trapped here, just the idea of him living made them uneasy. Back then, you crippled my Dantian, but I still managed to grow to this level. Do you feel like there's any chance that I'll submit to you? Sneered Long Chen. Then I'll just cripple you once more. The Heaven Executioner furiously unleashed a palm on Long Chen's Dantian. Primal Chaos Bead, someone's attacking you. You better kill him. Long Chen prayed inside. He had successfully baited the Heaven Executioner into attacking his Dantian. Long Chen's Dantian rumbled. The Primal Chaos Bead didn't react, but his 108,000 stars appeared. Not good. Long Chen's expression changed. You have this many astral spaces. The Heaven Executioner was surprised. A star diagram had appeared within Long Chen's Dantian and manifested before him. Eastern Wasteland Bell, what are you doing? I can't stall any longer. Roared Long Chen inside. Close. Just the final step remains. Responded the Eastern Wasteland Bell, also at a critical juncture. Unfortunately, both of them were at critical junctures. If the Eastern Wasteland Bell came over now, everything would be for naught. Long Chen had the most difficult choice in front of him. He glared at the Heaven Executioner, and the Heaven Executioner smiled sinisterly. No wonder you have so much power. So your cultivation path is different from everyone else's. A total of 108,000 astral spaces. It really is hard to imagine. Just how strong is your world energy? Fortunately, you didn't get to continue growing. With this kind of foundation, even just reaching the Emperor realm might be enough for you to be completely unrivaled. How unfortunate for you that this is your fate. You were fated to die to my hands. Whether it was when you were first born or today, you never managed to escape my grasp. You have so many stars. Crushing them one by one sounds like a fun idea. I'll try it. The Heaven Executioner finally saw some hope of success, so he smiled excitedly. Long Chen's furious gaze only stimulated him. Long Chen clenched his fists. Strike back or endure. If the Eastern Wasteland Bell couldn't fully recover, it wouldn't be able to handle the Heaven Devastating Bracelet. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had told him that the Heaven Devastating Bracelet was their most terrifying enemy. If they couldn't deal with it, the martial heaven continent would be destroyed no matter what. However, if he endured, his stars would be destroyed. That would affect the power of the 9-star hegemon body art, and he might even be crippled. Long Chen was caught in a painful dilemma. Just as Long Chen was hesitating, the Heaven Executioner formed a hand seal. A hand appeared within the star map in Long Chen's body, grabbing one of the stars and crushing it. The star exploded, causing Long Chen to let out a furious roar. This was a humiliation, and a wave of anger that he could not suppress exploded out of him. His killing intent condensed into a solid form. Hee, good, now it's interesting. You refused to make a sound before. A wooden log isn't interesting. Scream some more. The Heaven Executioner grew more excited seeing this reaction. However, just as he was pleased by this, a majestic energy surged out of Long Chen's dantian. In that instant, space and time seemed to freeze. The Heaven Executioner was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Most terrifying of all, the power of heaven and earth had vanished along with the laws of the heavenly Taos. He couldn't sense any heavenly Tao energy. What? The Heaven Executioner was terrified. He didn't know what had happened. The power of the outside world had vanished, and even his own world energy was sealed. He had fallen from a peak expert to an ant in an instant. Mist surged out of Long Chen's dantian, and the formations binding Long Chen's body turned to dust. But no alarm rang out. Even the destroyed formation runes were unable to spread. It was as if the world was frozen. The only thing moving was a cyclone around Long Chen's dantian. So that's the case. It seems that I need to thank you for helping me inadvertently open the gate to the 9-star hegemon body art. Long Chen smiled oddly at the terrified Heaven Executioner. One of his 108,000 stars had been broken. Due to that, it created space for the rest of his 108,000 stars to start moving. Before this, his star map was like a game board covered in pieces. Since the board was full, there was nowhere for any of the pieces to move. However, once one piece was removed, it created space for the rest of the pieces to move. Minutes ago, his star map was dead. Now, it was alive. His 108,000 stars began to move on their own, and as they did, endless power filled Long Chen's body. Only when something is imperfect is there room to grow. Something that is perfect is dead. Because the moon wanes, it also waxes. Only by being imperfect is it possible to manifest the changes of the Tao. Long Chen instantly comprehended this. The enlightenment that the sovereigns had tried to pass down to him through their experiences and techniques became clear. Long Chen reached out and tore off the Heaven Executioner's arm. In his hand was a violet jade pendant. Seeing that jade pendant, Long Chen's expression changed. The Heaven Executioner sneered, hee, although I couldn't ring the alarm, the spiritual imprint inside of my soul-calming jade has been erased. In other words, you are trapped in this world. It will take years for you to find the spatial node of this world. By that time, the martial heaven continent will have long since been destroyed. Furthermore, when they see that the channel to this world has been shut, they'll know what happened. They'll destroy this entire world along with you just to ensure that you have no chance of survival. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. Long Chen punched the Heaven Executioner's dantian. As a result, the Heaven Executioner coughed up a mouthful of blood, and cracks spread throughout his body. He almost exploded from this one punch from Long Chen. Oh, sorry, I was just trying to cripple your dantian, but I used a bit too much power. Fortunately, you didn't die. That would be letting you off far too easily. I've memorized all your techniques. Let's switch positions and just see how tough your bones are. After crippling the Heaven Executioner, a rune on Long Chen's palm lit up. The blue-haired Lei Linger appeared. Lei Linger, you should know what to do. Big brother, don't worry. I won't let him die. I'll make sure he lives a life worse than death. I'll return double the pain he made you suffer. Lei Linger took out a small lightning blade and stabbed it into the Heaven Executioner's chest. The method, angle, and positioning were all the same as the Heaven Executioner's technique. Ah! The Heaven Executioner let out a miserable scream, his body quivering in pain. At this moment, Long Chen smiled. That scream was like music to his ears. Lei Linger, bring him with you. Let's go find the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Just as Long Chen said this, the void shuddered. The Eastern Wasteland Bell appeared before him. Chapter 2740 Core of the Star Field. I'm here. The Eastern Wasteland Bell's true body appeared in front of Long Chen. Although it only looked to be 3 meters tall, its dull color had changed. It had gone from drab bronze to dark gold. Countless carvings were on top of it. There were flowers and birds, fish and bugs, mountains and seas. Divine light flowed within it. It was as if its body was its own world. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had gathered all the fragments of its body and all its power. With its complete body, it contained boundless divine might. How amazing! Long Chen couldn't help being emotionally moved when he sensed the boundless power of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. As expected of the leader of the 5 supreme divine items, its aura was stunning. It's thanks to you. I've finally recovered. We'll be able to fight against the heaven-devastating bracelet again, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle with burning battle intent. Back then, if it wasn't for the betrayal of the master of the Southern Sea Zither, we wouldn't have lost so miserably. This time, we will end everything with the divine families in the other worlds. Senior, can you tell me what is going on for the divine families in the other worlds to attack the martial heaven continent? What do they hope to gain? Asked Long Chen. Lei Linger, continue, but have him shut up. Long Chen suddenly turned to Lei Linger because the heaven executioner's pig-like screams were quite loud. Long Chen hadn't expected the heaven executioner, the master of all kinds of tortures, to be so weak against his own tortures. He fainted many times but was forcibly woken by Lei Linger. The heaven executioner's various techniques were all replicated by Lei Linger. She returned all the tortures that he had used on Long Chen. Although Long Chen was extremely refreshed by the heaven executioner's screams, he was getting fed up. As a result, Lei Linger made it so that the heaven executioner didn't even have the right to scream. A net of lightning formed in the air, binding him. The heaven executioner's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his body was constantly twitching violently, but he couldn't make a sound. Long Chen sat down. Having just escaped his bindings, he still had many wounds. There was no way he could fight in this state. He focused on recovering, while the Eastern Wasteland Belle explained some of the history of the martial heaven continent. The battle is about to start, so most karmic taboos are no longer relevant. I will tell you this. Their goal has always been to obtain the core of the star field. This refers to the heart of the star field, the origin from which a world is born and grows, the existence that allows all the lifeforms between heaven and earth to evolve. It is the heart of the martial heaven continent. The heaven-devastating bracelet is the only thing capable of sucking away this core. Thus, in order to protect the martial heaven continent, the top priority is being able to fight off the heaven-devastating bracelet. Doesn't the heaven-devastating bracelet belong to the sea demon race? I've pretty much exterminated the sea demon race. Can someone else control the heaven-devastating bracelet? Asked Long Chen. No, you're wrong. The heaven-devastating bracelet has no master, and it will not follow anyone. It is an immortal item from a higher plane. It has only one mission, and that is to destroy the martial heaven continent. The power it requires is the blood chi, spiritual energy, and resentment produced from slaughter. When the battle starts, whether it is the invaders dying to our defense, or the invaders slaughtering us, the heaven-devastating bracelet will still get stronger. Once it has enough power, it will activate the formation to take away the core of the star field. That is the moment that this world will be destroyed. What is this core? What is the point? Furthermore, with so many different forces fighting for it, how are they supposed to split it? They seem to be working together without any backstabbing. Even the experts of the other worlds seemed aware that the divine families were traitors of the continent. That must mean that they have some existence backing them. Furthermore, the one thing that I truly can't understand is why did the sovereigns not say anything? I refuse to believe that they didn't realize this, said Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Belle sighed. This is a trap, a giant, heaven-encompassing trap. You can consider the core of the star field as a treasure that can give birth to a new star field world. However, once it has been taken, it will no longer be the old world. To us in the mortal world, this core doesn't have any meaning. But it is useful to those who have ascended. Or perhaps I should say it is useful to gods. They can create a world of lifeforms that are their believers, who will give them an unending stream of faith energy. Perhaps you will understand once you ascend. As for your point about there being a backer behind them, you are correct. But no one knows who or what it is. That relates to the higher plane. It might even have to do with competing gods. The reason that the 5 sovereigns didn't reveal this to the world is because this is all a trap. The board was set in motion, encompassing the invading world, as well as the martial heaven continent. You think that you just happened to be caught and trapped here, and just happened to encounter me? No, there are not that many coincidences in this world. The day that you set foot into the cultivation world, your fate deviated from its original path. The martial heaven continent arranged for you to reach this point. If we consider this battle of fates as a game board, then you are the martial heaven continent's destined gamebreaker. The martial heaven continent has bound its fate to you. You are its only hope. As for why the martial heaven continent would choose you, you are the only one who knows. Aren't you the head of the 5 supreme divine items of the martial heaven continent? You came into existence at the same time as the continent. I always thought that you could represent the martial heaven continent, said Long Chen with surprise. The 5 supreme divine items are the companion divine items of the martial heaven continent. Let me put it to you this way, when the martial heaven continent was born, we were also born by the Creator. The Creator. Long Chen's heart leapt. The Eastern Wasteland Bell didn't reply to this question. You can view the martial heaven continent as a monarch, while we are its protectors. Protecting the martial heaven continent is our duty. If we die, then the martial heaven continent will continue to live, but if the martial heaven continent is destroyed, we will also be destroyed. Everyone has been drawn into the board. No one can stay out. Long Chen, if you want to save the people beside you, then it will depend on the survival of the martial heaven continent. Long Chen nodded. He didn't feel resentment toward the martial heaven continent. Instead, he felt great admiration toward all 5 sovereigns. Even if he was a game piece, he was willing to carry out his role. Even if he died in the process, he would not blame the continent. As he listened to the Eastern Wasteland Bell divulge the secrets of the martial heaven continent, he rapidly healed. Although his injuries were so severe that he could almost be considered half crippled, his new star map that had come to life was unleashing endless energy, rapidly restoring his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. As for the primal chaos space's life energy, it rapidly flowed throughout his body, restoring his flesh and blood. An hour later, he had recovered about 90%. He finally stood. The violently twitching, frothing at the mouth heaven executioner lay on the ground. At this moment, Long Chen pointed a single finger. Blood splashed and a hole appeared in the heaven executioner's head. His body instantly became limp. Chapter 2741 Pill Flame refines the soul. After piercing the heaven executioner's head with his finger, Long Chen pulled back his hand, dragging a fist-sized yuan spirit out. At the same time, flames soared within his hand, enveloping the heaven executioner's yuan spirit. The heaven executioner's yuan spirit screamed miserably. This was the most painful torture, but since the heaven executioner wasn't an alchemist, he could never use this move. Although the power of this pill flame was far inferior to Huo Linger's power, it was enough when it came to tormenting people. The heaven executioner's dantian had been crippled, and his physical body had been tortured by Lei Linger to its limit. If Long Chen wanted him to feel pain, Long Chen would have to let the heaven executioner rest and recover before further torture. However, he didn't want to do that. There are 10 levels to using pill flame to refine a soul. It is said that the highest level is so painful that it cannot be described with words. As the most skilled torturer of the divine families, I'll trouble you to help me experience it. Hopefully, you will be able to describe it. Long Chen smiled with his teeth, which gave off a cold glint, making him seem like a demon. No, kill me. The pain of having the soul refined was unimaginable. The only reason that Long Chen had managed to endure the heaven executioner's various tortures was because he had experienced the pain of having his soul ripped apart. Back then, Meng Qi's soul seed had been ruined by the Wind Soul Pavilion's people, crippling her. Long Chen had then forcibly torn off a part of his soul and condensed it into a soul seed for her. After experiencing the pain of his soul being ripped, the pain of his physical body was no longer so terrifying. On the other hand, while the heaven executioner was a vicious person, he was only vicious to others. He had never had to test his viciousness on himself. Long Chen ignored the heaven executioner's plea, and his flame soared, condensing into 2 lotuses. They began to grind against each other, one on top and one on the bottom. As the heaven executioner's yuan spirit was being twisted and ground, his screams instantly rose to a new intensity. When the flame grew stronger, his yuan spirit actually ignited and quickly showed signs of withering. As a result, Long Chen pulled back his flames. His spiritual strength then poured into the withered yuan spirit, causing it to recover. Not bad, you lasted an incense stick's worth of time. We can progress to the 3rd level, said Long Chen. No, kill me, I beg you, kill me. Treat it as mercy, I beg you. The heaven executioner cried out tearfully. He had reached his breaking point. He had spent a lifetime torturing others but never had to endure any tortures himself. Hence, his endurance was even worse than an ordinary person's. If Long Chen wasn't controlling his power, he would have died. Long Chen sneered. You've done so much evil. Why should I have mercy on you? Did you have mercy on me when you tortured me? Did you have mercy when you stole my spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood? However, I'll give you one chance. Answer my questions properly, and I'll give you a quick death. If you hide anything from me, I guarantee that you'll regret it. Ask, cried out the heaven executioner. He didn't even think about living and just wanted to end things. Death was his release. Has the battle truly started? Yes, it's already. Ah. The flames once more soared, and the heaven executioner screamed. You really are an idiot. Although your realm is higher than mine, my spiritual strength is 1,000 times stronger than yours. Do you really think you can lie in front of me? Said Long Chen angrily. His soul was completely locked onto the heaven executioner's soul. Any lies would be instantly sensed. I'll tell you the truth. The battle hasn't started, we're still preparing. Stop, shouted the heaven executioner. Long Chen snorted and retracted his flames. After that, he sent some spiritual strength into the heaven executioner's yuan spirit to avoid him accidentally dying. When the heaven executioner had first told him that the battle had started, he had been worried, but then he suddenly felt that it didn't make sense. If the battle had really started, the divine families definitely wouldn't kill him like this. They would at least drag him in front of the martial heaven continent and kill him in front of everyone to shatter their confidence. That would be far more beneficial to their assault. They wouldn't waste his life. Long Chen's judgment was that the heaven executioner had said this to him on purpose, and now he personally admitted to it. Now Long Chen was much more at ease. If the battle hadn't started, then there was still time. What realm has Long Aotian's cultivation base reached? Demanded Long Chen. The heaven executioner had also said that, when Long Aotian and the others became sovereigns, they would immediately attack. If the battle hadn't started, then they had yet to advance to that realm. He has reached the 11th heaven stage and is attempting to break through to the 12th heaven stage, the Emperor realm, answered the heaven executioner. So he's reached the Saint realm. He really is fast. Long Chen's heart shook. He suddenly asked, how is Long Aotian's cultivation advancing so quickly? Because the divine families have sacrificed all lifeforms in several of the minor worlds that they rule, said the heaven executioner. The divine families had several minor worlds under their control, and those minor worlds were filled with countless lifeforms. They were the sacrifices that the divine families had prepared for Long Aotian. It wasn't just Long Aotian. The nine-headed lion, the blood fiend devil lord, the Aldevil heavenwalker, and Yi Ming were doing the same. Yi Ming in particular had gone above and beyond. He had even tricked the corrupt god, betraying the latter and offering all the corrupt path's believers as sacrifices. Adding to the offerings that the undying race had prepared for him, his cultivation speed was the fastest. They are all walking heretical paths. This isn't the true path of a sovereign. That's why their past sovereigns were never on the same level as the martial heaven continent's sovereigns. The true sovereigns obtained the approval of the world, and the world willingly gave all its power to them. It wasn't forcibly snatched, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen nodded. These people definitely couldn't compare to Sovereign Yun Sheng and the others even once they became sovereigns. However, while this method of theirs was truly evil, sacrificing these countless lives did allow their cultivation speeds to soar to a frightening rate. Now Long Chen understood why Sovereign Yun Sheng had sneered disdainfully back then when Long Chen had asked him about gods. What kind of dogshit gods were these? Whatever gods were backing them were clearly wicked demons. Faith, protection, bullshit. It was simply both sides using each other for whatever gains they could obtain. Tell me what happened back then. Why did you harm my family? Asked Long Chen, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Chapter 2742 The Secret from Back Then. Under Long Chen's forceful torture, the heaven executioner finally spat out the secret of what had happened back then. This story was something that only a few people knew of within the divine families. Back then, the Long family of the divine families had produced a shocking genius. He reached Nether Passage at 18 and Heaven Merging at 20. After 3 more years, he gave up on focusing on his rapid cultivation, instead roaming the surrounding worlds around the martial heaven continent and comprehending the heavenly Taos. He then created 9 completely unprecedented magical arts and divine abilities. Within the entire continent, the only one who could compare to him was the sovereigns, and he was said to be the closest existence to the sovereigns. All the other heavenly geniuses of that time lost their luster when compared to him. At that time, the martial heaven continent was in a special period. Some young geniuses from a higher world came to the continent in order to gain experience, and one of them was a woman named Luoning Shuang. During this tempering experience on the continent, she was attracted to Long Zontian, and the two of them ended up quickly falling in love. Other than them, there was another woman from that group who stayed behind. This person was Long Aotian's mother. These disciples were supposed to return to their higher world after their tempering experience, but Luo Ningxuang chose to stay, refusing to leave. It was said that this matter caused quite a few waves. But since the others who had come with her were unable to force her, and there was no way for stronger experts to descend to this world, she remained behind. It seemed that other things had occurred afterward, but the heaven executioner was unaware of those things. The end result was that Luo Ningxuang stayed behind. 2 years later, Long Aoshan's mother gave birth to Long Aoshan. He had such astonishing innate talent that it shook the divine families. However, a year after that, Long Chen was born. This time, the divine families were simply stunned. A mutated spirit root, a divine spirit bone, and supreme spirit blood. That was an immortal sprout. According to their information, such a talent was something that might not appear once in 10,000 years even in the higher planes. It was at this time that Long Aoshan's mother came up with the plot to steal Long Chen's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone for Long Aoshan. As for the heaven executioner, he had experience in doing such immensely cruel things, so it was he who Long Aoshan's mother went to. At that time, Long Aoshan had reached a full year in age, which according to the heaven executioner was the optimal time for this transplant. However, he didn't dare to do such a thing. It was Long Aoshan's mother who stole Long Chen without anyone being aware and forced him to do it, saying that she would kill him if he didn't. She even said that no matter what happened, she would bear the responsibility for it. As a result, Long Chen met a cruel fate. Long Aoshan's mother then directly reported her actions to the higher-ups of the divine families after it was done, infuriating them. However, when she revealed her status, they didn't dare to say anything. At that time, the heaven executioner was not yet qualified to participate in a meeting of that level. However, later he learned that she possessed a particularly terrifying background, and that was why she was so fearless. Furthermore, things were already done. They had taken Long Chen's innate talent and transplanted it into Long Aoshan. What else could the divine families do? Furthermore, she said that Long Chen was already dead. The divine families were infuriated, but what had been done could not be undone. It wasn't as if they could simply kill Long Aoshan as revenge for Long Chen. They also couldn't allow Long Zontian to kill Long Aoshan's mother considering her status. Helplessly, the divine families could only advise Long Zontian and Luo Ningxuang to calm down and slowly come up with a countermeasure. However, with their son taken, how could they possibly listen? Long Zontian and Luo Ningxuang went on a slaughter, killing countless experts of the divine families. In Long Zontian's fury, rivers of blood flowed in his wake. With a cultivation base at the 9th heaven stage of heaven merging, he killed the saints of the divine families. As a result, the power that the divine families had been accumulating for countless years was wiped out, with less than a tenth surviving. In the end though, Long Zontian and Luo Ningxuang were suppressed. What the divine families hadn't expected was that when Luo Ningxuang saw Long Aoshan's mother, she suddenly recognized the latter. The two of them were actually mortal enemies. Luo Ningxuang's status was then revealed and the divine families were horrified. Luo Ningxuang was the daughter of an immortal king of the higher world. She had only run away due to a falling out with her family. With Luo Ningxuang's status also revealed, the remaining higher-ups of the divine families were completely enraged. Long Aoshan's mother was incredibly sinister, using the divine families to land a blow on Luo Ningxuang. Now, the divine families panicked. Long Aoshan's mother's status was too great for them to provoke. But behind Luo Ningxuang was an immortal king, also an existence that they couldn't offend. After a long discussion, the divine families chose to send Luo Ningxuang and Long Zontian to the higher plane, allowing the people there to handle both of them. They didn't dare to make any judgment on this matter themselves. As a result, the final 2 quotas that the martial heaven continent had to send people to the higher plane were used on Long Zontian and Luo Ningxuang. Due to this, Long Aoshan's mother was forced to stay behind. It was at this moment that the martial heaven continent lost connection to the higher world. The channel was severed, and as a result, no one knew the current state of Long Zontian and Luo Ningxuang. On the other hand, Long Aoshan and his mother had an easy life afterward. Due to how gravely wounded the divine families were, they were forced to rely on Long Aoshan as a supreme genius. The higher-ups were always infuriated whenever they thought of this. If it weren't for this matter, there would be no need for the divine families to go through this play. They might even be able to take all the spoils of this battle for themselves. This was why this matter was considered taboo in the divine families. The only ones who knew were the true higher-ups. Those who knew some of that information and didn't have high enough status were forcibly captured and had their memories of it sealed. As the greatest humiliation the divine families had ever suffered, this taboo topic was something few people knew of, and ordinary people didn't dare to mention it. Hearing all this, Long Chen sighed with relief. His palms were covered in sweat. The situation he had been most afraid of was that his father and mother were already dead. His father was a genius who slew saints at the 9th heaven stage of heaven merging. Considering that this matter couldn't be blamed on his father, the odds that the divine families would execute him were very low. At the very least, they wouldn't kill such a powerful genius. As for his mother, with such a background, they wouldn't dare to kill her. However, although Long Chen knew that their lives had been spared, he was still anxious. They didn't even know if their son was still alive, so they were probably racked with worry about him every day. He didn't know what state they were in after all that worry. Long Chen asked a few more questions about the divine families, including matters about the star field's core. However, the heaven executioner didn't know too much about this topic. All he knew was that the divine families were simply working together with the other powers. The person with the greatest power would be the one to get the core in the end. There was no fair splitting later on. "Tell me, how do you use your jade pendant?" asked Long Chen suddenly. "Why would you ask that?" "Ah!" The heaven executioner screamed once more and quickly told Long Chen how to use the jade pendant. "All right, you can kill me," said the heaven executioner. "So you actually dared to scheme against me. You really are asking for it. I was planning on letting you die quickly, but you really want to test me," sneered Long Chen. "If I kill you, your spiritual jade tablet will shatter. Then the divine families will know what happened here. Do you think I'm an idiot like you?" Long Chen reached out and tossed the heaven executioner's yuan spirit toward Lei Linger. She then devoured the yuan spirit, sealing him within her body. "Let's go. I can bring you out," said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It had managed to find this place through the crack between 3 minor worlds. "No, I'm going to start my slaughter from here. This is the only place that leads to the ancestral land of the divine families," said Long Chen with frosty killing intent. Chapter 2743 Slaughtering his way into the divine families. Is there a meaning to that? Although I've recovered, my power is to be saved for the heaven devastating bracelet. This relates to the safety of the entire martial heaven continent. "You can't mess around," said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. While it understood Long Chen's desire for vengeance, compared to revenge, the safety of the martial heaven continent was more important. It was capable of stealthily bringing out Long Chen without the divine families sensing it, and Long Chen would have some time to recover. Simply starting a slaughter was meaningless in comparison. "No, I won't need your power. This blood debt will be personally avenged by me," said Long Chen. A jade pendant appeared in Long Chen's hand. This was the 9-line soul-calming jade that his parents had left for him. It was his only keepsake from them. Throughout all these years, when he thought of his parents, he would look at it. The dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. "Live peacefully and happily, never to be parted." The first line was domineering and grand, the second warm and gentle. They contained the love and hopes of his father and mother. "As their son, I will kill those old things that my parents failed to kill." Perhaps they didn't kill them due to familial emotions, but those old things didn't treat me with any of those emotions. There is no family, only a debt to be paid. Long Chen ground his teeth. "But you are currently only at the 7th heaven stage. How are you supposed to fight them?" asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell. "I won't be that way soon. I really have to thank the heaven executioner. He allowed me to comprehend another kind of cultivation." Long Chen reverently put away the jade pendant and sat on the ground. After forming a hand seal, his divine ring appeared behind him, filled with flowing stars. They formed an identical star map to the one inside of his dantian. Now that there was one less star, the star map was active, creating space for endless changes. The heaven merging realm means to control heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao's become mine. Why must I follow other people's path? As Long Chen's hand seal suddenly changed, the stars behind him revolved. The world shuddered as a giant whirlpool appeared in his divine ring, crazily sucking in the power of this entire world. The divine ring was like a gaping maw devouring the world. This world's power could only submit. What a domineering cultivation technique! The Eastern Wasteland Bell muttered to itself. It was shaken by this wild technique. When others absorbed the power of the heavenly Tao's, they did it carefully, purifying it and taking in the power that was the correct attribute for them. However, Long Chen was absorbing all the power, not rejecting the slightest bit. Suddenly, Long Chen's divine ring quivered and his aura soared. He reached the 8th heaven stage. After that, the earth began to crack and stones started to crumble. Without the power of the laws of this world, everything was coming undone. 3 days later, this desolate world became even more desolate. It was as if the entire world had died, and all its essence had been sucked away. As for Long Chen's cultivation base, it had reached the 9th heaven stage. After that, Long Chen finally stood and clenched his fist, sensing the power within him. I don't know how I'll cultivate in the future, but at the very least, the heaven-merging realm will be passed easily. It's too bad that this is just a minor world without much power. If this was a major world instead, you would reach the sovereign realm in less than a month, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. By sucking away all the power of this world, Long Chen's cultivation base had advanced by 2 levels. Such a cultivation technique was something that the Eastern Wasteland Bell had never seen before. It's fine, there are more worlds. The Yin-Yang World, Devil Spirit Mountain, Resentful Death City, the Ancient Battlefield, I can go for a stroll through all of them, said Long Chen. This place was barren, but those worlds had plenty of energy. Right now, space began to collapse as the laws of space had been sucked away by Long Chen. All of a sudden, a screen of light appeared above Long Chen's head. That was the exit. This exit was originally invisible, but as the laws and energy of this world were sucked away, it revealed itself. Long Chen took out his jade pendant and waved it across the light screen. The exit then opened and Long Chen stepped through. The scene changed and Long Chen appeared within a channel. However, there were people guarding this place. Long Chen was about to wipe them all out when he came to a startled stop. Long Chen hadn't expected that the guards of this place were actually the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors. Their leader was Shen Chengfeng. This channel had 8 totems in 8 different locations. The divine families truly viewed Long Chen highly. The world that he was imprisoned in had only 1 entrance to it, but 2 exits. However, one of those exits led to a sure death formation. Even a saint would be instantly killed upon entering it. As for the exit that he had gone through, that was also the entrance, and it was guarded. There were 8 alarm systems set up, and triggering any one of them would instantly alert the divine families. Long Chen had planned to immediately wipe out all the experts guarding this place upon entering, not giving them a chance to set off the alarm. However, he hadn't expected that the ones guarding this place were the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. Shen Chengfeng and the others were dumbfounded. They had no idea what they were guarding. All they knew was that anyone who went past them had to be strictly checked and examined. Normally, it would not be their place to guard such a core location. But the usual guards were receiving some kind of inheritance, so they had taken over their shift for half a day. This half a day resulted in Long Chen running into them. They were aware that Long Chen had been captured, but they had no idea where he was being imprisoned. At this moment, Shen Chengfeng suddenly waved his hand, and a jade pendant flew toward Long Chen. He caught it. Shen Chengfeng sighed. The exit up ahead has 3 paths. Don't take any of them. Pause for a few seconds, and a 4th path will appear. When you reach the end of that path, crush the jade pendant, and take the left of the 3 paths that appear. Long Chen was moved. Shen Chengfeng and the others were willing to betray the divine families to let him free. The divine families truly had many safeguards set up around him. If it weren't for Shen Chengfeng, he might have fallen into their trap. This was a matter that not even the Heaven Executioner knew. Brother, I'll have to offend you. Long Chen patted Shen Chengfeng's shoulder. After that, his spiritual strength suddenly burst forth, and every expert guarding this place coughed up blood and collapsed. Long Chen also left an appalling wound on Shen Chengfeng's body, making it seem as if Long Chen had given a killing blow, and Shen Chengfeng had only survived due to luck. Following Shen Chengfeng's instructions, Long Chen passed through the channel. After that, his vision brightened and a dense spiritual chi poured over him. It felt like his pores suddenly opened. As soon as he walked out, 4 of the divine family's experts appeared. Using the side of his hand as a blade, he cut through their throats in an instant. 4 heads flew. It's time for that evil bitch to pay for the past, as well as the present. Long Chen walked deeper into the divine family's ancestral land. Chapter 2744 Evil Woman. Deep within the divine family's ancestral land, within a delicate pavilion, Long Aoshan's mother was carefully fiddling with something. That something was a crown, whose body was made of sparkling gold. She was currently in the midst of embedding a strange divine gem inside. Aoshin has reached the peak of the Saint Realm. He'll quickly become an emperor, and on the day that he wears the crown of a sovereign, the martial heaven continent will be destroyed. I'll have Aoshin wear the crown that I personally crafted. Everyone will know he is the true king, and the spawn of that slut is nothing more than a stepping stone for my son. Long Aoshin's mother looked at the crown in her hand with satisfaction. Madam is correct. That idiot Luo Ningxuang fell for our trap without even realizing it. What a fool. Once young Master Aoshin becomes a sovereign, this star field's core will be in our hands. We'll be able to return to the higher plane as heroes, and then we can enjoy the expressions of the Luo family, haha. Laughed another woman behind Long Aoshin's mother. This woman was also from the higher plane. She had come with Long Aoshin's mother. The Ying Prefecture's Luo family has been enemies with my Chu family for 30 million years. Even after forming such a boundless enmity between us, the Luo family still produced such a naive fool like Luo Ningxuang. Her father is a generation's immortal king with both vision and power, but he didn't pass any of these down to his daughter. She's just an idiot. Now even her son has fallen for my trap. Haha, I bet the news of Luo Ningxuang and Long Zontian's expulsion would throw all the face of the Luo family. That's even better than killing her. But her spawn was surprisingly hardy. He actually survived. But I'll definitely have Aoshin record cutting off his head. When I return to the higher plane, if Long Zontian and Luo Ningxuang aren't dead, I'll let them have a chance to see their son again, ha ha ha. Long Aoshin's mother laughed. You might not have that chance. An icy voice suddenly rang out behind Long Aoshin's mother, startling her and the other woman. Long Aoshin's mother in particular felt a chill. She turned back to see an image of a merciless death god facing her. At this moment, her soul almost fled in terror. The woman beside her didn't recognize Long Chen and instinctively reached out to grab Long Chen, only to be blasted apart by a single punch. She was only at the 7th heaven stage and wasn't even an ant in front of Long Chen. Save! Long Aoshin's mother suddenly shouted, his aura exploding as she fled. However, she had barely moved before Long Chen's slap struck her in the face, causing half her face to collapse. She smashed into the ground like a shooting star. While Long Aoshin's mother had a high cultivation base, her physical body wasn't particularly powerful. Long Chen's slap had used very little force but still caused her to hack up blood. She struggled up and started rushing away again. Help! Save me! A hand flew out of Long Chen's hand, piercing her back and coming out of her chest. She was completely locked down by Long Chen's spiritual strength. She felt like this world had lost all its color. Instead, she was in a black and white nightmare. Behind her wasn't Long Chen, but a fiend in control of this world. Furthermore, this fiendish demon wasn't in a rush to kill her. No, this demon wanted her to experience terror and despair. Countless formations activated at this moment. It was unknown if the divine families had noticed a problem with the channel or if they had been alerted by the disturbance here, but dozens of experts came charging over. They saw Long Aoshin's mother fleeing for her life as if she had just seen a ghost. When they looked past her to see Long Chen slowly following, their hearts almost leapt out of their chests. They instantly turned pale. Save me! Long Aoshin's mother screamed like a dying person who had grasped the last straw of life. However, this trace of hope was quickly extinguished when lightning arrows blasted those experts out of existence. She herself was also struck by a lightning arrow, but it was weak enough that it only broke her protective divine barrier, causing her to stagger. As she frantically ran away, Long Chen calmly followed behind her like a hunter staring at his prey on its deathbed. They quickly reached a large gate. Long Aoshin's mother once more felt hope and rushed over, practically slamming into it. After that, countless bloody ripples appeared on the gate. This place had a powerful formation set up. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. Don't even think about breaking this formation. You vile spawn, you. Her laughter was suddenly cut off when Long Chen waved a 9-line soul-calming jade, causing the formation to open. He easily walked in. How can this be? She was stunned to see this. This formation was something that only the highest level soul-calming jades of the divine families could open. The number of people who possessed such qualifications definitely did not exceed 10. She did not know that Long Chen's soul-calming jade had been left to him by Long Zontian. Long Zontian naturally gave his son the best. Long Chen walked in calmly and kicked her while she simply stood there, stunned. She tumbled back. The other side of this gate was a large empty plaza. This place was bare but clean, and it gave off a somewhat sinister feeling. The scent of blood remained here. This place had clearly been renovated and yet abandoned. Even those renovations were unable to remove the stench of blood. This place had once been the main palace of the divine families. However, due to that battle back then, it had been filled with blood. Countless people died here, even saints, so the air of resentment was too strong, and it had been abandoned. My father and mother must have been subdued here, right? Excellent, this is the best place for your execution. Long Chen examined the surroundings and felt a certain sorrow. However, he felt more rage. He then sent her flying with another kick. She was already on her last breaths and rolled to the front of the empty palace. Suddenly, the void behind Long Chen shuddered. A golden hand silently appeared, slamming toward Long Chen's back. Chapter 2745 Trial. Long Chen didn't even look back. The power of the stars in his divine ring flowed out, and he caught the golden hand that appeared. With a cold snort, Long Chen reached and grabbed the golden hand with his hand, dragging its master out of the void. Startled cries rang out from the divine family's experts when they saw the Lord Saint be pulled out. Long Chen then smashed him to the ground, causing the entire palace to shake. The Lord Saint had rushed over immediately and had chosen to launch a sneak attack with almost no hesitation. However, he hadn't expected that the current Long Chen was no longer the old Long Chen. He was instantly caught. Only at that time did he realize that Long Chen's realm had shockingly risen to the 9th heaven stage. At this moment, the Lord Saint made the prompt decision to cut off his own arm to escape Long Chen's grasp. He rolled away. Although it wasn't dignified, his years of experience told him that any hesitation would be fatal. Just as he was preparing to withdraw, a lightning spear pierced through his body, and a small figure appeared behind the Lord Saint. Lei Linger stared at him icily, raising him into the air. Countless experts now filled this palace. Their weapons were drawn, but no one dared to make a move. Their Lord Saint had been instantly captured by Long Chen. They were dumbfounded. Long Chen turned to stare at the horrified Lord Saint. With a mocking smile, he said, "There was a path to heaven and no doors to hell, yet you still jumped in yourself. You threw yourself into my hands. Were you a victim to your own intelligence, or is this to say that you finally grew a conscience and came to atone for your sins?" Everything was going smoother than he had expected. Long Chen had thought that it would take more than 10 exchanges before he had a chance to capture the Lord Saint. If it weren't for Long Zontian being too soft-hearted and being sneak attacked, he might not have lost to people like this. This Lord Saint was truly stupid. In order to cut off his own arm, he had to weaken his physical body to the point that it could be cut off. Considering just how powerful his physical body was, how could an arm be cut off just by willing it? Thus, when his arm was cut off, his body was in its weakest state. He had only been on guard against Long Chen but not against Lei Linger, who had merged with the void. As a result, the instant he cut off his arm, Lei Linger struck, easily capturing him. "I didn't think that you would be able to escape," sighed the Lord Saint. Even with his life in Long Chen's hands, he was surprisingly calm. "There are more things that you didn't think of. If you weren't so greedy for my secrets and instead directly killed me, this result wouldn't have occurred." Long Chen smiled indifferently. "You are, after all, Long Zontian's son, a member of my Long family. How could I really kill you?" said the Lord Saint. Hearing this, Long Chen slapped him in the face. As a result, blood flowed down his face. The divine family's experts were infuriated, and 3 saints appeared in their midst. "Do you want to come over and try it? I'll immediately kill the 2 of them." Long Chen snorted coldly. Those experts instantly became cowardly. They glared at Long Chen, clenching their weapons. Moreover, they were so furious that it looked like they were just a bit away from charging over and killing him. Seeing that they didn't dare to make any rash movements, Long Chen took out a spear and tossed it to the side. In the distance, Long Aoshan's mother screamed. She had been preparing to charge out, but this spear from Long Chen nailed her to a stone pillar, making her unable to move. Only then did Long Chen return his focus to the Lord Saint. "Do you know why I hit you?" The Lord Saint smiled and indifferently said, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. After all, I couldn't protect your father that year either. If you kill me, I can die without regrets." Long Chen slapped him once more, making the other half of his face just as bloody as the first half. The divine family's experts burst into furious roars. The Lord Saint was the leader of the divine families, so these slaps were slaps in the face of the divine families, the greatest humiliation. However, with his life in Long Chen's hands, they didn't dare to move. They secretly began gathering people, completely locking down this location, as well as alerting the other worlds. Most importantly, people had gone to report this to Long Aotian. Although he was in seclusion, if he happened to come out, he could still come. However, no one dared to charge into his seclusion room. If he was startled out of his cultivation state, then a light backlash would be being injured by the heavenly Taos. A heavy backlash would be death. Although they were panicked, they were still thinking of ways to stall Long Chen. It would be best if they could keep him here until Long Aotian came out, or perhaps until another expert on Long Aotian's level came. After finishing his slap, Long Chen said, "Hitting you has nothing to do with my father. He didn't kill you because he had his reasons, but I have no such reasons. I hit you because I'm testing just how thick your face is. This impervious skin could make an excellent shield. My father was probably tricked by your hypocritical act precisely due to how thick this skin is. My father spared your life back then, yet you still acted like this to me. That's enough to testify to your character. Now you continue acting so fake in front of me. I'm very curious, just what is your skin made out of? Perhaps my father had some fond memories of you due to growing up within the divine families, but I don't. I have no such feelings, only a bone-deep hatred. This act of yours is useless against me. It would be best if you didn't make me so disgusted with this act. Don't force me to use the heaven executioner's techniques on you. My father might have been a gentleman, but I, Long Chen, am not. You're under my trial. It would be best if you were more honest, or I guarantee that death will become a luxury for you." The Lord Saint gradually showed some fear at this. Long Chen was not Long Zontian. The same stratagem from back then could not be used again. I saved your father's life back then. If it weren't for me, said the Lord Saint darkly. Shut up. My father only spared you due to a little favor between you. That has long since been repaid, shouted Long Chen. Suddenly, the void shuddered and the laws of the heavenly Taos split open. A figure descended from the sky, and a spear spread a supreme heavenly might around this world, locking onto Long Chen. Long Aotian, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting a long time for you. Long Chen smiled. That faint smile was very icy, very dangerous. Chapter 2746, the one from back then. It was Long Aotian who had come with endless heavenly might. A trace of an emperor's aura exuded from his body. With a wave of his hand, the void was torn asunder and the heavenly Taos were suppressed. Long Aotian was furious. He had been in the midst of breaking through to the 12th heaven stage, the Emperor realm. But at that critical time, he had been disturbed and had no choice but to cease his breakthrough. Furthermore, he paid quite a price just to stabilize his realm at the half-step Emperor realm. In his fury, he directly killed the two people who had disturbed him. He then activated a soul search to learn what had happened. After that, when he saw his mother nailed to a pillar, screaming, his hair stood on end from fury. He immediately attacked, not holding anything back. Seeing him arrive, Long Chen smiled coldly. Even if Long Aotian was already a half-step emperor, Long Chen still didn't fear this opponent that he had defeated. Long Chen grabbed Long Aotian's mother from the stone pillar and turned her into a meat shield in front of him. Long Chen, you're despicable. Long Aotian was furious, not expecting Long Chen to actually use his mother as a shield. He hastily pulled back the power of his dragon spear. As a result, he coughed up blood. A full power attack could not be pulled back at the last minute like that. It was a taboo in battle. He had essentially just attacked himself. Staggering back, Long Aotian wiped some blood off of his mouth. He pointed his spear at Long Chen angrily. If you're a man, you'll have an honorable battle with me. Honorable, ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed thunderously. He disdainfully said, I'm amazed you could say such a word from your mouth. Did this slut act honorably toward my mother back then? Your entire family is so evil that they didn't even let off a newly born baby. They took my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, placing them in your body. For your own plots, you've left me to suffer, causing me to be separated from my parents. It's unknown if they're even alive. My father and mother were strong enough that all the experts of the divine families were unable to suppress them without using despicable tricks. How was that honorable? Was that the act of a man? It seems that other than my father and myself, the Long family doesn't have another real man. Long Chen's voice contained the power of his astral energy, and it thundered out of the formation sealing this place, spreading throughout every corner of the divine families. The disciples of the divine families were startled to hear this. They had no idea what had happened back then. Those that had been alive back then had been told to hide by the higher-ups. Hence, only now did the disciples learn about Long Chen's origins. They were all aware of his name, but not that he had been the main character of the huge secret that had become taboo in the divine families from back then. Although the divine families had locked down all the information about it and had not permitted people to discuss it, who wouldn't be curious about such a major affair? While no one dared to talk about it openly, there were plenty of people discussing it behind closed doors. But since only the core members knew about it, and since over 90% of the divine family's experts had died overnight, all people could come up with were countless guesses. There were many guesses, many versions of various stories. However, the ones who knew the truth couldn't say anything because they didn't dare to. Of course, during Long Chen's tribulation, some people had seen some threads relating to this story. Now that Long Chen had fully uncovered this secret, the mystery of Long Zantian and Luo Ningxuang's sudden disappearance also became clear. People were filled with disbelief. Although they had heard countless hypotheses, the truth was far bloodier, far crueler than they could have guessed. They couldn't accept such a thing. The official story that the divine families announced was that a divine devil that they had been sealing had broken free, and all their experts had fought to the death to slay it. Supposedly, Long Zantian and Luo Ningxuang had been killed by it. With this tragedy exposed, as disciples of the divine families, they couldn't believe that their higher-ups would be so devoid of conscience. In the divine pill division, the pill doyen stood at the peak of a pavilion, his hands clasped behind him. He stared into the depths of the ancestral lands, at the ancestral palace that Long Chen was in. There was a slightly complicated look in his eyes. How unexpected, truly unexpected. Yi Qian was standing beside the pill doyen, staring as well. He was filled with shock. It was unknown if he thought it was unexpected that the divine families had been so shameless back then, or if it was unexpected that Long Chen could escape. Qian, make your preparations. We will not participate in this matter, said the pill doyen. Yi Qian nodded and left. The pill doyen muttered to himself, as expected, someone with the pill sovereign's divine radiance won't die so easily. The divine pill division will not be dragged down by this. Leaving a path to retreat leaves room for the future. The higher-ups of the divine families all had ugly expressions now. Long Chen's voice had spread throughout the divine families, essentially ripping open a painful scar. Long Chen, since you admit that you are a member of the Long family, do you think that your actions today are appropriate? You have no idea the cause of what happened back then. Why do you think you could leave alive? Wasn't it because of us? Shouted Deputy Elder Long angrily. Long Chen was startled. It was true. He still had no idea how he had escaped that calamity. The Heaven Executioner also hadn't known. Hence, his heart instantly fell. A person shouldn't be so shameless. Does the reason Long Chen could escape have the slightest bit to do with you? Just at this moment, a voice rang out. Unexpectedly, it was Elder Long. Deputy Elder Long angrily shouted, Long Qiao, have you gone mad? He had always trusted Elder Long and viewed him highly despite his talent only being ordinary. He was sharp and most importantly extremely loyal. Hence, the Deputy Elder hadn't expected him to suddenly come out now. Elder Long slowly walked over to Long Chen. He said, seeing you already grown up, I'm happy. It can be said that I accomplished my promise from back then. There is no longer any need to hide anything. It was my sons who managed to take you out, and my youngest who sent you away. I stole the Deputy Elder's insignia back then and had my son disguise himself. He muddled his way into the Heaven Executioner's abode to take you out. I had 7 sons, and I personally watched as their spiritual plates shattered one by one. Fortunately, they accomplished their mission to send you away in the end. Elder Long's voice was calm, but without being aware of it, tears were flowing down his cheek. Only now did Long Chen learn who the person that had saved him was. It was Elder Long and his sons. I retract what I just said. Other than my father and myself, the Long family has another real man. Elder Qiao, you traitor. The Deputy Elder was infuriated, pointing and cursing at Elder Long. He hadn't expected that the one to leave this calamity alive was actually Elder Long. Suddenly, a streak of light flew out, piercing the Deputy Elder's head and killing him. Chapter 2747 Elder Long's Death. Long Chen killed the Deputy Elder effortlessly, and no one managed to react before the latter was already dead. Everyone's expression changed. Only now did they realize that this place was now full of thunderforce. They were already within Lei Linger's lightning domain. That attack had come from Lei Linger. She didn't even need to move in order to kill the deputy elder. Within her domain, amongst the mid-heaven merging realm and below, only a few people were capable of escaping her killing blow. Senior, please accept my kowtow. Considering that Elder Long was the one who had saved him, Long Chen was filled with gratitude. However, before he could pay his respects, Elder Long stopped him. Child, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized who you were. You are just like your father. You're both incredibly stubborn, refusing to lower your heads to anyone. I knew that you would come for revenge. I waited a long time, and now I'm finally free. I can rejoin my family. Elder Long patted Long Chen's shoulder. Senior, you. Elder Long smiled at Long Chen and then pointed to the divine family's experts. My family in the generation above is already dead. My 7 sons died and my wife passed away in grief. As for me, the only reason I waited to this day is to personally witness Long Zontian's son return for his vengeance. Long Qiao, you are a traitor, roared one of the saints of the divine families, enraged. A traitor, I suppose. Elder Long indifferently nodded. Back then, Long Zontian saved my life on the battlefield. The reason I saved Long Chen was partially to return Long Zontian's favor. Other than that, Long Zontian was an unrivaled hero. If his son died to such petty little people, it would be far too unjust. Perhaps you are unaware of it, but while Long Zontian was a coarse and rough person, causing many people to think of him as nothing more than a brute, he was far more intelligent and scrupulous than people gave him credit for. He naturally entered a rage when he learned that his son had been harmed, but once you suppressed him, he grew cool-headed. He realized that his son had probably yet to be killed. However, he knew that afterward, you would definitely treat his son as a hostage to be used against him, so he sent me a spiritual message asking me to save his son. I did it. Now, I have nothing else tying me to this world. I have accomplished my promise to Long Zontian, so I can leave now. Senior, why must you do this? Asked Long Chen, his voice quivering slightly. Child, there are some things that you do not, and cannot, understand. When a person loses all their belief, every living day is a pain. I was originally planning on personally watching your vengeance, but in the end, I am still a member of the divine families. Although I detest this family full of darkness, cold-bloodedness, hypocrisy, and heartlessness, I'm unable to watch this with any joy. However, even if I don't watch, I know the result. Just like that, Elder Long closed his eyes, his aura dissipating. Shocked, Long Chen hastily grabbed him, only to find that the fire of his soul had extinguished. This was not a suicide. He simply naturally died. When the last thing sustaining him disappeared, his spirit crumbled. Seeing his old face, thinking of the care he had shown him during this time, thinking of how he had saved him and lost everything in return, Long Chen couldn't stop tears from flowing out of his eyes. If Elder Long had been on the battlefield back then, it meant that he and his father were enemies at that time. But even while being enemies, when Long Zontian realized the crisis, he reached out to Elder Long, and Elder Long agreed without hesitation. Moreover, even after paying such a painful price, he had never regretted it. Why? Long Chen suddenly let out a roar, causing the heavens to change color. This roar emitted endless resentment. It contained the power of his stars, the resentment in his heart. Hence, every expert present was shaken. Those with weaker cultivation bases even coughed up blood. Why was it that good people always had terrible fates? Why was it that bad people always got away lightly? Elder Long had lived such a bitter life all these years, but every bad person he saw before him was living happily. This world was too unfair. Long Chen hugged Elder Long. He didn't feel such deep emotions for him necessarily, as they didn't have a close bloodline connection. But Elder Long had essentially sacrificed his entire family for a promise, not regretting it even in death. This was a real man. After that, Long Chen carefully put Elder Long's body away and wiped away his tears. He looked around and noticed that more people had come. Feng Fei, Yi Liangshan, and Zhang Wuchen had arrived. They had also been in seclusion. Every single one of them had powerful auras, having advanced to the Saint Realm. Yi Liangshan and Zhang Wuchen both glared at him sharply. They clearly thought that this was their best chance to kill Long Chen. Only Feng Fei looked at him with a complicated expression. She still had a sense of right and wrong. In this aspect, she was 100 times stronger than Zhao Rishan, Yi Liangchen, Zhang Wuchen, and Long Aoshan. Regretfully, her sense of right and wrong didn't matter. Long Chen was now the mortal enemy of the divine families. Furthermore, the divine family's position was now fully clear. She also understood their mission of seizing the heavens. The current her no longer had the luxury of standing on the side of the right. Unlike during the tribulation, she had to stand on the side of the divine families. There was no right or wrong, only what was beneficial to the divine families. Anything else was a betrayal. Long Chen, what do you want? Demanded Long Aoshan. At this moment, Long Chen was ignoring them all. He turned to the Lord Saint, who was still pierced by Lei Linger's lightning spear, not daring to move. Any strange movement in Lei Linger would instantly kill him. Hence, when Long Chen stood in front of him, he finally felt fear. He could sense Long Chen's determination to kill him. Long Chen, don't kill me. I can tell you how to find your parents, said the Lord Saint. Their leader, the Grand Lord Saint, was actually begging an enemy. The divine family's experts' expressions changed. This was a huge humiliation to them. Long Chen sneered, you're finally afraid of dying. If you're afraid, why did you court death? Someone who courts death always thinks that they won't die. That's why you acted so fearlessly. Do you know why I came here? Today, I'll announce the judgment to your trial here, the place where you committed your sins, where my father and mother's blood flowed. In front of countless experts, a lightning sword appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he slashed it at the Lord Saint's neck. Chapter 2748. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Beheading was a humiliating form of death. In the secular world, it was only used for those who had committed the most heinous crimes or against those with deep enmities. They would make sure that the dead didn't have a complete corpse. On the other hand, in the cultivation world, dying without a complete corpse was common. One person could kill the other with a single punch, blasting them to pieces. But to intentionally behead someone wasn't very commonly seen. Without a certain level of hatred, no one would use such a method. However, today, Long Chen did it. He had thousands of ways to kill the Lord Saint, but he chose this way. The divine family's experts roared furiously. Long Chen had beheaded the Lord Saint in front of all of them. That was a huge insult. Long Aoshan's spear trembled, but he didn't move. That was because his mother was still in Long Chen's hands. He was dragging her like a dead dog. Long Aoshan clenched his teeth, but he didn't have any method. No carrot or stick would work on Long Chen. No one could change his mind on what he had decided, not even a god. Furthermore, Long Chen was a madman. No one could tell what a madman would do. After escaping his prison, instead of fleeing, he actually came directly to the core of the divine families to cause a ruckus. Even though the experts of the other worlds were also rushing over, Long Chen seemed not to care. Long Aoshan wanted to save his mother. While he was relatively indifferent to his father, he depended on his mother. His current achievements today were all thanks to her. It could be said that his path in life had been personally paved by her. That included his path in the future, which involved ascending to a higher plane. His mother had arranged all of it. All her hopes were on him, and she showed her love to him in 100 different ways. Long Aoshan almost broke down several times and charged out, but knowing that Long Chen could kill her with just a thought, he didn't move. Long Chen, what do you want to release my mother? Demanded Long Aoshan. You want me to release your mother? That's easy. As long as you hand over what you owe me, I'll give her to you, said Long Chen indifferently. That's impossible. I would become a cripple. Raged Long Aoshan. Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed before. His face suddenly became harsh. So even for an adult like you, taking your spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone would be crippling. So how did your side manage to do that to me when I was just a baby? Now you want me to let your mother off. Did she ever think about letting me or my entire family off? The divine family's outer experts were in an uproar over hearing Long Aoshan personally admit to this. They couldn't help being disappointed. While they could mostly guess what had happened back then, it was hard to hear that their greatest genius was only a genius due to stealing from Long Chen. On the other hand, even after being crippled, Long Chen had still reached the peak of the martial path. A crippled person who had fallen to a small secular nation and had been forced to fight for every scrap of resources he could get, versus someone in the divine families who had resources thrown at him and got everything he wanted. The two of them were worlds apart. But which one was the true expert? It was someone who had their wings clipped and still soared through the heavens. In this world, reasons and logic cannot be found through discussion. Some people will only understand what pain is when they themselves are beaten. Foolish people will only understand what it means to respect others at that time. All of you have seen others in pain, so you can enjoy watching them suffer. Today, I'll let you taste what that feels like. Long Chen turned to Long Aoshan's mother. You evil bitch, you were the main ringleader in all this. My family was destroyed by you. Normally, I'd rip off your skin, tear out your tendons, and grind your bones to dust, but I disdain doing such a thing to a woman. Instead, I let you run, let you see hope. But what I want you to experience is seeing hope right up ahead and not being able to grasp it. Today, even if a god descends, they won't be able to save your life. Today, I will give you your final judgment for what you did that day. Long Chen suddenly twisted his hand, and her Yuan spirit was pulled out of her body. At that moment, flames burst into existence, burning her Yuan spirit. Long Aoshan's mother screamed. This was a torture that not even the heaven executioner had been able to bear, let alone her. Long Aoshan roared furiously. He knew that Long Chen was dead set on killing his mother, but he was unable to save her. All he could do was kill Long Chen as vengeance for her. Pressed to his limit, Long Aoshan furiously attacked, his dragon spear stabbing toward Long Chen. Long Chen snorted and threw the Yuan spirit in his hand toward the tip of the spear. No! Long Aoshan's mother let out a sharp screech. Long Chen was so hateful that he wanted her to die to her own son's hands. Long Aoshan seemed to know that Long Chen would do this. Although his attack looked to be at full power, he actually held back a great deal. Delighted to see his mother's Yuan spirit flying toward him, he immediately reached out to grab her. However, afraid of Long Chen suddenly attacking, he immediately retreated after grabbing his mother's Yuan spirit. But then his expression changed. How can this be? Long Aoshan's mother began to crack unwillingly. Long Aoshan was also dumbfounded. He had clearly caught her, so how could it have been a failure? His mother's Yuan spirit slowly faded. I told you that I would let you see hope only for you to not be able to grasp it. Didn't you say you wanted to send a recording of my death to my mother so she could see how grown up I've become? I suppose sending your Yuan spirit to your son doesn't count as going too far, said Long Chen indifferently. How can this be? I don't want to die, I can't die. Long Aoshan's mother struggled, but it was useless. Even with Long Aoshan using all his abilities, he couldn't stop her Yuan spirit from dissipating. Finally, her Yuan spirit broke apart. With a terrified, unwilling, and perhaps even a slightly regretful expression, her life came to an end. Mom! Long Aoshan let out a wild roar. He hadn't reacted like this when Long Chen killed his father. But he went insane as soon as his mother died in front of him. Long Chen, I'll tear you to pieces. Long Aoshan roared and attacked. Chapter 2749 Nine Dragon Slaughter. As soon as Long Aoshan attacked, the other experts of the divine families entered the formation, completely sealing this place. At the same time, Long Chen waved his hand, and Lei Linger transformed into a lightning blade similar to Evilmoon in his hand. When Long Chen slashed his saber, lightning exploded and the ground beneath his feet quaked. The palace began to crumble. This grand palace was the divine family's ancestral palace. It had countless formations and restrictions around it. Even in Long Zontian's battle back then, when he slaughtered the divine family's experts, this palace had managed to survive. However, now the palace was crumbling, unable to endure this power. The powerful winds forced the other experts to retreat. Long Chen was blocking Long Aoshan's spear with his lightning blade. Meanwhile, countless stars lit up within his divine ring. No matter how Long Aoshan tried, he was unable to shake Long Chen. Do you know pain now? Anger, resentment? No, this isn't enough. This is far from enough. Back then, my father had clearly reached the realm of a saint, but due to your father's insidious sneak attack, his realm was forcibly suppressed to the 9th heaven stage. If it weren't for that bastard playing the family card, causing my father to be soft-hearted, could the divine families have ever suppressed him? His realm was suppressed and his entire family betrayed him. His son's very life was in question. Just how much anger must he have felt at that time? Just how much resentment must he have felt? Long Chen's voice was icy at the start, but it grew more emotional toward the end, until he was in a furious rage. He hadn't witnessed the battle back then. Everything he knew was from the heaven executioner's mouth. But it felt as if it was happening right now. His father and mother had bled for him right in this place. They had suffered here. It felt as if he had returned to that year. He could almost see his parents' fury and their helplessness. Long Aoshan couldn't endure it any longer and was gradually being forced back by Long Chen's rising torrential aura. With every step back, the void exploded. All the divine family's experts were stunned. Long Chen was clearly only at the 9th heaven stage, and yet he could force back Long Aoshan, who was already a half-step emperor. My cultivation base is still in the 9th heaven stage. Today, I will represent my father in getting justice from the divine families. Finally, Long Chen's power erupted, and Long Aoshan was no longer able to endure. He was sent flying. The divine family's saints immediately attacked, using their sharpest, most ruthless attacks altogether. Long Chen sneered. At this moment, starlight appeared on his lightning blade. With a single slash, those 3 saints' attacks crumbled and the 3 of them coughed up blood. The wounds my father inflicted on you have yet to heal even now. If you're so useless, what's the point of you living? As Long Chen stepped toward those 3 saints, their expressions completely changed. Long Chen was even more terrifying than Long Zontian. He had locked them down with his spiritual strength. Suddenly, a ray of divine light shot out from their grand formation. However, it had just appeared before it was shattered. The 3 elders used that opportunity to escape his lock. However, they had just moved when one of them had his head cut off by Long Chen's blade. His head fell to the ground, his soul destroyed. One of the ringleaders of that matter back then was executed just like that. After that, Long Chen walked toward the other 2. All the divine family's experts were dumbfounded. They had originally been thinking that together, they would instantly slaughter Long Chen. They had millions of heaven-merging experts, with over 800,000 being in the late stage. With these numbers, they could at least slowly crush him. In fact, they had even thought that with Long Aoshan present, he would be able to directly kill Long Chen with no outside help. However, even as a half-step emperor, Long Aoshan was not able to match Long Chen's power at the 9th heaven stage. At this moment, a starry sword suddenly slashed down from the heavens, and the sharp will of the sword Dao appeared. It was Yi Liangchen unleashing his strongest attack. When it comes to astral power, you don't understand any of the profundities. When it comes to the sword Dao, all you are is a copy. Yet you still think of trying to merge them. Long Chen snorted, and without even looking back, he raised his palm behind him. A star diagram then appeared in his palm, and he caught Yi Liangchen's divine sword barehanded. Just like that, his palm collided against Yi Liangchen's divine star sword. As the power of Long Chen's stars erupted, Yi Liangchen's sword instantly shattered. Even his sword arm was destroyed. After blocking Yi Liangchen with his left hand, Long Chen's right hand swung the lightning blade at the other saint. That saint that was doing his best to flee had his head severed. One head soared into the air with an unreconciled expression. A generation's saint died just like that. Feng Fei and Zhang Wuchen's attacks came at that moment. Looking at them, Long Chen snorted and swung his blade. As a result, both of them were sent flying, coughing up blood. Zhang Wuchen felt a mix of shock and rage. He had recently become a saint and thought that with his heaven-merging power, he would be able to beat Long Chen. However, despite their difference in realm growing greater, their difference in power also grew more and more. No matter how he trained, he was unable to prevent Long Chen from creating a giant gap between them. In their first battle, he had been able to fight Long Chen. Now that he had advanced to the Saint realm, with his cultivation base surpassing Long Chen, he couldn't receive a single blow from the latter. Feng Fei was pale. The majority of Long Chen's attack just now had been blocked by Zhang Wuchen, but she was still injured. It was because she was a soul cultivator. Long Chen's attack contained a supreme will that damaged her soul. The final member of the 3 saints of the divine families fled. However, just as he was about to enter the crowd, Long Chen raised his hand and the world froze. Following that, the old saint involuntarily flew toward Long Chen. The saint cried out in terror as he involuntarily flew back at Long Chen. Long Chen's lightning blade then swung through the air, aiming for his neck. The lightning blade met his neck, turning him into a corpse. It wasn't just his physical body that was killed, but his soul was also sliced through. All the saints that had fought Long Zontian back then were now dead. Emperor blood devouring, 9 dragon slaughter. Suddenly, an illusory image of an emperor's crown appeared on Long Aoshan's head, and his body split into 9. His manifestations 9 dragons flew toward Long Chen. After that, the 9 Long Aoshans vanished, merging into the 9 dragons. Right now, the formations of the divine families shuddered. This attack had sucked away the power of this entire world. Yi Liangchen and the others turned pale, hastily retreating to avoid being sucked into this terrifying attack. Long Chen, die! Long Aoshan roared furiously. The 9 dragons smashed into Long Chen from 9 different directions, striking him like meteors. Chapter 2750 Immortal Corpse. A wailing sound rang out as heaven and earth were unable to bear the pressure of the 9 dragons. As a result, the ancestral lands of the divine families began to fracture, their experts fled for their lives. As for Long Aoshan, he had activated his newly condensed Emperor blood to unleash this terrifying attack. With Long Chen at the core, the ancestral lands collapsed. The bricks and formations laid on them turned to dust. Even before the attack arrived, the Emperor's pressure had crashed down. The space around Long Chen twisted and turned. In the face of this terrifying attack, even the spatial wall of this world was as flimsy as paper. One wrong move and Long Chen would be sucked into the chaotic flow of space, forever vanishing from this world. All cultivation techniques are garbage in front of the 9-star hegemon body art. My star diagram has already awakened. Even if you had become a real emperor, would you be able to do anything to me? A dragon roar suddenly rang out from within Long Chen's body. White dragon scales covered his skin. The 9 dragons crashed down upon his body. As a result, Long Chen's scales instantly became covered in tiny cracks. Long Aoshan sneered, "Your azure dragon essence blood has been sucked away by me, and my 9 ancestral dragon souls have grown stronger once more. As for you, you will die at my hands." Long Chen suddenly recalled that his essence blood had been almost sucked dry by the Heaven Executioner. So it had been absorbed by Long Aoshan. His current Azure Dragon battle armor didn't have the essence blood to back it, causing its power to drop. On the other hand, Long Aoshan's dragon might had increased. Long Chen snorted. All of a sudden, a star condensed within every single one of his scales. Originally, his 108,000 stars matched his 108,000 scales. Now that there was 1 star fewer, the stars moved around his scales, linking together with his divine ring and forming a layer of divine light around his body. The 9 dragons crashed into this layer of divine light but were unable to break it. Long Aoshan was startled. His dragons began to claw at the light. Although the surrounding space repeatedly exploded, the dragons were unable to break Long Chen's defenses. Long Aoshan then grew crazy with rage. This technique was something he was only capable of using by sacrificing his new emperor blood. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth, but it couldn't destroy Long Chen's defenses. This fact was almost enough to cause despair. It seems that I was treating the 9-star hegemon body art too shallowly. It is not just a cultivation technique, it can almost manifest as any magical art. Mastering this one technique is mastering 10,000 techniques. The different manifestations are changed with the heart. Long Chen was wrapped in a new comprehension of the 9-star hegemon body art. The power of his stars could transform into anything. They even manifested themselves within his scales. Ever since the Heaven Executioner had crushed one of his stars, he had kept an eye on their changes, but he was unable to see any pattern. Right now, he had yet to fully understand how to use his star diagram. But the more he used the power of his stars, the more he understood. It can defend on defense, and attack on offense. Long Chen suddenly unleashed a punch, and his star diagram appeared on his fist. The dragon he struck exploded. After that, starlight filled the air, illuminating the heavens. With one dragon destroyed, the other 8 shuddered and merged into one. Long Aoshan's figure reappeared, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His 9 dragons' slaughter had been defeated, so he was filled with shock. His power contained this world's strongest laws, but Long Chen's power was not affected by any of the restrictions of the laws. That was a different and terrifying power. As the star diagram in Long Chen's divine ring circulated, Long Chen stepped in the air and shot toward the shocked Long Aoshan. The void shuddered in his wake. In return, Long Aoshan roared and his dragon spear erupted with light. His manifestation rumbled. Facing this attack, Long Chen stamped a foot at Long Aoshan, and his star diagram appeared on his foot like a river of stars. His foot then smashed into the dragon spear, and Long Aoshan let out a muffled grunt as he was kicked into the earth. The earth exploded, unleashing a wild gale. The surrounding mountains and buildings were torn apart by that wind. "Are you a saint, or a skank?" Long Chen sneered. After awakening the power of his stars, he was gradually sensing just how terrifying the 9-star hegemon body art was. This power should be described as practically dreadful. It surpassed the power of an entire world. With this kind of power, there was no need to cultivate any magical arts or battle skills. Just the power of his stars would be enough to flatten anyone. This power came from the self and was not limited by any laws. As long as his astral power was strong enough, even a god or a mortal could be slain. Right now, Long Aotian was being completely crushed. The two of them were not even on the same level. The divine family's experts were all dumbfounded. Just what had Long Chen gone through in order to become such a monster? Suddenly, strange cracking sounds rang out. Everyone's expressions changed as they saw the foundation of the ancestral palace begin to crack. Those cracks rapidly spread far into the distance. Not good. The core of this world is breaking. A startled cry rang out. Once the core was destroyed, this world would also disappear. No, this aura is. Rays of immortal light began to appear from within the cracks. Immortal mist flooded this world. The immortal ceiling palace has been opened. Several of the elders' expressions changed. The immortal ceiling palace was forbidden territory in the divine families. It was an absolute secret known only to a select few. Other than the saints, those qualified to know of its existence did not number more than 10. Theoretically, with the death of the saints at Long Chen's hand, the immortal ceiling palace should have remained hidden forever. Unexpectedly, Long Chen's attack had caused it to rise. Immortal chi gushed out of the cracks, and a grand majestic palace gradually rose out of the ground. Long Aotian stood on top of the immortal palace, covered in blood. His shocked expression showed that he clearly didn't know about this palace either. He had been kicked deep underground by Long Chen and inadvertently crashed into the immortal ceiling palace. His blood had caused it to activate. This thing doesn't belong to this world. It's incredibly heretical. Long Chen, you have to be careful, transmitted the Eastern Wasteland Bell. The Eastern Wasteland Bell sensed just how strange this palace was. It looks like immortal chi, but it's actually dark ghost chi. There's definitely nothing good inside. Long Chen nodded. This immortal ceiling palace was extremely strange. He sensed it as well. However, he wasn't afraid. The more secrets of the divine families that he unearthed, the better it would be for him. It wasn't the opponents that you could see that were frightening. What was frightening was the unknown. Suddenly, the gates to the palace opened and an elder wearing odd robes walked out. "It's an immortal corpse," exclaimed the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Chapter 2751 The Divine Family's Trump Card. This strange elder was surrounded by immortal chi, but he had no spiritual fluctuations. The Eastern Wasteland Bell's exclamation made Long Chen realize that this was just a corpse. However, that was not noticeable just from the outside appearance. This is an immortal corpse puppet that came from the immortal world. It seems that this immortal ceiling palace is the divine family's hidden trump card. The ones capable of activating it were already killed by you, but it seems that you accidentally opened it just now. This luck. The Eastern Wasteland Bell was speechless. This trump card should have died in the pits of the divine families. However, it had been uncovered by Long Chen. It seemed that Long Chen's overwhelming bad luck had yet to take a turn for the better. The elder looked around. His eyes were vacant. His gaze suddenly landed on Long Aotian. "Your old slave greets master." The elder knelt toward Long Aotian. Startled, Long Aotian suddenly thought of something and took out a dragon-shaped tablet. He spat some fresh blood onto it, and a dragon-shaped mark appeared on the elder's forehead, identical to the tablet. "Kill him for me," Long Aotian shouted. Only now did he recall that in the past few days, his mother had made the saints of the divine families carry out an important ceremony. The next day, she gave him this tablet. His mother had only told him that this tablet was related to a huge secret of the divine families, and to take care of it. This tablet now formed a connection with the elder once he placed his essence blood on it. The next moment, the elder's gaze was no longer vacant. As soon as Long Aotian gave his order, the elder didn't hesitate. He instantly appeared in front of Long Chen, using some unknown movement art. He was like a phantom. The elder unleashed a punch that looked simple, but it caused space to collapse. What a powerful physical body! Long Chen was startled. In terms of pure physical power, Long Chen had never seen anyone reach such a level. That terrifying physical strength aroused Long Chen's battle intent. Rather than dodging, he unleashed his own punch. Boom! The two fists collided, shaking the world. After that, both their sleeves blew apart, the tatters flying through the air like butterflies. As chi waves exploded from their fists, the stars in the sky quivered and black threads appeared in the void. Those were terrifying spatial cracks. Dragon scales covered Long Chen's fist, and runes flowed over his fist along with divine light, unleashing boundless power. As for the elder, once his sleeve was blown away, people saw that his arm was covered in bizarre runes. Immortal light shone from those runes. Long Chen was like a mountain in the sky. Despite the elder's efforts, he was unable to shake Long Chen. However, Long Chen was filled with shock. This elder's power was extremely odd. It was also a kind of power that didn't belong to this world. The Eastern Wasteland Bell transmitted, this person was sealed in the immortal world, transformed into a puppet, and sent down to this lower plane. Due to the wall of ascension, anyone alive has a low chance of passing through. But for a dead person, it's a bit easier. However, even if it's a puppet, it needs to possess a certain spirituality in order to unleash its power. That's why this kind of immortal corpse must go through careful selection before being sent, and the price to send it to a lower plane is immense. This immortal sealing palace should be its home. Only inside it can it guarantee that his immortal chi doesn't flow away too quickly. However, once it starts fighting, its immortal chi will slowly dissipate, and it will not be able to replenish it. As long as you can stall it, you will easily get the advantage over time. What is his cultivation base? Asked Long Chen. According to the martial heaven continent's realms, he should be at the 11th heaven stage of heaven merging, so the Saint Realm, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Just the Saint Realm, and he's so powerful. Long Chen was startled. What are you thinking? He came from the immortal world. The laws there are completely different from here. They are born with immortal spiritual chi nourishing them. Everything they eat, drink, and breathe has a qualitative difference to us. You cannot use your standards for this place to judge the immortal world, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Just at this moment, the elder opened his mouth, unleashing a ray of sword light at Long Chen. He had previously been fighting extremely woodenly, causing Long Chen to be caught off guard. Now, Long Chen instinctively dodged. The sword light flew past him, but the elder managed to knock him back. The Eastern Wasteland Bell suddenly cried out, and Long Chen also sensed danger. Without looking back, he smashed a fist behind him. Long Chen's arm quivered. He ended up striking another elder's fist. At some point, another opponent had appeared. This was not a clone but another immortal corpse. Long Chen suddenly saw that the gates to the immortal palace were open, and inside were densely packed coffins. He couldn't even count how many of them there were. One of those coffins had been opened, and Long Aotian was standing there, forming hand seals. He's going to unleash all the immortal corpses. Stop him, warned the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Just as it spoke, another 7 coffins opened. 7 figures charged out at Long Chen. Now, Long Chen was surrounded by 9 immortal corpses. Their attacks pressed him badly. He wanted to charge out of their encirclement, but he was blocked. Long Chen, you never expected this, right? The Divine Family's trump card is far more terrifying than you expected. There are 30,000 immortal corpse puppets here, more than enough to crush the martial heaven continent. Today, I'll summon half to kill you. Let's see how long you can last, sneered Long Aotian. With a tablet in his hand, he was constantly dripping more essence blood into it, causing more coffins to open. The immortal corpses were being awakened by his spirit blood. 6-star battle armor. Long Chen shouted. 6 stars lit up within his divine ring, and the star diagram inside of the divine ring looked as if it was boiling over. With a single punch, an immortal corpse was sent flying. That immortal corpse's runes rapidly dimmed. With that one punch, Long Chen had exhausted all the corpse's immortal chi. Without the protection of its runes, it quickly became a simple corpse, rotting before it even landed on the ground. With the 6-star battle armor, Long Chen fought the immortal corpses surrounding him. He blasted them away. His new star diagram caused even the 6-star battle armor to become more ferocious. Today, I'll smash apart this broken palace of yours. Long Chen stepped toward the immortal ceiling palace. However, just at that moment, the Eastern Wasteland Bell cried out. Not good. Return to the martial heaven continent immediately. Chapter 2752 The Eastern Wasteland Bell chooses a master. The Eastern Wasteland Bell didn't give Long Chen any chance to refuse. It directly appeared above Long Chen's head, and divine light enveloped Long Chen. Some of the immortal corpses charging over had their runes directly corrode when they were touched by that light. They quickly began to rot. The sound of an ancient bell rang throughout the world, and golden light filled the air. The Eastern Wasteland Bell brought Long Chen flying away. It's the Eastern Wasteland Bell. The divine family's experts recognized the Eastern Wasteland Bell, the leader of the 5 supreme divine items of the martial heaven continent. However, they didn't know why it would appear here. Only those on the level of saints were aware of the secret involving the Eastern Wasteland Bell. At this moment, the void was torn apart. The Eastern Wasteland Bell didn't take a spatial channel. It directly barged through the spatial wall to return to the martial heaven continent. When Long Chen appeared on the martial heaven continent, his expression completely changed. There was a berserk energy hanging within the air, like a volcano that had been accumulating for millions of years and was on the verge of erupting. This power was enough to destroy the entire world. As the Eastern Wasteland Bell quivered, Long Chen's vision changed and he appeared in front of the corrupt god cemetery. There were countless experts of the undying race here, surrounding an altar that was emitting a pillar of blood chi into the sky. It seemed as if millions and millions of lifeforms had been sacrificed. Even from a great distance, it was possible to sense an immense resentful air. The Dragonblood warriors guarding this place cried out when they saw Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others cried. Long Chen really had returned. They had been extremely worried this entire time but hadn't dared to tell anyone else about it. The other world's experts had been constantly spreading the news that Long Chen had been captured, to the point that even the Dragonblood warriors had started to sense that something was wrong. However, they kept those suspicions inside. Even if they could tell that Long Chen's clone was not his true body, they didn't say anything. Now that he was back, they were all ecstatic. All their worries vanished like clouds in a wind, and their blood began to heat up. With Long Chen here, they didn't fear any battle. Long Chen looked at the Dragonblood Legion and couldn't help being moved. Meng Qi and the others had truly worked hard during this time. The unending supply of medicinal pills had allowed every single Dragonblood warrior to advance to the 9th heaven stage. Moreover, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yu Zifeng, Ji Yuyong, and the others had all advanced to the 10th heaven stage to become venerates. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that there would also be 2 saints. Furthermore, the most unexpected thing was that one was Mo Nian, while the other was Yi Ziqiu. However, after a moment of thought, he supposed that it was due to the 2 supreme divine items in their hands. Other than them, Wild, who was also in possession of a supreme divine item, was practically exploding with blood chi. His body was covered in golden runes and looked as if it had been made of gold. His realm could not be evaluated based on the martial heaven continent's cultivation standards. As for the western desert axe on Wild's back, all of its rust had long since fallen off. It shone with an unprecedented divine light and contained a powerful murderous aura around it. As soon as Long Chen returned, he sensed the Eastern Wasteland Bell saying something to the Western Desert Axe, the Northern Source Sword, and the Central Plains Cauldron. You're finally back. If you still didn't return, you wouldn't be able to blame me when I take the place of the main character. Mo Nian laughed and hugged Long Chen warmly. Mo Nian and Guo Ran were the only ones who hadn't been worried about Long Chen, because they had almost blind faith in him. In Guo Ran's opinion, his boss was unbeatable and nothing could stop him. As for Mo Nian, he thought that Long Chen was a bad person, and bad people never had short lives. This scourge would definitely live a long life. What's the situation? Asked Long Chen. We don't know. These meatless fellows suddenly dragged out this altar, and then the aura of the entire world changed. We were in the midst of deciding whether or not we should launch a direct attack on them. Mo Nian shrugged. He was also befuddled by what the undying race was doing. They're offering flesh and blood to the heaven-devastating bracelet so that it awakens. Prepare yourself. The battle is about to start, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell suddenly. What? Mo Nian and the others were startled. The heaven-devastating bracelet was on the verge of awakening. But the master of the Southern Sea Zither was under the enemy's control, and they had yet to gather all 5 supreme divine items. What were they to do? Suddenly, the land began to shake. The laws of heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. It was as if a heaven-swallowing beast at the bottom of the world was about to come out. Mountains collapsed and lava exploded. The very shape of the world was distorted. It was as if the apocalypse had come. The heaven-devastating bracelet is starting to move. It's contracting, trying to squeeze out the core of the martial heaven continent. If it does, this world will collapse. We don't have that much time, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. I need a master to unleash my full power. Who is willing to join forces with me to protect the martial heaven continent, to live and die for the continent? Senior, why not me? Asked Long Chen. You are the gamebreaker. The game can only be broken from outside of the game. You cannot be my master, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Senior, this junior is Ji Yu Yong. I am willing to fight alongside you. Even if my bones are ground to dust, I will not hesitate, said Ji Yu Yong. It wasn't just Ji Yu Yong. The rest of the Dragonblood warriors also stepped forward. Despite knowing that if they did this, their life would no longer belong to just them, not one person retreated. The Eastern Wasteland Belle cast its divine light onto Ji Yu Yong. It said, although your aptitude is a bit lacking, it's still acceptable. Then, one moment, suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a white-robed Yun Tian appear like a celestial king. Senior, please see if this junior is acceptable. Yun Tian bowed to the Eastern Wasteland Belle. The Eastern Wasteland Belle scanned him with its divine light, as if appraising him. After a long time, it sighed. This father and son pair, the martial heaven continent owes you far too much. Yun Tian shook his head. Senior, where did those words come from? People are born from heaven and earth. Without this world, where would I be? If my father could do it, then I can also do it. The Eastern Wasteland Belle sighed. Fine, fine. Everything will be up to fate. The Eastern Wasteland Belle glowed and Yun Tian's aura shuddered. Only now did they realize that Yun Tian's cultivation base had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. It was even higher than Mo Nian and the others. A bell-shaped rune then appeared on Yun Tian's forehead. The Eastern Wasteland Belle vanished, merging with Yun Tian. This process of acknowledging a master was very simple. Brother Long Chen, I will work with Senior to stop the heaven-devastating bracelet from destroying the martial heaven continent. But all we can do is stall it to win more time for you. Whether or not this board can be broken will ultimately be up to you. Good luck. Yun Tian patted Long Chen's shoulder. He then turned around and vanished. Yun Tian had just left when a commotion appeared amongst the Undying Race's side. Their army parted, and a certain person walked out from within the corrupt god cemetery. Upon seeing him, Mo Nian and the others' expressions changed. They couldn't believe it. Chapter 2753 Sovereign Yi Ming. It was Yi Ming. However, when he appeared, a powerful sovereign might radiated out of him, causing the world to shake. People's souls involuntarily quivered in front of him. Impossible. It must be fake. Guo Ran's voice shuddered. This sovereign aura could only be possessed by a true sovereign. Although this sovereign might felt a little bit different, it was definitely sovereign might. There was also a sovereign crown above Yi Ming's head, so there was no mistaking it. Behind Yi Ming was Gui Si, the old monster that had once fought for 3 days and nights against sovereign Ziyong. Behind him was the endless army of the Undying Race, and there was no way to see their true numbers. The army of the Undying Race was mostly in the mid-heaven merging realm, but their numbers were so great that it sparked despair. Suddenly, Long Chen's clone disintegrated and Evilmoon once more appeared in his hand. Huo Linger also returned to his arm, along with the Demon Moon Furnace and the Heaven Flipping Seal. Yi Ming stepped to the front of the Undying army and turned toward Long Chen. Ha ha ha, I bet you didn't expect this, did you, Long Chen? I'm already a sovereign. I'm faster than everyone else. The martial heaven continent's star core will land in my hands. The plan of 2 lifetimes, the focus of tens of thousands of years, was all for today. The martial heaven continent will be destroyed by my hands. There is no longer anyone in this world who can stop me. I, Yi Ming, am the ultimate winner. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. He coldly said, I must say it really is unexpected. You spent 2 lifetimes and sacrificed the corrupt god's property to lay this path for you to ascend to the heavens in one go. Truly amazing. However, are you not afraid of the corrupt god finding you for payment once you ascend now that you've destroyed their corrupt path? Do you think the corrupt god only has this one place to nurture followers? All I did was borrow one world. The corrupt god also wouldn't necessarily know about it. And even then, so what? I have the support of the Undying Race behind me. You think losing the little corrupt path here is enough reason to go for an all-out war against the Undying Race's god? Cut the crap. Don't stall. I know that you brought back the Eastern Wasteland Belle, but it's meaningless. Without all 5 supreme divine items gathered, you can't suppress the heaven-devastating bracelet. Furthermore, the only reason they were capable of fighting the heaven-devastating bracelet back then was because the martial heaven continent was in its prime. Now, the martial heaven continent has 1 foot in the grave. It cannot give the 5 supreme divine items enough power. Even if they were all gathered, it wouldn't stop the destruction of the martial heaven continent. What bullshit, are you blind? Cursed Guo Ran. Did you not see that the heaven-devastating bracelet is no longer moving? A single eastern wasteland bell is enough to suppress it all on its own. Guo Ran could not accept that this person that they had beaten like a dog had now become a sovereign. In the Starfield divine world, although there was some difference between himself and Yi Ming, he still possessed the ability to fight him. However, now, all Guo Ran's cultivation only resulted in him reaching the 9th heaven stage, while Yi Ming had become a sovereign. Where was the justice in that? You think you've suppressed it? Ha ha ha. Yi Ming laughed. What a naive thought. The heaven-devastating bracelet has been hidden in the martial heaven continent for over 100,000 years. Like a tumor, it has been absorbing the continent's strength with every passing day. Now, its power has far surpassed the remaining power of the martial heaven continent. Even the 5 sovereigns were unable to do anything to it after exhausting all their methods. They could only slow down its speed. Now, the 5 sovereigns are dead, and the heaven-devastating bracelet has accumulated enough power to destroy the martial heaven continent. Do you think a little eastern wasteland bell can suppress it? How laughable. You're spouting bullshit, sneered Guo Ran. He intentionally quibbled meaninglessly just to stall time. The Undying Race's attack had come out of nowhere, and many experts of the martial heaven continent were still in seclusion. To call them all out and have them enter a combat-ready state would take some time. However, Long Chen stopped Guo Ran and indicated for everyone to retreat. Just like that, he walked toward Yi Ming. A moth to the fire, sending itself to its own death. Are you in such a rush to die? Sneered Yi Ming. You are stalling. Although I don't know why you decided to do that, I myself have decided to get things started. Long Chen's aura began to climb. With every step he took, his aura rose. Even in the face of Yi Ming, who had become a sovereign, Long Chen was fearless. For some reason, after his star diagram awakened, he was filled with endless confidence. This domineering will caused him to lose any desire to be cautious. Haha, I didn't expect you to see through it. But that's fine. It still won't change the martial heaven continent's fate. Long Chen, today I'll return the humiliation you gave me plus the interest. At this moment, a blood-colored sword appeared in Yi Ming's hand and blood chi erupted, dyeing the world red. When this sword came out of its sheath, a sharp aura made people's hair stand on end. This was a peerless weapon infected by unlimited resentment. With this sword in hand and a sovereign crown on his head, Yi Ming was like an evil king. Terrifying ripples then spread from him, causing the Taos of the world to cry out. This is the corrupt heaven sword, a divine item that the corrupt god personally made. Perhaps you don't know, but it once tasted sovereign Zi Yang's blood. Using it to kill you is appropriate. Yi Ming gazed down on Long Chen like he was an ant coming to his death. However, Long Chen didn't seem to see or hear Yi Ming. The rhythm of his footsteps didn't change. His divine ring suddenly appeared behind him, along with the star diagram. His aura erupted like a volcano. With another step, white scales covered Long Chen's body, forming a connection with his star diagram and divine ring. Evilmoon, you've always been complaining that my power wasn't enough, restricting your power. Today, I think that my power is enough. Evilmoon quivered. The star diagram covered its pitch-black surface. It was like the cosmos's stars were revolving within Evilmoon. Evilmoon cried out excitedly, "Haha, you succeeded." Black chi gushed out of Evilmoon. From within every star in its body, it was possible to hear a furious dragon's roar. At this moment, endless power poured into Evilmoon's body. With Long Chen's boundless power, Evilmoon was free to use all its abilities. It felt like it had escaped from a swamp. An ant also dares to look down on a sovereign's might. Seeing Long Chen remain indifferent even after saying so much, Yi Ming was finally angry. He then slashed his sword down, unleashing his sovereign might. Long Chen cried out. He swung Evilmoon with its endless starlight at Yi Ming's sword. 9-star hegemon body art. Whether or not you are truly a heaven-defying cultivation technique will be decided here. Chapter 2754 The Secret Behind a Sovereign's Power. The corrupt heaven sword slashed onto Evilmoon. This was a heaven-shaking collision, and divine light exploded out of both of these evil weapons. Meng Qi and the others had long since retreated far away, and yet the resulting Qi waves were still suffocating. The evil Qi of both weapons in particular caused stabbing pain in their souls. It was as if countless resentful spirits were wailing. This sword and saber had devoured the lives of far too many lifeforms, and their resentment had infected both of them. At this moment, the sovereign might raged throughout heaven and earth. This was the might that exceeded the 10,000 Taos of the world, the might that suppressed all the laws of the world. Hence, the Dragonblood warriors' hearts shuddered. Yi Ming was a true sovereign, so even the laws that he controlled had gone through a qualitative change. It was no wonder there was a saying that sovereigns stood at the peak of the martial path. A sovereign simply stood on another level. It was a level others couldn't touch. Chi waves then blew through the air, unleashing sharp astral winds that tore at the void like millions of sharp blades. "Boss is fine," Guo Ran cried out excitedly. The twisting space made it difficult for them to see what was going on inside. Using spiritual perception was an even worse idea. However, Guo Ran's armor allowed him to see through the twisting space. At this moment, stars revolved around Long Chen's back, and black chi gushed out of Evilmoon, blocking Yi Ming's attack. Everyone from the martial heaven continent was heartened to see that Long Chen was capable of blocking a sovereign's attack. As the two divine items clashed, cracking sounds rang out, and it was transmitted throughout the entire world. A sovereign's power, it's only on this level. Long Chen had 108,000 stars giving him an unending source of energy. Evilmoon received that energy and was finally capable of unleashing its full power. "I really didn't expect you to have such power." Yi Ming looked at Long Chen coldly. He had launched this attack as soon as he became a sovereign, thinking that he could crush the martial heaven continent instantly. However, unexpectedly, Long Chen had gained a completely different kind of power. His sovereign power, which was capable of suppressing all other Daos, was unable to suppress Long Chen's power. A sovereign's power has transcended the restrictions of the laws of the mortal world, reaching another level. This kind of power should be considered on the same level as an immortal or god. It comes from this world yet exceeds this world's power. Only now do I realize that I long since had this kind of power but never knew about it. Long Chen smiled faintly. Perhaps he really should thank the Heaven Executioner. If the Heaven Executioner hadn't crushed one of his stars, his star diagram would still be static, and he wouldn't possess this kind of astral power. Before his star diagram awakened, his astral power was limited by the laws of the martial heaven continent. Now, there was nothing capable of restricting his astral power. Long Chen sighed inside. If he had comprehended this principle half a year ago and abandoned one of his stars back then, he would have immediately gained this astral power and destroyed all his enemies. What nonsense! A sovereign's power is the result of an entire world's laws circulating to the peak within them. It then transcends that peak. This requires using up the karmic luck that an entire world has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. You had this kind of power a long time ago. Do you think others are idiots to believe that? You think this strange new power of yours is enough to contend against me? You really are too naive. Yi Ming's sovereign crown suddenly unleashed divine light onto him. After that, he pushed his sword forward and the void exploded. Long Chen was forced back several steps, every step causing the void to explode. With a final push, Yi Ming knocked him back into the distance. Today, I'll show you what absolute power is. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder and sneered, "You're angry. Your anger stems from the unease in your heart. Although I don't know how you became a sovereign, I know it was a trick. That's the only way you could have become a sovereign before everyone else, and that's the only way for you to strike in advance and grab all the benefits first. But the path of cultivation has no shortcuts. Anyone who takes a shortcut will pay a painful price." "Shut up!" Yi Ming roared furiously. Just as Long Chen said, he had taken a shortcut. He had sacrificed the entire corrupt path and its millions and millions of lives, gathering the karmic luck of two worlds in order to break through to the sovereign realm as quickly as possible. It was fast, but his sovereign power had some flaws. This was the price he had paid, but he was willing to do so. That was because if he waited until everyone else also became a sovereign, the odds of the Star Field's core landing in his hands would be extremely low. When it came to its foundation, the resentful Death City was the weakest of the various worlds. In his eyes, the martial heaven continent was a plump piece of meat that no one could resist. His only concern was to feast on it before the divine families, the blood race, the demonic beast race, and the others. Boom! Yi Ming slashed his sword at Long Chen, who swung Evilmoon. This time, both of them were blown back. Long Chen smashed into the ground, leaving a giant hole. As for Yi Ming, the space behind him exploded, and he was almost sucked into a spatial crack. The earth shuddered and Long Chen shot out like a bolt of lightning. This time, he was the one attacking. Yi Ming was startled. Long Chen wasn't injured in the slightest from their previous exchange. Hence, he raised his sword again. Both of them were blown back once more, but Yi Ming's expression changed. He was almost sucked into the chaotic flow of space. The laws inside there were completely different from this world. Hence, even if his cultivation base was at heaven merging, he would still be ground to dust. Long Chen was trying to force him inside. Heaven-earth net. Yi Ming formed hand seals, causing a giant net to appear behind him and latch onto the world. He then smashed into a spatial crack but wasn't sucked inside. The net pulled him out. Borrowing that rebound force, he shot toward Long Chen, his sword piercing for Long Chen's chest. Holding Evilmoon at a slant, Long Chen caused Yi Ming's sword to slide off. At the same time, his left hand slapped Yi Ming's face. The right half of Yi Ming's face exploded, and it was possible to see bone through the mangled mess. He flew back with a grunt. Even a sovereign can still be slapped in the face just like before. Guo Ran, Mo Nian, and the others' jaws dropped. Chapter 2755 Violently beating a sovereign. Originally, everyone had felt a deep terror for Yi Ming since he had become a sovereign. That was because the sovereigns had left an undefeatable impression on people's hearts. In their hearts, sovereigns were undefeatable existences. No one else could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. However, Long Chen's slap toppled that reality. Who cared if Yi Ming was a sovereign? He could still be slapped in the face. Yi Ming roared, unable to maintain the dignity of a sovereign now that he had been slapped. His face twisted until it looked like his crotch, and he furiously charged back at Long Chen. Transient life bridge. The world suddenly changed following Yi Ming's cry, and a white bone bridge appeared in the air. Yi Ming and Long Chen both shrank and appeared on that bridge. Every bone on that bridge let out an ear-piercing wail that pierced deep into people's hearts. This was a sound attack that could shatter souls. Even those outside of the bridge felt the sound crashing over them like waves. It was like ghosts demanding their life, invoking the most primal fear in people. Holding his sword with both hands, Yi Ming attacked with a physical attack in combination with the sound attack. How foolish. You want to attack my heart? I, Long Chen, have never known fear. Long Chen sneered. His spiritual sea churned against the sound of 10,000 ghosts wailing. A giant saber image tore into the sky, and the bridge instantly exploded. It was simply a manifestation, not a true body. There was no need for flashy moves at their level. It was a direct and simple clash of power. As a result, both Yi Ming and Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. In their full power exchange, both sides were injured. But they were still even. I'll slaughter you. Long Chen snorted. These repeated exchanges had allowed Long Chen to probe Yi Ming's true power. His expectation was on the mark. This so-called sovereign power was something that had exceeded the power of the 10,000 Daos to form a power that did not belong to this world. This was why the emperors could only be suppressed by the sovereigns. One was within the cage, while the other had transcended it. As for Long Chen, ever since his star diagram had awakened and he gained his new astral power, his power was also no longer part of the martial heaven continent. He could be considered another kind of sovereign. Although his cultivation base was only at the 9th heaven stage, his power did not lose out to Yi Ming. He was now confident he could kill the latter. With 3 steps, Long Chen shot left and then right, shooting through the air erratically before finally attacking Yi Ming from a strange angle. Yi Ming slashed his sword, only to hit nothing. It was actually an afterimage. Suddenly, another figure charged over, slashing his saber. Yi Ming hastily turned around, pulling back his sword. At the critical moment, Yi Ming managed to block it. However, his expression changed. This attack was far too weak. Just at that moment, a palm silently struck Yi Ming's back. A lotus flower mark revolved in that palm. A large hole was blasted into Yi Ming's body. After that, Yi Ming was sent flying, his sovereign blood sprinkling through the air. This was a sovereign's blood, something that contained the highest laws of an entire world. When it was spilled, it caused the heavens to change color. What dogshit sovereign? The difference between you and the 5 sovereigns of the continent is miles away. With your title being so fake, I will definitely kill you today, sneered Long Chen. He extended his arm, and Evilmoon flew back into his hand, along with a bolt of lightning. Just now, it was Lei Linger holding Evilmoon who had pretended to be Long Chen and attacked. As for Long Chen's true body, it had waited to launch a powerful blow. Yi Ming's new sovereign power was just like a mysterious veil over him. But now that this veil had been torn off, he was still the same Yi Ming. His techniques, his reactions, his patterns, they were fundamentally the same. For such a person to call himself a sovereign was practically an insult to the 5 sovereigns. The reason that they were sovereigns was because they had created their own unique techniques. They had not walked the common path. They had blazed an alternate path, each of them to the peak of the martial path. Compared to them, Yi Ming was simply trash. After tearing away the wolf mask, he was still just a sheep. This actually made Long Chen angry. The 5 sovereigns had a high position in his heart. Only the 5 sovereigns had ever made him feel this way. Long Chen, I will slaughter you. Yi Ming roared furiously, while the bloody wound continued to burn. The flames had yet to dissipate, but Yi Ming still charged toward Long Chen, black chi swirling around his body. Long Chen blocked Yi Ming's sword with Evilmoon and then slapped him in the face once more. This time, blood spurted out of Yi Ming's nose. Who do you think you are to call yourself a sovereign? Fuck, using a weapon is actually bullying you. Just like that, Long Chen put away Evilmoon and unleashed a barrage of punches at Yi Ming instead. Yi Ming then slashed his sword, causing blood to spray out of Long Chen's fist. However, his sword was still knocked aside. With his sword knocked aside, Yi Ming was open. After that, Long Chen landed a kick on Yi Ming's crotch, causing him to let out a grunt. He then involuntarily bent like a shrimp. As a result, his long hair fluttered. Mo Nian, Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and those familiar with Long Chen all sighed inside. It was over. As they predicted, Long Chen immediately grabbed Yi Ming's hair and smashed his face into his knee. This motion was incredibly fluid. It was done with a grace that did not match the action. Following that, the sound of bones breaking rang out along with Long Chen's cursing. Who said you could call yourself a sovereign? With every strike, the void rumbled. It wasn't just the sound of Yi Ming's bones breaking now, but there was also the sound of space cracking. Yi Ming struggled crazily. He randomly swung his sword, managing to slice through Long Chen's scales and make him bleed. But in his current state, he was only able to cause a few superficial wounds. With the primal chaos space's life energy, healing superficial wounds was simple. You little brat, did I give you too much face? You dare to call yourself a sovereign? Just keep acting, keep acting, keep acting. Long Chen emphasized his words with his knee, and sovereign blood kept spraying out. Mo Nian and the others simply watched in silence. Was this really a sovereign? In this world, was there ever a sovereign who was so viciously beaten? They almost couldn't believe their eyes. But the sovereign blood spraying out caused the heavenly Daos to rumble. It was truly a sovereign, not a fake. Suddenly, Long Chen's heart shook and a sense of danger filled him. He instinctively swung Yi Ming like a hammer behind him. Chapter 2756. The battle starts, the world shakes. A staff silently pierced toward Long Chen's back, and Long Chen threw Yi Ming behind him in response. The staff was incredibly sharp and instantly pierced Yi Ming's body. However, just as it pierced his body, the hand Long Chen was using to hold Yi Ming's hair felt a sharp pain. He instinctively let go, only to find that his palm had turned as black as ink. More black spots were growing. Poison sorcery. Long Chen was startled. This was his first time coming into contact with such a poison. Even his dragon scales were being corroded. This poison was composed of tiny larvae, hundreds of times thinner than a single strand of hair. They were crazily corroding his flesh and blood. Flames then burst into existence on his palm, and a disgusting stench unfurled. As the black poison was quickly incinerated, his palm returned to normal. The old monster of the undying race, Gui Si, had interfered, pulling Yi Ming out. Yi Ming was also poisoned, but Gui Si quickly healed him, allowing him to recover. Upon seeing Gui Si, Long Chen's heart shook. Gui Si's aura was extremely dark. Long Chen couldn't see his realm, but by extrapolating, he had to conclude that Gui Si had also become a sovereign back then. But he had been killed by Sovereign Ziyong. After recuperating from his death, there was no way that he could return to his peak. However, his power was still terrifying. He was probably the strongest existence beneath a sovereign. Long Chen. Yi Ming's face twisted. It had caved in from being struck. Long Chen's astral power was truly powerful. Not even a sovereign's power could immediately heal the wounds that it caused. Seeing Yi Ming's face caved in, Mo Nian and the others found it both shocking and comedic. Yi Ming was probably the saddest sovereign in all of history. His current state completely toppled their understanding of what a sovereign was. You just manifested a sovereign crown and have yet to make it solid. Your sovereign power has yet to fully awaken. You're at too much of a disadvantage, said Gui Si. Guisi knew that this time, Yi Ming had been completely beaten. He didn't know how many times Yi Ming had lost to Long Chen, but even though Yi Ming was a sovereign, he was still violently beaten. To Yi Ming, it felt like Long Chen was a nightmare, a devil that he couldn't beat. Perhaps it should be considered a good thing that he had been beaten so many times by Long Chen. Someone else would have completely crumbled after failing to beat Long Chen even as a sovereign. But with the experience of his past defeats, Yi Ming was still standing. Suddenly, rumbling rang throughout every corner of the martial heaven continent. Terrifying auras began to rise. Undying race, you really are hateful. Why aren't you acting according to the plan? Are you trying to take everything for yourself? A giant divine bird appeared, tearing apart the void. When its wings spread, heaven and earth shuddered as if the martial heaven continent couldn't contain its power. Kunpeng. Startled cries rang out from Mo Nian and the others. This was clearly the legendary Kunpeng. It even had scales beneath its feathers. The king of the martial heaven continent's Zon beasts was originally the Kunpeng race. However, compared to this Kunpeng, they weren't even close to the same level. That was because the Zon beast's king was the descendant of the Kunpeng race, the Peng race. But this Kunpeng before them was a true Kunpeng, one that had gone from a Kun to a Peng through a life of cultivation. It was said that after 1,000 years of cultivation, the serpent evolved into the python evolved into the drake, and the drake evolved into the dragon. In a similar fashion, the Kunpeng also evolved step by step, from a fish into a Kun, and a Kun into a Peng. It then soared into the heavens and beyond. Its aura was truly terrifying, clearly the aura of an emperor. So, this was an Emperor Kunpeng. It was currently extremely angry. Clearly, this invasion had thrown their plans awry. Who permitted you to move first? Who permitted you to activate the heaven-devastating bracelet ahead of time? Roared the Kunpeng Emperor. Its voice was enough to shake the stars. Guisi, you really are brazen. If any problems occur, can you bear the responsibility? Another voice rang out in the direction of the Yin-Yang world. An emperor had appeared there as well. When he appeared, his blood chi formed a giant blood sea around him. Guisi, you despicable little person. You have broken the gods' agreement. Devil Spirit Mountain exploded and a black-robed figure showed up. It was also an emperor, the devil race's emperor. The demonic beast race, the blood race, and the devil race shouted at the undying race, clearly infuriated. Every single one of them had an emperor, and their voices rang throughout every corner of the martial heaven continent. Every single life form on the continent heard them, hence, cries of despair rang out. Children hid in their mother's embrace, crying. The secular world's people didn't even know what was happening. All they knew was that the demons from the other worlds had charged into the martial heaven continent. As for the cultivation world's experts, seeing so many emperors appear, while their side had none, it made their hearts sink. They could barely muster up an urge to resist. HMPH, don't talk about some agreement. I refuse to believe that you would wait until others became sovereigns if your side produced a sovereign first. The martial heaven continent is simply prey, and all the lives here are livestock raised to be slaughtered. The martial heaven continent has reached its end. What could possibly happen to allow it to survive? You're only angry because you won't obtain the star field core, right? Ha! Since my undying race produced a sovereign first, the core will belong to us. Guisi's tone was unusually forceful, as if everything was under his control. He didn't care about their threats. Undying warriors, slaughter them. This battle will be led by our undying race. No one can compete with us, ordered Guisi suddenly. The undying race's army immediately roared and charged over the martial heaven continent like the tide. The gate to the corrupt god cemetery had been fully opened, and an endless army charged through. From the other side, it was possible to see a giant city slowly flying over. That giant city was Resentful Death City. It was actually flying over just like that. The giant Resentful Death City smashed into a gate, which then instantly shattered. The wall between the worlds was broken and a giant hole appeared. Not good. Once the city comes through, Yi Ming will become a true sovereign. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Now he knew why Yi Ming had been stalling. He had been waiting all this time for Resentful Death City to come over, for the moment its aura fully merged with the martial heaven continents. In that instant, Yi Ming's sovereign crown clearly brightened. Long Chen guessed that if Resentful Death City charged over, Yi Ming would finish the last step to being a sovereign. That was also the most crucial step. He might be able to suppress Yi Ming now, but if the latter finished that last step, perhaps Long Chen would no longer be able to. Long Chen then made his move, shooting straight toward Yi Ming. Little fellow, I won't let you do as you please. Yi Ming will be a sovereign, and you are powerless to stop him. Gui Si waved his staff, and light shot from the eye sockets of the three heads. Layers of light then appeared in front of Long Chen. Boss, you go handle Yi Ming. Leave this old fellow to me. Suddenly, a person flew out of the Dragonblood Legion, going straight for Gui Si. Chapter 2757 Imminent Peril. As Evilmoon appeared in Long Chen's hand, starlight flashed on top of it. However, he wasn't sure that he could pass through Gui Si's blockade. Gui Si was an existence that had once fought Sovereign Ziyong for 3 days and nights. Although he had fallen from his position as a sovereign, his power was still terrifying. Not even Yi Ming was equal to him. Right now, Gui Si wanted to win time for Yi Ming, allowing resentful Death City to enter the martial heaven continent and have Yi Ming become a true sovereign. Those layers of light he condensed in front of him gave Long Chen a sense of powerful pressure. However, just at that moment, Yu Zifeng's voice rang out. Startled, Long Chen saw a heaven-shaking sword chi slash through the air, emitting rays of golden light. When this sword fell, the vast sky resonated and Gui Si's layers of obstructions were slashed apart. Boss, quick, shouted Yu Zifeng. Brother, be careful. Long Chen nodded and rushed through the opening, lightning wings flapping on his back. A sword cultivator. Gui Si was startled. He had once been a sovereign, and although his realm had fallen from its peak, he still managed to control a trace of that supreme power. This power had transcended the limits of this world, so in order to fight against it, you had to possess another kind of transcendent power. He hadn't expected Yu Zifeng to be able to pierce his barriers. A sword cultivator was said to possess the greatest offensive power of all cultivators. Their attacks were incomparably sharp, making them impossible to block. One reason for that was that the sword Daos will lay above the 10,000 Daos of the world. It was not under the restrictions of the laws of the heavenly Daos. Hence, it could also be considered a kind of transcendent power. Who are you? Demanded Gui Si. He wished to know what background this person had. Yu Zifeng flew through the air, his sword shining brilliantly. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed color and the 9 heavens shuddered. The incomparably sharp will of the sword Dao radiated, completely unaffected by Gui Si's pressure. Not a reincarnation, or a rebirth, or a body Caesar. It really is just a peerless genius. Hee, it just so happens that I like killing geniuses. Gui Si laughed sinisterly and waved his staff. After that, the void split apart and a giant bone claw smashed down from the heavens. Boundless sword, one with the cosmos. An image of a sword appeared in Yu Zifeng's eyes. At the next moment, a giant manifestation of a lotus composed of 10,000 swords appeared behind him. His aura suddenly changed, as if a sword had been unsheathed. Yu Zifeng was not a celestial or an Empyrean, so no one had ever seen his manifestation before. But exactly because of that, the appearance of this 10,000 sword lotus caused everyone to jump. His sword slashed into the giant bone claw. As a result, the bone claw was blown back, while Yu Zifeng's body also swayed. He blocked it. Guo ran and the others were delighted. Yu Zifeng was truly strong. A few days ago, Ling Yunzi had brought him to seclusion. Now, it seemed that his combat power had exploded to an extremely terrifying level. Don't just stand around foolishly. We'll slaughter these undying ghosts, shouted Ji Yu Yang. The endless army of the undying race had almost reached the front. Not a single one will pass by me. Lu Ruyan summoned her true body. A giant willow tore into the heavens, her crown covering the entire battlefield. After that, branches shot down like bolts of lightning, and the undying warriors were instantly blasted apart when struck. Lu Ruyan's cultivation base had risen and so had her size. Her divine abilities had also grown more terrifying. As the undying willow race could be considered the emperor of the undying race, Lu Ruyan possessed a powerful suppressive effect against them. The undying race's experts normally didn't have much of a sense of pain, but when her branches pierced through their bodies, they howled crazily. White smoke came from their bodies, and they quickly corroded. The others are also attacking, shouted Meng Qi. The world shuddered. The experts of Devil Spirit Mountain, the ancient battlefield, and the Yin-Yang world were attacking as well. A giant kunpeng shattered the sky and a giant bone mountain appeared. That was also a sacrificial altar. At this moment, there was a person sitting at the center of this altar. Countless runes revolved around him, and his aura rapidly climbed. This was the demonic beast race's genius, the nine-headed lion. His entire body looked as if it had been made of gold. He was borrowing the power of the white bone altar to cultivate. HMPH. Despicable corpses of the undying race, since you want to play dirty, we can all play. The Kunpeng Emperor gave the order, and countless demonic beasts charged out of the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the gate to the yin-yang world crumbled and a giant altar also appeared there, but this altar had an egg on it. Atop the egg sat the blood fiend devil lord. An endless stream of energy poured into both of them through the altar. You're not the only ones with trump cards. My blood race has been waiting for over 100,000 years to reap this fruit from this world. You want to obtain the Starfield core? Then let's see if you have that ability. Blood race warriors, kill. Kill all the lifeforms of the martial heaven continent, shouted the blood race's emperor. Devil Spirit Mountain's gate also opened. However, there was no altar there but a giant coffin. This giant coffin had strange carvings on top of it, with devil chi overflowing from it. At the front of it was a spider web clump, and at the center of that web was the Aldevil Heavenwalker. It was possible to see streams of energy flowing into him from every direction. How can my devil race fall behind the others? The devil race's emperor sneered and waved his hand. After that, the devil race's experts charged out like locusts. The void then exploded once again and a giant immortal palace appeared in the sky. It was the divine family's immortal sealing palace. However, contrary to the other powers, it stayed closed. It just floated there. Hence, the invaders ignored the strange reaction of the divine families. Their armies poured onto the martial heaven continent. In the end, the entire world suddenly shuddered. At the very center of the martial heaven continent, an area wrapped by light appeared. Countless figures showed up within that light. They were the millions and millions of commoners of the martial heaven continent. People from every corner of the world had been transported here, especially those below the nether passage. Ha ha ha, what a superfluous move. You can't even protect your core, yet you want to protect the commoners here. The Kunpeng Emperor laughed. The battle had finally started. The martial heaven continent instinctively made a move to protect its innocent lives at its center. Chener, a startled cry rang out from the crowd. Chapter 2758 Familiar Faces. The one speaking was Long Chen's mother. Even they were sent here from the Wine God Palace and protected. Big brother, Long Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. Through the barrier of light, she could clearly see what was happening outside. Even non-cultivators could see it because this was the center of the martial heaven continent. From here, they could see everything on the continent. Long Xiaoyu instantly saw Long Chen chasing after Yi Ming, who was fleeing desperately. Within the Wine God Palace, she couldn't get any news about how Long Chen was doing. Even in the capital of Grand Sha, people were only talking about things in the past. Long Xiaoyu had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Hence, seeing Long Chen appearing so mighty, rather than worried, she felt excited. She had once more grown taller. Although she had Mrs. Long's gentle and refined face, her eyes sold out the inner minx inside of her. Seeing her big brother fighting against these devils, she began to cheer as encouragement. Her naive and innocent self had no idea just how dangerous this battle was. Mrs. Long quivered fiercely in terror as she watched this battle. Long Tianxiao then decided to place his hand on her neck, and she fell unconscious. He looked up to the sky. Seeing that unbeatable figure, he sighed inside. That little child who had only reached his knees back then had become this world's hegemon. Hence, Long Tianxiao was filled with pride. He had a certain understanding of this dark era. He knew that there was no retreat, so they could only choose to fight. All he could do was believe in his son. All the weaker members of the martial heaven continent had been transported here, and many people were staring blankly. Some were also terrified out of their minds. Your Majesty, there was a group of people around a man with an imperial crown on his head. That man stared at a certain woman, his body quivering. Big sister, we finally meet again after so many years. This man was the former 7th prince of the Phoenix Cry Empire, Chu Yao's little brother. He had since taken the throne, becoming the emperor of the Phoenix Cry Empire, while Chu Yao had set foot into the path of cultivation. Years had passed since then. Due to the separation of the martial heaven sea ring, those in the Phoenix Cry Empire weren't able to even know what was happening in the Central Plains. Tears involuntarily filled his eyes. Although he was the respected master of an empire, in his heart, there was only one person he considered family. Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, Shou Hu. Long Chen's old companions from the Imperial College had now settled down and established themselves. They had been granted their own marquisdom or minister positions, helping the current emperor. When they saw Long Chen, their memories surfaced along with various emotions. Back then, Long Chen had pursued the martial path and could not stay in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Now, he stood at the very peak and was practically a godlike existence. I wonder if Big Brother Long Chen still remembers us, wondered Shou Hu. Long Chen will always be Long Chen. He definitely still remembers us, said Shi Feng. He had had the best relationship with Long Chen back then. He trusted him. Countless people from the Phoenix Cry Empire recognized Long Chen. They stared in shock, unable to believe that Long Chen had now become such an existence. The dragon may be born in the depths, but it will one day soar into the heavens. No one can block the light of the sun. From the start, I knew that Long Chen would reach this step. An elegant woman in a white dress stared at Long Chen, her eyes reddened without her being aware of it. She was Shui Wuan. Back then, Long Chen had been under her administration and caused her quite a bit of trouble, causing her to both love and hate him. Ouyang Chuyong nodded. Yes, his light was fated to shine throughout the entire world. We could only bear witness to his growth. That is already an honor. Shui Wuan agreed. She wiped away some tears that had at some point started flowing. Perhaps this troublesome little fellow had always been in her heart. No one was aware of it, but deep within a crowd, a tall, tan woman clad in beast furs was covering her mouth in shock. "Mom, why are you crying?" asked a boy who appeared only 6 or 7 years old. He held her hand tightly. "Mom, are you afraid? Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you. I'll be just like that black-robed uncle right there." The boy pointed up at Long Chen. Perhaps in his eyes, on this entire battlefield, Long Chen was the most amazing character. "Your mom has seen 2 real men in her life. One has already become an unrivaled hero. The second one is you. I believe you will definitely become just like him in the future," said the woman, smiling and wiping away her tears. This woman was the one who had saved Long Chen when he had fallen unconscious after Marquis Ying had hunted him down. She had brought him to a village and pleaded for the forest divinity to heal him. Her name was Xiao Hua. Their villagers had also been brought here by the martial heaven continent. This was the continent final protection for them. Otherwise, when the battle started, the land would be torn apart, and it was unknown just how many of these commoners would be able to survive. Long Chen chased down Yi Ming. In order to stall, the Undying Race's saints charged at Long Chen one after another, using suicidal moves just to buy some time. "After becoming a sovereign, you're still beaten like a dog. Your Undying Race can just die," sneered the Kunpeng Emperor. On the battlefield that spanned across the continent, the Dragonblood Legion had split up. Wild, Mo Nian, and Yi Ziqiu each led a group to stop the demonic beast race, the blood race, and the devil race. The 3 of them had supreme divine items, and their attacks caused their opponents to immediately collapse in droves. However, the Kunpeng Emperor and the others didn't seem to care, nor did they personally take action. They just watched. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Dong Mingyu, Cloud, Lu Ruyan, and the others stood guard over the corrupt god cemetery. With Lu Ruyan's large range of attacks, they were able to block this path shut. Not one managed to get by. However, their numbers were truly endless. Just as they were starting to get overwhelmed, Baidang Rushuang, Nangong Zheyu, Examen Tianshang, and the others came to support them, bringing their own forces. Suddenly, the void exploded and a figure came flying out, coughing up blood. Meng Qi and the others cried out. Yu Zifeng had lasted 300 exchanges against Gui Si, forcing the latter to take a defensive position. He had managed to stall for Long Chen but was unable to beat Gui Si. Eventually, Gui Si found an opportunity to counterattack and injure him. Die! Gui Si snorted and his hand reached toward Yu Zifeng. However, his hand had just reached out when the void was sliced apart. A sword appeared, slashing onto that withered hand and cutting his entire hand apart. "It's not so easy to kill my apprentice." A white-robed Ling Yunzi appeared, standing before Yu Zifeng like an immortal king. Chapter 2759 Ling Yunzi vs. Gui Si. Ling Yunzi looked at Yu Zifeng. "I told you last time, a sword cultivator cannot have fear in his heart. You attacked so forcibly because you didn't have the confidence to win. The moment you thought about stalling instead of winning, you already lost. A sword is a double-edged blade. Whether it harms the enemy or yourself is decided by just a thought. With every move, you must seek to defeat your enemy. If your heart holds fears, it's like your sword is sheathed. If your sword is buried, it is impossible to comprehend the true essence of the sword Tao. You only wanted to stall for Long Chen, and so you fell from the sword Tao. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as your sword is in your hand, you can forget everything else. The only way that you are inferior to me right now is that you forget your sword. Remember these words. They are my final lesson to you. Yu Zifeng respectfully said, disciple understands. I will follow master's teachings. Yu Zifeng was aware of why he had been defeated so quickly. It was because he hadn't thought that he could beat Gui Si. Long Chen had told him that this was an existence that had fought against Sovereign Ziyong for 3 days and nights, and that naturally worried him. Just like Ling Yunzi said, a sword that was sheathed could not unleash its sharpness. How was he supposed to fight like this? It was a major taboo of sword cultivation. So it was you. Gui Si retreated and his arm quickly healed. He stared in shock at Ling Yunzi. Previously, he had chased away Mo Nian and the others, and had been baited into coming to the martial heaven continent. At that time, a sword had suddenly slashed out of the void, destroying his body. Now that he was struck by his sword, again, he instantly recognized this sword will. The one who had attacked him that day was also Ling Yunzi. What shocked Gui Si was that Ling Yunzi was not young or old. He was not a talented genius from this era, nor was he some old monster. He had clearly missed his golden period of cultivation, so how had he progressed to this level? Yes, it was me. I heard that you previously fought Sovereign Ziyong. I'm not very talented, but I hope to see what great techniques you used to fight against him. Ling Yunzi stepped forward and slashed his sword. No shocking phenomenon occurred, no manifestation appeared behind him, and no rumbling rang out. It was a slash that was as light as a feather, but it caused Gui Si's expression to completely change. The support of a divine Tao. Impossible. Gui Si cried out and waved his staff. A giant bone claw appeared in the sky, smashing toward Ling Yunzi. That giant bone claw was then cut in two by Ling Yunzi's sword like tofu. After that, the broken claw fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake. A wave of dust rose. As quick as lightning, Ling Yunzi appeared right in front of Gui Si, once more slashing his sword. This sword encompassed every direction. Although there was no lock, it was unavoidable. His sword then landed on Gui Si's staff and divine light exploded, devouring the heavens. The power of a divine Tao. A divine Tao was not a kind of power that belonged to this world. It was also a transcendent power, and it shattered the laws of heaven and earth. An expert has no fear. Fear indicates that you don't have enough confidence in yourself. If you lack confidence, your mind is not resolute. If you are not resolute, your sword will is flimsy. With a flimsy sword will, how will you match the sword god's radiance? With the sword god's light supporting you, you can go to heaven or hell, slay demons or devils. The sword sweeps everything before it. What is the point of fear? Ling Yunzi's voice rang out for Yu Zifeng to hear. The reason that Yu Zifeng had been defeated was not that he wasn't strong enough, but due to his own heart being clouded by worries and fear. If he kept this kind of heart, there would be no way for him to resonate with his sword any longer. During their recent seclusion, Ling Yunzi had passed down an extremely profound heart technique of the sword Tao to Yu Zifeng. It was a technique that resonated with a divine Tao. To comprehend it, a sword cultivator had to have faith, and their faith was in the sword god. But it was different from other inheritances. Sword cultivators did not worship a statue nor did they kowtow to a god. Instead, they used their sword to peer into the heavens. Once they reached the required realm, they would naturally feel the power of that divine Tao. They would then be able to draw that power into their bodies and use their sword to cleave apart other Taos. The sword god was prideful. Other gods required faith energy and worship, but he disdained gathering faith energy from lower planes. He also didn't teach anyone. However, when a person's realm in the sword Tao reached a certain level, they could sense the power of his divine Tao. They could then absorb it without restrictions. Through Ling Yunzi's pointers, Yu Zifeng finally understood why he had not been able to sense that power even after being taught how to. It was because he wasn't confident enough and was still unable to become one with his sword. Yu Zifeng slowly closed his eyes, gathering his mind. As Ling Yunzi fought, Yu Zifeng attuned himself to that power. Ling Yunzi's sword danced. Every strike appeared simple and plain, however, when they struck Gui Si's staff, it was like a star had exploded. An apocalyptic power erupted. Ling Yunzi's sharp attacks forced Gui Si further and further back. The latter had no ability to retaliate. Their battle drew the attention of countless experts. Not many people knew of Ling Yunzi, but now that he appeared, he gave them a surge in morale. The old man, Hu Jianying, Li Tianxuan, and the other senior experts also participated in the battle. Right now, the heaven-splitting divine sect and the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples joined forces. The Xuantian tower blazed with divine light, suppressing the invaders. Meanwhile, Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Mu Qingshan, Su Mo, and the others fought beneath the protection of the Xuantian tower. The heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples were even more aggressive. Bao Buping and Chong Hao led the disciples in unleashing waves of split the heavens. The eighth form was used as if it cost nothing, and they would occasionally use the ninth form. With the support of the heaven-splitting divine tablet, all the heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples entered the heavens, wrath state, which gave them terrifying power. Due to Meng Qi and the others refining so many pills, they ended up with a few extra that could be given away. From it, the heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples had gotten a large share. These disciples almost never consumed medicinal pills, so their bodies had yet to build up resistance from consuming too many pills. Since this was the case, the effect was several times greater for them. They had over 30,000 disciples who had reached the ninth heaven stage, while Bao Buping and Chong Hao had advanced to the Venerate realm. They were like a killing machine on this battlefield, sweeping through their enemies. Other than the Dragonblood Legion, they were the strongest group. Mo Nian, Wild, and Yi Ziqiu had supreme divine items. The invading armies were unable to get past them no matter how they threw their numbers at them. However, the emperors were still just standing to the side, so Mo Nian and the others started to feel uneasy. Long Chen, something's wrong. They seem to be waiting for something, said Evilmoon. Chapter 2760 Devil Soul Refining Song. Long Chen also had a bad feeling. As more time passed, resentful Death City got closer to breaching the wall of this world. Part of it was already past the spatial wall. Furthermore, as it moved toward the martial heaven continent, Yi Ming's power slowly rose. Hence, Long Chen estimated that resentful Death City had to be hiding some kind of secret. The reason that Gui Si was capable of fighting Sovereign Zi Yong for 3 days and nights was definitely related to resentful Death City. As for Yi Ming, he wanted to become a full sovereign, which required resentful Death City to enter the martial heaven continent. He seemed to be guiding it in, while the rest of the undying warriors simply charged at Long Chen to buy time for him. Their old saints even threw themselves to their deaths to threaten Long Chen. Long Chen looked at the altars, immortal palace, and coffin set up in the distance. He said, "They are most likely offering up the power of those who die. A portion of their power is then directly absorbed by the altars and sent to the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, the Aldeval Heavenwalker, the Nine-Headed Lion, and probably Long Aotian. With this attack, it doesn't matter if they kill the people of the martial heaven continent, or if their own people die. They are all turned into fertilizer so that those 4 can explosively leap to become sovereigns." Long Chen could sense the auras of the Aldeval Heavenwalker, Blood Fiend Devil Lord, and Nine-Headed Lion starting to greatly change. Although they were still in a slumbering state, the auras of emperors could be sensed from them. Perhaps they had silently advanced to the Emperor realm. "Then what are you going to do?" asked Evilmoon. "It's a move with no counter. As long as people die, their energy will be absorbed." "Wait, no." Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he thought of an extremely bad possibility. Suddenly, the world quivered. As Long Chen's divine sense spread, he found that the entire continent was starting to rise. Not good. The heaven-devastating bracelet has started to contract. The eastern wasteland bell is no longer able to suppress it. Long Chen's heart sank. The heaven-devastating bracelet was doing the same thing as the altars. It was absorbing the power of the experts once they died. It was their true killing move. Just at this moment, the northern source sword, the western desert axe, and the central plains cauldron began to shine brightly. Their images appeared in the sky. The image of the eastern wasteland bell also manifested. All the 4 supreme divine items showed up, and recesses appeared in the sky of the martial heaven continent, one in the east, west, north, and center. Their images perfectly entered those spaces. Only the southern spot remained empty. An empty space shaped like a zither appeared, but the southern sea zither didn't appear. After that, the entire world shuddered once again, and the heaven-devastating bracelet's contraction temporarily stopped. "You want to stop the heaven-devastating bracelet? Keep dreaming. Divine families, what are you doing?" Have the southern sea zither make its move, the Kunpeng Emperor shouted at the Immortal Palace. Everyone came to a sudden comprehension. So the elusive music Immortal Palace was actually part of the divine families. They could be considered the divine family's eyes and ears, as well as their claws and fangs. At this moment, the void split apart and a group of people appeared. Upon seeing them, Long Chen's body involuntarily trembled in rage. Killing intent exploded within him. Elusive music Immortal Palace. Long Chen clenched his teeth, wanting to charge over and slaughter them right now. The elusive music Immortal Palace's people that came were all old monsters. No disciples of their younger generation appeared, and the one leading them was the music master. The music master's old kindly aura had transformed into vicious brutality. The mask had been torn off. It seems that at this crucial moment, you still need my elusive music Immortal Palace. The music master looked over the battlefield. Spotting Long Chen in the distance, she sneered, "Do you hate me? Too bad that even if you hate me, you can't do anything about it. All of you will be destroyed along with the martial heaven continent." After the music master shouted, Ziyan woodenly appeared beside her. Her eyes were completely lifeless like she was a puppet, and her face was so pale that it hurt to see her like that. "Old bitch, you won't have a good death." Long Chen roared furiously, but he couldn't charge over because no one could be Yi Ming's match other than him. He was worried that Meng Qi and the others wouldn't be able to stop him. But seeing Ziyan's haggard, blank face, Long Chen was crazy with rage. "You spoke wrongly. You're the ones who won't have a good death." The music master then laughed sinisterly. "Ziyan, attack the Central Plains Cauldron. As long as the Central Plains Cauldron is attacked, their formation will instantly become unbalanced." That was how their formation was broken back in the day. "We can repeat the same play as back then, ha ha ha." After that, the southern sea zither appeared in Ziyan's hands, while 7 old crones moved behind her, their hands emitting rays of light into Ziyan's body. She was like a puppet moving to their strings. Those rays of light were the southern sea zither's zither soul. In order to guarantee that there would be no accidents, it was being controlled jointly by all 7 of them, and through it, they controlled Ziyan. Ziyan's fingers expressively moved across the 7 strings, and notes began to ring through the air. It was like an overture of death, phonetic symbols that took all life. "Ziyan, wake up. The time for vengeance has come." Suddenly, a voice rang out within Ziyan's mind. That voice felt like it was coming from a distant world. Ziyan's body quivered, his lifeless eyes gradually recovered their luster. However, these changes were not noticed by the music master and the others who stood behind her. "Ziyan, attack." Seeing Ziyan stopping suddenly, the music master shouted. She also formed hand seals at the same time, and a rune appeared on Ziyan's forehead. This was the slave heart mark, a rune that controlled a person's mind. Those who fell to this rune would essentially become another person's puppet, incapable of resisting. "You want me to attack?" Ziyan suddenly turned back, staring at the music master with a gaze that was so sharp it felt like 2 blades were stabbing the music master's heart. "You." The music master suddenly had a bad feeling. Ziyan's hand streaked across the music master's throat, and her thin fingernail cut off her neck. As a result, a headless body fell. Ziyan's sudden turn caught all the elusive music Immortal Palace's experts off guard. The 7 old crones controlling the zither soul were about to make their moves when the light blazing in their hands suddenly flew out of their control and entered the southern sea zither. How is that possible? All their expressions changed. This zither soul was under hundreds of their seals. How could it have run off? The music master's head was in Ziyan's hand, staring in terror and shock at Ziyan. Right now, Ziyan's old warmth had vanished, and her face was frighteningly cold. Killing intent that had never existed before flickered in her eyes. "Since you want me to attack, I won't stand on courtesy." Ziyan suddenly crushed the music master's head with her hand and extracted her yuan spirit. "You used me to harm the person that I love the most. How about I use your souls to play the devil soul refining song?" Ziyan's fingers once more fell upon the zither strings, and all the heads of over 10,000 experts of the elusive music Immortal Palace suddenly exploded. Chapter 2761 The Terrifying Ziyan. The elusive music Immortal Palace's experts had come aggressively, but with a single move from Ziyan, all their heads exploded and their corpses fell lifelessly. As a result, everyone's jaws dropped. Even the various emperors were astonished. How had Ziyan suddenly changed sides right before the battle? At this moment, Ziyan spread her hands, and the slain experts' yuan spirits were all extracted, condensing into her fingertips. What is right? What is wrong? In the East, someone told me the real answer. However, at that time, I was ignorant and didn't understand. Now I understand. To protect those that I love, even if my hands become covered in blood, even if I fall into a bottomless hell afterward, I will not regret it. Xian's hands shone brightly. Looking at that light, she muttered to herself, and her killing intent caused the world to change color. Sharp screams suddenly rang out from Xian's fingertips, including the music masters. At this moment, their yuan spirits had been condensed on Xian's fingertips. They were terrified and unreconciled. But they all knew what was about to happen. Ignoring their screams, Xian looked into the distance, at Long Chen. She finally smiled faintly. After that, her white robes exploded and strips of fabric flew through the air like butterflies. A violet dress then appeared beneath the white robes. In that instant, Xian appeared incredibly like Sovereign Han Wei. Her decisive killing intent shook the heavens. Long Chen, because of me, you repeatedly fell into death traps, but you still believed in me. I have no way to repay this favor in this lifetime. All I can do is use this life of mine to thank you. A hint of warmth glimmered within the killing intent in Xian's eyes. After that, Xian's fingers pressed against the southern sea zither. She plucked a single string, and with that one note, every lifeform of the martial heaven continent felt their heart contract. It was as if that sound caused their blood to fill their heart, resulting in it growing until it was about to explode. The sound of a zither then rang out. Suddenly, the invading experts felt as if a volcano had exploded in their chests. They were shocked to find that their hearts had burst inside of them. The heavens have a humane heart, the earth has a compassionate heart. When a human has a heart with love, their hearts are complicated. There is the infatuated heart, the greedy heart, the fanatical heart, endless possibilities confuse right and wrong, mix good and evil. Xian murmured. It was like a scripture but wasn't, like a song but not exactly that. It directly pierced people's hearts and reached people's souls, forming a resonance. Her voice questioned them about their own hearts. As a result, the martial heaven continent's experts' hearts trembled. It was as if all their secrets were exposed at this instance. Xian's hands continued to play, and screams rang out from the other world's experts. Whether it was the demonic beast race, the blood race, the devil race, or the undying race, their experts' hearts exploded out of their chests. Although they had the ability to recover, without a heart, their combat power was gravely affected. The most terrifying thing was that they had no idea what was happening. Xian was injuring them through space, and they couldn't dodge and defend. This kind of invisible attack was the most frightening. The blood of the guilty, black, murderous, vicious, and brutal. The soul of evil, containing greed, jealousy, hatred, and destruction. The Tao of the heavens, music can be used to destroy evil, eradicate demons, incinerate the blood and soul, play the song of slaughter, become a devil slaughterer, sink forever into the depths of hell, die 100 deaths with no regrets. Xian's voice rang out as if she was a goddess. Her voice was ice cold, containing a frightening resolution. As the zither strings quivered, the void rumbled. The invading experts whose hearts had exploded suddenly clenched their heads, roaring with pain. Some of them could not endure, and their heads directly exploded. For a moment, the experts on both sides could only stare in shock. As Xian continued to play, more and more invaders were killed, their heads exploding. Hence, in just a few breaths' time, tens of millions of invaders were wiped out by Xian's zither music. Their armies collapsed. This kind of terrifying sound attack had never been seen or heard of before. This devil soul refining song destroyed hearts and exterminated souls. It was a bizarre power that couldn't be blocked. With every note, hundreds of thousands of experts died. Her music filled the world. She's using zither music to invade people's hearts, using their blood to reach their minds, using their minds to detonate their souls. The blood race's emperor's expression changed. The martial heaven continent had never used such a divine art against them before. At this moment, the world was enveloped by a strange atmosphere. Blood chi sword and souls wailed. It was like hell on earth. Not good. The blood chi and soul energy can no longer be absorbed. Kill her. The devil race's emperor suddenly noticed something wrong. The others also noticed this problem. The only reason that they weren't fighting themselves was because they wanted the blood chi and soul energy of those dying on the battlefield. This energy was what powered their altars and the heaven devastating bracelet. Other than the undying race, the others hadn't finished their preparations. However, Since the Undying race had launched the attack ahead of time, they couldn't just watch as their goal was snatched away. Hence, they launched their own attacks, and the power that they had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years in the form of countless experts charged out. When they died, their lives were taken back as preparation for the killing blow. However, they were shocked to find that when Xian killed people, their energy simply dissipated, and their altars were unable to absorb it. Not even the heaven-devastating bracelet could absorb it. As Xian continued to play, blood rained down. And in less than 10 breaths' time, millions and millions were killed. This kind of terrifying, wide-range attack was something that overturned people's imaginations. Most frightening of all, while it had a terrifying killing power on the invaders, it didn't affect the martial heaven continent's experts all that much. By the time the various emperors reacted, they had lost a fourth of their armies to Xian's life-reaping zither music. Her killing power was simply astonishing. Because of this, the emperors were no longer able to sit still. If they still didn't stop Xian, their plans would fail. Chapter 2762 The High Priest Takes Action. The Blood Race's emperor finally made his move, and the world rumbled as blood-colored clouds covered the sky. At this moment, a single palm that was covered in strange runes crashed down from the heavens. When an emperor moved, the aura of an emperor unfurled, and it might even be a bit stronger than Yi Ming when he had just condensed the sovereign crown. Just as the Blood Race's emperor moved, a sword slashed down from the heavens and shattered the overwhelming emperor pressure. "Who?" demanded the Blood Race's emperor. At this moment, the void twisted. The high priest appeared with a sword on his back and a wine gourd on his waist. The current high priest was cloaked in a heavy air that was completely different from before. He appeared confident and refined, filled with the air of an immortal. "Just a drunkard," said the high priest, standing in front of the Blood Race's emperor. The Blood Race's emperor looked at the high priest and then sneered, "So it's the wine god's doctrine. In the past dark eras, your people always cowered like tortoises, but now you dare to interfere in this one-sided battle. Did you drink too much?" It seemed that he had some understanding of the wine god palace's inheritance, and yet he still found them insignificant. "You really are right, I drank too much, or I really wouldn't dare interfere in this matter." The high priest laughed. "Old drunkard, since you've chosen death, I will finish you." The Blood Race's emperor took out a strange blood-colored spear and charged toward the high priest. However, the high priest didn't reach back for his sword. Instead, he grabbed the wine gourd on his waist. After opening the lid, he tipped his head back and gulped down a mouthful. "Die!" the Blood Race's emperor shouted furiously. His spear pierced through the air, but the high priest's figure vanished. His attack missed. After that, the high priest reappeared high in the sky, continuing to drink. After several mouthfuls, his face began to flush and his eyes grew unfocused. He was clearly drunk. The high priest then slowly placed the wine gourd back on his waist. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and the smell of wine filled heaven and earth when he exhaled. Just that single exhale filled the world, making the heavenly dows grow sluggish. Wine contains the great universe, the pot contains the passing of time. All things are in motion, freely changing. Clear wine is tasteless like water, turbid wine is dense like soup. Primal chaos devolves into clearness and turbidness, and 100 flavors brew within the sky. Wine allows one to escape the pathless chase of fame and fortune. To become intoxicated is to dream of 10,000 dows, to wake is to see the world. The high priest's body began to softly sway. He looked up at the sky, softly murmuring. These words were carved onto the screen in front of the wine god's statue. When Long Chen first saw it, he began to admire the wine god's free and unrestrained manner. Now that they came out of the high priest's mouth, he appeared to have returned to his youth. The confidence and ease of youth were vivid within him. Looking at this sight, the Blood Race's emperor grew even more enraged. The high priest didn't seem to even see him. Hence, the Blood Race's emperor's spear buzzed, but he didn't attack the high priest. Xian was his target instead. When the high priest drank his wine, a strange power of his caused the Blood Race's emperor's blood-soul lock art to lose effect. That was why the high priest had escaped his attack so easily. Not wanting to waste time, he chose to directly attack Xian. As expected, as soon as he moved, the high priest appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the Blood Race's emperor sneered and light erupted from his spear. The high priest's sword then came out of its sheath and slashed into the spear. But the high priest's hand quivered and his body trembled. He looked completely drunk, as if he might collapse at any moment. However, as he swayed, the world swayed with him, spreading strange ripples. At this moment, the Blood Race's Emperor's expression changed. The overwhelming power of his spear was being rapidly thrown off. As the High Priest's sword quivered, his power dissipated. Only now did he realize that the High Priest's swaying was a kind of extremely brilliant movement art capable of throwing off his power. Suddenly, the High Priest staggered like he was falling. His sword swung to the side and made the Blood Race's Emperor hastily retreat. Although the latter dodged quickly, his cheek was still sliced so deep that his bone was exposed. As a result, fresh blood began to flow. The Blood Race's Emperor was startled that he was actually injured. His physical body had reached a kind of limit and was capable of even receiving divine items. However, the High Priest's sword was clearly normal metal, yet it was capable of blocking his spear. Most startling of all, just now, he had clearly dodged that sword, but an invisible chi came from the sword, slicing his cheek. A burning pain then remained on the wound like someone was pouring strong wine on it. Even his own self-recovery ability was inhibited. He was aware of the wine god's inheritance in this world, but he was unaware that the wine god's disciples had such powerful abilities. "What kind of power is this?" demanded the Blood Race's Emperor to the swaying High Priest. The High Priest shivered as if he had been spooked. He shook his head and squinted at the Blood Race's Emperor. "Who are you? Why are you shouting? Die!" This response fully infuriated the Blood Race's Emperor. He thought that the High Priest was intentionally angering him. His blood chi then erupted and he stabbed his spear forward. After that, a rain of spears flew out of the blood clouds in the sky, all of them whistling toward the High Priest. This was an attack covering a giant area, and even Xian was within its range. When an emperor was infuriated, it caused heaven and earth to change color. However, the High Priest merely slashed his sword, and its divine light erupted, shattering all the spears. The High Priest then let out a long sigh, once more filling the air with the smell of wine. The blood-colored runes were like snow meeting the sun when they met that wine chi. They instantly melted. After that, the High Priest seemed to recover his wits a bit. Looking at his wine gourd, he shook his head. The wine god's personally made wine is truly strong. I almost got muddle-headed. Suddenly, the High Priest stamped down on the air, charging at the Blood Race's Emperor. However, just at that moment, he tripped and fell. The martial heaven continent's experts could only stare, dumbfounded. Chapter 2763 Major World Golden Coin. When the solemn High Priest drank the wine in the gourd, his entire aura changed. He was like a deranged drunkard. However, after falling, the confident and suave impression of him shattered in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Everyone watching almost staggered themselves. The High Priest's spiritual fluctuations have changed. Long Chen looked over. He suddenly had a thought. At this moment, the Blood Race's Emperor stabbed his spear at the High Priest's back when he fell. However, without even turning back, the High Priest swung his sword, blocking the spear. He suddenly turned. Like a wild gale, his sword unleashed waves of divine light, and he attacked 19 times in a row. As the sound of metal clashing rang out, the Blood Race's Emperor was forced back over and over. With every attack, mist that contained a dense wine chi exploded out of the High Priest's body, and anyone who inhaled it felt dizzy. They felt like they had become drunk. Finally, the Blood Race's Emperor was sent flying. The High Priest's attacks had grown stronger and stronger until he was completely suppressing his opponent. So it's a god's inheritance. HMPH, it's just a gourd of wine. Once it's used up, your life is forfeit. The Blood Race's Emperor finally saw through the clues. The power that the High Priest was currently unleashing was the power of a divine Tao. It was no wonder he was able to fight an emperor with only the cultivation base of a saint. The High Priest's eyes were hazy. He said, "This wine has over 100,000 years of history. It might not be enough against someone else, but against you. It's enough." The High Priest suddenly shot forward. Despite clearly still being in a drunken state, his movements were much steadier now. This wine could be considered a condensation of faith energy, as well as a present from the wine god. This faith energy formed a bridge to the wine god, and it was the only energy that wasn't rejected by the wall of ascension. Hence, it could be said that the High Priest's wine gourd contained the wine god's personally made wine, which was passed down through faith energy. They only obtained a single drop every 100 years, so the High Priests of the wine god palace would usually use it to research the divine Tao. They never wasted it by drinking it. Today, in order to fight this emperor, the high priest had drunk 3 small mouthfuls. However, he had underestimated its power and had almost lost consciousness. Through the battle, some of its power leaked, and it finally reached a level that he could endure. The power of this wine was the power of a divine Tao. While it was different from a sovereign's power, it was a power that could contend with it. However, an external power was just that. He would need to slowly get used to it. As the power of the wine surged through the high priest's body, his sword danced, forcing back the blood race's emperor. With the blood race's emperor blocked, the other emperors no longer sat still. If they allowed Xian to continue her attacks, all their people would be killed, and their plans would be ruined. If they couldn't activate the heaven-devastating bracelet, they would be unable to obtain the core of the star field. Then this entire battle would be meaningless. Because of it, the devil race's emperor and the Kunpeng emperor both attacked. A devil claw and a giant wing swung toward Xian. Both of them were using their killing blows. In their eyes, the most threatening existence wasn't Long Chen. It was Xian. But then, the void exploded and a giant palace appeared, blocking the Kunpeng emperor. Snow began to fly through the air. A chilling cold covered the entire battlefield. It's the Divine Ice Palace. The name of the Divine Ice Palace was known to all. However, no one knew that the actual palace in and of itself was actually a combat divine item. It had an extremely mysterious origin, and legend had it that it was not from this world. What thing is this? Scram! The Kunpeng emperor shouted, and its giant body smashed into the Divine Ice Palace. It was clearly extremely confident in its physical body. However, a ray of divine light suddenly shot out of the Divine Ice Palace. When it struck the Kunpeng emperor, his body rapidly shrank and was sucked inside the palace. Divine Ice Seal. Taoist Heavenly Feather's figure appeared above the Divine Ice Palace. She then formed hand seals, and giant ice dragons appeared, wrapping around the Divine Ice Palace. Rumbling rang out from the inside of the Divine Ice Palace. The Kunpeng Emperor was clearly fighting against the seal. Meanwhile, Taoist Heavenly Feather sat in the air, continuing to form hand seals. She then murmured some kind of scripture, causing endless ice chi to gather. The entire battlefield became a world of ice. Despicable human race, if you have guts, let me out and we'll have a real fight. The Kunpeng Emperor bellowed from within the Divine Ice Palace. He was clearly unable to charge out, at least temporarily. Taoist Heavenly Feather ignored him. The ice dragons were starting to fracture as the Kunpeng Emperor fought, and she had to constantly strengthen them. Clearly, she was only capable of trapping the Kunpeng Emperor for a while. It was impossible for her to slay the latter. At the same time, a golden light descended from the heavens, smashing into the Devil Race's Emperor's claw. As a result, the Devil Race's Emperor was knocked back. A glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. In front of him, the void split open, and a giant coin came out. However, this coin was not made of copper but a mortal metal instead. Its light filled the world. The golden light shone brightly, causing countless lifeforms to instantly become greedy. Their eyes became red in an instant, and they wanted to charge over and grab it. This gold coin drew out people's most primitive desires. Grand World Golden Coin. The Devil Race's Emperor's expression changed. He suddenly shouted, as the wealth god also planning on jumping into this pool of dirty water. Sir's words are lacking. This is no dirty water. To do business is to seek profit. All the martial heaven continent's lifeforms are what we depend on for our livelihood. The wealth god has millions and millions of believers on the martial heaven continent, and they have their families and dependents here. Since our clients and devoted followers are threatened, the wealth god has instructed that we must stand up for them. So, we fight to protect ourselves. Ma Ruyun appeared. Behind him was the Huayan sect's divine item, the Major World Golden Coin. This was also a divine item, part of a divine Tao. When the high priest had previously asked Ma Ruyun if they were bringing out their money, he had been referring to this divine item. The appearance of the Major World Golden Coin signified that the wealth god's followers were also joining this battle. Your devil race is incapable of fighting against this. I'd advise that you realize the problem and retreat while you can. Chapter 2764 Money blinds the eye. You think you've beaten us? What a joke. A bunch of second-rate peddlers also dared to say such big words. Do you know that your actions have implicated the wealth god? When the great devil god hears of this, he will definitely slaughter all the wealth god's followers, sneered the Devil Race's Emperor. Ma Ruyun smiled indifferently. Our actions today are due to the directives of the wealth god. Everything else isn't for us to worry about. When doing business, the subordinates must listen to the superiors, or the efficiency plummets, lowering the profits. Fuck your fucking profits. Don't talk about this nonsense with me. The most profitable thing in this world is battle. Your wealth god is a fool. Since you want to die so badly, I'll kill you all. The devil race's emperor raised his hand, and a jagged sword swirling with devil chi appeared in his hand. I'll show you just how terrifying the devil race is. His devil sword swung through the air, causing black lightning to appear in the sky. It was like the end of the world had suddenly come. I'm well aware of the devil race's power. Today, I'll show you the power of money. The major world golden coin behind Ma Ruyun transformed into a streak of light, striking the devil race's emperor. Golden light erupted when the coin struck the devil sword. The entire sky turned gold. That golden light seemed to be composed of palm-sized coins that were covered in runes. The color of gold was something few people disliked. It symbolized wealth, profit, and everything materialistic in this world. In other words, it was something that could be used to satisfy all material desires. Countless people protected at the core of the continent instantly became overwhelmed. Seeing those billions of coins in the sky, their eyes reddened. Their most primal desires were brought out. Some people began walking over. Due to the barrier allowing them to see things clearly, it felt like there were coins right above their heads. Hence, people involuntarily reached out. Don't mess around. A shout rang out. It was the Grand Sha's emperor, Sha Yunfang. At this moment, Sha Yunkong and the other experts of the ancient nations began to keep order. There were too many commoners here. Without powerful cultivation bases, if there was any chaos, they could easily be trampled and crushed. They're throwing their lives away for money. Amongst the experts of the Grand Sha, a beautiful woman sighed. Sha Yunfang shook his head. Every person sees things from unique perspectives. To a starving person, a single steamed bun is enough to make them commit a crime. After being full, a person wants to be warm and then have a home to sleep in. As you no longer worry about those things, your desires shift to higher levels. Commoners are like this, and aren't cultivators the same? Commoners want to simply have enough food to not starve, while cultivators want to get stronger so that they don't get killed by others. In this regard, everyone is the same. Gold might be looked down upon by us, but what about cultivation resources? Wouldn't we also be like this mob, forgetting about our own life and death for this desire? I misspoke. I shouldn't have mocked them. The person who had spoken was the Grand Sha's princess, Sha Yuelu. At this time, her youthful air had completely regressed. She had become much steadier. Back then, Sha Yuelu had still had a childish nature, and had been an unreasonable princess. But after experiencing the dark side of people's hearts, as well as her own suicide, it was as if she had matured overnight. But at the same time, she grew much quieter. This transformation pained Sha Yunfang, Sha Yunkong, and the others. They would rather Sha Yuelu still be that willful child if that meant she could live happily and worry-free. However, they all knew that there was no way to return to the past. Unless, Sha Yunfang couldn't help looking at the distant Long Chen and then at his little sister. He sighed silently. After the golden light exploded, endless golden coins formed chains binding the devil race's emperor. Even as he slashed his sword, shattering one chain after another, the chains simply reformed limitlessly. You've been surrounded by money. Your fate is set in stone. Struggling is futile, said Ma Ruyun. As the major world golden coin behind him quivered, more and more golden coins filled the world, binding the devil race's emperor. Bullshit. The devil race's emperor roared furiously. Devil chi then exploded from him and his sword, emitting black mist. The golden chains were shattered rapidly but reformed again. He almost escaped several times, but in the end, he was still trapped. Hence, he furiously roared. Ma Ruyun lightly said, money is a double-edged sword. Used properly, it can nourish all life. Used for evil, it can destroy the world. The wealth god has said that the most frightening thing in this world isn't a devil or ghost. Instead, it is a businessman with no beliefs. Without any beliefs, then any and all methods can be used to scheme for profit. After that, the entire world's resources will be extracted until there is nothing left. People's souls will be drained. Morality will be non-existent. In the end, they will end up using up their very self just for profit. In the end, nothing will remain. Shut up. The devil race's emperor roared furiously, continuing to attempt charging out but failing. Ma Ruyun continued, it is the root of all evil but also the foundation of all Taos. If the heavens have no desire, no life will be born. If the earth has no desire, no spirits can grow. If a beast has no desire, the species becomes extinct. If a human has no desire, heaven and earth cannot merge, yin and yang cannot mix. Shut your fucking mouth. The devil race's emperor roared furiously, his face twisted. Ma Ruyun's voice was like millions of mosquitoes entering his ear. However, in his current predicament, he was unable to use his full power. It was like he was caught in the mud. No matter how he cursed, Ma Ruyun remained indifferent, and he even smiled. Do you know why the major world golden coin has this appearance? Fuck off. I don't want to know. Shut your mouth, roared the devil race's emperor. Chapter 2765 The Power of Wealth. Ma Ruyun laughed. Doing business mostly relies on the mouth. If I shut my mouth, how can I do business? For my new client, let me introduce our business. From the services we provide to our marketing, everything is under our domain. I don't discriminate between young and old, so I feel like I should give you a detailed introduction to our major world golden coin. The devil race's emperor was so infuriated that he burst into curses. Unexpectedly, his ability in cursing was not inferior to his cultivation base. He managed to curse Ma Ruyun's entire family, male and female, all the way back to 18 generations. Moreover, not one of his curses repeated itself. He stunned everyone. What people were unaware of was that Ma Ruyun's seemingly nonchalant presentation was a kind of warfare against the heart. The golden light of the major world golden coin blinded the eyes. To the trapped emperor, Ma Ruyun's voice was like a devil's curse. His cursing could be considered a kind of counterattack, comforting him both physically and mentally. Hence, this cursing displayed his overwhelming talent in this regard, which stunned the martial heaven continent's experts. Even a grand emperor could curse like a shrew on the streets. This completely toppled their understanding of experts. Ma Ruyun continued to give an explanation about the true essence of a businessman, and his expression remained unchanged the entire time. His voice was incredibly sincere. This major world golden coin was created by the wealth god. The outside is round, while the inside is square. It contains the essence of heaven and earth. The outer roundness is primal chaos, while the inner square is the four divisions of the night sky. It corroborates the heavenly Taos. The outer circle is for material matters, while the inner square is for matters of the heart, corroborating the human Tao. The Tao of the heavens has voids to fill but nothing to fill them with. The human Tao doesn't have as many voids, and there's plenty of stuff to fill them with. When your hands are rich, you fill them more and more. When your hands are impoverished, they empty more and more. Ma Ruyun's voice continued to ring out. At this time, the commoners protected at the core of the continent were drawn out of their chaotic frenzy. His voice entered their souls. They thought that he was speaking the words of truth. Whatever you already had, the heavens would give you more of. Whatever you lacked, the heavens would take away from you. Hence, these people who had thrown themselves into a frenzy for the golden coins in the air gradually regained their minds. They began to listen intently. As a result, the wealthy prosper, while the poor remain penniless. But the heavenly Taos are in constant motion. The wheel turns, and nothing is set in stone. The major world golden coin's round exterior is the attitude one must have when facing the world. A person must be round, slick, and smooth, not injuring others, allowing for easy communication. You'll gain more than others. Fuck, shut up. The devil race's emperor roared, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of coins tinkling against each other. That metallic ringing was extremely clear. It was a pleasing sound to everyone else, but it seemed to be a torture to the devil race's emperor. Ma Ruyun continued, as for the interior square, it indicates that there must be rules, laws, and limits, a bottom line. Roundness must not lead to a blind submission. It cannot lead to constantly yielding or simply resigning yourself to struggles. When someone touches something in your heart, you must fight back. The square is the bottom line as a person. All things must have limits. This inner square is also where the faith of everyone in the Huayan sect resides. We will not be overbearing or servile to others. We will not be scared or panic no matter what happens. We will remain unflustered even in the face of beckoning wealth, because wealth is a double-edged sword. It is the milestone that encourages people but also the epitaph of countless people. That is because it can cause a person to inflate limitlessly. Without the square in the heart to control oneself, desire grows and grows until it consumes the entire person, making them do crazy things. Shut up, you. The devil race's emperor suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His eyes turned red as if he had gone insane. All of a sudden, his expression changed, and he gave up on fighting. He let go of his devil sword as his body began to inflate. He then formed hand seals in a panic, seemingly trying to control himself. The devil Dao is the opposite. The outside is square, while the inside is round. Strong in appearance, but weak in reality. It contains only fear, but not kindness. With such a heart, how can you resist the lure of wealth? I told you that you were already defeated, but you didn't believe it. Ma Ruyun shook his head. The devil race's emperor suddenly inflated like a balloon, causing everyone to jump. They thought that he was activating some powerful technique at first, but then they found that his expression was not very good. His body quivered. You slaughter other lifeforms and take their wealth. But you never create your own wealth. You only know how to kill and take. Now that the major world golden coin has appeared here, you can have as much wealth as you want. Take as much as you want. Limitless wealth can materialize your dreams. Wealth can create your own world, a world that you want. Wealth can allow you to stand above all others. Ma Ruyun's voice was like a hypnotic spell but also like the voice of a devil in the ears of the devil race's emperor. As time passed, the power of the major world golden coin grew. This divine item was a peculiar one. It drew out the deepest desire for wealth within a person's heart. The devil race slaughtered and plundered, all for wealth, and it made them stronger. Being stronger allowed them to plunder more wealth. However, the major world golden coin's power terrified the emperor. It was causing him to inflate rapidly. At this moment, more rays of golden light flew out of the major world golden coin. Various illusions started to appear. There were mountains of gold, silver mines, and even naked beautiful women of the devil race. Sect Master Ma has used a divine art on the devil race's emperor. He said so much in order to avoid affecting the ordinary people, allowing them to be mentally prepared before launching the real attack, said an elder. While it seemed that Ma Ruyun had simply spouted a bunch of nonsense, it had actually been to save everyone, allowing them to get used to it. Otherwise, if he had launched an all-out attack from the start, perhaps all the commoners would have been consumed. The devil race's emperor's body once more expanded. Cracks appeared all over his body as if he was about to burst. Of course, wealth can also easily destroy yourself, said Ma Ruyun indifferently. The devil race's emperor was on the verge of exploding. On the other hand, the people who had been willing to risk their lives for the golden coins were no longer so infatuated. Everyone said that profit was a blade, but they had always ignored that saying. Today though, they were finally scared by that blade. Even an emperor was about to die to it. The devil race's emperor was covered in cracks, and his body had reached its limit. Some people covered their ears and ducked their heads to avoid seeing the explosion. Chapter 2766 Killing Move. The devil race's emperor was covered in cracks, looking to be on the verge of exploding. All manifestations are the devil. Suddenly, the army of the devil race roared in unison, and devil chi exploded out of every single one of them. As they chanted some kind of scripture, a rune lit up on their foreheads. After that, the cracks appearing around their emperor's body quickly healed. In just a few breaths' time, the cracks vanished. Idiot, your broken coin can't kill me, sneered the devil race's emperor. His devil chi was now linked with the devil chi of the entire devil army. With that, he managed to resist the allure of the major world golden coin. You are wrong. What will kill you is not me, nor is it the major world golden coin. It is yourself, said Ma Ruyun. Upon forming hand seals, the major world golden coin began to slowly rotate. At that moment, every life form, including those from the martial heaven continent and the other worlds, felt a bout of dizziness. As a result, the devil race's emperor coughed up a mouthful of blood. The pressure he felt instantly multiplied, and the desires that had been suppressed erupted. His body once more became covered in cracks. As for the devil race's army, their bodies also shuddered. They were clearly affected as well. However, now that their power was linked, they could not pull back. Otherwise, if their emperor died, it would be an unbearable blow to their race. Their souls were connected to their emperor in order to share his burden. It was essentially spreading the power of the major world divine world so that they each shared the burden. Ma Ruyun couldn't help sighing. As businessmen, we don't like killing. This idea was Long Chen's, so don't blame me when you die. Suddenly, the major world golden coin's inner square quivered and countless figures appeared. Those figures all had a mark on their foreheads, and it was a golden devil character. Yu Shaochen appeared, leading the experts of the original devil race. As they had been accumulating their power for a long time, the devil-suppressing divine seals on their foreheads thrummed with power. On the other hand, the devil race's emperor was filled with fear. He let out a terrified roar. No. Divine light descended, falling onto his body. As a result, his devil chi became stagnant. Even with the entire devil race's army gathered together, he was temporarily suppressed. A few breaths' time might not be anything significant during normal times, but now it was fatal. Without the support of his army, his body instantly inflated. As his body exploded, devil chi and essence blood blasted apart the golden coins. Even the major world golden coin was blasted back. Because of the powerful impact, the entire martial heaven continent shuddered, and the water of the martial heaven sea ring burst, forming a tsunami in the air. It then crashed down on mountains and submerged cities. If the commoners of the martial heaven continent were not being protected at the core, it was unknown just how many people would have died here. The devil race's army was also implicated. Their heads exploded, and only a bit more than 10 commanders survived due to not participating. Bait reinforcements and then kill them all. This kind of move is not for business. Ma Ruyun shook his head. This move of Long Chen's was truly vicious. When Long Chen had learned of the major world golden coin, he had come up with 3 tactics involving it and the original devil race encountering the devil race. The tactic that they had used this time was one of those 3. Originally, Long Chen hadn't had much hope for this plan because it required a certain amount of luck. He felt that his luck would never be that good. The other 2 tactics would be slightly less effective, but if done properly, they could still instantly wipe out a quarter of the devil race's combat power. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that since he had only come up with the plan, while the main character was actually Ma Ruyun, there was no bad luck. Ma Ruyun was a wealthy and lucky man, not someone cursed with abysmal luck like Long Chen. At this moment, the bodies of the devil race's army fell from the sky, and everyone could only stare in stunned silence. Even Ma Ruyun himself shuddered. This blow was truly vicious, so vicious that it made him uneasy. After all, he was a businessman, not a killer. For all these lives to be destroyed because of him. Wealth God, bear witness. Disciple does not have a slaughtering heart, prayed Ma Ruyun. Suddenly, the martial heaven continent shuddered along with the divine family's immortal palace, the devil race and the demonic beast race's altars, and the blood race's giant egg. The land began to rapidly rise once more. Not good, too many were killed in an instant. Their blood soul power is too much. Ma Ruyun's expression suddenly changed. Ziyan's zither music possessed a strange power that caused the blood soul power from the dead to dissipate, meaning that the heaven devastating bracelet and the altars of the others couldn't absorb that power. However, this blow had been too vicious. They had killed too many, and her zither music was not able to remove it all. Since that was the case, a huge amount of power filled the air, providing the heaven devastating bracelet and the altar endless energy. As a result, the earth exploded as the heaven devastating bracelet contracted, seemingly wanting to crush the world. As for Long Chen, he was still chasing down Yi Ming, who was fleeing like a rat. His entire body was covered in blood, and Long Chen was constantly landing more blows on him. Just as the devil race's army was wiped out, the corrupt god cemetery's space exploded. Resentful Death City finally pierced the walls of space and entered the martial heaven continent. In that instant, Yi Ming's sovereign crown became fully solid and golden. Ha ha ha, finally, Yi Ming suddenly roared and a chi wave exploded out of his body. It was so powerful that Long Chen was blown back a few miles. Upon seeing this, Long Chen's heart shuddered. Yi Ming's aura had changed. Originally, Yi Ming could be considered to have reached half a step into the realm of a divine Tao. But now he was fully within it. Yi Ming suddenly smashed a palm at Long Chen, which caused the world and its laws to crumble. Fragments of spacetime flew. This was the true power of a sovereign, the power that a sovereign should possess. With a single blow, heaven and earth collapsed. Even with his full power, Long Chen was sent flying back. It felt like he had been struck by a star, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Stamping on the ground, he stabilized himself. Not good, I don't have enough power to use the true 6-star battle armor. Without it, I can't fight against a true sovereign. Long Chen, I will pass my final bit of energy to you and help you become sovereign. Suddenly, a message rang out in Long Chen's mind. Chapter 2767 Sovereigns Appear. Just at this moment, the world changed. The Eastern Wasteland Bell, the western desert axe, the southern sea zither, the northern source sword, and the central plains cauldron's images appeared in the sky. The 5 divine items were finally gathered. Their true bodies were still in everybody's hands, but the images in the sky seemed to be their souls. When the light of these 5 divine items appeared, the heaven-devastating bracelet appeared on top of the martial heaven sea ring. The heaven-devastating bracelet was enormous, so enormous that it terrified people. After absorbing all the blood-soul energy, strange runes appeared on its body. They were like countless vipers. The heaven-devastating bracelet was like the hand clutching the heart of the martial heaven continent. Long Chen hadn't expected Ma Ruyan's attack to lead to this. "Senior, are you the spirit of the martial heaven continent?" asked Long Chen. "I am the heart of the martial heaven continent. All lifeforms of this world were born from me. Right now, there is no longer any way to avoid this calamity, and it is fated that this epoch is to end. I do not fear destruction, but I hope that my children can escape this tribulation. With my final energy, I can aid you in becoming a sovereign. I only hope that you can save everyone here." The voice was warm and gentle. It was like a mother's voice, a voice that was one step from reaching the end. For some reason, this voice made Long Chen's heart sad. This was the final warmth that the martial heaven continent could give its people. Yi Ming once more attacked, causing Long Chen's blood to flip inside of him. Having become a sovereign, with resentful Death City floated behind him, Yi Ming had an unending source of power. "Long Chen, don't be afraid. You've humiliated me so many times, so I won't let you die so quickly. I'll return all this humiliation 100 times over." The void splintered. The laws and Taos of the world crumbled with every one of Yi Ming's moves. Long Chen once more blocked and was sent smashing into the ground by a kick. "It's useless. Even if you are a 9-star heir, you haven't awakened the hegemon aura. You cannot win this battle. I chose you as the gamebreaker because you are a 9-star heir, but if you want to break this game, you must become a sovereign." "Don't hesitate," said that voice. "If I use your final power to become a sovereign, you will have nothing else left." "You'll die," said Long Chen. Long Chen was well aware of the energy requirement for the 9-star hegemon body art's final heaven stages beyond the 9th. It was a terrifying amount. He estimated that drawing this energy from the martial heaven continent itself would cause the core to instantly die. The martial heaven continent only wished to defend this world's people. How could he cause it to die? "Don't worry about me. I'm under the control of the heaven-devastating bracelet. Even if I don't die, I will land in their hands and become a tool. But if I die, the heaven-devastating bracelet will also be affected. That will be your chance to shatter this board. Once you become a sovereign, these people won't be a match for you. I ask you to bring these innocent people somewhere safe so they can continue living." Long Chen suddenly had a thought, and the earth exploded as he shot out. "How long are you planning on hiding? Aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you continue?" Yi Ming had been waiting for him and swung his palm at Long Chen's face. However, unexpectedly, Long Chen's hand struck his face first. He then borrowed the power to fly back and avoid Yi Ming's palm. At this moment, the altars from the demonic beast race, blood race, and devil race began to rumble. The auras of sovereigns began to rise. "I don't have any more time to play with you. You can die now." Yi Ming's expression changed. He hadn't expected the others to be so prepared. The 9-headed lion, the Aldevil Heavenwalker, and the Blood Fiend Devil Lord were also about to become sovereigns. Hence, Yi Ming had to capture the core first, or his odds of getting it would sharply drop. Stamping on the air, he unleashed a palm that blew Long Chen back, and then a bone spear appeared in his hand, stabbing toward Long Chen's throat. Just as the spear was about to pierce Long Chen's throat, a hand caught the spear, causing Long Chen to be surprised. He was covered in cold sweat. That bone spear was a terrifying weapon that caused his hair to stand on end as soon as it appeared. A white-robed figure then appeared in front of Long Chen. That figure looked back at Long Chen and smiled. "Little brother, we meet again. Big brother Yun Shang." Long Chen let out a startled cry. The one to save him was Sovereign Yun Shang. Yi Ming jumped when he saw Sovereign Yun Shang. His spear trembled, shaking off Sovereign Yun Shang's hold. At this moment, he was completely bewildered. He looked around and suddenly became terrified. Long Chen followed Yi Ming's gaze. At some point, a figure had appeared beneath each of the 5 supreme divine items. Long Chen then saw Sovereign Qing Shu, Sovereign Mo Li, Sovereign Han Wei, and Sovereign Ziyong. The 5 sovereigns had all appeared at once. Looking at the sovereigns, the people at the court cheered, kneeling. They were so emotional that, Some of them wept. With all 5 sovereigns appearing, they felt that the martial heaven continent would be saved. Long Chen, go. Listen to her arrangements. Her wishes are our wishes. You once asked me why we had died. I didn't answer you back then, but I'll tell you now. No one was capable of killing us. We voluntarily died, returning our karmic luck back to the world so that it could continue surviving. One generation after another, we waited for the one who could break this hopeless deadlock. Now, we have reached this era. Sovereign Yun Shang patted Long Chen's shoulder. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. A dead person shouldn't be so meddlesome. Die. Yi Ming was first afraid, but then he realized that he was already a sovereign, and his opponent had died. What was he afraid of? Hence, he unleashed another attack with his spear, encompassing both Long Chen and Sovereign Yun Shang. Sovereign Yun Shang then unleashed a palm. When his palm met the bone spear, cracks spread in the air, and the spear was stopped. Sovereign Yun Shang looked at Yi Ming and shook his head. If I was still alive, you would be dead, your Tao eliminated. You are too weak. After that, Sovereign Yun Shang's palm shuddered, and Yi Ming felt a burst of power knock him back. A trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. Long Chen, time is pressing. Don't be fooled by them. They are nothing more than minor characters, said Yun Shang. He pushed Long Chen, and Long Chen instantly vanished. Chapter 2768 The Sovereigns, Devotion. Yun Shang sent Long Chen away with a single palm. He then formed a hand seal, and a pillar of light soared into the sky, enveloping the entire martial heaven continent. After that, the light contracted, sweeping through the battlefield. All the martial heaven continent's experts that were fighting vanished. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others suddenly found themselves within the core of the martial heaven continent. They were also protected now. Mo Nian was dumbfounded. What was this supposed to be? Were they not supposed to fight? At this moment, Sovereign Yun Shang's figure appeared below the image of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. He overlooked the entire battlefield. Yun Shang, Mo Li, Qing Shu, Han Wei, and Zi Yong formed hand seals, and the 5 divine items unleashed divine light that protected everyone. The 5 sovereigns spoke in unison, their voices thundering throughout the world. All devils and gods here, using my name as sovereign, I swear that as long as I live, I will protect this territory. I will slay devils for the martial heaven continent. If I am dead, then my soul will not enter reincarnation. It will enter the earth and nourish all life. When demons attack, my blood soul will awaken and become the wall that repels evil. Heaven and earth resonated with their words, and the barrier that the sovereigns had created protected everyone, moving countless people to tears. The sovereigns had fought for the martial heaven continent and died for the martial heaven continent. They were truly their protective gods. The sovereigns were unrivaled. No one could kill them. Hence, they had willingly died to pass their energy back to the continent, allowing more people to be blessed by karmic luck so they could find the chance to break this board. Every generation of the sovereigns had saved the continent. They had given up their chance to become gods, given up on reincarnation, instead fading forever from the world in order to protect it. Mo Nian, Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and the others couldn't hold back their tears either. They had spilled blood countless times in battle without crying, but today they cried. This world had a kind of realm that could not be passed, and it was called sovereign, a hero who had paid everything. For the continent, this world has never known peace. It was only people taking the burden for us. The only reason we can see light is because others used their bodies and souls to block the darkness, said Meng Qi, sobbing. The sovereigns had died and their remnants were still protecting everyone. When that power ran out, the sovereigns would truly vanish. In the future, as time passed, how many people would still remember them? How many would prefer to think of them as myths? The high priest, Ling Yunzi, Ma Ruyun, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the others were also brought in. The sovereigns are supreme. The high priest sighed in admiration. Although he was a follower of the wine god, he still felt worship for the sovereigns. The armies of the blood race, demonic beast race, and undying race assaulted the sovereigns' barrier, but it didn't even quiver. As for the devil race's army, they had almost been completely wiped out. All that remained were some people standing beside the altar and the Aldevil Heavenwalker who was on the altar, absorbing energy. Ling Yunzi said, the sovereigns have temporarily stopped the battle to avoid further losses that would give them more blood soul energy and allow them to become sovereigns faster. The heaven devastating bracelet seems to have been temporarily suppressed as well, said Ma Ruyun. The world had returned to calm, and the earth was no longer rising like before. The crisis had been temporarily alleviated. The power of the sovereigns will run out sooner or later. Master, what should we do? Asked Yu Zifeng. Ling Yunzi smiled slightly. What we should do is patiently wait. This is a battle to seize the heavens. Only someone who can defy the heavens can turn the tides. A person who can defy the heavens. Is that boss? Asked Guo Ran and the others. Ling Yunzi nodded. Yes, the favorites of the heavens are the Empyreans. There are some oddities as well like heaven Caesars. But the ones that cause the heavens to be terrified are heaven defiers. The laws of the world are in chaos, so there is no need to conceal Long Chen's identity any longer. Hearing that Long Chen was a heaven defier, countless jaws dropped. Li Tianxuan was completely calm as he had long since guessed this identity. No wonder he faced so many tribulations in his life. His heavenly tribulations were absolutely terrifying ones that only sought to kill him. The heavenly Taos clearly wanted him dead. People came to a sudden understanding. The legends mention that heaven defiers usually have companions. No wonder everyone around Long Chen also cultivates so quickly. As a heaven defier, he forcibly raised a group of people without much talent into apex experts. The existence of heaven defiers was unknown to most of the junior generation, but some of the seniors knew of them. There were many legends of them. Those legends said that heaven defiers soared like shooting stars, but it was always the case that they died to heavenly tribulation just as their light began to bloom. No heaven defiers ever actually managed to grow up. They all died young, so most people didn't care too much about their legends. When Ling Yunzi revealed Long Chen's identity, it shocked countless people. That was because there were no legends of a heaven defier that had grown to this point. Haha, this little fellow really is a heaven defier. That's enough for me to brag for a lifetime. The old man laughed proudly. He was covered in fresh blood from the battle, but he didn't care about it at all. He didn't even wipe that blood away. Although the heaven-splitting divine sect had Bao Buping and Chong Hao, in terms of combat power, they were still inferior to the old man. The old man had spent a lifetime studying the ninth form of split the heavens and the battle god sacred canon. With Long Chen's medicinal pills, he had managed to reach the mid-heaven merging realm. However, even though he was only at the mid-heaven merging realm, his killing power surpassed Bao Buping and Chong Hao. In a real fight against the old man, the two of them would be slain in less than 10 exchanges. To use the old man's words, old ginger was hotter than young ginger. Moreover, the old man had the heaven-splitting blade and the support of the heaven-splitting divine tablet. With the assistance of these two divine items, he was almost unrivaled. If it weren't for Bao Buping and Chong Hao pulling him back as if their lives depended on it, the old man might have challenged one of the emperors. Speaking of Long Chen, where is he? Asked Ku Jianying. After searching amongst the crowd, she didn't see Long Chen. Long Chen has been sent to the heart of the star field. Prepare yourselves. This barrier won't last too long. The martial heaven continent needs everyone's power to defend it. Sovereign Yun Sheng's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Chapter 2769 The Only Way. Long Chen entered a strange world. It was a world of fantasy that was thrumming with life. From the sky, Long Chen looked down on the rolling hills. This place looked a bit familiar. He could vaguely see mountain ranges, rivers, and terrain that looked similar to some parts of the Central Plains. However, here, everything was on a much larger scale, so large that it couldn't be described. Could this be? The martial heaven continent's gentle voice rang out. Yes, this is the most primitive appearance of the martial heaven continent. Back then, countless cultivators were born every day, and there were thousands and thousands of people who ascended every year, reaching the higher realm. The laws of heaven and earth were complete, and the path to the heavens was clear. Everything followed the proper sequence. The people back then knew what it meant to respect and be grateful to the heavens. When mining ores, people knew to leave the source of the mine behind so that years later, strangers could harvest more. All kinds of sects and schools littered the land. There was constant fighting and competition but never any large-scale wars. Moreover, cultivators never harmed the commoners. I was young back then and full of life. Through the movement of the cosmos, I could absorb more energy for myself and pass it to my children. Seeing them escape the restrictions of the heavenly Taos and spread their wings in a higher plane, I was filled with pride. The martial heaven continent fell silent, seemingly lost in its memories. It then sighed. That all ended one day. Crisis fell, and I was shackled by chains, unable to absorb any further energy from the cosmos. I only had my own body. I thought that if I could pass through this time, everything would be fine. But things only got worse. Invaders came, assaulting the continent, killing my children, and destroying my body. Merciless plundering and slaughter wreaked havoc. I could only watch as they killed my children. I cannot describe that pain. With that tribulation, I had no other choice but to condense all my power into one expert. Thus, Xianxia rose and became the first-generation sovereign. However, he told me that his heavenly fate eyes saw a trace of hope for the future. He told me to patiently wait. Later on, he made himself dissipate, becoming one with the Tao. I wanted to stop him, but I couldn't. Then it was Qing Shu, Mo Li, Han Wei, and Ziyang. The martial heaven continent's voice began to sob. They were all good children, but to protect me, they sacrificed their chance to reincarnate. They forever vanished from this world. Long Chen finally learned of the history of the sovereigns. They were existences that had the continent's karmic luck concentrated in them. In the end, when they found that they were unable to save the world from its predicament, they chose to return to the Tao, passing that karmic luck back to the continent. Although they died, their soul essence remained, and their hearts were always thinking of the martial heaven continent. Until the end, they spilled every last drop of blood, every trace of soul essence for the continent. These were things that the sovereigns had never told him, so only now did Long Chen understand just how heavy the burden that the sovereigns had entrusted to him was. He couldn't help feeling even greater reverence for the sovereigns. Just this devotion to the continent, this willingness to sacrifice everything for the continent was something that he would never be able to do. The invaders have come once more. Their blood-soul power is activating the heaven-devastating bracelet, but it also triggered the protective wills of Xianxia, Qing Shu, Mo Li, Han Wei, and Ziyang. The will of the five sovereigns has managed to temporarily suppress the heaven-devastating bracelet and buy time for us. Now, it just so happens that the blood-soul power outside is capable of stimulating all the remaining energy in me, and I can aid you in becoming a sovereign. After saying this, countless runes condensed in the air, transforming into an arm. The hand brushed against Long Chen's cheek warmly just like a mother's hand, and a finger pressed against Long Chen's forehead. The world then rumbled, countless runes flowed into that arm, and immense power gathered. It felt like it was enough power to drown this entire world. This was the final energy of the core of the star field, the heart of this world. Even with 1 foot in the grave, the martial heaven continent still possessed such vast power. Prepare yourself. Long Chen instinctively dodged to the side, avoiding this energy. As for why he did so, he didn't even know. All he knew was that his instincts told him that if he did this, this world would definitely die. He couldn't accept it. Long Chen, this is the only way to save us. We are all trapped. I know you're a kind child, but there is no time to waste. This is the only hope, said the martial heaven continent. Long Chen also knew that only by absorbing this energy could he save the world. But even if he could save the people, the martial heaven continent would be destroyed. Was this world that the five sovereigns had entrusted to him going to die in his hands just like this? There must be another way. There has to be. Long Chen clenched his fists, racking his brain for ideas. But he couldn't think of anything other than this. It's useless. This board was set in place over 100,000 years ago, and the five sovereigns came to the same conclusion together. Don't feel any guilt. As long as you can protect my children, I am willing to make any sacrifice. Why? You love them, but they don't love you. They spend all day fighting, their hearts covered in shadows. They also destroy your body, not giving you any respect or gratitude. Why do you treat them like this? Long Chen suddenly became angry. This anger stemmed from how this world could be like this. People treated the continent with no gratitude, destroying it. Hence, even without the attacks from the outsiders, the continent would still have been destroyed eventually. But the continent still wanted to save them. The martial heaven continent was silent. It then sighed, they are my children. Whether they are good or bad, I cannot change them. But they are my children. I love every single one of them. You might find that foolish, but as the spirit of this world, I love all my children, no matter how they treat me. Long Chen, I beg you, do not hesitate any longer. There is not that much time before everything will be too late. The heaven-devastating bracelet can only be temporarily suppressed. It has bound me for too many years and absorbed too much of my energy. The sum of its energy even surpasses mine. The only way to destroy it is for you to become a sovereign and gain control over the 5 supreme divine items. As long as I destroy the heaven-devastating bracelet, will you be able to escape? Could you then help us fight the invaders? Long Chen suddenly jumped up, thinking of a possibility. What? That is impossible. Chapter 2770 Taking it. First answer me. If I could destroy the heaven devastating bracelet, would that resolve the crisis of the martial heaven continent? Asked Long Chen. The martial heaven continent said, it could only count as half resolved. The internal trouble would be resolved, but there are still the outside troubles. What are the outside troubles? Long Chen was originally excited, but this response was like a bucket of ice water over his head. The heaven devastating bracelet is the key to opening the wall of ascension. They view the martial heaven continent as a hunting ground, and every dark era's battle is a hunt. But this time, the hunt is over. They don't just want to reap lives but also destroy everything here. The heaven devastating bracelet is absorbing the blood soul energy in order to control the star field core and make me fall into slumber, making me unable to retaliate. This is to create their own path through the wall of ascension. More experts could then pass through the wall of ascension from that path. It's a gamble. By using blood soul energy to activate the heaven devastating bracelet, they've also allowed us to use the blood soul energy to awaken the will of the sovereigns. Victory or defeat is decided by time. If you become a sovereign and break the channel that they build, then those higher experts will be unable to descend here. The heaven devastating bracelet is just a tool that seals me. If those higher experts do come though, at that time, everything will be meaningless. You must use the power of the 5 supreme divine items to destroy the heaven devastating bracelet before that. That is the only way to save everyone. It would save everyone, but it would destroy our home. A thriving world will become a land of death. Long Chen shook his head. He didn't want to imagine living in such a world. As long as there's life, there's a future. You can think of some way to pass through a spatial wall and find a new world. Long Chen sighed. I essentially understand your plan. You are fighting for time, and the heaven devastating bracelet is now a secondary threat. What is most worrisome is that more experts will descend from outside this world. We must seal this path before they descend. But I have my own plan. Since you've entrusted your life to me, listen to me. What plan? Long Chen said, Senior, please send me to the heaven devastating bracelet. If I fail, I'll accept your suggestion. Right away, the space around Long Chen changed, and he appeared on the martial heaven continent, standing on top of the heaven devastating bracelet. Only when he stood on top of it did he feel just how minuscule he was in comparison to it. Long Chen had originally pumped himself up for this, but seeing its giant body made him deflate. It was truly enormous. What do you want to do? We don't have much time, said the martial heaven continent. Senior, can you help me? I want to take the heaven devastating bracelet. Long Chen took a deep breath. His divine ring spun behind him, and his 6-star battle armor appeared. Impossible, exclaimed the martial heaven continent. Whether or not it's impossible will be decided at this moment. Senior, as long as you help me lift it up, you can leave the rest to me, said Long Chen. If the heaven devastating bracelet is moved, the suppression that the 5 sovereigns have placed on it will weaken. If it goes out of control, then the sovereigns' final hope will also be extinguished. Long Chen, are you really confident? The current heaven devastating bracelet was still suppressed, and Long Chen's action could lead to unforeseen consequences. It might ruin all their preparations. I am confident, as long as you can lift it up. Long Chen nodded. All right, since I've chosen you, I will leave it to you, sighed the martial heaven continent. The land suddenly began to quiver, and the giant heaven devastating bracelet slowly floated into the sky. Its giant form appeared above the martial heaven sea ring, darkening the world. The experts at the core of the continent finally had a view of just how giant it was. As it rose, the formation that the 5 sovereigns had created shuddered. However, the invaders actually stopped attacking. They retreated, with some who didn't retreat in time consumed by the divine light of the heaven devastating bracelet. It really is enormous. When its entire body appeared above the sea, Long Chen felt like an ant in front of a giant city. However, he clenched his teeth. No matter what, he had to go all out. Long Chen then pressed his hands against the heaven devastating bracelet. With a roar, his divine ring expanded, forming a giant spatial hole. The other side of this hole was the primal chaos space. This giant spatial hole was his limit after advancing to the 9th heaven stage. However, it was still minuscule compared to the heaven devastating bracelet. It was like an ordinary person trying to use their mouth to swallow a table. The mouth was far too small in comparison, and there was no way to squeeze the table in. Get in here, Long Chen roared, the veins on his forehead throbbing. At this moment, countless stars appeared around his arms as he pulled. However, no matter how he pulled, he was like an ant shaking a tree. The heaven-devastating bracelet didn't even budge, as it was too heavy. It was practically an entire world. "Senior, help me," shouted Long Chen. Long Chen waited, but the martial heaven continent didn't reply. It seemed to be making a difficult decision. "We trust Long Chen. Do it." The 5 sovereigns suddenly spoke at the same time. The next moment, the heaven-devastating bracelet quivered, and it was pulled toward Long Chen's divine ring. On the other hand, Long Chen's divine ring began to crack and crumble. However, he continued to pull it in. Suddenly, the heaven-devastating bracelet seemed to awaken, and countless runes lit up on it. As a result, Long Chen's body instantly received a backlash, and he became covered in cracks. But he still didn't give up. As for now, a very small portion of the heaven-devastating bracelet had been brought into the primal chaos space, and its pressure already crushed all the plants and trees inside of the primal chaos space. Only the heavenly Dao tree at the center of the black soil remained undamaged, but even its fruit had been destroyed. "Long Chen, give up on this. The heaven-devastating bracelet is about to awaken," urged the martial heaven continent. Long Chen's method was impossible. The heaven-devastating bracelet was too heavy, and no one could possibly take it. Hence, Long Chen's idea was a wild fantasy. Suddenly, Long Chen took out Evilmoon and struck the heaven-devastating bracelet. It quivered and a terrifying aura rose. "No!" The martial heaven continent cried out in shock, but it was too late. Long Chen had woken the heaven-devastating bracelet. As the heaven-devastating bracelet's terrifying power raged, huge cracks appeared within Long Chen's primal chaos space. Just at that moment, an incomparably sharp, majestic, and sacred will was also startled awake. Chapter 2771 Primal Chaos Bead Verses. Heaven-devastating bracelet. Deal with it, Long Chen cried out excitedly when he sensed that will awaken. He had finally succeeded. Even without Long Chen's shout, the primal chaos space shuddered and a fierce aura erupted. It was as if a sleeping dragon had been awoken. Long Chen only sensed a formless power strike the heaven-devastating bracelet before a giant explosion shook the primal chaos space. At this moment, the giant heaven-devastating bracelet was pierced through. A giant hole appeared in it. The heaven-devastating bracelet hadn't shattered, but just how many times more power must it require to pierce through it rather than shatter it? Even the martial heaven continent was stunned. After that, the runes covering the heaven-devastating bracelet began to explode, and countless cracks appeared throughout the heaven-devastating bracelet. As a result, the world's aura suddenly cleared, and endless spiritual chi exploded. The density of the spiritual chi was hundreds of times greater than the best spirit-gathering formation. Seeing the heaven-devastating bracelet's runes vanish, the invaders were dumbfounded. How can that be? The heaven-devastating bracelet is an immortal item from a higher plane. There is no power in the lower plane that can destroy it, exclaimed the Blood Race's emperor. In the immortal battle back then, the martial heaven continent had been in its strongest state, with countless experts. Even so, no one had been able to destroy the heaven-devastating bracelet. Even though the heaven-devastating bracelet had been suppressed, as long as it was given time, it would automatically recover. They were never able to destroy it. However, now it was destroyed, and they didn't even see how it was done. Its item spirit was dead, and the energy it had been extracting all these years was slowly released back into the continent. You really did it. The heaven-devastating bracelet's energy is slowly returning to its source," exclaimed the martial heaven continent. Just at this moment, the 5 sovereigns' barrier spread, encompassing the heaven-devastating bracelet as well. "Long Chen, don't waste time. The crisis hasn't ended. Absorb the energy and become a sovereign. We must seal the path before they descend," said Sovereign Yun Shang. "Everyone else, focus on cultivating. We will keep your foundations stable. Make further breakthroughs," said Sovereign Zi Yong to the martial heaven continent's experts. The 5 sovereigns sat in the air, in the east, west, south, north, and center. At the same time, the 5 supreme divine items unleashed divine light that thrummed through the air. It made people's minds instantly forget about the invaders, which allowed them to enter a meditative state as fast as possible. The Blood Race's emperor howled and led his army in attacking the 5 sovereigns' barrier. They hadn't been able to shake their barrier before, but now that the barrier had been expanded, due to how its power had been spread further, it was shaking with every blow. However, This barrier was created with the 5 sovereigns' soul essence, and it contained the power of 5 generations of sovereigns. Even if it was spread thinly, the invaders were unable to break it temporarily. Just at this moment, spiritual chi was exploding out of the heaven-devastating bracelet. The energy it had accumulated for tens of thousands of years was being released. As for Long Chen, he was standing within the hole of the heaven-devastating bracelet. Stars revolved around him, and he was crazily sucking in the energy of the heaven-devastating bracelet. In just a short half an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen's aura grew another level. He had reached the 10th heaven stage. With his astral energy awakened, Long Chen's 9-star hegemon body art possessed a terrifying devouring power. If it weren't for Yi Ming launching the attack in advance, Long Chen could have taken a stroll throughout the various worlds, and it wouldn't take too long for him to absorb enough energy to at least become an emperor. The heaven-devastating bracelet had been like a blood-sucking leech absorbing the martial heaven continent. Now that it had been killed by the primal chaos bead, all that energy was finally returning to the continent. The primal chaos bead had once more shown its terror. The heaven-devastating bracelet that had been shocking the martial heaven continent for so many years was killed in one blow. Regretfully, the primal chaos bead had returned to silence once more. No matter how Long Chen tried to commune with it, it ignored him. Ever since he had obtained the primal chaos bead, he had only been able to control the space inside of it. He couldn't actually use it to attack. However, he knew that when it was provoked, it would automatically strike back. This time, his gamble had paid off. Long Chen knew that his luck was rotten, but bad luck didn't matter in front of absolute power. The primal chaos bead had instantly wiped out the heaven-devastating bracelet. It could only be said that the two were not on the same level. Long Chen knew that the most terrifying existence on him was the primal chaos bead. Regretfully, he had no idea how to use it. However, just using it to destroy the heaven-devastating bracelet already satisfied him. It had saved the martial heaven continent and returned its energy. At this moment, starlight appeared around Long Chen. The heaven-devastating bracelet's energy poured into him at an unimaginable rate. While Long Chen was cultivating, a rain of light fell within the barrier. This was the rain of the heavenly Taos, and it allowed people to quickly comprehend the heavenly Taos and make breakthroughs. It was the martial heaven continent's will. Since Long Chen no longer needed her help, she passed this energy to the martial heaven continent's experts. She was the heart of the continent and its will. She was the highest law of the continent. Hence, with her help, countless experts made breakthroughs. With every breath, countless people advanced. Those at the lower realms in particular were making consecutive breakthroughs. Those in the early heaven merging realm made 3 breakthroughs in just an incense stick's worth of time, reaching the mid-heaven merging realm. The Dragonblood warriors' auras also rapidly climbed. They seemed on the verge of advancing to the 10th heaven stage. Upon seeing this, the invaders' expressions all changed. At this moment, they assaulted the barrier with all their power, causing it to shake intensely. Its defensive power had fallen. "We can't continue like this. If this matter is delayed, all of us will be killed," said the undying race's Gui Si. Yi Ming was attacking the barrier with all his power. He was the only one who had become a sovereign. But even he was unable to break this barrier in a short time. Yi Ming was infuriated. Even as a sovereign, he still faced consecutive setbacks and defeats. He had barely managed to suppress Long Chen before Sovereign Yun Sheng appeared, and the latter had actually viewed him as nothing. "Then what can we do?" roared Yi Ming. "There is no other way. Carry out the blood sacrifice," said the blood race's emperor. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions changed, but they nodded. Very quickly, countless lifeforms came, pouring out of the entrances to Devil Spirit Mountain, the Yin-Yang world, the ancient battlefield, and the corrupt god cemetery. The lifeforms of the devil race, blood race, demonic beast race, and undying race were thrown out like beasts of burden. They all had low cultivation bases. They had just come onto the continent when various attacks fell, blasting them apart. Their blood dyed the ground. Chapter 2772 Emperor Mo Nian. "What are they doing?" Startled cries rang out. Their enemies were now killing their own people. The high priest sighed. "They truly are ruthless. We aren't fighting them in order to slow down the blood-soul energy absorption of their altars, so they brought out lifeforms from their own worlds to slaughter. Wealth God, bless them with your protection. Don't let them reincarnate there again," prayed Ma Ruyun, unable to bear watching this but helpless to stop the slaughter. For their goals, these experts were willing to do anything. With the lack of blood soul energy, their solution was to kill fellow members of their own races. Some of the weaker lifeforms had yet to reach the Xianxian realm, but they were still sent over as lambs for the slaughter. This scene was one from hell. Even though they were enemies, people couldn't help feeling anger to see these lifeforms being slaughtered. But they also felt profoundly powerless. Ma Ruyun, the high priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the other experts who had lived for so long had essentially had their cultivation basis solidified. They could only guard and watch what was happening. Curiously, Ling Yunzi also didn't cultivate. He just watched. It seemed that this scene was unable to cause his emotions to stir. Other than them, the majority of the continent's experts were in meditative states, unaware of what was happening. They were focused on advancing as quickly as possible. Within the barrier, auras were erupting with every passing moment. After 2 hours, all of the Dragonblood Legion's warriors advanced to the Venerate realm. Furthermore, their auras were still continuing to climb. At this moment, Ziyan, Mo Nian, and Yi Ziqiu slowly awoke. The aura of emperors swirled around them. They had advanced to the emperor realm. Ha ha ha, I, Mo Nian, have become an emperor. Ancestors of the Mo family, just watch me. Mo Nian suddenly roared, unable to contain himself. Yi Ming. Mo Nian suddenly charged out of the barrier. Seeing Yi Ming assaulting the barrier, he shot toward him. Mo Nian knew that in every generation of the martial heaven continent, only one person could possibly become a sovereign, so becoming an emperor was his limit. At this moment, he needed to fight for more time for Long Chen. Courting death, Yi Ming's fury soared. Seeing Mo Nian's kick, he reached out to grab his foot. Boom! Mo Nian's foot landed squarely on Yi Ming's hand, causing Yi Ming's body to shudder. However, he grabbed hold of his foot. Die, Yi Ming sneered. Although Mo Nian's power was extremely strong, he was just an emperor. He still wasn't a perfect match for Yi Ming. However, just as he pulled, a sharp pain came from his cheek. Mo Nian's heaven-seizing sun-hunting bow had whipped across his face. This technique was an imitation of Long Chen's face-slapping art. With the longbow, it was much more convenient. With the kick to lay the groundwork, this bow slap was very well done. As a result, Yi Ming's face was badly lacerated. His head looked like it had been split open. Since he couldn't see or hear anything, he naturally let go. Mo Nian pulled back his foot and then unleashed a kick with his other foot, striking Yi Ming's nose and sending him flying. Idiot, even now you only have a melon seed rolling in your head, sneered Mo Nian. He had seen Long Chen's fight against Yi Ming and clearly saw that other than having the power of a sovereign, Yi Ming's weaknesses were all the same as before. After kicking him away, Mo Nian's bow bent like a crescent moon, and an arrow shot out like a shooting star. After all, he wasn't Long Chen. He wasn't skilled in close-range combat. Hence, after getting an advantage, he immediately stopped. Otherwise, a slip-up would result in him being buried here. Knowing exactly how much to show off before retreating was the true wisdom of a hero. At this moment, Yi Ming roared and punched Mo Nian's arrow. It exploded, leaving his hand bloody. Yi Ming furiously cursed, "Bastard!" Mo Nian was truly evil. That had been no ordinary arrow but an exploding arrow. Mo Nian had accurately predicted that in his current rage, Yi Ming wouldn't dodge. He would definitely block it head-on to win back his face. But the arrow then exploded and bloodied his hand, further incensing him. Guo Ran's wares really are top-notch, praised Mo Nian. This exploding arrow was made with hundreds of different immortal metals, and there was a formation carved inside of it. Even Yi Ming, who was now a sovereign, couldn't ignore it. TCH, you, the idiot who became sovereign, today I'll show the world how I, Mo Nian, beat you. Remember the glory of how I fought across realms to defeat a sovereign. Mo Nian waved his hand. At this moment, Yi Ziqiu flew out with the Northern Source Sword, and wild charged at Yi Ming with the Western Desert Axe. All three of them attacked Yi Ming from different directions. You shameless bastard, didn't you say you were fighting one against one? Roared Yi Ming. Mo Nian sneered, idiot, when did I say that? I said that I would beat you. Did I say anything about not having any helpers? Wow, a sovereign is actually afraid of the three of us. You really are the most useless sovereign I've ever seen. You were already slapped and kicked around by Long Chen. He made you flee like a rat. Now against 3 emperors, you're so scared that you want to fight one against one. Do you still have any face? Compared to the 5 sovereigns of the martial heaven continent, you're simply an embarrassment. I won't make things hard on you. I'll give you a chance to simply kill yourself right here. I, I'll kill you. Yi Ming shuddered with rage at Mo Nian's shamelessness. He was clearly using numbers but still made it sound so dignified. However, despite it all clearly being nonsense, Yi Ming wasn't able to find a way to counter with words. Yi Ming's bone spear once more appeared. This time, the bone spear was even more demonic. It seemed that it was also absorbing blood-soul energy from those being slain. Yi Ming charged toward Mo Nian with resentful Death City quivering behind him. However, he had just stepped forward when Wild viciously hacked the Western Desert Axe at him. Scram! Roared Yi Ming. Wild was sent tumbling back, but Yi Ming's arms turned numb. Wild's physical power had exceeded the realm of common sense. While everyone else was cultivating, Wild hadn't cultivated, not like he knew how to. All he sensed was endless energy filling his body, and it was even faster than when he ate meat. The martial heaven continent had silently absorbed the blood chi in the air and sent it into his body, making his physical body absolutely terrifying. What shocked and further enraged Yi Ming was that even before his numb arms recovered, Wild was already hacking the Western Desert Axe toward him. Chapter 2773 The next crisis descends. Wild's entire body was covered in glowing golden runes, and his eyes were like lanterns. He was like a golden giant erupting with blood chi. Wild didn't know how to cultivate, nor did he understand how to use battle techniques. Since he relied entirely on brute power, there were no countermoves against him. If someone with ample battle experience wished to guess Wild's next move, they would definitely die. It was unknown just how many experts had died like this to Wild. Even Yi Ming didn't dare to be careless in front of Wild's axe and had to face him with his full power. He blew Wild back once more, but his own hand began to bleed. At this moment, Yi Ming's spear swung to the left, blocking Yi Zichou's sword. When these two world divine items clashed, it unleashed a world of frost that froze and shattered the laws of the world. Yi Zichou was like an ice goddess, with numerous palaces of ice crystals appearing within her manifestation. With a single sword, she froze the very sky. When Yi Ming blocked her attack, his entire body became encased with ice. The ice chi invaded his body, stabbing into his blood and flesh like needles. Undying nether chi, Yi Ming roared, shattering the ice covering him. After that, he swung his spear and was barely able to strike Mo Nian's silent arrow before it hit him. Even 1 against 3, Yi Ming was still in control. However, when he shattered Mo Nian's arrow, which he had thought would be a killing blow, he found that it was empty of any power. Using all his power on practically nothing caused him to stagger, and it was at this moment that another arrow thundered toward his chest. There was no time to dodge this. The arrow exploded on Yi Ming's chest. Even after circulating his sovereign power, his chest was left a bloody mess. Mo Nian, Yi Ming roared. Mo Nian was a conner. Furthermore, knowing that Yi Ming would automatically sense any arrow to his head, Mo Nian intentionally aimed for his chest, dulling his senses. It wasn't a fatal wound, but the pain was real. The exploding arrow left many pieces of shrapnel in his body. That shrapnel was barbed, and taking it out would rip out quite a bit of flesh as well. At this moment, Wild had returned, charging straight at Yi Ming, and Yi Zichou swung her ice sword. Yi Ming repeatedly howled furiously. Wild's brute power was terrifying, while Yi Zichou's ice energy was so ferocious that he struggled to deal with it. But most infuriating of all was Mo Nian, who was launching sneak attacks from a distance. Occasionally, he would even send the Central Plains cauldron hurling toward Yi Ming. The three of them actually managed to completely tie Yi Ming down, and he couldn't be careless against any of them. One moment of overconfidence and he would be conned by Mo Nian. Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang out and Yi Ming's heart leapt. His aura suddenly grew sluggish for a moment. Wild's axe fell, sending him flying. After that, Yi Ming turned back to see that Ziyan had also appeared. The current Ziyan had reached the Emperor realm, and chilling killing intent exuded out of her. Her zither music was full of brutal murderous aura. With every twang from her zither, Yi Ming felt his heart fluctuate. He was unable to prevent Ziyan's zither music from affecting him. He blocked Yi Zichou's sword, only to be struck in the cheek by Mo Nian's arrow. It almost pierced through his head. Yi Ming was finally feeling fear. Ziyan was playing the Devil Soul Refining Song, which had killed an unknown number of experts before this. Now that she had advanced to the Emperor realm, and this song was being focused entirely on him, it felt like it was sucking away his soul. He had to resist its invasion as he fought, putting him at an immense disadvantage. "Block him," shouted Mo Nian suddenly. At this moment, his bow quivered and 3 arrows flew out. As soon as they appeared, Yi Ming had a bad feeling and tried to flee. However, the 3 arrows flew toward him from 3 different directions, while Wild and Yi Ziqiu also attacked at the same time. Yi Ming coughed up blood. He had to block Wild's full power blow, resulting in him not having the power to stop Yi Ziqiu's sword from piercing his chest. Her attack froze his chest solid. "Kill him," shouted Mo Nian as their chance had come. Ziyan's devil soul refining song was absolutely terrifying. Even a sovereign wasn't able to resist it, leaving himself open to being killed. The Undying Race's experts immediately rushed over when they saw things take such a drastic turn. Gui Si was the first to appear, going straight for Ziyan. She was the most terrifying of the 4 of them. Scram! Ziyan suddenly slammed both her hands on the southern sea zither. As a result, the 7 strings shuddered, and divine light flew out of the zither, transforming into 7 swords that slashed toward Gui Si. Gui Si was then sent flying, tumbling back wretchedly. 7 bloody holes were present throughout his body when he finally managed to stabilize himself. He was stunned. If it weren't for Ziyan focusing mostly on Yi Ming, he might have died from that attack. How could she be so terrifying? What he didn't realize was that Ziyan had just experienced a great tribulation. A kind and innocent person had been forcibly transformed into someone filled with boundless resentment and hatred. This kind of transformation from one limit to another, from white to black, from light to dark, would create a special kind of will. When a good person became a bad person, they reached the peak of that side. Ziyan had constantly received teachings to be kind, to not harm other lives. However, in the yin-yang world, when the southern sea zither sealed her cultivation base, she saw the dark side of people. The southern sea zither had planted a seed in Ziyan's heart at that time, and it had been suppressed by Ziyan ever since then. She still chose to believe that this world was kind, that it was beautiful. That suppression continued all the way until she and Long Chen were schemed against. Upon seeing Long Chen fall for a death trap because of her, upon seeing the music master's hypocritical face clearly, that suppressed seed erupted. It instantly sprouted. Having been suppressed for so long, it unleashed unimaginable power. The devil soul refining song was something sovereign Han Wei created. However, Ziyan had surpassed her in this regard. Her song was even more terrifying than hers. If it weren't due to the southern sea zither needing half of its power focused on the barrier created by the 5 sovereigns, just Ziyan alone would be enough to handle Yi Ming. With Yi Ming in crisis, countless Undying experts charged over, even detonating themselves in order to interfere on their battlefield. At this time, the Undying Race's terror was revealed. They had a solid belief and were unafraid of death. "Pull back! Stop! Stop fighting!" shouted Mo Nian. This was increasing the amount of blood soul energy filling the air. He pulled back Wild, who was still charging over. However, just at that moment, his expression changed. The demonic beast race's altar suddenly exploded, and a sovereign crown appeared on the 9-headed lion's head. He had also become sovereign. The 9-headed lion roared, shaking the land. A powerful aura unfurled and killing intent raged out of him. "Long Chen, come out and face your death." Chapter 2774 Saints Arise. The 9-headed lion raised his head and roared. His roar cracked the sky. Compared to Yi Ming, his aura was many times stronger. All of a sudden, the 9-headed lion vanished, reappearing right in front of Mo Nian and the others. He blocked their path back to the barrier. He then unleashed a claw, one that shattered the laws of space. It encompassed Mo Nian, Wild, Ziyan, and Yi Ziqiu at the same time. Seeing this, Wild smashed the Western Desert Axe. Whether or not the 9-headed lion had become a sovereign, the first thing to do was smash his axe. As a result, Wild was sent smashing into the ground like a shooting star by the 9-headed lion's claw. They're not on the same level. Mo Nian was shocked. Despite both being sovereigns, the 9-headed lion was far stronger than Yi Ming. They had all been misled by Yi Ming's power. They thought that all the other world sovereigns would be at this power level. However, this one blow from the 9-headed lion told them that there was an immense difference. Ziyan's hands quickly played, unleashing waves at the 9-headed lion. However, the 9-headed lion suddenly roared and a ripple spread. Ziyan's hands were blown off her zither, shocking her. Her devil soul refining song had been interrupted. "Do you think that I'm like that idiot who thinks himself smart?" Yi Ming took a shortcut to get ahead, sacrificing the corrupt path's people to forcibly raise his cultivation base. It's absolutely laughable that he didn't realize that sacrificing the corrupt god's believers would cause their faith energy to interfere with his power as a sovereign. He is unable to properly condense his sovereign power. Although his aura is strong, it's just a scary appearance. His true combat power is lacking far too much, sneered the nine-headed lion. He once more roared, Long Chen, shouldn't you come out and face your death? You want Long Chen to come out? Are you planning on preparing your lion head for stew? Mocked Mo Nian. However, inside, he was cursing. This sudden turn was terrible for them. As more of the other world's lifeforms were brought in and slaughtered, blood-soul energy filled the entire continent. Mo Nian then noticed that giant spatial gates had appeared in the direction of Devil Spirit Mountain, the Yin-Yang world, the corrupt god cemetery, and ancient battlefield. The gate was slowly opening, and it had yet to fully open. Furthermore, there was a terrifying aura behind it. First think of a way to get rid of one. Mo Nian suddenly sent a message to Ziyan, Yi Ziqiu, and Wild. Now that they were facing two sovereigns, they had to get rid of one. Their target was Yi Ming. The four of them then attacked him at the same time. They had to first eliminate him in order to have a chance. HMPH, Yi Ming might be a fool, but I won't just watch as you kill him, said the nine-headed lion, unleashing a claw at Mo Nian. The nine-headed lion was the supreme expert of the demonic beast race, and he instantly saw that the real threat to Yi Ming was Mo Nian. However, Mo Nian could also be said to be the weakest in close-range combat, so the nine-headed lion immediately attacked him. Mo Nian let off 9 arrows that flew toward the nine-headed lion from different directions. Every arrow was different, with some fast, some slow, some fierce, and some sinister. Are you trying to tickle me? Sneered the nine-headed lion. His 9 heads then glowed, summoning a barrier around him. Those 9 arrows exploded on contact with him. Mo Nian was truly shaken. The nine-headed lion was on a completely different level compared to Yi Ming. His arrows were capable of threatening Yi Ming but not the nine-headed lion. If the exploding arrows couldn't strike his actual body, then they were nothing more than flashy fireworks. With their hasty plan interrupted, Wild immediately came to assist Mo Nian. If the two of them were to fight one against one, it would be dangerous for Mo Nian. Yi Ziqiu also came to assist them, so Ziyan went out to face Yi Ming alone. At this moment, the southern sea zither quivered and divine swords slashed out of it. Yi Ming had been previously seriously injured, and seeing Ziyan lock him down with her zither blades, he roared furiously. He felt so stifled that he was dying inside. He had sacrificed some power in order to advance to the sovereign realm as quickly as possible. That way, he could take the core before everyone else. However, now, he simply looked like an idiot. He had seriously underestimated the foundation of the martial heaven continent and the 5 sovereigns. The current him was now a giant laughingstock. Even all on her own, Ziyan was tying down Yi Ming temporarily. Meanwhile, Wild, Mo Nian, and Yi Ziqiu were being suppressed by the nine-headed lion. With every exchange, Wild was sent flying, his hands were covered in blood from the impacts. Long Chen, have you become a tortoise hiding in the shell? Fine, then today I'll slaughter all of you, laughed the nine-headed lion, his attacks growing even sharper. Within the barrier, Ling Yunzi leaned forward slightly, only to be held back by the high priest. Our power must be saved. Every bit of time we can stall is to our advantage. It still isn't the moment. Ling Yunzi nodded. Although Mo Nian, Wild, and Yi Ziqiu were in a dangerous situation, it still hadn't reached a critical moment. If they were really about to die, the supreme items that they had would prioritize protecting them. However, at that time, the sovereigns, barrier being supported by the 5 supreme divine items, power would crumble. Suddenly, people began to stand within the barrier. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Dong Mingyu, Lu Ruyan, Yu Xiaochen, Cloud, and the others began to awaken. They had reached the Saint Realm. After reaching it, they automatically awakened because their cultivation bases could no longer rise any higher. The Saint Realm was their current limit. As the martial heaven continent's karmic luck had to be focused on Long Chen, they couldn't make any further breakthroughs. To become an expert required talent, effort, as well as the support of the karmic luck of the heavenly Daos. Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, Examen Tianshang, Hufeng, Yi Lingshan, and the others also woke up. They had all become saints. Senior, let us fight. Mo Nian and the others can't last much longer, said Guo Ran, his armor appearing on him. Chapter 2775 Wolf God, Awaken. Now isn't the time. Remember, all of us here are ultimately waiting for Long Chen to become a sovereign. Only he can prevent the upcoming calamity. Any advantages or disadvantages that appear here aren't important. What is important is whether or not Long Chen can become a sovereign. If he is interrupted, then all lifeforms of the martial heaven continent will meet their end, said the high priest. The 5 sovereigns were all sitting in the air like statues. Their bodies were starting to grow illusory. Under the attacks of Gui Si, the Kunpeng Emperor, and the Blood Race's Emperor, their remnant sovereign power was slowly ground away. At the start, we used a tactic to bait out reinforcements before crushing them together. The other side is also using this tactic, said Ma Ruyun. Once you go out, no matter how many of them you kill, it will still produce blood-soul energy and quicken their end goal. This is also why when the blood-soul energy on the continent reached a certain level, it triggered the 5 sovereigns to form this barrier and temporarily halt the battle. Since the sovereigns stopped more blood-soul energy from appearing, they had to kill their own people, but that produced far less energy. They'll then need to kill countless members of their own races. If you go out and are surrounded by them, if any of you die, it will only benefit them. The slaughter on the battlefield only benefited the other side as it produced the strongest blood-soul energy. Only now did the martial heaven continent's experts learn of this, but as for why the invaders would do this, Ma Ruyun didn't say. As the fighting outside continued, the continent's experts inside of the barrier continued advancing. The majority of the Dragonblood warriors had advanced to the Saint Realm. Suddenly, the world dimmed and the silent heaven devastating bracelet shuddered, causing everyone to jump. Boss has advanced to the Emperor Realm, exclaimed Guo Ran in delight. Long Chen was sitting within the heaven devastating bracelet. His whole body was surrounded by stars, and the aura of an emperor flowed around him. At this moment, countless cracks appeared throughout the heaven devastating bracelet. The heaven devastating bracelet was like a stalk of sugarcane that was having its energy squeezed out. Its body began to crumble, and all its energy was pouring into Long Chen. That energy is astonishing. The energy that Long Chen is absorbing is enough to blow up a sovereign like Yi Ming, said the high priest with a sigh. With the high priest's experience, he instantly saw that the energy that Long Chen had used to go from the 9th heaven stage to the 12th heaven stage far surpassed Yi Ming's energy as a whole. Furthermore, breaking through to the sovereign realm would require at least 10 times more energy compared to becoming an emperor. Long Chen truly needed an astonishing amount of energy. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the spatial gate above the corrupt god cemetery. Yi Ming then raised his head and laughed, "Haha, I was still the one to take the initiative. Since my undying race's experts from the higher planes are descending first, victory will belong to the undying race." The spatial gate shuddered and one figure after another appeared, wearing strange robes that were completely different from the other undying experts. Shockingly, their auras were incredibly powerful, lying between the Saint Realm and the Emperor Realm. They should belong to the half-step Emperor category. Not good. Their descent is far too fast. Taoist Heavenly Feather's expression changed. Yi Ming was truly a schemer. Perhaps he had taken a shortcut to the Sovereign Realm precisely for this. Hundreds of those experts came out of the spatial gate, and more of them kept coming. "Kill them," shouted Yi Ming, raising his spear. Those foreign experts actually listened to him and charged toward Ziyan. Suddenly, the southern sea zither's light expanded, covering Ziyan. Its power instantly rose by multiple levels. At the same time, the Western Desert Axe, Central Plains Cauldron, and Northern Source Sword also skyrocketed in power. Although they were still at a disadvantage against the 9-headed lion, they began to stabilize and form a stalemate. "No, they fooled me." The 9-headed lion's expression suddenly became gloomy. Abandoning Mo Nian and the others, he charged toward the barrier of the 5 sovereigns. After attacking all this time, the 9-headed lion suddenly realized that their supreme divine items were the crux of this barrier. For them to be supporting the barrier and fighting against him was a distribution of energy. So having their power split up like this was a kind of taboo. The 9-headed lion then realized that considering the size of the barrier, breaking it should be comparatively easier. It suddenly struck him that Mo Nian and the others had only been baiting him into a fight to avoid him targeting the barrier. Thinking of how he had wasted so much time on them, he was incredibly vexed. Seeing the countless experts making rapid breakthroughs inside of the barrier, he realized just how foolish it was for him to try to use the 4 of them to force Long Chen out. After that, he immediately abandoned Mo Nian and the others, going straight for the barrier. Yi Ming also reacted, leading the Undying Race's army toward the barrier. Their attacks caused the barrier to shake. With their addition, the barrier was growing dimmer and dimmer. It clearly wouldn't be long before it shattered. Just at this moment, the light of the supreme divine items retracted, going to support the formation once more. All of a sudden, Mo Nian unleashed an arrow as quick as lightning toward the meditating Aldevil Heavenwalker. The Devil Race's army had been almost wiped out by Ma Ruyun, and those in charge of guarding the altar were now slaughtering their own people coming out of Devil Spirit Mountain in order to increase the blood-soul energy in the air. Hence, by the time they realized there was an attack, they didn't have time to stop it. However, just as the arrow was about to pierce the Aldevil Heavenwalker, it stopped. The Aldevil Heavenwalker's eyes slowly opened, and a sovereign crown appeared on his head. Foolish human race, you cannot escape your fate of being destroyed. As the Aldevil Heavenwalker slowly stood up, devil chi filled the sky. The Blood Race's altar also quivered, and blood chi swirled around the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. At this moment, heaven and earth rumbled, and a sovereign crown also appeared on his head. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord has also become a sovereign. Mo Nian's heart became cold. Everything was happening too fast, and they didn't even have a chance to breathe. Ha ha ha, the Martial Heaven Continent's core will belong to the Blood Race. No one can snatch it from us. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord suddenly spat a mouthful of blood on the giant egg beneath his feet. That was a sovereign's essence blood, containing the might of a sovereign. Mighty Wolf God, awaken. Chapter 2776. Besieged by 4 sovereigns. Countless runes lit up on the giant egg, and its shell gradually became translucent, allowing people to see a snow-white body curled up inside of it. The body was that of a wolf, and its fur was like white jade. It seemed as if there were tiny runes flowing around every single strand of it. Right now, its eyes were closed in slumber, and only a single patch of red fur was present on its forehead. The shell was being nourished by essence blood and starting to crack. As it did, a terrifying aura came out from within, one pulsing with majestic divine energy. In fact, the first pulse directly blasted apart the Blood Race's experts standing beside it. Quite a few of those experts were saints but were still wiped out. Ha ha ha, so it was still lacking a bit of energy. It seems that I still underestimated the Wolf God's power, laughed the Blood Fiend Devil Lord excitedly. Even after absorbing so much blood soul energy, the Wolf God had yet to awaken. Its power far surpassed the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's expectations. The more energy it absorbed, the more it proved its power. The Blood Race had been consecrating the Wolf God race for countless years, so the latter had sent them this Wolf God egg from a higher plane. As a matter of fact, this egg had been in the Yin-Yang world for over 100,000 years. Whenever the Yin-Yang world opened and the Martial Heaven Continent's experts entered to adventure, whether they killed the inhabitants of that world or they were killed themselves, it would produce blood-soul energy for the Wolf God egg. After being nourished for so many years, it was finally awakening for this era. But the result was that it was still missing a bit of energy. At this moment, the power of the Wolf God egg delighted the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, as he was the one to awaken this Wolf God. According to the Wolf God race's convention, he would be this Wolf God's companion, and his talent and aptitude would be bound to it. He would then have the Wolf God's blessing for his future cultivation and progress by leaps and bounds. If it's still missing a bit of blood soul energy, then I'll just need to produce some more. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord laughed and suddenly shot toward the barrier. The supreme divine items in Mo Nian, Wild, Yi Ziqiu, and Ziyan's hands quivered, causing the 4 of them to vanish. All of them then reappeared within the barrier. At this moment, their divine items disappeared from their hands as well, merging with their images in the sky to reinforce the barrier. It then instantly strengthened by several levels. This tortoise shell of yours won't last much longer. Prey that is fated to be slaughtered cannot escape. The Aldevil Heavenwalker also flew over, attacking the barrier. As a result, ripples spread across the barrier with each of his attacks. On the other side, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord was also attacking the barrier with his Blood Soul Tower. Every strike caused the land to tremble, shaking people's hearts. Yi Ming, the 9-headed lion, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, and the Aldevil Heavenwalker were crazily assaulting the barrier, causing it to gradually weaken. Hence, the people inside were all terrified. Husband, Mrs. Long was awake now and trembled in fear. Being nothing more than an ordinary person, she was naturally terrified upon seeing such a scene. Don't worry, I'm here, I will protect you, whispered Long Xianxia comfortingly. There's no need to worry. Big Brother will definitely protect us. Grandpa High Priest already told me that Big Brother is this world's strongest person, declared Long Xiaoyu confidently. However, not everyone was as brave as Long Xiaoyu. Some children were hiding and crying in the embraces of the adults, and even those adults were terrified. They were watching fiends from their nightmares attack them. They wanted to wake up, but this wasn't a dream. It was the reality. They were all simply ordinary people, so they could only entrust their lives to the experts. As for the weaker cultivators, they were filled with guilt over not being qualified to participate in this battle. Some of them were youngsters who were only at the Life Star realm or the Soul Transformation realm, but they stood together with the older experts. It was simply a case of being born in the right great era, but not having the power to grab the chance to change their lives. They hadn't managed to ascend into powerful experts. Hence, they could only stare as the Dragonblood warriors woke up one after another and gathered at the very front fearlessly. They were like an iron wall protecting them. The other person that they looked at was the one with a surging emperor aura. At this moment, Long Chen was surrounded by flowing stars. However, people didn't quite dare to look directly at him. I really was blind back then to believe those rumors. Some people slapped themselves a few times until their faces were bloody, startling the people around them. Long Chen had reached his current level while being cursed and questioned by them. No expert's path was more difficult than his. It was today that they truly believed Long Chen was the true protector of the martial heaven continent. Back then, they had continuously thought of every possible way to hinder him, slowing down his growth. They had once believed in the divine families in Pill Valley, but those powers then revealed their true faces. The divine families were even a leading enemy force behind this dark era. As for Pill Valley, the fighting had been going on for so long, but they had yet to appear. Without them, the main force on the front lines of the martial heaven continent's side was the Dragonblood Legion. Moreover, with this battle at hand, the truth about every person's character was revealed. Certain people were filled with regret, but that no longer had any meaning. If only they had known sooner. Such a thing meant nothing in this world. The four enemy sovereigns were attacking the barrier while assisted by their giant armies. Also, they continued to slaughter their own people at the same time. Since they had advanced to the sovereign realm, all the blood soul energy was flowing toward the giant egg, as well as the four spatial gates. Suddenly, 3 explosive sounds rang out, and the remaining spatial gates opened. Strange lifeforms came walking out with terrifying auras. Just like the Undying Race's gate, those experts were at the half-step emperor level. They came out like locusts, assaulting the sovereign's barrier. Prepare for battle, Guo Ran shouted, clenching his dual blades. Right now, the Dragonblood warriors had all awakened and advanced to the Saint Realm. As the Dragonblood warriors unsheathed their weapons, blood chi soared into the heavens along with countless dragon roars, shaking the sky. Chapter 2777 The Dragonblood Legion comes out to fight. The barrier suddenly shattered, causing everyone's hearts to clench. The destruction of the barrier signified the start of a bloody slaughter. However, what people hadn't expected was that after the barrier was broken, its power condensed, splitting into 2 smaller barriers. One protected Long Chen, while the other protected everyone. The 5 supreme divine items appeared above Long Chen's head, forming a new smaller barrier. As for the other barrier, it came from the ground. This was the power of the martial heaven continent's core. Originally, the giant barrier had been set up by the power of both the 5 supreme divine items and the martial heaven continent's core to prevent the heaven devastating bracelet's power from flowing away, locking that power inside for the cultivators to absorb. However, now that the barrier could no longer be maintained, they split up, with the 5 supreme divine items protecting Long Chen and the martial heaven continent protecting its people. The 9-headed lion and the others had been delighted to see the barrier break, but when they saw it shrink down into smaller barriers, they knew that its defensive powers had to have shot up, so they cursed furiously. Ignore the trash, kill Long Chen, shouted Yi Ming. Fuck, who do you think you are to give me orders? Scram, cursed the 9-headed lion. The original plan had been for them to attack together after becoming sovereigns. That was the most dependable method, but Yi Ming had been in a rush to take everything for himself, resulting in this current mess. Now he even wished to give them directions. The 9-headed lion had an urge to kill him. Do I need you to give me directions? Are you an idiot? Sneered the blood fiend devil lord. Once this is over, "We'll settle things between us," said the Aldevil Heavenwalker darkly. He was the most infuriated out of everyone. The Devil race's army had been exterminated. This was an insult to the Devil race, and it was all Yi Ming's fault. Without needing to hear Yi Ming's reminder, they all charged toward Long Chen. That was because they had a bad feeling. Even through the barrier, they could sense Long Chen's terrifying aura, and it made their hearts quiver. Moreover, the four of them already had a sense of fear beaten into them by Long Chen. If he became a sovereign as well, they might not be able to defeat him. At this moment, their armies were assaulting the barrier, with more of them appearing from the spatial gates. Their numbers seemed endless. "Senior, are we just going to watch like this?" cried out Guo Ran. The high priest nodded. "We can only wait. All the moves on this life and death board have been played, and what remains is the decisive clash. Life and death will be decided here. The more pressing things are, the more we must stay calm. We must listen to the sovereign's directives." The 5 sovereigns had made their moves on this board stemming back over 100,000 years, and their efforts had resulted in this current board. Since they were now on the eve of a critical juncture, everyone was tense. Mo Nian and the others clenched their weapons. To say that they weren't nervous would be a lie. There couldn't be the smallest slip, as behind them were their families. Every single warrior here had a family. Although they had set foot on the path of cultivation and almost lost contact with them, their families were still in their hearts. These ties were what allowed them to stand at the front of the battlefield bravely. They no longer had any path of retreat. Another incense stick's worth of time later, the barrier protecting everyone rumbled. At this moment, the 5 sovereigns' figures became much fainter. Under the assault of countless experts, their blood-soul energy had been exhausted. The high priest suddenly charged out, leading the way out of the barrier. The 5 sovereigns' barrier had finally reached the point where they had no other choice but to attack. Guo Ran howled and charged out with the Dragonblood Legion. The heaven-splitting divine sect and the Xuantian Dao sect's experts followed them. At this moment, all the top experts charged out. There were the Nangong, Baitang, and Examen families, the Mo family, the Wine God Palace, the Heavenly Sword Gate, the Huayan sect, and more. They were like a giant dragon charging out of the barrier. "Jianying, you should stay here. I will kill enough for you," said the old man, his white hair blowing in a wild gust. However, despite his wild appearance, he still didn't want Ku Jianying to be in danger. Dangers surrounded every single one of them now. However, Ku Jianying had a rare smile on her face. She held the old man's face. "I'm not afraid. I have the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet, so I'll be fine. As the previous leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance, how can I hide? Old man, I promise that I will fully leave these matters behind after this battle. I'll marry you and be your wife. I'll accompany you for a long time, and I won't intentionally anger you again. So remember, you have to come back alive. This is our promise." Ku Jianying stuck out her pinky, clasping it with the old man's thick pinky. "Remember, this is our promise. You can't break it." "Ha ha ha, alright, I have never failed to live up to my word in this lifetime. Today, I'll show these little brats what is called a good blade that doesn't grow old." The old man laughed heroically, catching up to his disciples in an instant. He then pushed aside the threatening Bao Buping. "Everyone, follow me or you won't get any chance once I slaughter them all." As their shouts rang out, a towering willow tree appeared, covering the sky, letting a lot of willow branches fall. Lu Ruyan was the one to pull open the curtain to this battle. Endless wind moons, blood buries life. Tang Wan was surrounded by wind blades. After becoming a saint, the power of her divine bone had fully awakened. Wherever her wind blades went, her enemies exploded, their blood filling the air. On the other side, the world was rocked as 2 giant figures crashed into each other. Cloud had transformed into the true form of a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, and she crashed into the Kunpeng Emperor. Both of them were divine birds, and their first clash caused a rain of feathers to fall. The Kunpeng Emperor then unleashed a claw on Cloud's wing and blood splashed. As for Cloud, she spat out a black light that pierced the Kunpeng Emperor's chest. The Kunpeng and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow were both top existences amongst divine birds. They began a ferocious fight, filling the air with divine light. The Martial Heaven Continent's experts pierced through the armies of the other worlds, but in terms of numbers, there was no way to compare them. The invaders had thousands of times more experts than them. However, the Dragonblood Legion was the sharpest blade for the Martial Heaven Continent. They charged straight through the invaders, quickly reaching the barrier protecting Long Chen. Yi Ming, come out and fight. Guo Ran charged out like a shooting star straight toward Yi Ming and then sliced his blades against each other. The runes on his wings blazed with light. Chapter 2778 The Dragonblood Legion slaughters. Yi Ming shouted furiously. Everyone was treating him like some soft persimmon. Now, even some brat whose name he didn't care about dared to call him out for a fight. That was a huge insult. Yi Ming then smashed his spear toward Guo Ran, who suddenly crossed his blades. Just at that moment, all the dragon blood manifestations behind the dragonblood warriors lit up, and all their power poured toward Guo Ran. After that, Guo Ran's armor lit up brighter than the sun, all its runes were activated. This was his first time unleashing an attack of this magnitude. A metallic voice rang out, and a giant cross shot out of Guo Ran's blades, with the center locked onto Yi Ming. As a result, Yi Ming's face instantly turned green. In his fury, he had forgotten about this terrifying move from the Dragonblood Legion. They were capable of gathering the power of everyone in the Dragonblood Legion for an absolutely terrifying blow. However, even if he recalled it now, it was already too late. He was already locked onto. The giant cross thundered through the air, its power leaving a chaotic flow of space in its wake. Yi Ming was then sent flying, his arms destroyed and his body covered in cracks. He was almost killed. Guo Ran shot after him like a bolt of lightning, wanting to take his life. However, Wuxia appeared in his way, blocking his attack. Scram, you meddlesome old ghost. Guo Ran shouted angrily. After that, 4 small holes appeared on his wrist, shooting out sharp awls. At this close distance, even Wuxia couldn't dodge in time. He only managed to avoid 2 of the awls and was struck in the leg and shoulder by the other 2. Those steel awls exploded once they pierced him, blasting apart Wuxia's leg and arm. The next moment, a sword slashed down from the heavens, and its sharp sword chi cut through Wuxia right down the middle. Ji Yu Yang's spear then swept out, blasting apart his separated physical bodies. In the end, Wuxia's Yuan spirit flew out, hastily fleeing. Back in his fight against Sovereign Ziyong, he had his physical body destroyed just like this. Nevertheless, he was still a threat because his Yuan spirit was stronger than his physical body. But just at this moment, a ray of light enveloped his Yuan spirit. The light was coming from a mirror. It was beautiful, yet it made people's souls quiver. The void mirror was an extremely mysterious existence, and Meng Qi had gone through countless tests to reach her current mastery over the void mirror's power. Wuxia was instantly trapped within the light. He struggled to break free, but he began to be pulled into the void mirror. Hence, he was horrified. This light was not a power that belonged to this world. Wuxia then hastily raised his staff, and the eyes of the 3 skulls lit up. But at the next moment, the 3 skulls shattered. It was unknown what power destroyed the staff, but whatever it was, it destroyed Wuxia's Yuan spirit as well. This expert that had lived to tell the tale after fighting Sovereign Ziyong was now killed by Meng Qi. Meng Qi stood in the air like a heavenly fairy, appearing to have transcended the coils of the mortal world. In her left hand was the void mirror, and her right hand was forming seals. The power of Wuxia's Yuan spirit and staff were sucked into the void mirror. Heavenly soul slave seals. Meng Qi let out a cry. After that, her manifestation shuddered, and spiritual strength exploded like a volcano, pouring into the void mirror. Wuxia's power merged with Meng Qi's spiritual strength, transforming into a rain of light. Every drop was actually a rune that flew toward the demonic beast race. The demonic beast race's experts were startled by this rain of light. They made moves to block it, but these runes were not actually physical entities and could not be blocked. Moreover, they didn't sense anything strange when the light fell on their bodies. They then stared at Meng Qi in confusion. However, they quickly felt that something was off. Marks began to appear on their foreheads, and they contained strange spiritual fluctuations. It's slave seals. The demonic beast race's experts shouted in panic when they knew what the light was. However, even as they shouted, those marks appeared in their eyes. They then pounced on the blood race's experts. Bastards, have you gone crazy? The blood race's experts shouted. Countless demonic beasts were crashing down upon them like the tide, throwing the entire battlefield into chaos. Kill that girl. Meng Qi was in control of the void mirror and was using it to control tens of thousands of the demonic beasts that were simply wreaking havoc. Furthermore, the rain of light continued, and more demonic beasts were falling under Meng Qi's control. Even those that had descended from a higher plane were unable to block Meng Qi's soul art. Meng Qi wasn't a sovereign or even an emperor, so she had no transcendent power. However, the void mirror in her hands was a special existence. Through it, her spiritual strength transformed, becoming a kind of power that not even the experts of the higher plane could resist. This moment displayed the terror of a beast tamer. Meng Qi had never had strong divine beasts to control, so many of her techniques were limited to only the power of a soul cultivator, burying her true potential. However, on this battlefield, there were countless demonic beasts, and her beast tamer arts could reveal themselves. On her own, she gradually came to control millions of demonic beasts. Guo Ran had no choice but to give up on Yi Ming and stop the nine-headed lion from interfering. With his armor and the support of the Dragonblood warriors, he was the only one capable of facing a sovereign. The nine-headed lion's claw then landed on Guo Ran's blade. Sparks flew, and they were both blown back. After that, the nine-headed lion shook out his tingling hand, while Guo Ran almost coughed up blood. The nine-headed lion was truly on a completely different level from Yi Ming. Just at this moment, the void shuddered. Guo Ran then looked over to where Long Chen was, and his expression instantly changed. Chapter 2779 The Five Sovereigns Pass Away. At this moment, the barrier protecting Long Chen was covered in cracks, and the figures of the five sovereigns were incredibly faint. How regretful. We are fated not to bear witness to the final result. Are we going to fade away just like this? Sovereign Ziyang sighed. His body began to dissipate from his legs, transforming into tiny runes that flew apart. Sovereign Mo Li smiled faintly. Although we can't see the result, I trust that it won't let us down. Sovereign Qing Shu only stared outside and sighed. It was unknown if he was sighing because he was already dead and couldn't participate in this battle or something else. Sovereign Han Wei looked at Long Chen with a hint of longing in her eyes. Her body also began to dissipate. While I was alive, my man wasn't. While my man is alive, I am already dead. I leave my feelings in these heavens, never to be forgotten. Sovereign Han Wei looked at Long Chen sadly. However, she was just a remnant discarnate soul, powerless to change anything. She had swept through 2 eras, slaughtering all her enemies, but not one person was able to enter her eyes. However, now that she was just a discarnate soul, she encountered Long Chen, the first man to enter her eyes. Love was truly an emotion that played with people. Sovereign Han Wei then looked from Long Chen to Ziyan and finally smiled contentedly. Goodbye forever, the one I waited 2 lifetimes for. After that, Sovereign Han Wei faded away, along with Sovereign Qing Shu, Mo Li, and Ziyang. Only Sovereign Yun Shang remained. However, his figure was also extremely faint. It clearly wouldn't last much longer. Finally, the barrier exploded and countless enemies charged toward Long Chen. The martial heaven continent's experts were drowned out by their numbers, unable to stop them. Just at this moment, the image of the eastern wasteland bell in the sky vanished. Its body appeared above Long Chen's head. After that, divine light fell from it, protecting Long Chen. On top of the bell was Yun Tian, and his body was wrapped in chains. His appearance was strange, completely different from normal. Sovereign Yun Shang looked at Yun Tian guiltily. He wanted to say something, but even though his lips moved, no words came out. You don't need to say anything. As your descendant, this is my sacred duty. I am proud of it, said Yun Tian. Thank you. In the end, Sovereign Yun Shang was only able to spit out 2 simple words. Dad, if there is a reincarnation, I wish to be your son again in the next life. Sovereign Yun Shang trembled to hear Yun Tian call him dad. He smiled, but as his body faded, that smile also vanished from this world. The 5 sovereigns had given up everything for the martial heaven continent. Even in death, their soul essence remained to give a final burst of power to protect the continent. They were truly the continent's protective gods, this world's greatest contributors. With the 5 sovereigns gone and only the eastern wasteland bell protecting Long Chen, enemies crashed down upon Long Chen. However, when their attacks struck the eastern wasteland bell's barrier, a strange power repelled them. Blood Sacrifice Guard, the high priest and the others were shocked to see this. Yun Tian had actually used a sacrificial art to create a wall to protect Long Chen. Now they understood why Sovereign Yun Shang had apologized to Yun Tian. Yun Tian had received the mission to protect Long Chen and was using his own life to carry out this mission. Once this technique was activated, it could not be stopped. In other words, Yun Tian had sacrificed his life. Whether or not the barrier was broken, his life would be forfeit. Of the 5 sovereigns, only Xianxia had managed to have a son. With his heavenly fate eyes, he was able to see a glimpse of the future. In other words, he had given birth to a son just for today. Not only had he sacrificed everything about himself for the martial heaven continent, but even his son took over this mission, using his life to protect this world. His fate was set. At this moment, the martial heaven continent's experts couldn't help being moved to tears. Even the high priest's eyes were wet. Yun Tian was born to be Long Chen's companion, sighed Ma Ruyun. Yun Tian must have known of his fate long ago. As for Yun Shang, he was filled with guilt toward this son of his. Everything was for the martial heaven continent. Even as countless experts assaulted the barrier, Yun Tian simply stood on top of the eastern wasteland bell. The chains condensed from his soul and blood fluttered. But no matter how they attacked the barrier, it majestically stood strong. Mo Nian charged forward ferociously. In this lifetime, perhaps the only one he was willing to call boss was Yun Tian. The current Yun Tian was like a candle burning himself to win time for Long Chen. The 5 sovereigns had vanished and the barrier had crumbled. This allowed the supreme divine items to return to their masters. With his double saint barrier and the central plains cauldron above his head, Mo Nian unleashed destructive arrows containing the power of the central plains cauldron. His arrows forcibly slaughtered a path through the armies of invaders. When that path appeared, Guo Ran led the Dragonblood Legion through it. Long Chen was the crux of this battle, and everyone was fighting for more time for him. Where do you think you're going? The 9-headed lion roared and chased after Mo Nian, only to have icy sword Qi block his path. Yi Zichou's sword froze space, and half of the 9-headed lion's body lost any sensation when he was struck. Startled, he retreated. The supreme divine items were now focusing their power on combat, and the 9-headed lion finally sensed their terror. That ice Qi had invaded his soul, almost freezing it. Just at this moment, the spatial gates above the Yin-Yang world, ancient battlefield, corrupt god cemetery, and devil spirit mountain rumbled. The gates opened a bit wider. Following that, terrifying auras came out. More and more experts walked out of the gates. Emperors. Startled cries rang out. Originally, the experts coming out were saints with half a step into the emperor realm. However, when the gates opened a bit wider, experts that had reached the emperor level came out as well. Upon seeing this, everyone's hearts turned cold. Defend the barrier, shouted the high priest. Mo Nian, Wild, Ziyan, and Yi Ziqiu abandoned their opponents, charging over to the side of the eastern wasteland bell. The martial heaven continent's experts focused all their power there. However, there were too many enemies. Casualties quickly began to stack up on the martial heaven continent's side. If we only defend, we'll be at too much of a disadvantage, shouted Song Mingyuan. This couldn't continue much longer. Everyone knew that this couldn't be maintained for much longer. However, if they allowed others to attack the barrier, then Yun Tian also wouldn't be able to last for long. Right now, the faintest Qi of a sovereign had been condensed by Long Chen, so every bit of time that they could stall was a bit more hope. However, the 4 spatial gates continued to slowly open. More and more foreign experts flooded onto the continent. The very sky was cracking as if the world was about to burst. Suddenly, out of nowhere, spatial gates began to appear above their heads. In total, 3 additional gates opened. It's doomed. People's hearts sank. This really left them with no hope. The Shao tribe's Shao Fei is here. Experts of the immemorial path are here to reinforce Big Brother Long Chen. A mighty voice rang out. Chapter 2780 Reinforcements. Hearing that they came from the immemorial path, the Dragonblood warriors cheered. They hadn't expected the indigenous people of the immemorial path to come reinforce them. When they had met, Shao Fei had been a rather cowardly teen. But he had grown up now, becoming a true man. However, what was truly shocking was their auras. Back then, Shao Fei could only reach the level of a rank 3 celestial thanks to Long Chen's help. However, his aura was now vast and majestic. He was actually an emperor, and this was not something he had recently achieved. He had to have stabilized his realm in the emperor realm a while ago because his aura was as heavy as a star. Furthermore, thousands of experts behind Shao Fei were also emperors, and there were millions of saints. Such a powerful lineup was enough to shake the experts of the other worlds. At this moment, Shao Fei waved his hand, and a giant skull appeared, smashing into the armies of the other side. That skull possessed a terrifying aura. It was the same skull that Long Chen had seen at the bottom of the immemorial path with the eastern wasteland. Now it had been taken out by Xiao Fei. "I will return this to you," shouted Xiao Fei. The giant skull exploded, unleashing a wave of terrifying power that devoured everything within a giant radius. All the experts caught within it were turned to nothingness. Xiao Fei's arrival stunned everyone. The Martial Heaven Continent's experts were ecstatic to receive reinforcements, especially from people they had considered enemies. The immemorial path had gone through a complete transformation after Long Chen left. It was originally a training ground that almighty experts in the past had linked to the wall of the immortal world, allowing a trace of the immortal world's energy to leak inside of it. This resulted in its special world laws that made it the best place for experts to grow. However, after the war, it was turned into a land of ruin. Let alone the aura of the immortal world, even the aura of the Martial Heaven Continent was almost unable to reach it. Hence, their resources became sparse. During Long Chen's tribulation, he had ripped open the wall of the heavens, completely transforming the immemorial path. By tearing open that wall, Long Chen had inadvertently bumped into the wall of the immortal world, causing its energy to enter the immemorial path once more. As a result, experts began to arise within the immemorial path like bamboo after a spring rainfall. Their growth was even faster than the Martial Heaven Continent's experts. Xiao Fei was the first to become an emperor. He then managed to link together the 4 fragments of the immemorial path and became the leader of the entire world. They eventually charged underground, where after a brutal, bloody battle, they shattered the barrier there and took the skull that was like a malignant tumor in their world. After resolving this problem, Xiao Fei began to think of ways to link up with the Martial Heaven Continent. According to Lord Heavenai, a tribulation was about to befall the Martial Heaven Continent. In order to repay Long Chen for his favor, Xiao Fei had spent a great deal of effort trying to form a channel, but he was unable to pierce the spatial wall. At that time, Lord Heavenai activated his eyes and ultimately told Xiao Fei that he needed to wait for the right time. After saying that, he reached the end of his lifespan and passed away. Xiao Fei had been waiting for half a year. Finally, the spatial wall weakened, and that was due to the 4 other worlds forming their own channels. The spatial wall then weakened more and more until it reached a critical point, and their channel instantly pierced through. After that, Xiao Fei charged through with the experts of the immemorial path. "Big brother Long Chen, today, I, Xiao Fei, will protect you." Xiao Fei and his millions of experts charged onto the battlefield. With their addition, the pressure on the Martial Heaven Continent's side was greatly reduced. At this moment, the other 2 spatial gates also opened. Actually, 2 giant trees propped them open, and spiritual chi gushed into the continent. "It's the spirit world's life god tree and the star field divine world's Ling Shi," exclaimed Chu Yao. When the spirit world's warriors charged into the continent through the gate, their arrows also rained down on the battlefield. Also, from Ling Zai's side, countless spirit race warriors flew out, attacking the other direction. Both sides looked to be from the same race, but they were actually from different branches. The spirit world's warriors were all women, while the spirit race on Ling Zai's side had men as well as women. Back then, the spirit world's life god tree had received the nourishment of Long Chen's primal chaos soil, which caused it to thrum with life. Its warriors then grew stronger day by day along with it. Luckily, both the spirit world and the star field divine world remembered the aid that Long Chen had provided them. Hence, when the world's spatial walls weakened, they opened a gate and came to help him. Arrows rained down. Although the wounds caused by these arrows were not lethal, the arrows would embed themselves in flesh and sprout, sucking away the target's life force. After that, those struck quickly became masses of wood, unable to fight. All of the immemorial path, the spirit world, and the star field divine world's experts had come to reinforce Long Chen and the others, and this fact reinvigorated the Martial Heaven Continent's experts. At the same time, they felt even greater admiration for Long Chen. These people had only come because of him. The mother tree and the life god tree were in their true forms. At this moment, 2 giant trees covered practically the entire Martial Heaven Continent with their crowns. An emerald mark then appeared on each of the Martial Heaven Continent's experts' foreheads and instantly healed their wounds whenever they were injured. As long as they weren't killed in one blow, they could be said to possess undying bodies. Since the Dragonblood warriors already had the protection of the healing warriors, with the addition of this blessing, they became even more unrestrained. "Azure Dragon Slaughter Formation," shouted Sha Chen. Right away, the Dragonblood warriors moved into the shape of a long dragon, with Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the 4 captains as the head of the dragon. This grand formation then charged through the battlefield. The Dragonblood Legion was like a sharp blade weaving through the battlefield. At this moment, the very world was already dyed red from the killing, and the martial heaven sea ring had become a sea of blood. This was a battle to seize these heavens. Vile beings, the 9-headed lion cursed furiously. He was blocked by Wild, Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, and the others, while also had to be on guard against the spirit race's arrows. He was gradually forced away from Yuntian's barrier. "We can't stall any longer. Have the gods descend," shouted the 9-headed lion. He quickly retreated. At the same time, Yi Ming, the Aldevil Heavenwalker, and the Blood Fiend Devil Lord pulled back. They retreated all the way to their respective spatial gates before they formed hand seals. "With my blood as the guide, my soul as the bridge, I ask the heavenly god to possess my body." The 4 of them shouted in unison, and blood-soul energy burst forth. After that, the spatial gates shuddered and translucent figures walked out of the spatial gates. Chapter 2781 The Wolf God Awakens. Illusory figures walked out of the spatial gates, the aura of divine Tao's flowing around them. Right now, everyone's soul involuntarily quivered. They actually had an urge to kowtow. Are those really gods? Shocked cries rang out as they felt an instinctual fear. Gods stood above the mortal world. They were existences that controlled the fates of mortal experts. As soon as they appeared, the world trembled as if it couldn't contain their existence. Not good. The channel has been mostly opened. Although the gods are unable to descend with their true bodies, spiritual clones can pass. Ma Ruyan's expression changed. He hadn't expected this battle to draw even god incarnations over. Although Ma Ruyun was a follower of the wealth god, he didn't have the ability to have the wealth god's power descend. The other side clearly viewed this battle as something that they had to win at all costs. Hence, they didn't give the martial heaven continent any chance. Once Yi Ming and the others had the god incarnations possessing them, they would be on a completely different level. They could then be considered demigods. Furthermore, there were still the endless armies of invaders. Although the reinforcements from the immemorial path, the spirit world, and the star-field divine world were powerful, they were only able to maintain an absolute defense against them. A counterattack wasn't possible. In other words, they could only watch as those god incarnations descended. The high priest then looked toward Long Chen and saw that a vague sovereign crown had condensed on his head. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the 9-headed lion and the others were so panicked that they had done this. If Long Chen did become a sovereign, it would be a disaster for them. At this moment, the void trembled and Yi Ming's eyes changed. He seemed to have become a different person as divine energy gushed out of him. Also, a vague figure could be seen behind him. Yi Ming was the first to complete the god incarnation, and he immediately shot toward Long Chen. "Stop him," shouted Mo Nian. The 4 supreme divine items attacked together. As a result, Wild, Mo Nian, Yi Ziqiu, and Ziyan hacked up blood, flying back. Even their combined power was unable to stop the demigod Yi Ming. "A group of ants thinks they can stop me." Yi Ming's voice was strange and coarse. It was layered on top of the other, as if 2 people were speaking at the same time. Yi Ming then charged forward. But suddenly, the ground split open and giant wooden stakes flew out, cutting the world in 2. The life god tree and the mother tree had summoned a wooden wall. The descendants of the immortal spirit race also dared to court death. The current Yi Ming was possessed by a god's incarnation. It could even partially be said that a god was controlling him. That god clearly recognized the origins of the life god tree and the mother tree and knew that they weren't fighting races. Yi Ming's spear blazed with light. The powerful divine energy instantly ignited all of its runes. With a single thrust, that giant wooden wall exploded, appearing incredibly weak in front of Yi Ming. In his demigod state, he had entered a different kind of realm, above all of them. However, this kind of possession would definitely cause immense harm to the body being possessed. A mortal body was not capable of containing a god. If it weren't for this pressing situation, the 9-headed lion and the others definitely wouldn't have used this move. If Long Chen did become a sovereign, none of them would be able to suppress him. If Long Chen managed to close the spatial channels, they would all be killed. However, at the same time, their blood and souls were suppressed and being damaged. As time passed, their souls would eventually reach the point where they simply died. This god possession was extremely dangerous, but the power they gained in exchange was extremely terrifying. Yi Ming was unrivaled in this state. The high priest, Ma Ruyun, Ling Yunzi, and the other experts joined forces with Mo Nian and the others to fight Yi Ming, but they were still being pushed back. If it weren't for the protection of the Mother Tree and the Life God Tree, they would be in danger of being killed. But even with their full power, Yi Ming was slowly getting closer to the core. In the distance, 3 more explosions rang out, and the 9-headed lion, the Aldevil Heavenwalker, and the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's bodies quivered. The figures of their gods appeared behind them, causing the world to shake. The 3 of them had completed the god possession. Thus, everyone's hearts sank. Even a single Yi Ming already required everyone's power to slow down. If 3 more attacked at the same time, there would be no way to block them. Furthermore, at this moment, the giant egg on the Yin-Yang world's altar began to break. Large pieces of its shell fell. Ha ha ha, the wolf god is waking up. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord was delighted. Unlike Yi Ming, he hadn't taken a shortcut to become a sovereign, so his foundation was solid. Hence, even though he had the god incarnation possessing him, he was mainly the one in control. The shell broke apart, revealing a giant snow wolf. Its white fur slowly stood on end. At this moment, a terrifying aura rose. It was like an ancient beast had awoken to slaughter all life. Its aura was terrifying and ominous, making people's souls quiver. It slowly stood but seemed a bit weak, its body shuddering. It began to sniff around. It then licked up a piece of its shell and bit down. As a result, a metallic ringing rang out. The shell that was tougher than a divine item was actually crushed and consumed by it. Its aura grew even more terrifying when it devoured the shell. Its fur grew brighter, making it appear even more divine. In just a few breaths' time, it had consumed its entire shell. As it ate the shell, its body went through an immense transformation. It stood, showing taut lines on its body that was filled with wild energy. However, from the start, it hadn't opened its eyes. It seemed as if it couldn't open them. Using my blood, I give light to the heavenly wolf god. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord formed hand seals and spat out a mouthful of blood. It then transformed into 2 runes that embedded onto the wolf god's eyelids. Mighty wolf god, open your eyes. Kill as much as you please on this hunting ground. The giant snow wolf slowly opened its eyes. At that moment, Meng Qi let out a startled cry. That gaze, it was incredibly familiar. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord stood in front of the snow wolf and pointed at the battlefield ahead, shouting, Mighty wolf god, all the lifeforms ahead of you can be slaughtered as you please. Unleash your... Suddenly, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's voice was cut off. The snow wolf's claw fell, slamming into his body. As a result, the earth shuddered and giant cracks spread in every direction, instantly covering half of the central plains. The land was almost shattered, but its power wasn't the most shocking thing. It was the fact that it would attack the Blood Fiend Devil Lord after awakening. For a moment, both friends and foes were simply stunned. Even Yi Ming, who was possessed by a god, stared in disbelief at the snow wolf. When the snow wolf pulled back its claw, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord had vanished. He was dead in both body and soul, not even his corpse remaining. He died. Chapter 2782 Blood Moon Wild Wolf. Before becoming a god, he first became a ghost. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord was killed by a single claw from the snow wolf. Considering how excited he had been with his back facing toward the snow wolf, he had probably been anticipating the sight of the snow wolf slaughtering everyone on the battlefield. But before it even got started, everything was ended by that claw. Suddenly, a translucent figure floated out of the ground. That was the god's incarnation, and it was completely enraged. The snow wolf had killed the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, leaving nowhere for the incarnation to go. Not just anyone was capable of accepting a god's incarnation. They had to have faith energy as a vector. Without a host, the incarnation was unable to unleash any of its power. You damn animal! The incarnation's roar was cut off when it was devoured into a large mouth. There was no struggle at all. The incarnation was simply swallowed by the snow wolf and vanished, stunning everyone. The snow wolf then let out a howl. The earth crumbled, and the stars quivered as if they would fall. After that, the void behind its back shuddered, and an image of a full moon appeared as fragments of space-time blew apart. This full moon was a blood moon, and its light filled the world. The image of a snow wolf standing in the sky was deeply imprinted in people's souls. It's Little Snow. When the snow wolf howled, the Dragonblood warriors cried out excitedly. That howl contained a supreme law that caused the image of Little Snow to appear in the Dragonblood warriors' minds. It told them that it had returned. It had gone through nirvanic rebirth and completely transformed. Seeing this, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others wept emotionally. Back then, Little Snow had died to the curse of one of the corrupt path's experts. Back then, everyone's heart had broken, including Long Chen's. But now, Little Snow had made a powerful return. Suddenly, the space beneath Little Snow's feet exploded, and it transformed into a white bolt of lightning shooting toward the Audible Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion. Neither of them understood what was happening. However, the two of them roared and divine energy exploded out of them. The three of them clashed fiercely, shaking the world. As a result, both the Audible Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion were sent flying. They left giant cracks in the earth and were flung all the way to the martial heaven's sea ring. The terrain of the continent was changing completely. The power of gods had surpassed people's comprehension. Seeing that Little Snow was so powerful, the Dragonblood warriors cheered. Suddenly, Little Snow raised its head and roared. In the sky, the stars shuddered, and the blood moon caused the world to twist. After that, endless wind energy gathered toward Little Snow. When a ball of light appeared in Little Snow's mouth, an ear-piercing sound rang out. What terrifying wind energy! Tang Wan couldn't help crying out in shock. As a wind cultivator, and having refined a wind attribute Divine Bone, her control over wind energy had reached a kind of limit. However, the wind energy that Little Snow was using did not belong to this world. There was a giant gulf between their powers. Compared to Little Snow's wind energy, the Martial Heaven Continent's wind energy was like a rice straw that encountered a sharp blade. At this moment, endless wind blades had gathered inside Little Snow's mouth. They were moving so fast that it looked as if they were static. As the sphere of wind blades quivered, space was torn apart and the laws crumbled. A vacuum appeared around Little Snow. Suddenly, Little Snow spat the sphere of wind blades out. It then suddenly grew larger and flew toward the Martial Heaven sea ring. The Martial Heaven Continent's wind energy was being sucked into the sphere. Just as the Audible Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion flew out of the Martial Heaven sea ring, this sphere of wind blades struck them. The sphere exploded, causing the water to burst and crash against both shores. Countless mountains were devoured by crazy waves and blasted apart. This attack affected a large portion of the Martial Heaven Continent and left the Audible Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion covered in blood. The range of this attack was so huge that there was no way to block it. Forcibly receiving it resulted in them being seriously wounded. Even the god incarnations weakened. Little Snow's giant figure charged after the two of them, and its sharp claws tore through the void. It was completely unstoppable. The Audible Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion tried to counterattack, but Little Snow's body was so terrifyingly strong that their divine items couldn't even harm its fur. Furthermore, the divine energy surging around it was even stronger than what was coming from the Audible Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion. The two of them were then forced further and further back all the way to the northern source. Yi Ming, come help! Shouted the nine-headed lion. He had no idea what this snow wolf was, but even with both of them joining forces, they were unable to retaliate. If this continued, they might be killed. However, Yi Ming simply snorted and ignored them, going straight for Long Chen. His only target was Long Chen, so everyone else's life or death mattered little to him. Bastard! The nine-headed lion cursed furiously. Yi Ming had ruined their plan at the start, and now the god possessing him was just as selfish. Split up! The nine-headed lion suddenly shouted, and the two of them flew in different directions. This way, Little Snow would only be able to chase one of them. Little Snow ultimately chose to target the nine-headed lion, causing him to turn green. He cursed inside. If they were both four-legged, why did Little Snow have to make things hard on him? The Audible Heavenwalker's speed was clearly slower than his, so Little Snow should have chosen him. Little Snow's claw fell and the nine-headed lion coughed up blood, unable to beat Little Snow. After that, Little Snow bit down on his neck, causing him to scream. Two of his heads were swallowed by Little Snow, turning him into the seven-headed lion. Little Snow, come here quickly. Just as Little Snow was about to chase after and kill him, Meng Qi's spiritual call came from the center of the continent. Little Snow was most familiar with Long Chen and Meng Qi. Hence, when it heard Meng Qi's cry, it immediately looked back. It noticed that the Audible Heavenwalker had charged back toward Long Chen. With a furious roar, it abandoned the nine-headed lion and charged back toward the battlefield. Chapter 2783 Hu Feng against Audible Heavenwalker. Little Snow's claw fell toward the Audible Heavenwalker, and the earth split apart all the way to the end of the continent. Despite using his full power to defend, the Aldevil Heavenwalker still hacked up blood and was sent flying. However, the direction he flew in was where Long Chen was. At the same time, the martial heaven continent's experts were impacted by that divine power, and some of the weaker people were killed. Not good. Little Snow has just awoken and cannot perfectly control its own power yet. Meng Qi turned pale. That claw of Little Snow's had torn open a hole in the martial heaven continent's defenses. Ha ha ha. Even as the Aldevil Heavenwalker hacked up blood, he laughed. Borrowing the opening created by Little Snow's claw, he charged toward the barrier and unleashed a single palm. The barrier rumbled. Inside of it, blood leaked out of Yun Tian's mouth and dripped onto his white robes. Boss Yun Tian, Mo Nian roared furiously. He charged toward the Aldevil Heavenwalker. Little ant, you can scram. The Aldevil Heavenwalker sneered and unleashed another palm. Devil Qi erupted, forming a ray of light that blocked Mo Nian. Little Snow, don't, shouted Meng Qi. Little Snow was about to unleash another claw, but in its newly born state, it didn't know how to control its own power. After this attack, the Aldevil Heavenwalker wouldn't necessarily be killed, but the barrier might be instantly destroyed. Hence, Little Snow's claw paused, hanging in midair. Come you little brute, provoked the Aldevil Heavenwalker, having noticed the problem with Little Snow's power as well. He then unleashed a second palm on the barrier. Countless ripples appeared within the barrier, and more blood spurted out of Yun Tian's mouth. His bright eyes dimmed. Cracks were now appearing throughout his body just like the barrier. Aldevil Heavenwalker, if you have guts, come at your daddy Mo. Roared Mo Nian, his voice hoarse. But he was completely blocked by the Aldevil Heavenwalker's divine Dao power. Little Snow, go block the nine-headed lion. He's coming back, shouted Meng Qi. The nine-headed lion was charging over. If he also got in, it would only make things worse. Little Snow roared and charged toward the nine-headed lion. The latter was sent flying before he could enter the core, and one of his legs was ripped off. The Aldevil Heavenwalker ignored the nine-headed lion's predicament. He was smiling sinisterly at Yun Tian. Yun Tian, I'll send you to your father. Do you have any last words? The martial heaven continent birthed me. I can do nothing to repay the favor, but if I could use my blood and soul to protect this world, I would die 100 deaths with no regrets, said Yun Tian, his voice resounding through the air. Sovereign Yun Tian, the commoners protected within the core cried out. Although Yun Tian wasn't a formal sovereign, in their hearts, he was a supreme sovereign. The 5 sovereigns had given everything for the martial heaven continent, and Yun Tian had received the baton from sovereign Yun Shang, using his own life to carry out the sovereign's will. The sovereigns didn't even leave any of their own legacies for others to worship. Nonsensical monsters and ignorant ideas had millions of brainless followers worshipping them, but while the sovereigns protected the people, the latter questioned their legends, instead believing in fake gods that they couldn't see or sense. When this tribulation descended, those fake gods that claimed to be omnipotent and capable of protecting their followers didn't appear. The only ones to protect them were the sovereigns. Great God of the stars, I beg you to protect your humble servant. Let this tribulation pass. Despite that, there were still people praying. That person was directly slapped out of his prayer by someone else who cursed him. What exactly are you praying for? You idiots, you have no idea who is really protecting you. The prayer furiously said, you're the idiot. It is precisely due to your ignorance that the gods sent down this tribulation to punish you. As long as you calmly prayed, letting the gods know you were sincere, this tribulation would immediately end. The God is omniscient, omnipotent. Everyone in this world has sins. We must. Someone furiously punched him in the middle of his speech, destroying his head. Chaos started amongst the commoners. By saying that everyone had sins, he provoked countless people. Sovereigns were also people. Did the sovereigns also have sins? The cultivators within the core region hastily suppressed things to avoid large-scale casualties. Sha Yuluo sighed, the most frightening aspect of foolish people is that they don't see their own foolishness. Wisdom is like a jade bottle the creator tossed to the ground and shattered. Some people picked up a bit more, some people picked up a bit less, and some people didn't even get a single piece. Sha Yuluo looked at Long Chen in the barrier. Then she looked at the ones fighting with their lives on the line for him, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, and the others. They are all willing to risk their lives for him. If it was me, would I also be willing? Wondered Sha Yuluo. She suddenly bitterly laughed. I would naturally be willing. But he can't treat me like them. Sha Yunfeng looked at this little sister of his and alternated between tears and laughter. He couldn't help feeling hurt for her. But matters of love sometimes had no solutions. Sometimes a single look could tie people together for a lifetime. Sometimes no matter what happened, there was no destiny between two people. Forcing it was not possible. On the battlefield, the fighting was growing more and more intense. Mo Nian finally broke through and charged at the Aldeval Heavenwalker. In his fury, he unleashed suicidal moves just to force him off of the barrier. The Aldeval Heavenwalker didn't wish to be injured in this state. With him being the vessel of the god incarnation, any injuries could easily leave behind hidden wounds that could harm his foundation. Feeling furious, the Aldeval Heavenwalker focused on Mo Nian. At the first opening, he smashed away the central plane's cauldron and reached for Mo Nian's throat. Mo Nian sighed inside and closed his eyes. There was nothing to say. He simply wasn't as strong as his enemy. Just as Mo Nian had accepted his death, a ray of light appeared in front of Mo Nian, blocking the Aldeval Heavenwalker's attack. Who is it? The Aldeval Heavenwalker was startled. His attacking arm was numb. The gambling heavenly Dao's Hu Feng, here for pointers. Hu Feng's figure appeared in front of Mo Nian. The die that always floated behind him was gone. Chapter 2784 Gambling Life. Hu Feng, you. Mo Nian had a bad feeling when he looked at Hu Feng. Brother Mo, you should go handle Yi Ming. Leave this place to me. To be able to have made friends like Brother Mo, Brother Yun, and Brother Long in this lifetime, I, Hu Feng, have no regrets. Scram, the Aldeval Heavenwalker roared. That blow just now was incredibly strange. It had caused his power to simply bounce off. Hence, he unleashed a palm at Hu Feng. However, the void shuddered suddenly and a giant die appeared in front of Hu Feng. It once more knocked aside the Aldeval Heavenwalker's attack. Brother Mo, don't hesitate, shouted Hu Feng. Brother Hu, hold on as long as you can. Once I kill Yi Ming, I'll immediately come to assist you. Mo Nian shot off toward Yi Ming with the central plane's cauldron. With him having left that side, the remaining fighters had been in a precarious position, so when he joined in again, the danger dropped quite a bit for every person. However, the feeling of unease in Mo Nian's heart grew more intense when he looked at Hu Feng. The giant die spun in the air. As it spun, a giant whirlpool appeared in the air, and a terrifying aura came out of it, causing the Aldeval Heavenwalker's expression to change. The Aldeval Heavenwalker then attacked the die with his full power. After that, he found that the die was something that existed between illusion and reality. Half his power was repelled, and the other half was absorbed. It's useless. This is the strongest move of the gambling heavenly Dao, as well as the final move. I didn't join the fighting all this time because I was waiting for the most critical moment. To tell the truth, I feel a bit unwilling to use this move on you, because I know that there might be even stronger existences later. Hu Feng looked toward the four channels as the die spun. In the end, his gaze fell toward the silent immortal palace. What do you mean? Demanded the Aldeval Heavenwalker. The gambling heavenly Dao's heirs have another name, the 50-50s. No matter how strong the opponent is, we always have a 50% chance of beating them. We gamble against heavens and earth, but the strongest move is to gamble our own life. Using my life as the stakes, I bet all my chips to grasp a trace of the ephemeral existence within the 10,000 Daos, said Hu Feng. He was a bit skinny with his scholarly appearance, but he also gave off the feeling of an unbending warrior. What absolute nonsense. The Aldeval Heavenwalker sneered and went around the die to attack Hu Feng. However, he was startled to find that despite clearly having gone around the die already, when he attacked, his palm still landed on the die. He didn't know if he had simply not moved or if this space was being controlled, causing him to move with it. He was shocked by Hu Feng's die. He then coldly snorted, I can't be bothered to waste time with you. The Aldeval Heavenwalker abandoned him and flew toward Long Chen, only to find that no matter how he moved, Hu Feng and his die would appear in front of him. Spacetime seemed to have twisted around him, preventing him from passing. Life lies within the gamble. Using my life as the stakes, I gamble against you. Whether or not you are willing, you must accept this gamble, said Hu Feng indifferently. Just at this moment, the die began to stop spinning. The number of dots at the top side kept changing until it finally stopped at 5. How regretful. It wasn't 6. Hu Feng couldn't help being disappointed. In the end, I was never able to see the legendary 6 points. My gambling arts aren't good enough. I've shamed the ancestors. What kind of damn thing is this? It's just a heretical sorcery. Let's have a real battle of spears and blades, shouted the Aldevil Heavenwalker. This die gave him the chills. It was an extremely dangerous existence, and he had no idea how to counter it. The die slowly opened, but at the next moment, this divine item of the gambling heavenly Tao actually started to dissipate in midair. Ha ha ha, just like I said, it's just some sorcery to scare people. You can die now. The Aldevil Heavenwalker was first dumbfounded, but then he laughed and unleashed a punch at the die to fully break it. The die exploded, but it wasn't from the Aldevil Heavenwalker. It exploded on its own. After it exploded, a figure slowly appeared in its midst. It started out illusory but gradually grew real. It was a giant devil ape. The devil ape's body was pitch black with a bright luster. The power of its blood chi was absolutely terrifying. Heaven-reaching devil ape, this life form can't possibly appear in a lower realm. The Aldevil Heavenwalker jumped in fright. The god inside of him recognized the origin of this devil ape. The devil ape then unleashed a punch, sending the Aldevil Heavenwalker flying. He almost coughed up blood. It roared, and an image of the scholarly Hu Feng appeared on its forehead. As for Hu Feng's true body, it had strangely vanished. His blood chi and spiritual strength were both gone, and his aura had become one with this terrifying devil ape. The devil ape stepped through the air, causing heaven and earth to crumble. It shot toward the Aldevil Heavenwalker like a black shooting star. Seeing this scene, the Aldevil Heavenwalker was shocked and infuriated. This heaven-reaching devil ape was a life form from the higher plane. Its bloodline wasn't pure, but in the lower plane, its power was astonishing. Even in his demigod state, it was extremely difficult for the Aldevil Heavenwalker to fight this devil ape. Furthermore, Hu Feng was controlling it, giving it plenty of combat experience. Hence, the Aldevil Heavenwalker wouldn't be able to handle it the same way he had handled Little Snow. The most shocking thing though was that the die had rolled a 5. If it had been a 6, he didn't know what kind of terrifying existence would have come out. The Aldevil Heavenwalker was blocked by the devil ape, while the 9-headed lion was being chased down wretchedly. If it weren't for Little Snow being unable to control its new power, the 9-headed lion would have long since been killed. But the latter was only able to barely hold on. The only one left was Yi Ming. He was pressing forward against the blockade of the Dragonblood Legion and the apex experts of the martial heaven continent. The High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, Ma Ruyun, the Old Man, and the other seniors were all fighting him. At the same time, Mo Nian, Wild, Yi Ziqiu, Ziyan, and the other members of the junior generation were launching their strongest attacks at him. But in his demigod state, they were unable to stop him. Yi Ming's expression was growing more and more unsightly. At some point, an expression of terror appeared in his eyes. Yi Ming let out a cry of despair. His flesh suddenly split open, and his body was exploding inside of him. After that, Yi Ming's original aura and spiritual fluctuations were erased. Suddenly, divine energy burst out of Yi Ming, blowing away the surrounding experts. He instantly created a giant open space on the battlefield around himself. Useless thing, such a useless immortal sprout can be destroyed. I'm not going to tie myself down. Let me personally destroy this world. Yi Ming's voice was no longer his own voice. It was icy, dark, and bloodthirsty. The current him was no longer a demigod, but a full god. Chapter 2785 Heaven-Shaking Sword. Yi Ming was no longer the old Yi Ming. The god had killed his soul and taken complete control of his body. At this moment, the divine energy fluctuations from Yi Ming caused space to fracture, and the High Priest and the others couldn't even approach him. They were on two completely different levels. This god that possessed Yi Ming disliked the interference of his will, his blood, and his soul, so he directly killed Yi Ming. Now his divine energy circulated without anything inhibiting it. Yi Ming's expression was icy, and he began walking toward Long Chen step by step. Everyone charged over to stop him, only for a spatial pressure to knock them back. How can this be happening? This is completely different from the past dark eras. Even gods have descended to the lower plane to fight. Ma Ruyun's expression completely changed. This battle had far surpassed his expectations. For a single star field's core, they were sacrificing so many lifeforms. Was that really worth it? Or did it mean that they had some ulterior motive? Yi Ming's gaze swept across Yun Tian, Mo Nian, Ji Yuyong, and the others. The latter kept trying to charge through, but the pressure of his divine energy did not allow it. Even the life god tree and the mother tree's energy was unable to approach Yi Ming. His divine energy blocked off everything, so people could only watch. At this moment, Yun Tian's barrier began to crack under the pressure of divine energy. Yun Tian's body also cracked like porcelain. No, Mo Nian and the others howled furiously. Yun Tian was linked to this barrier, so if it broke, Yun Tian would die. However, no one was able to get past Yi Ming's divine energy. You can stop now. Suddenly, a figure with a sword on his back appeared in front of Yi Ming. When that person appeared, Yu Zifeng let out a startled cry. It was Yu Zifeng's master, the Heavenly Sword Gate's new sect master, Ling Yunzi. Despite the thrumming divine energy, he managed to stand before Yi Ming. It seemed that he was outside the scope of the divine Tao. I didn't expect an heir to the sword gods will to appear in this kind of low-level place. Not bad, it's actually the Annihilation Sword Tao, said Yi Ming with a look of slight astonishment. The fact that Ling Yunzi had comprehended the Annihilation Sword Tao was instantly seen through by Yi Ming. He truly stood at an even higher level. However, Ling Yunzi's expression didn't twitch at all. Despite being seen through, he calmly said to Yu Zifeng, "Watch closely. This is your master's final lesson to you. No matter what kind of opponent you're facing, as long as your heart comes out of its sheath, there is no one that you cannot cut down, even a god." Ling Yunzi's sword came out of its sheath like a bolt of lightning. He didn't hesitate at all. A brilliant sword light then illuminated the sky as he slashed his sword at Yi Ming. Even if his opponent was a god, Ling Yunzi was so confident. Not knowing your own power. Yi Ming snorted and waved his hand. The power of a divine Tao transformed into a sharp sword slashing toward Ling Yunzi. At this moment, divine light exploded and Yi Ming's sword was hacked in two. As the sword light fell, everything came to a stop. Ling Yunzi held his sword, pointing it to the ground at an angle. As for Yi Ming, he stared in astonishment. A thin line slowly grew from the top of Yi Ming's head all the way to his throat. Everyone was stunned. Ling Yunzi had not just broken Yi Ming's attack but had split his head. That was a god he was fighting, a true god. Even the high priest and Ma Ruyun were dumbfounded. This sword had surpassed the power of a divine Tao. It had reached an incomprehensible level. The world was deathly silent as if time had stopped. Ling Yunzi and Yi Ming continued to stare at each other. Finally, it was Yi Ming who sighed in admiration. What a powerful sword. If it was my true body here, I really might have been killed. Too bad though, this is just a spiritual body of mine. Your annihilation would only have maximum effect on a true body. It really is regretful. Ling Yunzi shook his head, sighing. It seems that the person you are all protecting is this world's son of the heavens. You should be his companion Tao protector, right? For even the Tao protector to be so powerful, it seems that this era's heavenly son is incredible. Our luck is really good. Such a strong son of the heavens can be refined into a human pill of incalculable value, said Yi Ming, glancing toward Long Chen. Suddenly, Yi Ming's divine energy surged. After that, countless runes appeared, and the wound to his head slowly healed. No more blood flowed. I should warn you, if you can't kill him, then you and everyone behind you will meet a terrible end. Ling Yunzi's sword began to dissipate. Then his hand, arm, and body began to scatter. Master. Yu Zifeng wept. Just now, he had been delighted by Ling Yunzi's attack, thinking that his master had really managed to slay a god. But it was his master who died. Although your attack is sharp, breaking the power of my divine Tao and injuring my body, a sword cultivator's defensive power is too weak to endure the backlash of my divine power. You slashed me once, and in exchange you're dying. HMPH, sword cultivators are all like this, sneered Yi Ming. He began walking forward again as Ling Yunzi's body fully dissipated. Master. Yu Zifeng cried out. All his life, he had been a solitary character, but he viewed Ling Yunzi as his father. He couldn't accept this result. Zifeng, Master has returned to heaven and earth. Remember, when the sword is in your heart, your master will always be beside you. Just as Yu Zifeng howled in grief, a message rang out in his mind. I'll kill you. Hearing his master's final words, Yu Zifeng was unable to contain the pain, and his sword suddenly came out of its sheath, tearing the void apart. From the side, Mo Nian and the others cried out but were unable to stop him. As the domain of divine power was split open, Yu Zifeng charged through, ignoring the power of divine Tao just like Ling Yunzi to slash Yi Ming. HMPH, although you have sword will, you haven't comprehended a specific law of the sword Tao. Such an unrefined power is far lacking compared to your master. Yi Ming sneered and waved his hand. After that, Astral winds blew and destroyed Yu Zifeng's sword into countless pieces that pierced through his body. If it weren't for the special clothes that Guo Ran and Sha Chen had made for him, he might have died. In any case, he was covered in blood from having the fragments of his own sword pierce him. "I'll kill you." Even with no sword, even with his body covered in blood, Yu Zifeng used his fingers as a sword, attacking again. "You're in so much pain. I'll be a good person and send you to see your master." Yi Ming once more condensed a sword, slashing it at Yu Zifeng. "Zifeng!" The Dragonblood warriors cried out. If this sword landed, not even 10 lives would be enough for Yu Zifeng to survive. Blood splashed. However, everyone was shocked to see Yu Zifeng's fingers pierce Yi Ming's chest. As for Yi Ming's sword, it was caught by a sword made of white flames. A peerlessly beautiful woman in a white dress had appeared, blocking Yi Ming's divine sword. Chapter 2786 Hufeng Falls. Everyone was dumbfounded. A person that no one had expected to come had appeared. Yu Qingshan descended like a fairy. Pill Valley had been hiding ever since the Dark Era's battle started, and there were all kinds of rumors stating that Pill Valley and the divine families were jackals of the same tribe. However, the Pill Fairy had appeared at this time to save Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng had used his fingers as a sword to pierce Yi Ming's chest. Driven by his fury and hate, Yu Zifeng finally comprehended the power of the sword god that Ling Yunzi had taught him. However, after this one attack, Yu Zifeng's body collapsed. He had used up all his power with this attack and fainted. The Pill Fairy waved her hand, sending Yu Zifeng out. After that, Mo Nian and the others received him. The Life God Tree's branches then wrapped around him to help him recover. With the Life God Tree, as long as someone didn't instantly die, they could still be saved. With Yu Zifeng saved, everyone looked at the Pill Fairy, unable to imagine why she would appear now. "Brahma's power. You are Lord Brahma's follower. What are you doing?" Yi Ming stared at the Pill Fairy in shock and then anger. He spoke of Lord Brahma with reverence, but he was infuriated that one of his followers would block him. "There is no need for you to kill him," said the Pill Fairy indifferently. There was divine light flowing around the Pill Fairy's body, giving her a holy and sacred appearance. Her voice also contained unquestionable might. "Fine. Then please get out of the way. I only want this person in the core," said Yi Ming. "No, you can't kill him." The Pill Fairy shook her head. Yi Ming's fury burst. "Just who are you? If you are Lord Brahma's follower, you shouldn't be blocking me. We're all listening to Lord Brahma's orders in this battle. Do you want to switch sides now? Have you betrayed Lord Brahma?" Yi Ming's furious roar stunned everyone. Yi Ming had just inadvertently exposed a shocking secret. It seemed that this entire battle was due to Lord Brahma. Betraying him doesn't matter. I never believed in him. I also had no choice in becoming his divine daughter. With me present today, don't even think about passing, said the Pill Fairy. "Traitor, I'll tidy up Lord Brahma's followers today," roared Yi Ming, his divine energy erupting. A torrential power forced back the Pill Fairy's body. The space behind the Pill Fairy collapsed, revealing 2 divine statues. It was Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite. At this moment, divine light filled the world, and the sound of sacred chanting resounded. Divine light shone out of the Pill Fairy. "Bullshit. You are a traitor. How can you still use Lord Brahma's power?" raged Yi Ming. The space beneath Yi Ming collapsed, and he was forced to retreat step by step. By the 7th step, he was already far into the distance. With Yi Ming repelled, Mo Nian and the others felt the pressure on them lessen. It was like they finally got a breath of air after drowning. Yi Ming's divine energy was suffocating. An intense explosion shook the world. Yi Ming was knocked back by the Pill Fairy's sword, and then the Daynite furnace appeared, smashing him. With the support of the Pill Fairy's divine energy, its power was completely unprecedented. It was like a star smashing into Yi Ming's body. Yi Ming was then sent smashing into the earth, causing it to ripple like water. After that, a wave of earth soared into the sky, burying countless cities. "Defend!" Song Mingyuan and Li Qi hastily summoned an earthen shield around everyone. At the same time, the Life God Tree and the Mother Tree's branches wove into another barrier. The branches exploded along with the earthen shield. People felt like their bodies had been wrung. When they crawled out of the earth, they found that the entire world's terrain had changed. They couldn't even tell its original appearance. The Mother Tree and the Life God Tree once more spread their branches. After that, Guo Ran looked in Yun Tian's direction and saw that his barrier was still fine, allowing him to sigh with relief. However, When he looked closer, he saw that Yun Tian's eyes had already lost their light. His physical body was dead, and only his soul was still maintaining the barrier. The barrier had reached its limit, but with its protection, everything happening in the outside world was unable to disturb Long Chen. Boss Yun Tian, Mo Nian couldn't help tearing up. Yun Tian was an astonishingly talented person, yet he had been willing to be a protector instead of the main character, essentially covering up his glorious light. At this moment, more and more of the invading experts began to pop out of the ground as well. They continued attacking Yun Tian. Kill them all, roared Mo Nian. Yun Tian's death filled him with pain, and this hatred was cast on these invaders. His arrows then rained down and blood-colored light glowed on them. Mo Nian was using his essence blood as arrows, which left a path of devastation in their path. They reached all the way to the end of the world, leaving a line of corpses and blood. With Mo Nian's overflowing killing intent, he didn't mind sacrificing the power of his essence blood for greater killing power. Right now, killing countless invaders vented the hatred in his heart. A blood debt must be repaid with blood. In the distance, the Brahma divine diagram appeared, causing space to collapse. It instantly sucked Yi Ming in. The pill fairy and Yi Ming then began to fight inside of the divine diagram. All of a sudden, a roar reverberated through the air, and the nine-headed lion's aura was gone. Just like Yi Ming, his god was infuriated by his weakness and killed him to fully possess him. After that, the Aldeval Heavenwalker's aura also erupted to a new level. With a palm, the heaven-reaching devil ape was blown apart. It wasn't just the heaven-reaching devil ape that was destroyed, but Hu Feng's aura also vanished along with it. Amongst the remains of the devil ape were a few broken bone tiles. Those were the 9 heavenly tiles of the gambling heavenly Tao. But now, they were broken and fell into the ground, their divine light extinguished and covered by the earth. Hu Feng, Guo ran, and the others were filled with grief as Hu Feng fell. Their comrades were dying one by one. All of you can die now. The Aldeval Heavenwalker suddenly unleashed a punch at the void. As a result, the 4 spatial gates were blown open, and countless foreign experts charged out. Chapter 2787 Nethergod Sisters. It's over. When people saw these newcomers, auras, they shut their eyes. The majority of these new experts actually had a trace of a sovereign's aura. Some even had the aura of a divine Tao and could be considered demigods. This wasn't a battle anymore but a slaughter. It was a group of demigods slaughtering mortals. The martial heaven continent's people had lost all their hopes. When the 4 channels were blown open, it was as if the entire world was crumbling, and cracks spread in the void. A mortal world like the martial heaven continent could not contain this much divine power. Being able to exchange blows with a god as a mortal is enough to brag for a lifetime. Ji Yu Yang spat out some blood and cursed. Although that was what he said, the feeling of helplessness and despair when facing armies from the divine world wasn't something simple bravery could contend against. Suddenly, the sky at the center of the martial heaven continent shattered. A sword then came out of that shattered space, containing an overwhelming aura of death. After that, sword chi left a giant cut throughout the entire central plains. Any invaders touched by that sword chi were wiped out of existence, whether they had touched upon the sovereign realm or were demigods. At this moment, death chi flowed into the continent, and a pair of figures appeared within the black mist. They both wore black dresses, a stark contrast to their pale white skin, and both figures were identical. They both had a pair of sapphire eyes that were like gemstones in the night. Their beauty was so otherworldly that even every single one of their eyelashes was symmetrical. It was a suffocating beauty that shouldn't exist in this world. Big sisters, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others cried out. These were the Netherworld's gods, Ming Kangyu and Lang Yuyan. For most of the Dragonblood Legion, their impression of these two had grown very light because they were gods. Mortals' memories of such things would slowly fade. However, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others had received gifts from Lang Yuyan, so they had certain karma binding them together, allowing them to remember. You want to kill my man? Then you'll have to pass through me first. It seems that it's been a long time since I've slaughtered anyone. I wonder if I'm rusty. Lang Yuyan held her bone sword, overlooking the invading experts with a nethergod's domineering air. As she said this, she swept out her bone sword, and divine energy shook the world. With a single wave, the entire battlefield was emptied. It was unknown just how many invaders she killed with that one blow. You lower gods dare to interfere in this battle. Do you know what kind of calamity you've made for yourselves? Shouted the Aldeval Heavenwalker. At this moment, Ming Kangyu looked at Long Chen. His eyes were closed and he was still seated in the air. She then smiled. Loving him was already a calamity. Who cares so much? Ming Kangyu's figure shook. She then appeared in front of the Aldival Heavenwalker and unleashed a slash of her sword, sending the Aldival Heavenwalker flying into the distance. Half of his body was destroyed. After sending the Aldival Heavenwalker flying, she attacked the nine-headed lion. However, his entire body lit up and he chose to flee rather than fight. This resulted in her attack passing by him and continuing to the east. The eastern wasteland was then cut in two halves. Ming Kangyu and Lang Yuyan were true gods. If they were to descend to the martial heaven continent during ordinary times, they would be restricted by the laws of this place. However, at this time, the laws of the continent were in chaos, and the spatial walls of the world had weakened. Because of it, the two of them managed to pierce through the path of reincarnation to appear here. Although the two of them had paid quite a price for this, they managed to reach this battlefield. Ming Kangyu's destructive blow scared the martial heaven continent's experts. This was a true god. She could destroy the world. They had received reinforcements from the immemorial path, the spirit world, and the star-field divine world. Those people had come for Long Chen. Now, even true gods had crossed worlds, and based on Ming Kangyu's look toward Long Chen and her words, they had also come for him. Legend had it that Long Chen's charisma was so great that his pickup arts were unrivaled. It was unknown just how many peerless beauties had been lured away by him. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, and Dong Mingyu were all nation-toppling beauties, and yet they all were undyingly loyal to Long Chen. Even the Pill Fairy, his mortal enemy, had come at a critical moment, betraying her own faith. Hence, people were filled with disbelief. Could picking up girls also reach the realm of surpassing all laws and surpassing the heavens? Even gods could be seduced. This was definitely a heaven-defying ability. At the core where the barrier was, Sha Yuluo simply sighed with a bitter smile. Perhaps only people like them are a match for him. The women appearing around Long Chen simply grew stronger and stronger. Now, even gods had appeared, and this actually ended up comforting Sha Yuluo. She seemed to realize what their difference was. However, she didn't realize that the real difference was in the heart. She had implicated the deaths of many people in the four nations' ancient remnant due to her childish character, causing her to still be filled with shame and guilt to this day. She had then made it her life's mission to make up for those mistakes. Because of this, she began to see herself as a sinner, looking down on herself. That was the true reason why she gave up pursuing her own happiness, because she felt that she didn't deserve happiness. Regretfully, people could see others clearly, but they couldn't see themselves. She felt like being unhappy was the best way to atone for her sins. Sha Yunfang, Sha Yunkong, and the others all understood the truth, but it wasn't something people could simply convince her of. Hence, they were powerless as well. Lang Yuyan had wiped out the invading armies with a single slash. Only a few with the auras of sovereigns managed to escape the net and get to the army of the Dragonblood Legion. But any with the power of a divine Tao had been slain by her. While those sovereign experts were extremely terrifying, fortunately, Ming Kangyu was able to force back the Aldival Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion by herself, allowing Little Snow to return and guard everyone. Hence, the crisis was temporarily alleviated. Now, divine power raged on the battlefield. Every attack caused heaven and earth to collapse, deforming the martial heaven continent completely. With another blow, Ming Kangyu forced the nine-headed lion and the Aldival Heavenwalker back once again. The two of them weren't a match for her. She was about to chase after them when her heart shook. She then appeared in front of Yun Tian's barrier. When she looked at Long Chen, her expression changed. Yuyan, something seems to be wrong with Long Chen. Chapter 2788 Burning the Boats. Ming Kangyu noticed that Long Chen's eyes were half open. Black lines were flickering within his eyes. Even as a god, those black lines terrified her. They possessed a destructive power that made her uneasy. Furthermore, as the stars flowed around him, they seemed to be absorbing endless resentment, causing Long Chen to become a bit foreign. Evil, those are the 9-star heir's purgatory eyes. It proves that he's about to break through to the sovereign realm. The Pill Fairy's voice suddenly rang out from the Brahma divine diagram. Suddenly, waves of demigods came flooding out of the 4 spatial gates. At the same time, divine light appeared on top of Yi Ming, the 9-headed lion, and the Aldival Heavenwalker's heads. Their auras once more changed. The Brahma divine diagram was then broken. The gods, Full power was finally passing through the wall of ascension with the spatial gates fully open. Now, they were only limited in that it was their yuan spirits who descended. Despite that, their power instantly soared, and the laws of the martial heaven continent were shattered. You dare to interfere in Lord Brahma's matters. You lower gods haven't even awakened your god seals. Who gave you the courage to do such a thing? Roared the nine-headed lion as he attacked Ming Kangyu. I don't know who Lord Brahma is, nor do I care. But if he dares to attack Long Chen, he has to get past me first, said Ming Kangyu, slashing her sword. What ignorance! Anyone who shows disrespect to Lord Brahma will die a miserable death. The Aldevil Heavenwalker also charged over. You traitor, I'll settle things with you later. Yi Ming came flying out of the Brahma divine diagram. He managed to force back the pill fairy and charged toward Long Chen. However, just at that moment, he staggered, his expression changing. What did she say? A 9-star heir, kill him. At first, they hadn't realized what the pill fairy had said. But the title of a 9-star heir terrified them. Yi Ming, the 9-headed lion, and the Aldevil Heavenwalker suddenly charged toward Long Chen, their faces filled with terror. They even turned their backs on Ming Kangyu. Lang Yuan flew back and attacked Yi Ming, forcing him back. But his powerful divine energy forced her back as well. The resulting shockwave from their clash shook the entire martial heaven continent. As a result, Yun Tian's barrier cracked even further. Kangyu, we can't stay here. Stop them, shouted Lang Yuan. As nether gods, they didn't belong to this world. They were unable to replenish their power here, so it caused them to weaken more and more. At this moment, Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu crossed their bone swords, forming a giant cross. The divine marks on their foreheads lit up. Upon seeing this, Yi Ming, the 9-headed lion, and the Aldevil Heavenwalker's expressions changed. They hastily shot back, but they were too late. That giant cross was sucking them in. Nether God Cross Seal. Ming Kangyu and Lang Yuan shouted in unison. The three of them were now trapped within the cross. Kill them, shouted Yi Ming. He attacked this strange seal from within but was unable to get out. He then chose to attack Ming Kangyu and Lang Yuan. However, his attack passed through their bodies. The two of them seemed illusory, as if they didn't exist. It's useless. Their souls are linked to their divine throne. If the divine throne isn't broken, their true bodies won't die. Attack the seal. They can't last much longer, shouted the Aldevil Heavenwalker, seemingly knowing a bit about this technique. Kill that person. Do everything you can to kill him, even if you have to kill yourself. Howled the 9-headed lion. The demonic beast race instantly went crazy. They then charged recklessly, and when they were blocked by little snow, they directly self-detonated. The others also seemed to have been put under a spell, and they charged forward, completely unafraid of death. Jianying, protect yourself. I'm going out. The old man made his determination. Their enemies were unleashing an all-out assault, so they could only use their lives to hold them back. Remember our agreement. You must come back alive. Don't break my heart, alright? Ku Jianying caressed the old man's face warmly. Alright, I promise you that I will come back alive. The old man nodded. With a final look at Ku Jianying, he charged forward with the heaven-splitting blade. Suddenly, the heaven-splitting divine tablet behind him exploded. In that instant, the old man's aura surged, and a flame burned on top of his head. Seeing that, the heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples were filled with pain. The divine tablet had ignited the accumulated karmic luck of the sect. In other words, after this battle, the heaven-splitting divine sect would be no more. The heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples howled, their eyes red. The divine tablet had sacrificed itself to give all of them heaven-defying power. As long as that flame remained above the old man's head, they would be supported by this heaven-defying power. Bao Buping and Chong Hao then charged out, unleashing consecutive blows of the 9th form of Split the Heavens. Even demigods were unable to block them. The majestic Xuantian Tower also exploded, transforming into runes that fell onto the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. The disciples wept. After today, there would be no more Xuantian Dao sect. Zhao Zian, Hua Xiu, Mu Qingshan, and the other disciples felt empty inside. Warriors of the Xuantian Dao sect, do not feel grief. Whether the Xuantian Dao sect exists or not, we will always be disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect. Today's battle will determine the future of the martial heaven continent's countless lives. We have no choice. All we can do is fight. Li Tianxuan was the first to charge out. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples roared crazily and attacked the invaders with no fear. Instead, they attacked with hatred that was carved into their bones and engraved in their hearts. With the heaven-splitting divine sect and the Xuantian Dao sect taking the lead, the martial heaven continent's various powers also began igniting their karmic luck to fight their final battle. At this moment, the Dragonblood warriors were in a grand formation slaughtering the invaders. They became the final line of defense. This was a bloody and cruel battle. Within the tempest of blood, one warrior after another perished. At the core, countless people wept. As they were too weak, they could only watch as these experts protecting them fell one by one. That kind of pain could not be described with words. Casualties even began to appear amongst the Dragonblood Legion. This battle was too bloody, too cruel. Seeing their brothers fall one by one, the Dragonblood warriors roared like beasts. Suddenly, the void shuddered and the flames surrounding Ku Jianying were extinguished. The power of the martial heaven virtue tablet was exhausted. Master, Yi Lingshan suddenly seemed to go mad and frantically rushed over to Ku Jianying. It seemed that Ku Jianying had been consumed by the battle, only thinking about killing more enemies. Hence, she didn't keep track of how much time remained. With the support of the martial heaven continent gone, she was instantly surrounded by enemies. Chapter 2789 Injury and Pain. Alliance Head, Retreat. The martial heaven alliance's disciples tried to charge through the tide of invaders. Some of them even directly self-detonated in order to open a path. However, there were too many enemies, and they were charging forward recklessly with no regard for their own lives either. Yi Lingshan was also repelled. Before she could reach Ku Jianying, she could only watch as her master was drowned by the enemies. At this moment, her vision darkened and she almost fainted. Jianying, a giant blade swept through the air, blasting apart the crowd of invaders. The old man had charged over, but he was one step too late. Without the support of the martial heaven virtue tablet, Ku Jianying's soul was unable to endure the power of a divine Tao. She fell limply. No, the old man grabbed Ku Jianying's body, and he howled like a beast, repeatedly shouting her name. However, her soul had already vanished. No matter how he called her, she wouldn't wake up. No, this can't be real, we had an agreement to marry after this battle. Jianying, don't scare me. Wake up, you can't die. The old man shook Ku Jianying's body, but she didn't reply at all. His crying broke people's hearts. The two of them had spent a lifetime fighting and had missed out on their springtime of youth. After continuing to fight for so many years, when they finally prepared to marry, Ku Jianying would never wake up again. When the two of them fought, the old man was so angry that it felt like he might explode. But Ku Jianying always remained in his heart. Now, he wished she would wake up. Even if she angered him every day, he would consider it a blessing. No, the old man cried out. He had missed out on many blessings in this lifetime. Now that he finally grabbed hold of one, it was mercilessly taken away. This was the world's cruelest torture. Old man, get back. Our own support is running out. Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and the other disciples were doing their best to protect the old man, but he was lost in his pain. He didn't hear them. Just at this moment, the Nether God seal was broken. As a result, Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuyan vanished. They had used up all their energy. Yi Ming, the nine-headed lion, and the Aldeval Heavenwalker descended from the sky, their divine energy exploding out of them. This apocalyptic power was enough to instantly wipe out everyone. Long Chen, wake up. In that instant, everyone despaired. They had nothing they could use to face the power of gods and could only wait for death. Meng Qi turned back to look at Long Chen before painfully shutting her eyes. Suddenly, an astral barrier appeared in the air, repelling all three waves of divine energy. This barrier appeared to be made of stars, and not even the power of a divine Tao could shake it. This astral barrier appeared just as everyone fell into despair. They then looked toward Long Chen to see that he was standing. His black robes fluttered without any wind. Countless stars revolved in his eyes as if there was an entire cosmos within them. Standing there, he appeared like the ruler of gods, an incomparably domineering existence that caused worlds to shake. Long Chen had woken up at the most critical moment. When he came to his senses, he almost didn't recognize this world. As the stars revolved in his eyes, he seemed to be able to see into the past. Everything that had happened on the battlefield slowly flowed into his mind. The 5 sovereigns passed away. He saw Sovereign Han Wei's longing look and Sovereign Yun Shang's guilt. He also saw Yun Tian using his life to maintain the barrier to protect him. After that, Hu Feng's aura vanished, Ling Yunzi's aura vanished, and Li Tianxuan's aura vanished. Many familiar auras were gone. He then saw the old man weeping and the fiendish experts from other worlds. At this moment, killing intent exploded out of Long Chen's eyes. No, the old man has gone crazy. Suddenly, Bao Buping slammed a hand on the old man's back. With the final dregs of karmic luck of the heaven-splitting divine sect, the old man had actually forced his spiritual yuan to flow backward. It was a suicidal act. Long Chen directly rushed over. Looking at the old man, he couldn't help but cry. There was a pair of eyes saying that he had nothing holding him back from leaving any longer. The old man looked at Long Chen and nodded. Good child, you're finally awake. Now the martial heaven continent is saved. Don't blame me. I cannot wait long enough to see you wipe out all these fiends. I must accompany Jianying, so don't stop me. No, old man, you can't do this. We still need you, cried out Chong Hao. The old man shook his head and then looked at Ku Jianying in his embrace. He gently stroked her cheek. You've all grown up, you no longer need me, but Jianying does. Although she put on a strong act, she's actually scared of many things, especially the dark. If she's all alone on that black path, she'll be afraid. So, I have to accompany and protect her. If there was another lifetime, I'd be willing to be a mute. I'll just listen to whatever she says. If she's right, then good. If she's wrong, then so what? Is fighting over such things worth it? I fought with her for a lifetime already. The old man once more reversed the flow of his spiritual yuan, but Bao Buping kept his hand on the old man's back, preventing him from killing himself. Bastard, let go, otherwise, it will be too late, roared the old man. Old man, people could only weep. The old man had made his decision, and no one could change his mind. Good children, I've never begged anyone for anything in this life, but you can take this as me begging you. The old man looked at his disciples and sighed. With this, Bao Buping could only pull back his trembling hand and close his eyes. The old man then wore a smile of release, and the fire of his soul slowly extinguished. He left while holding the one he loved the most. Bao Buping, Chong Hao, Boss Bao, and the others wept. Although they normally fought, their feelings for each other were strong and sincere. They couldn't accept this. Long Chen's eyes were also filled with tears. Even as boundless astral energy flowed within his body, he couldn't save the old man. That feeling of powerlessness stoked his rage. The astral barrier shuddered as Yi Ming, the nine-headed lion, and the Aldevil Heavenwalker assaulted it. Only then were they startled out of their pain. The battle had not ended, and now was not the time to grieve. We'll kill them all as vengeance for the old man, roared Bao Buping. Let me avenge this enmity. Long Chen's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing outside of the barrier just as the three of them once more attacked. Long Chen roared, his voice like thunder. As stars revolved around his body, the 10,000 Daos were collapsing. He then unleashed a single punch at the three of them. Chapter 2790 Gods kneel and beg for mercy. With a furious roar, Long Chen shattered the heavens. Yi Ming, the nine-headed lion, and the Aldevil Heavenwalker felt like a star had smashed into them. With a muffled grunt, the three of them were smashed into the ground, and they hacked up blood. That was god blood that was instantly incinerated by the laws of the world. Ah! Long Chen suddenly roared. This roar contained endless grief, endless anger, and blood-chilling killing intent. Right now, Long Chen's 6 stars appeared behind him. The Feng Fu star illuminated the Life Fate star, and the Life Fate star illuminated the Divine Gate star. They formed a triangle. The Alioth star, Enlightenment Palace star, and Nethergate star also linked up, forming their own triangle. They superimposed on each other. When the two triangles overlapped, they formed a 6-sided star, and an unprecedented apocalyptic power burst out of Long Chen. A ripple then spread on the battlefield, devouring the invaders before they even understood what was happening and blasting them into pieces. Hence, the entire battlefield turned red. Millions and millions were instantly blasted into blood mist. The complete 6-star battle armor had finally manifested after Long Chen became a sovereign at the 13th heaven stage. He finally stood at the peak of the martial path. Endless power surged within him. But so what? The 5 sovereigns were dead. Yun Tian was dead, Hu Feng was dead, Ling Yunzi was dead, even the old man had died. All that power within him was useless. With scarlet eyes, Long Chen unleashed a claw that raked through the ground, and a figure was pulled out of it. It was Yi Ming. Yi Ming was horrified. He was caught by a giant astral hand, and no matter how he struggled, he was unable to shake this astral power. You damnable invaders! Long Chen looked at Yi Ming with utmost hatred and pain. His face was twisted, making him seem like a crazed devil. Divine flame ignition. Yi Ming was so terrified that he ignited his own core. There was danger of his realm falling, but he could no longer bother with that. You want to ignite? Long Chen suddenly squeezed. Yi Ming, who was now enveloped in a burning divine flame, was still unable to escape his fate. He was squeezed until he exploded. Those flames were instantly extinguished. At this moment, a god from a higher plane was killed. Suddenly, the Aldevil Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion charged out of the ground. However, they weren't going for Long Chen but for the distant spatial gates. Unfortunately, a saber image swept through the air, destroying all 4 spatial gates. Seeing this, the Aldevil Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion were instantly dumbfounded. The legends were true. 9-star heirs were all heaven defiers, existences that fought across realms without effort. This was why when they learned that he was a 9-star heir, they did everything they could to kill him before he became a sovereign. Now that he was a sovereign, with his 6-star battle armor, Long Chen wiped out all his enemies on the battlefield. With just one attack, all of them were killed except for the 3 of them. Moreover, with Yi Ming crushed, that just left the 2 of them. Yi Ming had even ignited his own divine flame to temporarily multiply his power, but he still couldn't escape his fate. As for the 2 of them, there was nowhere for them to go. Fight, they couldn't win. Flee, they couldn't get away. The 2 of them felt like they had been tossed into hell. Long Chen held Evilmoon. Black chi swirled around it. At this moment, Long Chen's killing intent merged with Evilmoon's sinister aura. Black chi swirled around Long Chen's body as well when he stepped toward the Aldevil Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion. He was like a devil king from hell. Don't kill us, we had to follow orders. I can tell you secrets regarding the 9-star heir, cried out the Aldevil Heavenwalker. In his fear, he actually knelt on the ground. Seeing that, the nine-headed lion also didn't hesitate, kneeling and crying out, that's right, the 9-star heirs are hunted throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, especially by the 9 underworld hunters. They are specialized in finding you. We know many secrets that can help you. Don't kill us. Seeing these gods that looked down on all of them now begging for their lives, the martial heaven continent's experts were filled with scorn. These were gods. Such cowardly existences were gods. Suddenly, in the distance, the ground erupted. The divine family's immortal sealing palace slowly rose into the air. After the battle, the terrain had changed, and it had been buried beneath the ground. People had almost forgotten it until now. At this moment, its gates slowly opened. Long, Aoshan, Yi Liangchen, Zhang Wuchen, and Feng Fei all appeared. Feng Fei looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression, seemingly with some kind of pity. But the other 3 were filled with delight. All 4 of them had sovereign crowns on their heads now. Long Aoshan sneered, Long Chen, so you are one of the 9-star demons. You hid yourself quite well, but you are fated to be killed by my hands. Last time, the immortal sealing palace's item spirit recognized your identity, so I've prepared quite a gift for you. Just so you know, I sacrificed all the immortal corpses and gave up their chances to become demigod bodies for this gift. It definitely won't disappoint you, ha ha ha. Over 30 figures walked out from the depths of the immortal sealing palace. These people were wearing black robes and had black chains around their waists. Every single one of them wore a blank face. On their foreheads was an immortal character, Underworld, and it emitted strange fluctuations. Assassins. Dong Mingyu's expression changed. She instantly recognized their profession. They were assassins amongst gods. The 9 underworld hunters, the 9-headed lion and the Aldevil Heavenwalker cried out in shock and joy. Without hesitation, they fled toward them. Without even glancing at these 2, Long Chen swung his saber, blasting them apart. But all of a sudden, clapping sounds rang out from within the palace. A middle-aged man walked out, looking at Long Chen. Not bad, truly not bad. You're quite an interesting 9-star heir. You seem a bit different from the others, but hopefully you can give me a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, killing you just like this would be quite regretful. Chapter 2791 Nether Corpse Insect Poison. This middle-aged man looked normal but gave off an extremely sinister feeling. His gaze in particular seemed to be searching for people's weaknesses at all times. It seemed that he didn't even care about Long Chen killing the Aldevil Heavenwalker and the nine-headed lion. He simply walked out of the palace. I've been with the 9 underworld hunters for 3,000 years, and you are the 4th 9-star heir I've encountered. It seems that I'm about to profit again. The middle-aged man laughed, looking at Long Chen like he was his prey. As for Long Aoshan, Zhang Wuchen, and Yi Liangchen, they were just as happy. In their eyes, Long Chen was definitely dead today. Long Chen, although I'm not personally killing you, it's fine. I'll take care of those brothers and lovers of yours, ha ha ha. Long Aoshan finally felt the pleasure of revenge for Long Chen killing his mother. I also won't kill you personally. I'll make sure you stay alive in this world. Long Chen snorted and suddenly appeared right in front of Long Aoshan. Long Aoshan was startled, not expecting Long Chen to directly come toward him with the 9 underworld hunters present. Long Chen was incredibly fast and instantly froze the space around Long Aoshan. The latter couldn't even move. However, just at that moment, a chain flew out at Long Chen. The head of the chain looked to be a viper's head. Bang! Long Chen raised his arm, knocking aside the chain. Its path deviated toward Yi Liangchen and Zhang Wuchen. No, the two of them cried out in horror, but they had no time to flee. The chain struck them, instantly blasting them into blood mist. Beside Zhang Wuchen, Feng Fei was splattered with blood, and she was pale with horror. The chain contained the power of a divine Tao, and a terrifying kind at that. A mortal would be instantly killed on contact, and the chain only barely flew by her face. It all happened so fast that it ended before it even began. The previously mighty Long Aoshan had his throat in Long Chen's hand. He was like a chicken. The 9 underworld hunter who had attacked was surprised. He had been careless, not expecting Long Chen to be so powerful. His chain trembled as he prepared to attack again, but the middle-aged man waved his hand, stopping his movements. The middle-aged man looked at Long Chen indifferently. It seemed that he didn't care about Long Aoshan's life or death. Please, save me. Long Aoshan squeezed out some words. Even all these experts couldn't protect him. What no one had expected was that Long Aoshan's pants became wet. He was so scared that he had pissed himself. Coward. The countless experts of the martial heaven continent looked at him scornfully. This was a sovereign, a peerless heavenly genius. He broke down as soon as he faced death. Long Chen had faced death countless times without bending or lowering his head. In comparison, Long Aoshan was an embarrassment. The middle-aged man shook his head. You were the one who interjected while I was speaking. Do you think this is your place to talk? It can only be said that you were courting your own death. Although you sent the information of the 9-star heir to me, and I did promise the Long family to give you some benefits, you've irritated me. I don't really care about you. If you like interjecting yourself, you can continue begging. This middle-aged man's status was clearly extremely high. Just interrupting him was a grave sin for Long Aoshan. That was why he didn't stop Long Chen. No, Long Aoshan cried out in despair. Was there any chance he could survive when he was caught in Long Chen's hands? I beg you, the Long family, will repay you. Begged Long Aoshan. Just based on you, the Long family has disciples through various worlds and countless heavenly geniuses. As for your branch, with your talent, you wouldn't even reach the middle tier. Perhaps if I saved a dog of the Long family, they might feel some gratitude. But do you think the Long family will repay me for saving an ant? Are you joking with me? The middle-aged man shook his head. Cough. Long Aoshan tried to speak once more, only for Long Chen to crush his throat. Rainbow blood spurted out. You don't need to beg him because I won't kill you. You took my spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone. You've caused me endless pain. Do you think that I'll just kill you like this? No, I'll let you live. I'll make you live a life worse than death. A coward like you definitely doesn't have the courage to kill yourself. Long Chen took out a black pill. He then stuffed it into Long Aoshan's mouth. I prepared this pill for you a long time ago. Now I can finally use it. Long Aoshan stubbornly clenched his teeth, only for Long Chen to break his teeth with a finger and stuff the pill through. Long Chen tossed Long Aoshan aside after feeding him the pill. He really did just let him off. Feeling delighted, Long Aoshan fled into the immortal palace. However, he had barely reached the gates when he suddenly screamed. Sharp points began to sprout out of his body like bamboo. They wriggled like maggots coming out of a rotting corpse. Underworld corpse insect poison. The middle-aged man was finally a bit astonished. He recognized this poison. However, he was actually wrong. This was a special existence that Long Chen had refined through his own essence blood in the black soil. The death chi of the black soil had been mistaken by the middle-aged man to be the netherworld's chi. However, he was right about it being insect poison. When the pill entered the stomach, it transformed into millions of maggots that devoured Long Aoshan's blood and soul. Most terrifying of all, they could not be killed. If they were, Long Aoshan would also die. These maggots were connected to his Yuan spirit, so Long Aoshan was already clear that these maggots were materialized from his own blood and soul. Long Aoshan screamed in terror. Maggots continued to wriggle out of his body, every single one causing him incomparable pain. This was a torture that could not be described with words. At this moment, one of the 9 underworld hunters slammed a palm on Long Aoshan's forehead, causing him to collapse. His screams were cut off, but he continued to twitch. Some of the Divine Family's experts then hastily brought him away. After that, a chair appeared in the air. The middle-aged man sat down on it. Someone go test his power. Don't kill him too fast or it would be wasteful. The previous 9 underworld hunter who had attacked Long Chen stepped forward. His chain pierced toward Long Chen like a viper. Chapter 2792 The ultimate form of the 6-star battle armor. The chain's power had shot up. It was unknown just how many times stronger this attack's power was compared to Yi Ming and the others. This overwhelming power shook the martial heaven continent's experts. The battle against gods had just ended. How had an even more terrifying group suddenly appeared? It seemed that they had come specifically for Long Chen. Long Chen's hand caught the chain, but just at that moment, countless barbs burst out of the chain. His hand was pierced through. Furthermore, his 108,000 stars shuddered, seemingly suppressed by some mysterious energy. Long Chen's aura instantly dropped a level. The 9-star soul-chasing chains are specifically made to be used against 9-star heirs. How does it feel to have your power disappear? The 9 underworld hunter sneered, seemingly already having expected this result. A dagger appeared in his other hand, and he stabbed it towards Long Chen's chest. Just as he approached Long Chen and thought that he was powerless, Long Chen's palm slammed into his head, blasting it apart. His headless corpse fell from the sky. A 9 underworld hunter was killed by a slap. Even right before his death, he didn't understand. Long Chen's body was clearly affected by his move. How did he still have the power to retaliate? Clapping rang out. The middle-aged man said, "Not bad, not bad. You were able to resist the power of the 9-star soul-chasing chain. That means that you're a big fish. Good, perhaps you can give me some more surprises." The stronger Long Chen was, the happier the middle-aged man became. That was because the mission of the 9 underworld hunters was to hunt down 9-star heirs, and the stronger the prey that they hunted, the greater their rewards. Amongst the 9 underworld hunters, this middle-aged man's status was already quite high. He had already killed 3 9-star heirs before, and had a certain understanding of them. Another 4 people stepped forward, their chains whistling towards Long Chen. However, this time, Long Chen didn't wait for them to attack. Instead, he charged towards the middle-aged man. "Youngsters are too impatient. First let me see if you're qualified to even fight me." The middle-aged man shook his head, completely looking down on Long Chen. It seemed that he had no intention of fighting. However, it was simply unknown if he was intentionally antagonizing Long Chen or if he really disdained fighting him. "Qualified? I'll show you my qualifications." Long Chen slashed his blade. The 4 9 underworld hunters attacking him were killed instantly. The power of his attack continued towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man simply extended a hand and a barrier appeared. Long Chen's attack was easily blocked. "Good, very good. You're definitely a big fish, the biggest fish in history." The middle-aged man's smile widened. Suddenly, more and more 9 underworld hunters came out of the palace. There were hundreds of them. They immediately surrounded Long Chen. Every single one of them had a chain like vipers preparing to strike. "All right, the probing can end here. With your power, it's worth it paying a huge price to bring you to the higher plane. The 3 9-star heirs that I killed before were all too weak. The price for them was fixed. Today, my luck is truly good. I encountered someone with a variant of the 9 stars. Even your 6-star battle armor is different. I wonder if you're the destined one from the legends. Haha, if that's the case, I really struck gold. I can directly trade you for a world bead. But even if you aren't, I'll still be able to get a plentiful reward from Lord Brahma," said the middle-aged man. He waved his hand, and scenes appeared in the air. Those were scenes of experts being slain. They were all 9-star heirs. 2 had reached the 5-star battle armor, while 1 had reached the 6-star battle armor. His 6-star battle armor was the original 6-sided star. The 3 of them all died to this middle-aged man's hands. They all let out unwilling roars just before their deaths. Long Chen's fury soared. This was an absolute insult to Long Chen. Why is it that this world always has so many people who like courting death? Long Chen's voice was low. His body was quivering from rage. Black strands of aura began to float out of his body. Long Chen had never been so angry. His killing intent was exploding. He felt like he was flailing into an abyss. He tried to control his anger, but people kept provoking him, wanting to kill him. He couldn't understand why this world was like that. The hundreds of hunters joined their chains, forming a giant net around him. The power of this formation instantly fractured the martial heaven continent. The continent was unable to endure this power. At the center, Long Chen was the target of all their power. The space around him twisted and turned. It felt as if he was being crushed by millions of stars. Most terrifying of all, the 6-point star behind him was quivering as if it might shatter as well. Long Chen's bones creaked. That immense pressure contained a special power that seemed to be specialized at countering the 9-star hegemon body art. Submit. This star extermination formation is specialized for 9-star heirs. Even if you had awakened your hegemon chi, with your current realm, you wouldn't be able to endure the power from this many people, said the middle-aged man. There are so many people in this world who don't know what respect is. If I can free this world from its pain, I am willing to become a devil and raise my butcher's blade. I will kill all you inferior lifeforms. Long Chen's voice came through the cracks of his teeth. It was like a god's vow, a devil's curse. His 6-point star began to move. The layered triangles began to revolve, one going clockwise and one going counterclockwise. His divine ring also began to revolve in different directions, with 3 colors going clockwise and 3 going counterclockwise. In that instant, the stars within Long Chen's body quivered. All their power ignited and gushed forth. The formation around Long Chen began to creak. The middle-aged man's expression finally changed. He was filled with disbelief. The giant formation exploded, killing all the 9 underworld hunters linked to it. At the same time, Long Chen's power soared like a dam had been broken. His power caused the world to shake. Chapter 2793 Unparalleled Power. Energy burst out of Long Chen's body. A pillar of light soared into the cosmos, shaking the stars. This was the ultimate form of his 6-star battle armor. When his 2 triangles revolved against each other, his stars ignited, unleashing all their power. This was Long Chen's new technique. Before, his battle armor was like a dam that only had a small opening for his power to pass through. Although that allowed him to fight longer, its instantaneous burst potential was limited. His new 6-star battle armor was capable of opening the floodgates in an instant to unleash all his power. The power of all his stars shattered the formation, and the resulting backlash killed the 9 underworld hunters. In front of this power, they appeared incredibly weak. The middle-aged man could no longer remain indifferent. Long Chen's saber was slashing towards him already. A chain appeared in his hand just like the others, but his chain was silver while the others had been bronze. The entire continent sank. At the edges of the continent, the land began to collapse. This world was unable to endure a clash on this level. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Ha ha ha, excellent, I've actually found the destined 9-star heir. The middle-aged man laughed as if he had found a priceless treasure. Long Chen ignored him, continuing after him. He put away Evilmoon and slammed a palm at him. Long Chen gave up Evilmoon because in that previous clash, Evilmoon became covered in cracks. Even with the protection of his astral power, Evilmoon could not bear the power of that silver chain. If he continued with Evilmoon, Evilmoon would be destroyed. This explosive state of his could not be maintained for long. He had to kill his opponent before his power ran out. Long Chen's palm landed on the chain. It once more sprouted countless barbs, but this time, his power was so overwhelming that the barbs were bent back, unable to pierce his body. With one palm knocking aside the chain, a lotus image appeared on his other palm. He unleashed it right on the middle-aged man's body. A lotus flew out, piercing through his body. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked. He had never seen this kind of terrifying magical art. Wasn't it said that the 9-star heirs only fought with brute power and didn't use magical arts? Flames burned his chest, making him unable to heal the wound. Just as he was handling the flames, lightning exploded. A lightning spear appeared in Long Chen's hand. Another world appeared behind him. It was a world filled with lightning dragons. All the lightning domain's power was now condensed into Long Chen's hand. After the world extermination flame lotus, he unleashed the wild lightning soul battle spear. This attack contained all of Lei Linger's power, and all the power of the lightning domain. The middle-aged man was appalled. All the 9 underworld hunters' techniques were based on countering the 9-star heir's astral power. That was because they didn't use other techniques. However, Long Chen first injured him with flame energy, and was now unleashing a lightning attack. He was filled with horror. This spear's power made him feel fear. At this critical moment, he took out a tortoise shell armor. It was white as jade and had ancient immortal characters on top of it. This was his protective immortal item. The lightning spear landed squarely on the tortoise shell, instantly blasting it apart. But the middle-aged man also escaped with his life, even though the explosion badly wounded him. His own physical body was almost broken. He had never dreamed that a 9-star heir in a lower plane that hadn't even grown up would possess such terrifying power. He was even capable of threatening his life. Seeing Long Chen charging back towards him, he hastily formed hand seals. Flames appeared around him. He was igniting his divine energy. Long Chen's power had already terrified him. He had no choice but to unleash even self-damaging techniques to increase his power. They once more clashed. The dome of the heavens vanished. Under the pull of their power, the cosmos was fully exposed to everyone. This was a heaven-shaking battle. The people in the barrier could only watch in horror. They all knew that in this battle of the Dark Era, if Long Chen won, they lived. If he lost, everything would end. The Dragonblood warriors clenched their fists, but they were too weak to participate in such a battle. The experts of the spirit world, Starfield Divine World, and the Immemorial Path also watched Long Chen. Xiao Fei clenched his teeth. Big brother Long Chen, you'll definitely win. The High Priest and Ma Ruyun exchanged a glance. They sighed inside. Their admiration towards the 5 sovereigns had reached a peak. This had clearly all been within the sovereigns' calculations. This was why the sovereigns, Yun Tian, Ling Yunzi, and the others had all been fighting for time for Long Chen. Only once he became a sovereign could he save the continent. Looking back, it seemed that everything was going according to the sovereigns' plan. With every exchange, the continent shuddered intensely. The edges of the world were crumbling. The eastern wasteland, the western desert, the southern sea, the northern source vanished. All that remained was the central plains. Suddenly, the middle-aged man took out another silver chain. He bound Long Chen with it, only for Long Chen to roar and shatter the chain. When the chain shattered, the middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura plummeted. That second chain was clearly his trump card. It was connected to his soul. He was already at a disadvantage. He wasn't even able to temporarily bind Long Chen. The middle-aged man suddenly ferociously turned and unleashed a ray of divine light towards the core of the martial heaven continent. The Dragonblood warriors roared furiously. Unable to beat Long Chen, this man was actually attacking the weak members of the continent. If this attack landed, these people would be instantly wiped out. Long Chen's figure vanished, reappearing in front of that attack before it landed. He knocked it aside, but his expression grew ugly. Ha ha ha, you can all die now. The middle-aged man laughed. He had found Long Chen's weakness. Multiple attacks rained down the martial heaven continent's experts and commoners. Chapter 2794 Dragonbone Evilmoon's Pride. The middle-aged man, unable to defeat Long Chen, had actually come up with such a contemptuous play to force Long Chen to defend passively. Suddenly, the land shuddered. Long Chen's barrier of astral energy quivered. Everyone inside of his barrier was sent to the core. The martial heaven continent was protecting everyone so that Long Chen didn't need to split his attention. Long Chen, go kill him quickly. I will use my final power to protect everyone else. The martial heaven continent's voice rang out in his mind. But then Long Chen's heart turned cold. There are no buts. If you don't kill him, we will all be killed. The martial heaven continent shuddered. A translucent bead appeared. This bead was filled with life energy. It was the core of the star field, the heart of this world. The core rapidly expanded until it covered everyone. This was the final energy of the martial heaven continent. The middle-aged man's attacks were repelled by it. It was sacrificing its own life to give Long Chen time to kill him. Long Chen no longer hesitated. He charged towards the middle-aged man. He was about to unleash a punch when Evilmoon suddenly appeared in his hand. Evilmoon, you, Long Chen, if you have any respect for me, you will continue to treat me as your companion. Let us fight alongside each other again, said Evilmoon. Your power has already started to fall. You can't last much longer. You will enter a weak state soon, and then you could be slaughtered by anyone. Long Chen, to have met you is my life's greatest blessing. You showed me how important comrades are. You taught me that there are things in this world that are more important than your own life. You showed me what true happiness is. What it means to protect something. I can no longer hate Yun Shang. My life of devouring and killing was like going through the motions of life as a walking corpse. After meeting you, my view of the world has changed. I saw beautiful things from within endless shadows. Long Chen, I am a warrior of the dark evil dragon race. I have my own pride. I hope you can allow me to fight alongside you again. Evilmoon's 2 dragon marks lit up. A 2-headed black dragon appeared within Long Chen's divine ring. His acupuncture points shuddered as Evilmoon's power passed through his body. Evilmoon, Long Chen tightly clenched his blade. Long Chen, dying in battle is my glory. Waiting on death is a humiliation. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He raised Evilmoon. His eyes were scarlet. A giant saber image tore into the cosmos. This was a blade that would sever the 9 heavens, break the 9 underworlds. It was a blade that made gods and devils quiver. The middle-aged man froze, unable to move. All the divine energy in his body became stagnant. Long Chen howled and slashed his saber down. At the same time, 2 hot streams of tears flowed down as well. The middle-aged man took out multiple immortal items, unleashing all his power, but was wiped out of existence along with his immortal items. This was a saber that left a giant tear in space that didn't heal. Cracking sounds rang out as the original cracks on Evilmoon grew. Long Chen, thank you. That attack really was marvelous. It's definitely the proudest attack of my lifetime. Goodbye. If there is another life, I'd like to keep fighting alongside you. Evilmoon's voice rang out one final time before it dissipated. Long Chen slowly opened his hand. Even the saber hilt transformed to dust and blew away. Long Chen could only watch as it blew away. It was said that the dragon race has spirits. When they died, they would reincarnate into dragons once more. But which race of dragon would be undetermined? Within the primal chaos space, Ling and the heaven-flipping seal wept. Evilmoon was gone. The martial heaven continent's people let out a burst of cheers, but then the barrier around them faded. Their joy faded along with it. Instead, they were filled with grief. Once the barrier was gone, they sensed that the vitality of the entire world was gone as well. Even the commoners could sense it. This world had died. The martial heaven continent had sacrificed all its power to protect them. It was like a mother protecting her children with her own life. Countless people began weeping. The martial heaven continent had sacrificed itself for them. They thought back to what they had done to the continent. Their limitless greed had constantly damaged the continent, causing it to weaken. They had dug their own graves. But the martial heaven continent never blamed them. It continued to protect them even as they destroyed its body. People sank into grief and sorrow. Although they were alive, they had lost their home. Far too many heroes had died in this battle. Even the Dragonblood Legion had lost over 9,000 people. Although they had won, the Dragonblood warriors didn't feel any joy. Every single warrior of the Dragonblood Legion was as close as a brother. They would rather die to protect the ones beside them than have others die. The ones who had died were dead. But the ones who were alive had to endure more pain. They wished that this was a nightmare that someone would wake them up from. They wished they could wake up and see their fallen brothers laughing once more. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yi Ziqiu, and the others silently sobbed. The price of this battle was too great. It was unimaginable. They looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was looking at his hand. That sinister blade of his had forever vanished. The martial heaven continent was broken. They couldn't see the slightest greenery, the slightest life. The sound of the wind carried their sobs. It was as if even heaven and earth were crying. Since it hurts so much, there's no need to live. You can all just die. I'm a nice person, so I'll send you all away together. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone raised their hands in shock. That middle-aged man had reappeared. Chapter 2795 8,000 Reincarnations. The middle-aged man that had clearly been killed by Long Chen had reappeared. Furthermore, he seemed to be in his peak state. Everyone's hearts dropped. It's not a fake death technique. Their auras aren't the same. They aren't the same person, said the high priest. There was actually another member of the 9 underworld hunters remaining. At this moment, Long Chen's divine ring had vanished and his astral power had dimmed. He was in a weakened state. This person looked almost identical to the one he had just killed. But their divine energy fluctuations were different. He walked out of the palace, not going directly toward Long Chen, but simply standing at the entrance. It seemed that he was afraid of Long Chen. The one you killed was my big brother. Hee, this big brother of mine spent a lifetime scheming against me. He always wanted to be first, but nobody is infallible. My luck really was good. I managed to tail him and disguise myself as his subordinate, but I didn't expect to gain such a benefit. Now he's dead, and you're crippled. Those idiots of the divine families have long since fled to a higher world as well. By capturing you, I won't even need the Long family's favor. Haha, this world really is marvelous. This middle-aged man laughed, feeling very pleased. Long Chen sighed inside. How was he so unlucky? There was actually another one hiding here. If he had been with his big brother, Long Chen could have killed them together. However, now he had used up all his power, only for another powerful enemy to appear. The middle-aged man seemed very cautious. He didn't immediately attack. Do you know just how valuable your life is? The destined one amongst the 9-star heirs is a legendary existence. Whoever captures you will instantly become the master of a world. This lure is truly great. Long Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the stars around him faded. The side effect of his 6-star battle armor appeared. Long Chen's body was still unable to endure the power of all his stars igniting. Ha ha ha, now I can finally attack. The middle-aged man seemed to have been waiting for this moment. His spear pierced toward Long Chen. Even now, he was still cautious and didn't use his full power, probing Long Chen's condition first. Unfortunately, Long Chen was already powerless to resist. He felt like his bones had collapsed, and just standing there was already difficult. After that, a howl suddenly rang out and little snow appeared in front of Long Chen. A sphere of wind blades shot out of its mouth, knocking aside the spear. Oh, the middle-aged man stared at Little Snow in disbelief. The moon-howling heavenly wolf race. After recognizing Little Snow's origin, his shock was replaced with a snicker. The moon-howling heavenly wolf race isn't an existence that the 9 underworld side can provoke. However, the middle-aged man's chain twisted, shooting toward Little Snow. Seeing this scene, Little Snow howled furiously and slammed its claw down. Suddenly, the chain curled around Little Snow's claw, binding it. It then wrapped around Little Snow's body like a python. Little Snow, Long Chen shouted, but just stepping forward almost caused him to collapse. However, it's not as if we can't just hide from the moon-howling heavenly wolf race. The middle-aged man laughed and pulled on his chain, flinging the bound Little Snow into the immortal palace. At this moment, everyone saw that a channel had appeared at the gates of the immortal ceiling palace. The experts of the divine families had long since vanished within it. As for Little Snow, it was wrapped by spatial energy, and despite its struggles, it also faded. The middle-aged man's spear then whipped back toward Long Chen. Countless sharp barbs appeared on its head. Long Chen clenched his teeth, but he couldn't even raise his arms. His body wasn't listening to him. As a result, a certain someone's blood splashed, dyeing a white dress red. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others cried out in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The pill fairy had appeared, using her body to block this attack. Her white dress instantly turned red, and time seemed to stand still. No, Long Chen let out a beast-like roar. He already knew what the pill fairy had done for him in this battle. Hence, he no longer had any hatred toward the pill fairy and even felt guilt for misunderstanding her. She had never wanted to harm him. That was the attack from a god. As a result, the pill fairy's divine manifestation slowly faded, and the fire of her soul slowly extinguished. The pill fairy rubbed Long Chen's face with a bitter smile. Long Chen, the reason I became a divine daughter, was to protect you. The goal of Pill Valley was to keep an eye on this world and see if there are any 9-star heirs. The only way I could protect your secret was to become a divine daughter. But I didn't expect your status to still be exposed. Xianxia, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Long Chen wept, feeling a mix of remorse and hatred. Long Chen, I understand, the pill fairy suddenly began to pant, and her entire air changed. A new light flashed within her beautiful eyes. It was as if she was lost in endless memories. So that's what it was, that's what it was. The pill fairy suddenly wept. No wonder I had a strange feeling when I first saw you. I've already fallen in love with you for 1,000 reincarnations. Every time, I will die like this in front of you. These 1,000 reincarnations are all to wake you up from the red dust. But this time, I know that I won't have to reincarnate again. I can feel that you've already awakened. With every reincarnation, I am unable to awaken my memories while alive. It is only before my death that I can remember. Long Chen, I've loved you for 1,000 lifetimes. You must find me. In life and death, you must find me. The pill fairy slowly faded and a blooming flower appeared suddenly. That was the jewel blood jade orchid that Long Chen had once given her. It possessed its own sad and beautiful story. The pill fairy had always carried it with her. The jewel blood jade orchid then absorbed the pill fairy's remaining blood chi in the air, giving off a faint burst of light before it vanished along with its owner. Long Chen suddenly roared. Black lines rapidly spread through his eyes until they were pitch black, and his aura instantly transformed, becoming dark, bloodthirsty, and wild. It was as if a devil had awakened inside of him. Chapter 2796 Hidden Power. Within a mix of regret and hatred, dark energy exploded from deep within Long Chen's soul, completely out of his control. Long Chen's eyes instantly became two black holes, which looked as if they could devour all things between heaven and earth. With a single roar, the void exploded and stars fell. A sinister aura enveloped the entire world. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was alarmed. Was this really a 9-star heir? How did Long Chen suddenly become such a terrifying monster? Hence, he immediately fled back into the immortal palace. However, just as he was about to enter the spatial gate, Long Chen's hand reached out. With a startled cry, his body was pulled back out by Long Chen. The middle-aged man attacked in horror, but when his chain struck Long Chen, black light burst out of Long Chen's body, instantly blasting the chain apart. Long Chen then grabbed his throat with one hand and held his arm with the other hand. Just why? The middle-aged man screamed as his arm was forcibly torn off by Long Chen. His divine blood sprayed through the air. Why? Why must you force me? Long Chen howled, seemingly insane. He tore off the middle-aged man's other arm and then his legs. All of his struggles were meaningless. Any immortal items he took out shattered on contact with Long Chen. The current Long Chen was an unmatched devil god, and this middle-aged man was unable to pose any threat to him at all. With his limbs gone, Long Chen struck his body, blowing it to pieces. All that remained was his head. After that, Long Chen stabbed a finger through his head. Black chi then swirled out of Long Chen's forehead. He seemed to have already lost his mind. Reverse to the origin, Heaven Defiance Immortal Slayer. This was a technique that Long Chen had never used before. But in this state, he used it naturally. The middle-aged man's head then exploded, and his blood transformed into a chain that shot into the immortal ceiling palace. After that, Long Chen looked at the channel and saw countless figures at the end. He saw Feng Fei, as well as the half-dead Long Aoshan being carried away. However, Long Chen ignored them. His spiritual strength burst forth, making the immortal ceiling palace creak and crack, and fragments of spacetime flew past him. He saw countless 9 underworld hunters and also countless 9-star heirs being killed. Within those scenes, he also saw a certain figure. Brahma. Long Chen let out a heaven-shaking roar when he saw that figure. When he looked at Lord Brahma, he saw the person he wanted to kill the most in his life. His image was not quite the same as Pill Valley's divine statue, but his aura was the same. He was definitely Lord Brahma. After that, the figure moved and his gaze fell on Long Chen. In that instant, the palace exploded and divine energy unfurled. The martial heaven continent's experts despaired as this sudden attack was too much. The entire world was just one blow away from breaking. It now collapsed, disintegrating, turning into nothing along with all of them. Meng Qi and the others cried out. When that wave of divine light spread, Long Chen used his own body to receive it for everyone. However, that divine light possessed an unimaginable destructive power. When it fell, Long Chen vanished along with the martial heaven continent. Darkness, endless darkness. Long Chen felt like he was sinking and was filled with resentment. With a single attack, Lord Brahma had destroyed him along with the martial heaven continent. I'm sorry, sovereigns. I'm sorry, martial heaven continent. I'm sorry, everyone, I've disappointed you. Long Chen suddenly let out a scream. Dead. Everyone was dead. He was a failure who had let down everyone's trust. What the hell is wrong with you? You scared me. Long Chen's shout drew countless looks of scorn and angry chiding. Hearing this, Long Chen realized that he was at the bottom of a mountain, sitting on the side of a road. There was a long line of people stretching far into the distance. Why are you arguing with someone who failed? Don't you see how pitiable he is? Said one person. That person helped Long Chen up and comforted, "Little brother, a failure is a failure. It's not the end of the world. You can try again 30 years later. Just look at me, I've taken the trial 4 times. I'm already 150 years old, but I haven't given up. Just take some tips from me and get over this failure. Go home and properly cultivate some more, and you'll have another chance." At this moment, Long Chen looked around and saw that everyone around him was wearing extravagant clothes. Those materials did not exist on the martial heaven continent. These people's auras were extremely powerful. They had all reached the level of the 13th heaven stage of heaven merging, but they all looked very young. Furthermore, their auras contained immortal qi. Brother, where is this place?" asked Long Chen. That person stared at him in confusion. "Oh, you've been beaten, stupid. Brother, you should go back to wherever you came from." That person patted Long Chen's shoulder and left to his own place in line, seemingly not knowing how to comfort Long Chen. The surrounding people then looked at Long Chen, some with sympathy and some with scorn. Also, some were pointing and laughing at him. Long Chen's head was dizzy, so he walked in the opposite direction of the line. He walked over to an empty mountain to calm himself down. 9-star airs truly are admirable. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind and made him jump. You're back." Long Chen was happily surprised. This voice was one that he would remember forever. It was that expert from the dragon race that had helped him out once before. This dragon expert had even passed the dragon blood body tempering art to him. "How could I not return? If you died, how would I collect on your debt? Are all the 9-star heirs stupid? You don't think about the consequences of your actions. For a little mortal like you to dare to peer at Lord Brahma, you'd have been blown to smithereens if it wasn't for me," said that dragon expert. "Senior, are you saying that they're also not dead?" Long Chen's voice shuddered. "Of course they're not dead. The instant Lord Brahma's attack fell, I sent you all away. Those who reached the 10th heaven stage and were qualified to ascend were sent to the immortal world, while those below that level were sent to an isolated star. The conditions there are far better than on the martial heaven continent." "Then what about my brothers and sisters in the Dragonblood Legion?" asked Long Chen. If everyone was still alive, he wanted to see them. It will probably be a long time before you ever see them again. Chapter 2797 Mo Nian formally accepts a master. Alive. Everyone is still alive. Mo Nian wept. When the immortal ceiling palace exploded, he held onto Lu Zongying tightly, thinking that they would both die. Unexpectedly, they were saved and he had even ascended to the immortal world. It was his first time feeling how great it was to be alive. After being saved by a mysterious expert of the dragon race, he learned that the others were also alive. At that moment, he was so overwhelmed that he wept. However, just as he was crying, he heard some strange sounds ring out beside him. Only then did he notice that he was in a cemetery. Not far from him was an extremely ancient gravestone, and there was a dust-covered elder getting to work on it with a chisel and hammer in hand. The sky was dark. Realizing that he was in a cemetery, Mo Nian suddenly wondered if he really hadn't been saved. Was he actually dead? "Old man, it's dark out here. You should go home and sleep. What are you doing here?" Mo Nian summoned his courage and spoke. The elder didn't even raise his head. He continued striking the gravestone. "Child, you should sleep first. Some people wrote my name wrong here, so I'm fixing it." Mo Nian's head buzzed and his feelings of gratitude vanished. Now he really was unsure if he was dead or alive. "Hee, little fellow, you have the air of tombstones on you. You wouldn't be so cowardly, right?" The elder put down his tools and looked back at Mo Nian. After that, Mo Nian was startled. The elder's back had looked so sloppy, but from the front, he was actually quite handsome. He looked graceful and noble. Junior was unable to see Senior clearly. "Please forgive this Junior." Mo Nian was quite smart. Despite not knowing who this elder was, his years of experience and intuition were telling him that this person was definitely not ordinary. The elder waved his hand. "Don't talk such nonsense. I was messing around. I was wandering the land when I suddenly felt moved into stopping here for a moment. I'm quite busy, you know, so I'll only give you an incense stick's worth of time. Show me your worth. If you satisfy me, I can accept you under my wing." Mo Nian was startled and didn't quite understand. Hence, the elder impatiently said, "Let us get right to the point. What do you think about this cemetery?" Thinking of what the elder had been doing, Mo Nian suddenly realized something. He then examined his surroundings and cautiously said, "This cemetery faces the northeast, with its back pointing toward the southwest. Moreover, both sides are narrow with a wide center. This is typical of a northeast-southwest cemetery. The wind blows from the northeast, while water flows from the southwest. The large tomb at the center must be the node of this feng shui. As a result, this cemetery is most likely fooling people's eyes and ears. It is most likely hiding some hidden mechanisms. The main tomb is likely 900 meters to the north." Mo Nian immediately began to talk non-stop. Perhaps Mo Nian might not be skilled in other things, but when it came to grave robbing, he was truly the #1 person in the martial heaven continent. He had even gone to the corrupt god cemetery multiple times and was skilled in all matters of tombs, including the important feng shui matters. Seeing Mo Nian's eyes shining, the elder gradually smiled. Having started, Mo Nian couldn't stop. The northeast and southwest are covered in soil. The descendants of this tomb's master did not burn enough incense and wanted to use this method to change it. Furthermore, the majority of the gravestone is facing the southwest. This indicates that the master of this tomb did not have enough women in their family. Oh, they didn't want men, but more women. Mo Nian found himself bewildered, feeling like he had made some misjudgment somewhere. "Ha ha ha, little fellow, you have some skill. This is a branch of a clan whose leaders are women. You were mostly correct in everything that you said, but there are some things very different in the immortal world compared to the mortal world. Since you are able to remember this much, it proves that your talent isn't ordinary. For you to have this great profession in your heart is excellent." The elder laughed, very satisfied with Mo Nian's display. In fact, it seemed to have far exceeded his expectations. He stood up. "Little fellow, you're excellent. Your luck is also good to meet me. It can be said that our line of work is known to all within heaven and earth. Since we don't have much time, you can just accept me as master. Starting today, you are my apprentice. I will pass down all my life's learning to you." Disciple Mo Nian greets master. Mo Nian was delighted and hastily went through a formal 9 kowtows. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good. As soon as he entered the immortal world, such a master already accepted him as an apprentice. He would definitely soar. "Ha ha ha, good, little apprentice, remember, your master's mighty name, Keida." What? Mo Nian couldn't believe his ears. Would someone really give themselves the name of Keida? It's K as in the K in palace. But they all call me Taoist immoral when it's actually Taoist Keida. Sometimes, I'm influenced by them so the accent sounds a bit off, said the elder. He laughed, and the air of a graceful immortal completely vanished, replaced with certain wickedness that made Mo Nian feel like he had fallen for a con. "Good apprentice, come, this is your master's first gift for you." The elder handed a black hat to Mo Nian. Mo Nian was dumbfounded. This black hat didn't have a single divine rune on it, and it didn't look like anything special. "Master, Mo Nian wanted to gracefully decline. Taoist Keida seemed to read Mo Nian's thoughts and took out another gift. It was a pair of worn-down leather boots. Seeing this, Mo Nian almost fainted. This master of his was too stingy, wasn't he? Mo Nian truly felt like he had been tricked. He cautiously probed, "Master, apprentice's weapons were destroyed in the mortal world. Do you think that I'm stingy? You think that I can't even provide you with a good weapon?" Taoist Keida smiled. After saying that, he took out a shovel. Now, Mo Nian really felt like he would faint. "Senior, I'm a bow user," said Mo Nian angrily. He no longer even called him master. He truly felt conned. "I know, you'll definitely work hard, too. Don't worry, with your talent and dedication, plus my guidance, you will definitely become a figure that shakes the 9 heavens and 10 lands." It was unknown if Taoist Keida didn't hear him properly or simply acted like he didn't. "Child, do you know the true meaning in me giving you this shovel?" asked Taoist Keida solemnly. "What?" Mo Nian was startled. "It's the start of work. The treasures won't dig themselves out," said Taoist Keida. "Damn, you really are immoral. You give me these broken things. And you want me to follow you?" Mo Nian finally erupted in fury. "Hee, why else would others call me Taoist immoral?" laughed Taoist Keida, seemingly quite pleased with himself. "Furthermore, you are about to understand why I gave you those things and how to use them." Just at that moment, the void shuddered and countless terrifying auras erupted. Immortal light blazed, forming a giant formation that trapped everything here. A furious voice rang out. Gravitating rat, come out and face your death. 1K means lacking morals. It sounds the same as his real name, K-Day. The K in his real name means palace when written as Gong K. 2. This is a pun on bow user. It sounds the same as a hard worker. So Mo Nian says that he's a bow user, hard worker, and Taoist Immoral says that he knows that he's a hard worker. Chapter 2798 Strange Master, Odd Disciple. This cemetery was instantly surrounded by countless experts, and Mo Nian's expression changed. These people's auras were many times stronger than the 9 underworld hunters he had encountered. After that, rays of divine light shot toward the 2 of them. Mo Nian cried out in terror. This was too fast for him to even react. However, light suddenly shone from the hat on his head, blocking those attacks. What are you standing there like an idiot for? Run! Taoist Kada pushed Mo Nian. When Mo Nian took a step, his new worn-down leather boots lit up. After that, his body actually floated and he shot away. In just a few steps, he arrived in front of the barrier. It had to be known that upon entering the immortal world, the spiritual yuan in his body was severely suppressed. He was unable to fly like on the martial heaven continent, let alone tear through space with a wave of his hand. In order to fly here, Mo Nian would need to refine some immortal spiritual qi. However, having just ascended, he had no such thing in his body and couldn't even use his magical arts. He was just like a non-cultivator. However, his boots and hat were miraculous, and he was able to activate them with just a thought. Without needing another reminder, he smashed his shovel at the barrier. A giant hole appeared in the barrier, and the 2 of them fled out of it. The others chased them while cursing. In general, their cursing was about how immoral they were and to stop and fight. Fortunately, Mo Nian's boots brought him flying away. His legs moved so fast they were like wheels. After an hour of running, Mo Nian had long since lost sight of those people. He finally stopped, panting like a dog. The only difference was that he didn't stick his tongue out. Furthermore, after running for so long, he felt his soul ache. He was also dizzy and nauseated. This is the higher plane. The immortal spiritual qi here has been absorbed into your body due to your efforts. You'll get used to it. Once you have become accustomed to the immortal world, your master will pass some secret arts to you. Our line will grow to new heights. Taoist Kada stopped as well. He had been right behind Mo Nian the entire time. I was actually worried for you, but your fleeing skills are amazingly refined. I can tell that you've been chased by countless people in the lower plane. Master, I was foolish before, said Mo Nian, a bit uneasy. He hadn't expected that what he had thought to be trash would actually be treasures. He had gone a bit too far just now. I'm your master. A master is like a father. Why would I quibble with you over these things? Taoist Kada smiled. Master, you're so powerful, so why did we run? Why not beat them? Asked Mo Nian. Although Taoist Kada had yet to show his true power, considering that he was like a phantom following Mo Nian, leaving those other experts in the dust, it was clear he was stronger than them. Does it have anything to do with being stronger? I dug out their tombs. It's rude, so I will kindly make up for it by not returning punches or curses. Remember, little one, this is the rule of our line. Don't break it, said Taoist Kada solemnly. Master, what kind of line are we in? Is it some sect? Asked Mo Nian. Listen well, we are the line of the immeasurable palace. I am the 97th generation palace master, and you are my only disciple. In the future, you will be the 98th generation palace master, said Taoist Kada. Mo Nian was delighted. He hadn't expected to muddle his way into such a grand power as soon as he entered the immortal world. His future prospects were truly immeasurable. Excellent. I'll make that little fellow, Long Chen, die of envy the next time we meet. Mo Nian laughed delightedly. It seemed that he could already see the day of millions of immortals worshipping him. Who is Long Chen? Asked Taoist Kada randomly. He's the only one to put me at a disadvantage when it comes to showing off. But that fellow's luck is terrible. He definitely won't have this kind of good luck like me, said Mo Nian, very pleased. Master, where is our immeasurable palace located? Can you bring your disciple to see it? There's no need for such a thing. It was torn down. Taoist Kada shrugged helplessly. What? Mo Nian was dumbfounded. Then can't you build a new one? Where are the immeasurable palace's disciples? Aren't they right here? Taoist Kada stared at him. Are you kidding? Don't tell me that in the entire immeasurable palace, I'm the only disciple. Taoist Kada nodded. That's correct. Starting at the 37th generation, we started to pass down our inheritance from one master to one apprentice all the way to now. Mo Nian almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was completely different from his imagination. Why does it feel like your immeasurable palace has already declined? Are you conning me? Hee, that's the wrong way to put it. Child, 8,000 years ago, I swept through the 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures in search of an outstanding successor, but I didn't find a single person I could pass my inheritance down to. If I didn't have a bit of power, do you think I'd be so picky? Let me put it to you this way, if you can learn everything I have to teach, there will be no one in this world who dares to offend you. Of course, if you are skilled enough, you can revitalize our immeasurable palace. Then you would be the most amazing figure other than our immeasurable immortal venerate, said Taoist Kada. Mo Nian felt stunned, not knowing how much of what this old fellow was saying was true. Furthermore, the latter's wretched smile did not feel reliable. As the two of them spoke, an immortal sword slashed through the void, making Mo Nian feel like his soul would explode. He didn't know what kind of existence had just appeared. Suddenly, Taoist Kada's wretched smile vanished. He then unleashed a palm, and a rainbow bridge appeared in the air. The rainbow bridge was destroyed but blocked the attack. Meanwhile, Taoist Kada grabbed Mo Nian and fled. Who is that? How are they so terrifying? Asked Mo Nian. It's an immortal king. In terms of power, he's sloppy, but he's completely unreasonable and immoral. For this kind of person, I decided to clean out his ancestral tomb, and he's been chasing me for 3 days. According to the rules, I can't fight back, so I can only flee. Don't worry, you'll get used to it in a few years. Your master will lead you through various ancient tombs to excavate the remnants of history and find the mystery of the immeasurable palace's fall, said Taoist Kada. Who would have thought that just a few years from now, this immoral Taoist would raise a figure who would shake the entire immortal world? Chapter 2799 Destitute Guo Ran. This was a tranquil forest of towering trees. Every tree here was huge, even bigger than the Starfield Divine World's mother tree. Such giant trees had actually formed a forest stretching far beyond the horizon. A blood-colored moon hung in the sky. This blood moon was very large. Furthermore, it was a constant in the sky. It didn't move. Its light nourished this forest. Deep within the forest was a long-haired elder. He sat on top of a mountain, basking in the light of the blood moon. He seemed to be breathing in its radiance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A middle-aged man appeared before him. The elder asked, "You still haven't found the Wolf Emperor Sprout?" The man shook his head, causing the elder to sigh. That one slip caused us to lose the Wolf Emperor's egg. There are too many powers that worship us. It's impossible to tell where it went. It's been 1,000,000 years with still no news. Ancestor, Lord Brahma's side has sent word. Tell him to scram as far as he can and stop disturbing our moon-howling heavenly wolf race. We will not be threatened. If he doesn't like it, we can fight to the death. There are no cowards here, snorted the elder. This elder was the ancestral patriarch of the moon-howling heavenly wolf race. This was their ancestral land, the Blood Moon Divine Domain. Another person came over, respectfully reporting, "Someone from the 9 Underworld line came, asking to see you." The man frowned. "The 9 Underworld line has nothing to do with us. Those despicable assassins can scram." Wait, the elder suddenly asked, "Why did they come?" They said that they noticed a member of our race in a lower plane. It had the mark of a blood moon on its forehead. Both the middle-aged man and the elder shook, filled with disbelief. "Let go of me, I have to find my brother Long." Wild roared angrily, transforming into a giant form. But he was still pushed down by another giant hand. His struggling tore a massive hole in the ground, but he was unable to escape that hand. He was surrounded by a group of giants who were even bigger than him. All of them possessed powerful physical bodies, to the point that their blood chi looked like it was about to explode. "Your brother Long isn't in the same domain. You won't be able to find him," said the giant, pressing him down with a smile. The surrounding people seemed to be watching happily. They were smiling, and yet when one of them spoke, his voice was like thunder booming in the air. "I still have to find him. He treats me well. You don't treat me well," roared Wild. However, he was like a baby fighting adults. The power that he was so proud of was useless. After 2 hours, he was finally out of energy and stopped struggling. His stomach grumbled thunderously. A giant dish thumped onto the ground in front of him. There was a giant earthen dragon on the dish. Without a word, Wild grabbed it and stuffed his face. As soon as he recovered, he tried running away, only to be grabbed by someone. The same scene repeated itself. The surrounding people seemed to have already gotten used to this. They continued watching. They were like giant mountains soaring into the grounds. But it wasn't mountains, it was giants. Their shoulders were amongst the clouds. These giants smiled with gratification as they watched Wild. One of the elders said, "The barbarian king's reincarnation has actually been sent here. It seems that there's hope for our barbarian race." Just as our karmic luck was about to run out, the barbarian king's reincarnation appears. Our line can once more soar. Little girl, you have Enputa's aura on you. It's a bit dislikable, but your talent, aptitude, and that look in your eyes has moved me. I can see your desire to get stronger. I can break the rules and accept you as a disciple, but you must promise to endure the pain of cleansing your soul in order to remove Enputa's mark on you. Are you willing? Asked a woman in tight clothing and short hair. As long as I can get stronger, I am willing to do anything. The speaker was Dong Mingyu. Before her was an existence who struck terror in the hearts of countless people. Good. Starting today, you is my, Yi Wusheng's, disciple. But remember, you are only a disciple. If you want to become my personal apprentice, you can deliver Enputa's head to me first. That can be considered a formal gift between master and apprentice, said the short-haired woman. That's just what I wanted. Dong Mingyu nodded. She hated this despicable killing god. The woman smiled slightly. Dong Mingyu seemed to please her. Holding her hand, she vanished into the void with her. Yu Zifeng stared at the lofty mountain in front of him. An overwhelming sword will fill this entire world. At the peak of the mountain was a sword. The sword was stabbed not only through the mountain, but through the sky as well. The stars revolved around it, giving off endless majesty. Boss, take care of yourself. When we meet again, I'll protect you. Yu Zifeng took a deep breath and began climbing the mountain. From the sky, he was like an ant climbing a giant mountain. However, his footsteps persevered staunchly. Big brother, I've admired the Heavenly Dragon Divine Armor College for a long time. I've come a long way to study here. I beg of you to let me join in the trial. Once I pass, we will be apprentice brothers. With my talent, I will definitely soar and repay you when the time comes. Guo Ran had spent 7 days here to learn how people spoke here. This was the Divine Armor College's registration stand. There would only be one chance to enroll every 3 years. It was said that it was the strongest college for forging armor within this star field. There was an endless stream of people applying. However, just applying cost 300 immortal crystals. To Guo Ran, who had only just ascended, that was an impossible price. He didn't have any of this world's currency. He had tried to go to a pawnshop and sell what he had, but when he took out the divine materials of the martial heaven continent, he was directly kicked out. If it wasn't due to how weak he was, people would probably have beaten him, thinking he was trying to waste their time. The lower plane's divine materials were trash here. People wouldn't take it even if you gave it to them. Helplessly, Guo Ran could only resort to begging, hoping to muddle his way in. As long as he could take the test, he was confident that he could pass. After all, in terms of battle armors, he had devoted himself for a long time. Joining this college was paramount to his future. You again, Scram. This isn't a charity. Can someone as poor as you even afford to build a single set of battle armor? Don't joke, scoffed a disciple. Chapter 2800 Help. Studying how to build the best battle armor was a money-burning process. Without a profound foundation of wealth, there was no way to carry it out. Guo Ran's poor appearance didn't appear to be one with money, causing these disciples to look down on him. Don't look down on others. If you want, we can bet who can create the best armor on paper right now. If I win, you let me attend the trial. If I lose, I'll immediately leave and never bother you again. Raged Guo Ran. It was tough to be poor. On the martial heaven continent, Guo Ran had as much money as he wanted, and Long Chen was always there to support him. Now he was powerless though, so he had to enter this college. Quite a few people side-eyed Guo Ran with some surprise. Did he really have some skill to dare to challenge the college's disciples? Or was he simply crazy? Scram, who has time to bet with you? Do you not see how many people are lined up? Barked that disciple. He sent a palm at Guo Ran. Seeing this, Guo Ran instinctively raised his arm to block, but he didn't expect that just as that person's palm was about to meet his arm, thin lines would appear over his hand, transforming into a refined glove. Guo Ran then felt a powerful force send him flying, and he tumbled through the air before smashing into a wall. Blood dripped out of his mouth. Quite a few disdainful laughs rang out from the crowd. Guo Ran furiously cursed, "Just wait, I'll remember this. Once I find my boss Long Chen, I'll come back." When Guo Ran thought about vengeance for these wrongs, the first thing he thought of was Long Chen, and his boss's name randomly popped out of his mouth. "Long Chen, who's that? Is he very famous? Have him come find me," said the disciple disdainfully. "You know Long Chen, the martial heaven continent's Long Chen." Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Only now did people notice that a war chariot had appeared in the sky. The war chariot was covered in magical symbols. When those disciples saw it, they hastily bowed. "Greetings, Earth Master." The symbols on the chariot were a token of the owner's status. In the Heavenly Dragon Divine Armor College, only those who had reached the level of an Earth Master were qualified to sit in such a chariot. Furthermore, the current speaker was one of the female Earth Masters. "Who are you?" Guo Ran wiped the blood off of his mouth. He cautiously looked at the war chariot. "Rude brat, properly respond to the Earth Master's question," barked the disciple. After that, the front doors of the chariot opened to the side, and a woman walked out, looking to be in her 20s. Her legs were longer than a normal person's legs, and her black hair fell to her waist. Her bright eyes stood out on her face. She then smiled at Guo Ran. "Is Long Chen well? Has he ascended yet?" she asked. "You know my boss?" asked Guo Ran in disbelief. "First answer me, did you come from the martial heaven continent?" When Guo Ran nodded, she asked again, "Does he have a pair of sword-like eyebrows?" "When he's not smiling, he looks very fierce, but when he does smile, it looks a bit evil. He also has a pitch-black dragon bone saber that looks extremely ferocious." You really do know my boss?" Guo Ran was startled. How could someone in the higher plane know Long Chen? Most importantly, since Long Chen was a 9-star heir, Guo Ran didn't dare to recklessly expose Long Chen's identity. However, this woman knew so many details about his appearance and even Evilmoon, so she had definitely met him before. Hehe, good, so has he come to the higher plane? Where is he? She asked. He should also be in the higher plane, but we were separated. I don't know where he is, said Guo Ran, feeling aggrieved. Without Long Chen, it felt like he had lost the lantern lighting his way. That was because ever since he had encountered Long Chen, it could be said that Long Chen had been looking after the Dragonblood Legion. Hence, for Guo Ran to go from a second-rate hoodlum to his current level was all thanks to Long Chen holding his hand. He sighed inside. He was worried for Long Chen, but he also realized that he had been too dependent on Long Chen for too long. In the face of this foreign world, he felt powerless and afraid. He, Guo Ran, had never been a strong person himself. How regretful. This world is so big. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, 100 domains, 1,000 prefectures. Finding one person within this world is too difficult. The woman was disappointed, but she quickly smiled. That's all right, such a powerful fellow doesn't need to be worried about. As long as we keep him in our hearts, we'll definitely receive news from him sooner or later. So, just now, I heard that they were fighting with you. Earth Master, it wasn't like this. He was messing around rudely. He didn't pay the fee for the test, so we were just following the rules. Cried out that disciple hastily. He is right, the main thing is, I'm broke, said Guo Ran, ashamed. It's not embarrassing to be poor. I was also poor back then. That's the only reason I took the risk of making money in the Netherworld, and it was due to this that I met your boss. I could reach this level thanks to your boss's help. Alright, I'll pay for your fee. Even if you fail, it's fine. I can arrange other things for you. I'll look after you. Thank you, big sister. Guo Ran was ecstatic to the point that he almost wept. In the end, he still was benefiting from his boss. Just like that, Guo Ran swaggered into the testing region with that woman. She directly sent him through. Ah, that's right, I still don't know your name, big sister. Said Guo Ran. I am xianxia. In a dark world filled with the air of rot, menacing trees gave off a pressuring and frightful feeling. One could see giant vines curling around them like dragons. Big sister, don't worry. This is my race's land. I've awakened my inheritance, so no one here will dare to touch you. Just treat it as your own home. Lu Ruyan held Chu Yao's hand as they stood within this terrifying forest. Chu Yao was a bit pale from this places. Aura. Suddenly, the giant trees parted, forming a path for them. Just like that, Lu Ruyan walked through with Chu Yao. This place was one of the immortal world's lands of great danger, the Corpse Devil Demon Forest. Chapter 2801 Opportunity lies up ahead. Big Sister Meng Qi, where are we? Cloud looked at the mountain gate ahead of her and clenched Meng Qi's hand. Just this gate alone gave off terrifying spiritual fluctuations. It was like a heavenly wall blocking all life outside. Meng Qi nodded. According to that senior, the Soul Dream Immortal venerates inheritances here, and we can get stronger by cultivating here. I no longer want to see Long Chen bleed and cry. Next time, I'll be the one protecting him. After that, Cloud returned to Meng Qi's spiritual space, and Meng Qi staunchly walked toward the mountain gate. Disciple Tang Wan greets Master. Tang Wan properly kowtowed toward a beautiful woman who looked as if she had walked right out of a painting. She was surrounded by swirling immortal qi. That woman pulled Tang Wan up and nodded approvingly. Starting today, you are the final disciple of the one known as Feng Xinyue. Remember, starting today, it is no longer permitted for anyone to bully you, or it would be a loss of your master's face. If you can't beat someone, you can find your senior apprentice brothers and sisters. If they also can't beat them, you can come find me. In a land of white snow and black ice, two women stared at each other. Both of them wore clothes as white as snow, and they were peerlessly beautiful. However, they were both completely expressionless, like two statues of ice goddesses. One of them was Yi Ziqiu. The other was an equally icy woman looking to be in her 30s. The two of them stared at each other within the ice and snow. They were silent for a full 2 hours, neither of them moving. Finally, it was that woman who said, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Her voice was completely emotionless. Furthermore, it sounded a bit off, as if she hadn't spoken in so long that she had forgotten how to. "I am willing." Yi Ziqiu nodded. "Let's go." The woman turned and walked away. Yi Ziqiu then silently followed behind her, both of them not saying another word. Just like that, they vanished into the world of ice and snow. Xiao Chen, you have strong karma tying you to the 9-star heir. You must work hard if you wish to help him. We have managed to preserve our complete inheritance along with the strongest divine abilities of the original devil race here. This is the best place for you to cultivate. In a divine palace, an old crone holding a cane was speaking to you Xiao Chen. In front of her was a mountain-sized pile of bone books, and divine light flowed from them. Countless techniques of the original devil race were recorded within. Yu Xiaochen ended up in the original devil race's ancestral land upon being sent to the immortal world. After that, she was shocked to find the original devil race's complete inheritance. Long Chen, I'll go all out cultivating. I won't let you bleed or cry again. Yu Xiaochen bit her lip and swore inside. Yu Xiaochen had never expected someone like Long Chen to howl and weep like he had. His shoulders had held up the heavens, but that didn't stop the ones he cared about from dying. Seeing him in that state had cut her heart. Now that she had a chance to get stronger, she didn't waste a single second. She would not permit such a thing to repeat itself. Sha Chen, bring the line drawing liquid. Sha Chen, there's not enough magic adherence hides here. Sha Chen, what are you doing? You're so slow. Hurry up. Sha Chen was covered in sweat. He hastily brought over the things that those people were requesting. Little fellow, let me tell you, I only let you become a worker here because I pity you. I'm taking the risk of being scolded for this. Thus, you have to be clever. Treat these people well. These are future respected formation masters. We can't offend them. Although our work is tiring, we still get paid a lot. Cherish this chance, murmured a somewhat fat disciple beside Sha Chen. Yes, I understand. Thank you, big brother. I won't cause you any trouble, said Sha Chen hastily. Future formation masters. Bullshit. He was capable of using his feet to draw better formations than them. If the Spirit Rune Pavilion didn't need a fee to enter, would he need to bend to them? It was said that this Spirit Rune Pavilion was a first-rate college even in the entire immortal world. However, due to some management problems, it had declined. But it still had several supreme treasures, existences that could be considered immortal canons in the formation world. So even if there were problems with management, countless people still came here for those immortal canons. Sha Chen was working like a dog here as he researched the materials and techniques of this place. After all, this was the immortal world, and their study of the immortal Tao's runes was incredibly profound. The martial heaven continent's formations were like a cup of water compared to a giant sea here. However, Sha Chen was the most outstanding formation master of the martial heaven continent. Compared to these newly entered disciples, his fundamentals were 100 times better. These divine runes were instantly memorized with just one look from Sha Chen, while these disciples could spend half a day to remember part of it, only for a distraction to cause them to completely forget it. In their anger, they would vent at Sha Chen and the other workers. Even these pigs can learn formations. Just wait, you'll only have this one chance to shout at me. Hee, let's switch places. Sha Chen looked at those irritable disciples and a faint smile appeared on his face. Back to the mountain, Long Chen was filled with gratitude to learn that the dragon expert had sent everyone to their own opportunities. This battle of the martial heaven continent had been a huge blow to him. He hadn't managed to protect the continent, and it had been ultimately destroyed. The hopes of the 5 sovereigns were let down. If it weren't for the dragon expert, he would have been destroyed along with the martial heaven continent. In his hands, everything had been smashed apart. Thinking of how he had promised the 5 sovereigns, he was filled with guilt. Long Chen, you have to work hard. Don't think that being a 9-star heir is so great. Those brothers of yours are like seeds who will sprout after this experience. If you don't work hard, it really will fall to them to protect you. In the past, 9-star heirs were all solitary figures without a single friend, but you're different. Perhaps it's because of this that I took the risk of saving you. I want to gamble, and a portion of those chips are placed on you. I hope that you can grow up a bit faster. Perhaps you will be able to help me at that time, but the current you is too weak. Don't be defeated by this failure. Recover and find your confidence again. Return to the fearless you, said the dragon expert. Senior, don't worry, it can be said that I have been reborn today. In the immortal world, I will create my own slice of heaven and earth. I won't allow the disaster of the martial heaven continent to repeat itself. Long Chen clenched his fists. Good, then your chance has come. It's just up to you if you can grasp it, said the dragon expert. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.